This righteous person was originally a programmer exploited by capitalists right in the salon. Unable to hold it in anymore, Tong An cursed the game right in front of everyone. What kind of game is this? Full of bugs and errors. The system seems to have heard you, so it pulls this game into the real world. After waking up, Song An clutches his head in pain, wondering what the sound he just heard was. Welcome to the new world. Why does that sound keep ringing in my head? After the pain subsides, Tong An slowly gets up and looks out the door. The scene before him left him stunned with amazement. In the bustling city, an enormous forest suddenly sprouted out of nowhere, destroying countless structures around it. Tong An stared wide-eyed, breaking out in a cold sweat. The company? No. The entire city has been transformed. What exactly is going on just then? A notification appeared. Player Tong, and successfully registered. Welcome to the new world. Seeing the familiar interface, Tong An was terrified out of his wits. Player. New world. Isn't this the interface of the new world system? Could it be that I am still in the game? Tong An stared at the notification, constantly guessing. Does the new world have a 3D sensing mode? Why don't I know? Could I be a test subject for the company? But is 3D really that realistic? Why do I still feel like this is reality? Suddenly, a change notification appeared, and the system randomly assigned a role for you. Tong, and hurriedly shouted, stopping the system from making the decision on its own. But you just ran through the system interface without being able to do anything. Now, the system continues to notify you. Congratulations on receiving the merchant identity, having equipped the old Jiao Da. At some point, a Jiao Da appeared in Tong An's hand. According to the displayed information, this equipment adds 10 attack points and seems to be a beginner's gear. Tong An was still stunned, looking at the Jiao on his hand, then muttered to himself, calm down. I was randomly assigned a profession earlier. Now I am a merchant. In this new world, the professions are merchant, priest, and fighter. Fighting has very strong abilities, plus attributes, and can adapt to any era. The pastor can provide support and reinforcements for the team, and the merchant also has advantages in gathering and crafting equipment. But their weakness is clear. Their combat ability is not strong. To balance the number of professions, the system randomly selects certain professions to be less common. By the way, the new world also has some rare identities that require special methods to unlock. That is what Song An, a programmer, remembered during half a year of feedback. After calming down, he carefully observed his surroundings. The screen flickers, revealing a cluttered office. This looks just like the real world. Suddenly, a mission notification appears, and if not accepted, within 5 minutes, it will automatically activate. Now, Song An finally dares to believe that the world has changed. Indeed, the game has become reality. Wait a minute, if I am in this new world, do the hidden Easter egg rewards I created still work as before, so I can rely on them to become the ruler of the world? Could I also escape from those damn capitalists? For a moment, Song An seemed to change completely. He no longer looked downcast and dejected, but smiled confidently. Great heavens, I must use those skills to change my life. Meanwhile, time continues to count down. For this first mission, Song An only has 5 minutes to think. You stare intently at the notification, recalling what you set up earlier. When creating the character, you established a hidden rule that you could change your profession before the mission begins. There might still be a chance to obtain the hidden profession, which is what I really want. Although that's the theory. Seeing the knife in my hand, Tong An hesitated. But suddenly, I had to do it myself. I still find it a bit hard to do it. If I guess wrong, I might really die. Right. He closed his eyes tightly, convincing himself to give up, thinking it was the only way. If he could obtain the hidden profession, his future would have an absolute advantage. But don't actually make me die for real. Tong An closed his eyes and lightly stabbed his stomach with a knife. An error message appeared now. The system couldn't verify the player. A new character and identity are about to be generated. Successfully creating the character Tong An, with 4 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. After being resurrected, Song An let out a light breath. Huh. I'm still alive after all. And the wound is gone, so that means it is really possible to take advantage of the North in this world. But when he saw the new class being a pastor, he sighed in disappointment. It seems this time dying was for nothing. And Tong An unhesitatingly tries again. This action repeats 30 times. but no hidden profession ever appears. Seeing that time was running out, Tong An felt extremely disappointed. Even here, am I still an unlucky guy? Once time is up, there's no more chance. Lit saw the glass door beside him and decided to try one last time. He stepped back to build momentum and charged straight into the glass door. With only 2 seconds left before landing, Tong An gathered all his emotions and shouted as loudly as he could. Go! With just 1 second remaining, he successfully recreated his character for the 31st and final time. Error messages kept appearing, and Tong An's body was also being reconstructed. Successfully created the character Tong An, with a randomly assigned profession. The countdown has ended. A new mission begins. Continue living, and receive the Novice Assassin achievement. Congratulations on receiving the combat and merchant professions of Hoang Kim. As Tong An regained consciousness, he saw the notification and smiled contentedly. I really chose them. This is the rarest profession in the new world. Once fully settled, Song An sat down to check what he had just received. Tong An. Level Edge. Specialized combat profession skill. Strong and sturdy. All attributes increased by 100%. Passive. Specialized merchant skill, golden. Business opportunities. 100% faster material acquisition. Creative. Able to craft equipment and items. With a high success rate. Achievement unlocked. Rookie killer. Hidden achievement. Experience gained increased by 10%. With the combat profession, the merchant also gains additional experience points. Tong An felt that finally the goddess of luck had smiled upon him. But he immediately continued to complain. But now there's a problem. My glasses are broken and my mouth is messed up. It seems they fell and broke earlier. So how come this guy can't fix my nearsightedness? And where can I find new glasses now? Well, I guess I'll have to make do for now. Just then, a warning appeared. The monster mission notification has been refreshed. The front line is in danger. Please stay alert. Seeing this, Tong An chuckled dismissively. At first, what's so scary about it? With my current abilities, I'm just a walking experience bag. As soon as the words finished, a gigantic monster suddenly appeared, along with a warning from the system about extreme danger. With just one stomp, Tong An was frightened enough to jump back. I will never be a girl again. The monster's glowing eyes suddenly spewed out a cloud of toxic smoke. Seeing that the level of the monster was beyond measure, Song An hurriedly ran away. What kind of joke is this? How can I be a match for this guy? I need to get out of here quickly. Tong An's first task is to survive for 1 hour. If he's killed by the monsters, it's truly over, no second chances. Tong An closes his eyes and runs into the company building, chased by 3 small monsters. Luckily, the biggest monster can't enter the building, or it really would be the end. It seems there's some restriction preventing it from entering. But Tong An's current problem is the small demons chasing after him. Each little demon is level 15, with strength stats far beyond yours. Even with a combat profession badge, a beginner like Tong An at level 1 would find it hard to fight back. You have to use all your strength to narrowly avoid the powerful storm-like attacks. The most important thing now is to quickly get a weapon. While exhausted from the noise, the small demons still flipped him off mockingly. Feeling insulted, Tong An was furious and ready to rush in and fight to the death. At this moment, a familiar scream echoes from afar. As Tong An guessed, it's none other than the voice of that damn bald boss. He is running wildly, with another person being chased by the little demon. And even when he sees Tong An in front of him, he still has time to look down on him. Tong An, you're useless. Haven't you been eaten yet? You're lucky to be alive. Tong An grits his teeth in anger. Even though she was being chased by monsters and had no time to spare, she still dared to gloat at me. But in a moment of carelessness, the little demon took the opportunity to rush forward and attack Tong An, and so the 3 of them met by chance and fled from the monsters together. In a dangerous situation, Tong An was always the one blamed. Tong An, it's all your fault for leading those monsters here. You're truly unlucky to have met someone like you. Tong An, hurry up and think of a way for me, or we're all doomed. No more holding back. Tong An shouts in anger. Are you not seeing that I'm thinking? You bastard. Tong An looked around, trying to recall the paths he had fixed. According to your memory, there should be a safe room around here. After checking many rooms, Song An felt there was nothing special. Finally, you look at the wall in front of you and shout out loud. It's the wall ahead. The two of them turned around in shock and looked around. What? What the hell are you racing for? That's a wall. Are you stupid? Song-an didn't bother explaining and just slapped them in the face. If you don't want to die, listen to me. Turtle. Although a bit suspicious, the two of them had no other choice and blindly charged forward. Fortunately, Tong-an's guess was correct. This is indeed a safe room, and we have successfully escaped the pursuit of the small demons. From the outside, the little demons only saw the smell suddenly disappear, and the evil eyes looked at each other. The young man in red was puzzled at this moment. It seems they can't see us. Tong-an explained. This is a safe zone in the game. Monsters can't see or attack here. Fortunately, Tong-an created a safe zone at the starting point. The safe zone is a common feature in games, used to adjust player status or protect beginners. It's a safe zone where monsters can't enter. While watching the monsters, Tong-an suddenly heard a call from behind. Tong-an just turned around when a girl suddenly grabbed him. Tong-an, it's really you. I was worried about you earlier with so many monsters outside. This girl is named Ta-hui, very close to Song-an. Seeing her, Song-an shows a happy expression and asks why she found this place. Despite their close relationship, it annoyed the young man in the red shirt, who wished he could take Tong-an's place right now. Ta-hui paid no attention to the others and explained to Tong-an why she was here. Did you forget? You asked for my opinion when designing the safe room earlier, so I am also considered a designer. Ta-hui is Tong-an's college friend, working at That Kung company, in charge of designing monsters. She is also the only friend at the company alongside Tong-an. When the world first changed and there weren't many monsters, Ta-hui led many colleagues and others to hide in this safe room. But because the world suddenly changed, everyone gradually lost interest. Looking at everyone in the room, Tong-an guessed that this world was not created for them either. The tense atmosphere suddenly shifts as the bald boss speaks up. Still annoyed. Could it be that none of this is actually your doing? Instead of wasting time being negative, just quickly figure out how to shut down this fake game. I told you to do it well. What is each of you doing to create the current situation? My company. My money. And even now he still cares about money. What a crazy, greedy lunatic he is. The others hurriedly explained in response. But this wasn't made by us. And we can't do anything about it either. The boss has to have some reason. Right. Even though he's bald, he's so angry that he's shouting nonsense. A bunch of useless people. I'll fire them all. Tong. And no longer argued with this type of person, and focused on asking Tai-hui for information. Did anything special happen, or did she meet anyone when she arrived? They don't seem quite like usual. While Tai-hui was recalling, the young man in red immediately realized that Tong-an was looking for something. You mean the NPC? There are many NPCs in this game, and they hold a lot of information through the gates or important items. As long as we find them, we might have a better chance of survival. This is important information. But no one here knows it well. Everyone was noisy asking each other. Does she remember the name of the NPC from the first checkpoint? What the young man in red remembers is that her name is something Li Ka. At this moment, the girl next to her spoke up. Her name is Li Thu Ka. How could you adults have such a bad memory? Seeing the arrow above the girl's head, the young man in red became very excited. Yes. Yes. The arrow on her head means it's her. Li Thu Ka. As long as we can increase its affection for us, we can get the reward. But before I could finish speaking, Thu Ka shouted in his face, "You're not allowed to leave the camp with me. You stupid fat guy." Seeing that the opponent is someone I'm not good at dealing with, Tong-an could only force a awkward smile. At Hu-thi, she approached the girl, sat down, and started a conversation. I didn't expect Thu Sa to be that NPC. Earlier I thought she was just someone lost from her family. Luckily I'm fine. Seeing you. Thu Ka smiled brightly. Thank you for bringing me to a safe room. So I wasn't in danger. Thu Ka is very grateful and wants to give you a gift. The girl opens her backpack and takes out an item shaped like a map. The item flew towards Hugh and transformed into a beam of light, entering her body, activating her small map function. Look. Look. I told you NPCs have tools, and this one is a map. Even Song Sa was just as surprised. Li Thu Ka actually has a map. This is a very helpful feature. If we ever clear a dungeon in the future, this feature will definitely be essential. I have to find a way to get it. Seeing a rare opportunity, a woman approached gently and started a conversation with Thu Ka. Little sister? Would you like some candy? Can you give me the map? She thought that children were the easiest to deceive. Just a few candies would get her what she wanted. But Thuka immediately saw through her fake smile and exposed the truth without any respect. That fake fairy. She ran away just now like a coward. Now she's pretending again. I hate these two-faced types the most. Real hypocrites. The woman clenched the pile of candies in her hand. So angry she was trembling. Luckily, the people around her stepped back. If not, she would have resorted to violence. At this point, everyone wanted to get something from Thuka. Everyone wanted to win her over. But her goodwill had already reached a breaking point. When everyone ran away, no one cared about Thuka, and now you want to take the map from her. Never gonna happen. The girl just turned her face away and didn't bother talking to anyone. With this attitude, earning goodwill is almost impossible. Just then, the bald boss spoke up. A bunch of fools trying to reason with a 5 to 6-year-old kid. Just forget about it. There's no point wasting words. He stepped closer to Thuka and shouted loudly, I don't care if you like me or not. I have to take this map anyway. Thuka was frightened and slowly stepped back. Don't come here. Bald man. The bald boss suddenly rushes forward and grabs the girl's backpack. Give me the map. Take it out. Take it out. You must have other good stuff in your bag. Give it all to me. At that moment, Tong An rushed forward and punched him in the mouth. Stop right there. Thuka was pushed away. But luckily, Tai He caught her. Tong An was furious. He's just a kid, and you're using violence against him. Here, he still bullies people, but this is no longer the same world as before. After being beaten by subordinates, the bald boss spits out a mouthful of blood and warns, Tong An, you bastard. How dare you hit me? I do my work without your permission. This is just a fictional game character. I don't care about its feelings. It's ridiculous. I just need the map to leave this place quickly and return to the old world. At this moment, Thuke was so scared she burst into tears, and her favorability kept dropping to -100. Suddenly, a notification appears. The NPC's friendliness drops below 0. Activating an Easter egg. Don't think NPCs are easy to bully. If you bully my people, you'll face punishment. Punishment nullifies the safe room. And no matter how much they try to comfort her, Thuka keeps crying. They're bullying her again. I have to tell my brother. The safe room gradually disappeared, the countdown ticking from 30 seconds. Seeing that, everyone looked around in panic, not knowing what to do. The bald boss turned to Tong An and questioned him. You bastard Tong An. Did you create this in the first place? Tong, and nervously looked at the monsters lazily wandering around, sweating all over. Tong An. You idiot. Why did you create this harmful Easter egg in the first place? According to Tong An's settings, whenever an NPC's favorability drops below 0, the surrounding players will be punished. This time, the safe room will be lost in 27 seconds. But Tong An's survival time is still 42 minutes and 14 seconds. Time keeps passing. Everyone anxiously watches the monsters preparing to enter. Tong, and grits his teeth, feeling utterly unwilling. You've tried your best, dying many times to get this start. It can't end like this. The safe room is about to be lost. And if that happens, everyone here will die. Should I lure these monsters away? As long as I can get outside, I can act alone. There is what I need in this building. With it I can hold off these demons. But the biggest problem now is that I have to get past these 5 demons. Can I do it? At this moment, the boss suddenly pushed you out of the safe room. Tong An, go outside and buy me some time. All of this is your fault. Go outside and handle it. And Tong couldn't react in time and was pushed out. Immediately, the demons rush in, ready to tear you apart. In the safe room, the system questions. Why did you push him out? You hurting him is what caused his death. The boss insists he did nothing wrong and keeps defending himself. If he doesn't go out and die, then we will be the ones to die. While he's distracting the monsters, Mao runs away. If you want to die with him, then go and die together. I can't take it anymore. Tai, he is furious. He is killing that person. You cruel bastard. Just then, General An's voice rang out from outside. I'm fine at the system. The safe room is about to be lost. At that point, forget about me and run with them. Thanks to the combat skill, Tong An can hold on a little longer, even though he's covered in wounds. When the countdown hits 0, He immediately shouts loudly, signaling everyone to run away. At this moment, Mao, remember to bring Lai Thu Ka. It's very important to us. I will try to buy some time. Tong An is surrounded by 5 demons, trying to dodge and lure them away from here. At the system was about to chase after him. Everyone bit him instead. At the system, forget about Tong An. Time's up. Let's run Mao. But the opportunity that Tong An created, everyone quickly fled in the opposite direction. Everyone was only focused on running forward, ignoring Tong, and risking his life behind. At this moment, only Thu Ka was watching that figure. Thank you, brother. I hope Thu Xia's small gift can help you. An unexpected notification appears on Tong An's side. Thu Ka's favorability towards you increases to 60, and you receive the map she gifted. In a moment of crisis, Tong An smiles brightly. Haha. No way. I've already got the function I wanted. Compared to some people in the real world, NPCs' feelings are definitely more genuine. The world has become like this. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. Not wasting precious time. Tong An immediately opens the map and tries to find the Easter egg location he needs. According to the information received, the location can be identified immediately right ahead. But in reality, Tong An keeps looking around but still can't find anything. Just like that. You ran past the marked point on the map and only needed to turn back. But a small mistake was enough for the demon to land a punch that sent Tong An flying into the wall. Meanwhile, somewhere else, those who just escaped from the safe room are being chased by another demon. Facing the demon, no one has the strength to fight back, and the number of people killed continues to rise. The demon doesn't kill everyone outright, but instead takes pleasure in the act of slaughter, pausing after each prey to look at the survivors before laughing maniacally. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified and quickly looked for a way to escape. Using the map function, Hugh has found an operational elevator ahead and quickly signals everyone to run towards the corridor. To survive, everyone followed her instructions without any doubt. And in such a dangerous situation, Hugh kept worrying about Tong An and silently prayed for his safety. Returning to Tong An's side, after receiving the punch from the demon, Tong An forcefully hits the wall, blood pouring out uncontrollably. Now only 11 out of 120. A warning about critically low health constantly appeared before him. Now, there was no chance for revival left, and Tong An had to find a way out of the danger. Tong An slowly gets up, wipes the blood off his lips. That last attack was too dangerous. If he gets hit again, he might really go to meet the Grim Reaper. But thanks to you guys for ignoring this place all along, I finally remembered the door and the hidden spot in the wall. Suddenly, the wall behind Tong An crumbled, and a notification window appeared with the Easter egg plan for the hidden office. Tong An reached his arm through the door and slowly stepped over, glaring at the demons. Just wait. I'll be very tough. After passing through the door, a chaotic space appeared before his eyes. In that space, there was only a blank area with a figure sitting and working inside. The first time crossing into another dimension made Tong An feel a bit dizzy, and he needed some time to get used to it. When he realized it, a figure was in front of him, continuously typing on a keyboard, repeatedly saying the word deadline. According to the system information, this is an NPC, a tireless programmer, Archon. Seeing the Easter egg he created with his own eyes, Tong An felt a little special. You slowly approached and greeted. Hello? And at that moment, Archon realized someone was nearby and was a bit startled. Oh, buddy. I didn't notice you. Are you here to run the deadline with me? It's been a while since someone else came here. But unfortunately, I still have unfinished work and can't chat much with you. Tong An knows exactly what he needs to do. So he walks over to the desk and places his hand on Archon's shoulder. Archon, don't worry. You can rest now. After speaking, he asked to borrow a pen from the desk. Archon looked visibly sad after hearing that. Useless. The boss said I can only leave at 12. But I can't wait that long. From a handsome 8-year-old, I've become nothing but a skeleton. Now I understand that working overtime is the only place I belong. And working overtime gives my existence meaning. This is the true duty of a worker. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I can't leave work. As Archon muttered, Tong An quietly took down the clock from the wall and started drawing on it. Not necessarily. Look at this first. It's past 12 o'clock. You can leave work now. As soon as the words are spoken, the watch in Tong An's hand gradually disappears. At first, Archon was stunned in shock. Then he was moved to tears. It's really 12 o'clock. I can leave work now. I really can leave work now. After being freed, all the excitement inside Archon exploded. He angrily tore apart the work schedule he had been attached to all this time, shouting loudly, "Work is boring. Working overtime is boring. Damn those bastards who locked me up here. If I didn't have to clock out, who would want to happily work like this?" Seeing this, General An felt a bit guilty. Wasn't it himself who locked him here? Luckily, he didn't realize it was his fault. At this moment, a notification appeared: mission complete. Archon wants to work overtime. Along with the notification, a ring of light appeared beneath Archon's feet, gradually making him disappear. Before being freed, Archon smiled mischievously and said his final words. "So after I no longer need to work overtime, my mission is also over. To thank you, I leave Zakoti and my belongings for you, hoping they can help you somehow. Goodbye." Tong An seems to see himself, smiling contentedly. "Goodbye. I will definitely make good use of this. If there is a backup, look for a good boss." Immediately after, the mission reward was given a durable programmer's skeleton and a pair of invisibility sunglasses. After such a long struggle, Tong An finally got what he wanted. The hidden black glasses equipment grants 100% blindness resistance, making the master trust him even more. Moreover, this equipment is invisible and looks so stylish that it's perfect in every way. Next is the main goal of this mission. The programmer's skeleton is extremely durable, made from B-grade materials, forged over decades of sitting at the desk to create a powerful skeleton with a hardness far beyond that of ordinary people. With this, plus the novice dagger, Tong An can use the skills of the Golden Merchant to craft the bone sword with a success rate of up to 99.9%. After a series of professional animations, a rare piece of equipment was created. Bone sword. Level B. Attack Hutiofem. Special Effect 1. Piercing. Ignores 30% of defense. Tong An is very satisfied. Damage to the demons is 10 times higher without the Golden Merchant profession. Things probably wouldn't be so smooth. Let's go. It's time to settle the score. With the new weapon in hand, Tong An faces the monsters who just gave him a hard time with confidence. Outside the door, the demons still refuse to give up, waiting to attack anything that stepped out from the hidden door. But when all the monsters surrounded what he had just attacked, they froze in confusion when they saw it was only Akon's computer. At that moment, Tong An suddenly appeared from behind. Turning your back to the enemy is a big mistake. Go D. You use all your strength and sneak attack the nearest demon from behind, but contrary to what you imagined, the demon only lost a little blood. Not only did the surprise attack fail, but the demons also got furious and charged at him, stabbing wildly. Tong An quickly stepped back and shouted at the sword in his hand. "Isn't it supposed to increase damage tenfold? Why hasn't it happened yet? Don't mess things up at this crucial moment. I can't hold on with my health anymore. It seems to understand what you said." The divine sword suddenly glows and emits golden lightning bolts. These bolts strike the wound on the demon's buttocks from earlier and suddenly explode. An additional 700 damage points are added to the little demon. And in an instant, the demon explodes into a pile of flesh, leaving Tong An stunned. So the extra damage really is powerful. This effect is incredible. For the first time, I killed a higher level monster, gaining a large amount of experience and leveling up to level 2. His health was fully restored, and the wounds on his body disappeared without a trace. The remaining demons, seeing their comrades slain, became furious and roared at him. Tong An remains expressionless and taunts. "Come on then. If you're not holding back anymore, let's settle this once and for all. The demons are just low-intelligence monsters, only knowing how to charge blindly. But Tong An is different. Why would he confront them head-on? You timed it perfectly, retreating into the hiding room and successfully neutralizing the attack of the monsters. Just like before, the demons are angry but can do nothing, only standing guard at the door instinctively. At this moment, Tong An firmly grips his sword, suddenly charges forward, and slashes the nearest demon's thigh. "If you can't hurt me, then I guess I'll have to do it myself." Although the demon was defeated with a single blow, unfortunately Tong An only managed to kill one of them. To stay safe, he planned to return to the room first and look for another chance later. But as he turned around, He was suddenly clawed by a demon and couldn't move. In a desperate situation, Tong An used his blade to block, trying not to be crushed. Since you won't let me in, even though you're strong, you're also injured and won't last much longer. At this moment, the remaining demons suddenly lunged from behind. With this situation, Tong An is definitely doomed. If he wants to survive, he has no choice but to face it head on. He gathers all his strength, breaks free from the demon's grip, and activates the special effect of the bone sword to send the demon back to his father. This batch of experience is just enough for you to level up again, greatly boosting your stats. Tong An knew he couldn't avoid it, so he charged recklessly at the final demon. But still, the level gap is too big, and he was easily knocked away by the demon. Luckily, he managed to embed the bone dagger into the demon's hand and shattered it into dust in an instant. Once again, the experience gained allowed Tong An to level up and recover from his wounds. After a life-and-death battle, Tong An chuckled happily, never expecting that he was quite formidable himself. Now, you're no longer just an ordinary employee. Your journey to the top has only just begun. Over at the system, after finding the elevator, everyone hurried inside, not knowing where to go. The boss quickly pressed the button to go down to the first floor. He just wanted to get out of this building as fast as possible, not caring about what was happening outside. Right now, at the system is still carefully watching the map. The map shows that the number of monsters has decreased. Maybe Tong An has successfully escaped from them. Everyone, wait a little longer for him. The others immediately protested vehemently. How long are you going to keep worrying about Tong An? It's most likely he's already dead. Do you want to add our lives to that too? The system believes everyone has abandoned General An once already, and this time it cannot happen again. Just then, the demon arrives, claws outstretched, ready to seize its prey. Fortunately, the elevator closed just in time, allowing everyone to escape danger. The demon tore apart the elevator door but found no one, only growling in anger. Suddenly, it heard a call from behind, but before it could turn around, Tong An had already given it a slap on the butt. Who gave you permission to hurt my friends now? Tong An is confident enough to face these demons head-on. It's a pity you arrived a step too late and couldn't go with everyone. After the demon was judged to have fallen, a notification window appeared. Having cleared all the monsters from this tower floor, it is now safe. Seeing this, Song An slung his sword over his shoulder, looking disappointed. So this is all the demons. I thought I could level up a few more times. However, it seems that after leveling up, the attribute points also increased significantly. Song An opened the attribute panel and examined each stat carefully. After clearing the monsters on this floor, you have reached level 5. Each time you level up, all attributes increase by 1 point and you gain 3 free attribute points, including the bonus points from the combat profession. Each level grants 16 additional points. The profession really is very important. I remember the initial average ability score was 10, and the other stats would vary depending on the character. If I haven't allocated points from leveling up, my initial intelligence and perception are 10. Stamina Kuusi. Agility 9. Strength 4. I'm way too weak. No hesitation. Tong An adds points to strength, agility, and stamina, pressing the button while muttering to himself, "Don't call me a weak boy, I'm just normal, I don't have time to move around." After allocating the points, Tong An finally became comparable to an ordinary person, maybe even a bit stronger. At this moment, the entire building suddenly shook violently, pieces falling like rain. Tongs and dodged the debris while trying to figure out what was happening. What's going on? Why is the building shaking so violently? Wasn't it already announced that the building was safe? Could there be a new monster? Could it be the Demon Lord? Oh no. The system is in danger. Outside the building, the survivors are being attacked by the Demon Lord. Why is there an even more terrifying monster? The constant appearance of danger alerts only makes everyone more anxious. Now, the only hope for survival is Hugh finding a way out on the map. But no matter how hard she tries, Hugh cannot find a way out of here. All the paths are blocked. The boss was so scared he fainted, and he ran away in panic alone. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. But just a few steps into the run, he was burned to ashes by the demon's fire. Seeing this scene, everyone was almost hopeless, panicking and fleeing chaotically. They split into small groups, trying to run as far away as possible. Unfortunately, Tai Hui's group was chosen by the demon commander, While fleeing, Tai Hui accidentally sprained her ankle and fell hard to the ground. She knows she can't run anymore and keeps begging the person to go with her. I think I sprained my ankle, so I probably can't run anymore. Can you take Thu Ka to a safe place? I think she has fainted. The young man in the red shirt, unsure of what to do, suddenly saw the demon leader preparing to attack from behind. He no longer cared and just turned around and ran away. Sorry. Hugh couldn't move, so she only held Thu Ka tightly with her body, praying silently, "Please, someone save us." At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, standing in front of the fireball. That person is none other than our Tong An. Thanks to Dao Shuang's demon hunting effect, the fireball's damage was completely nullified. Tai Hui saw that Tong An was still alive, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank goodness. He's really okay. Sorry about that. I was late because I spent some time at the hot pot earlier. From now on, leave it to me. Anyone who dares to hurt you, I won't forgive them. Before fighting, Tong An still asked about Tai Hui's condition. Tai Hui tries to leave but can't stand up. It's just a sprained ankle, but she probably can't run. Seeing that she was okay, Tong An felt somewhat relieved. At this moment, Tai Hui was worried about Thu Ka's condition. Not knowing why the girl suddenly fainted, Tong An reassures her. Maybe just for now. I guess it's because she was frightened. Tai Hu, take good care of her, and leave the rest to me. Don't worry. I won't cause trouble. I already have a way. Suddenly, Tong An shouted, "Tong Nao, you're nearby." Right. Even if you hide in a tree, you can't escape the monster's fireball. I have an Easter egg that can help us survive. But I need your help. Just then, the monster spewed a giant fireball at Tong An. As I just barely blocked the fireball, Tong An hurriedly tried to persuade Ton Nox. It's best if you decide quickly. I might not be able to block the next one. Now Hugh's leg can't move. Only you can help him. After a long internal struggle, Ton Nox finally decided to step forward. Tell me, what do I need to do? Seeing that, Tong, and quickly shouted loudly, find a branch drawing a circle under Hugh's feet. Draw it bigger. Donanots. After hearing this, doubted and asked again. What? A branch drawing a circle? Are you joking with me, Tong An? Tong An used all his strength to destroy the fireball, urging Ton Nox to follow his instructions. Ton Nox, even though he was a bit suspicious, still found a branch and followed the instructions. I trust you this time. But just so you know, I'm not doing this for you. It's all for Hugh. When the circle is drawn, a surprise notification appears. The condition is met. The branch draws the circle. The player Ton activates the old Ton's monster avoidance Easter egg. The effect can protect anyone inside the circle from all types of damage. It lasts for 10 minutes and can only be activated once per day. Ton Nox still doesn't understand what's happening, but he's already turned into a monkey and looks very funny. What's going on? Why am I a monkey now? Tong An, are you crazy with this Easter egg of yours? When activating the old man's dodge circle, the person who starts it will turn into Sun Wukong. With the effect lasting 10 minutes, the toy monkey on top of Ton Nox suddenly honked loudly, successfully attracting the hatred of the demon lord. Luckily, Tong An quickly pulled him back, or he would have turned into a monkey dish. Ton Nox was so scared he froze and asked, Tong An, did you already plan to send me to my death from the very beginning? Tong An immediately explained no. I just hope you can help me tame the monster. Wait until you handle luring this monster. I will take the opportunity to catch it myself. After hearing this, Ton Nox was extremely angry. What? You still want to go catch it? I won't do it. Tong An calmly persuades. In the end, the monster avoidance circle will run out of time. If we don't deal with it, we'll still be waiting to die. So you have to help me if we want a chance to win. Besides, even if you do nothing, that monster will still attack you. Ton Nox hesitated, looking for an excuse to back out. But rushing in would just be inviting my own death. I can't dodge its attack right now, so I have to fight back. Ton Nox, listen to me. The attack from the demon lord can't be avoided. It will open its mouth before attacking. If you just run in another direction when it opens its mouth, the fireball won't hit you. Hearing Ton Nox's gentle words, Ton Nox hesitated a little. The system is watching out for me. But I abandoned her just now. Still, it's going to be very difficult. Just as things got tense, the monkey on his head started blowing a horn again. making Ton Nok jump in surprise. Tong An also assumed a defensive stance. Tun Nat. Get ready. That monster has changed. Due to the taunt effect, the Demon Lord entered a rage state and spat out a large flame that spread everywhere. Thanks to Elder Ton's barrier, he took no damage and remained safe. Meanwhile, Tun Yak is being burned by the flames, bleeding uncontrollably. Hot, hot, hot. At this rate, I'm going to die. Tran An. Don't worry. This is the group attack skill of this monster. Although the attack range is quite wide, it's not lethal. Meanwhile, Tong An ignores the flames and tries to move forward. Although the straight path is somewhat risky, missing this chance means there won't be another. Luckily, this gives me a chance to get close. He quietly approaches from behind and swings his sword at the monster's leg. Because he thought the wound was shallow, he tried to land a few more strikes, but that also drew the monster's attention. Just at this moment, the monkey on Tong An's head started causing trouble, successfully diverting the Demon Lord's attention. Thanks to this move, Tong An escaped danger, earning a like as a thank you. After waiting for a while, the Demon Hunter effect finally activates. A massive burst of damage suddenly erupts, causing the Demon Lord to lose a leg and collapse to the ground. The attack was effective, but the damage still wasn't enough to kill the monster. After this strike, the hatred shifted to Tong An, making him break out in a cold sweat. Boss, sorry to bother you. I just want to be an anonymous person. From this distance, one hit is enough to turn me into a pig. You turn to Tun Nak and shout loudly, telling him to attract the monster's attention. Tun Nak runs while laughing happily. Serves you right. Now it's your turn to get beaten. This monster always hits me first. But before I could laugh for long, the hatred shifted onto him. After a few hits, Tun Niao has become much more skilled. Mai once showed me how to avoid the fireball back in Hui. I didn't expect to be this powerful one day. If you've got the guts, throw a few more fireballs. Feeling like he's about to die, Tun Na tremblingly begs for mercy. Tung Un, are you finished yet? This time, I'm really going to die. This monster has more blood than I expected. Hang in there a little longer. Tun Hak dodged while screaming in fear. So hurry up. The fire pit here is getting more and more crowded. I'm about to lose my strength. Tong An saw the situation was unstable, and used his hidden power in his single right arm to fiercely slash with his pickaxe. In the end, all efforts paid off. The monster, driven by hatred and distraction, ignored its rapidly decreasing health and collapsed on the spot. Since this is a boss, the experience gained is enormous. Tong An and Tun Ya both level up a few times, and all their fatigue disappears in an instant. At this moment, the Easter eggs effect just ended, and Tun Yak returned to normal. This strange appearance, he doesn't want to experience it again. Tong An stands aside, leaning on his hand, lost in thought. Now that the monster is dealt with and the Easter egg has been triggered, the system should be safe too. But I still feel like something's missing. After fighting so hard, I only gained a little experience. It's a bit disappointing, but you think. A sudden orange light appeared right next to the monster, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a good item. Mission complete. Survival task finished 6 minutes and 31 seconds early, and the restricted area is now unlocked. The layer of clouds covering the city sky gradually disappeared, and everyone could now go outside. Seeing that, Song An told everyone to hold off on action and assess the situation first. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from the sky. My God. I didn't expect Commander Akma to be defeated. It was a level 40 boss. How can everyone do that, Mel? Hello everyone. I am GM Raphael, the guide. Nice to meet you all. Suddenly, a girl appeared out of nowhere, looking both human and like Mel, with white angelic wings on her back, having just met. The girl introduced herself as the GM, the game master of the new world. As Raphael flew through the air, talking to Tong An's group, congratulations to everyone for completing the mission ahead of schedule. Raphael is here to celebrate with you. Mel, Tong An is the first team to clear that level. From this statement, Tong An has confirmed his suspicion. Besides the group here, there are still other players. Raphael continued speaking, but the others aren't as skilled as us. They're still running around being chased by monsters. No. It's probably because everyone is too good. How could a beginner player defeat a level 40 boss? Could it be that you guys are cheating? To avoid getting banned, Tong, and quickly pointed at the frostblade and explained that it was just luck that we found good gear. Raphael was a bit suspicious and leaned in close to ask if it was really true. Tong, and stammered and said that it was indeed the case, but Raphael still isn't quite convinced. Why do I feel like it's not that simple? Mel, Tong An kept insisting that everything was just simple like that. But deep down he was extremely worried that the Easter egg would be exposed. At this moment, the distant voices of the fleeing people echo, saying, "Hurry out. Hurry out." Finally seeing the sunlight, I quickly asked, "Mai, where did everyone run off to earlier?" Xiao Mei crosses her arms and speaks irritably. "Don't mention it anymore. Wandering around the forest all day. We just entered the forest not long ago and immediately found a layer of invisible barrier around us, making it impossible to get out. Earlier, we were told this place was safe, so we came to check. And I didn't expect you guys to still be alive." Then she pointed to the sky and asked what that was. After the introduction, Raphael smiled broadly. "If everyone has arrived, then let's start distributing the rewards." An alert window immediately appeared. Each person received 1,000 spirit coins. Holding the bag of money, Song An wondered if this was the spirit coin of the new world. Raphael then explained in detail. Yes, spirit coins are the only currency in the new world, and are very useful. Whether it's due to the virus or becoming stronger, both require spirit coins. So the more spirit coins the better. Even if a merchant has little combat ability, they can still become stronger thanks to spirit coins. Hearing that, Song and seriously considered this issue. Spirit essence is the true strength. Now that I have the identity of the golden merchant, I need to make good use of it. The others, after hearing the explanation, began to wonder. Raphael, so what should we do from now on? That's right. Where should we go? Raphael said everyone should wait a moment. As Ton Nak was a bit confused, suddenly a series of notifications appeared. The time for the survival mission has ended everywhere in the new world, and the regions are unlocking accordingly. The story unfolds as everyone bravely waits for reinforcements from the Imperial Army to successfully push back Akma. Although their homes were destroyed, they are fortunate to have survived. Receiving the main quest, the Call of Fate's Voice. Although Akma has been pushed back, this time the monsters have risen again. Please visit the NPC commander of each area to receive the raid mission. Recommended level from 1 to 10. While everyone was a bit confused, Song An guessed that the raid mission was to eliminate the small monsters. Hearing that, Raphael cheerfully shouted, "That's right, Mel. The next thing to do is very simple. Just complete the level up mission." When asked how to find the mission envoy, Raphael patiently explained, "Don't worry. The mission will guide everyone. Maybe along the way, they will meet other players who are also full of Mel." Tong An looks at the mission information and considers carefully. Levels at 2TA. It seems the main quest rewards are not much. Maybe I should level up first. Staying here doesn't really serve any purpose. Oh, I think there's still something I haven't done. After remembering, I approached and asked if anyone was a healer class. After everyone heard this, they thought Tong An wanted to form a team to fight monsters, so they asked for the reason. Tong An explained, "No. Hugh just hurt her leg earlier and couldn't walk properly. I am a warrior class and can't help him. So is there anyone with a healing class among us?" You decide to hide the merchant class Huang Jin to avoid unnecessary trouble. Seeing that she was cared for, Tai Hui approached and said she was fine. Although she seemed strong, even standing steadily was a struggle for her. Tong An advises her not to push herself too hard or it could affect her health. But unfortunately, everyone is a warrior or merchant class and can't help. I was sad because I couldn't help Hugh, so I sat in a corner wishing I had a healing class. Seeing that, Tong An felt a bit disappointed. No way. With so many people, isn't there even one healer? Just then, as the NPC spoke, Tong An, I want to try it out, because he's from Hanoi. No one paid attention to him, but it turned out he's the only one with a healing class. As the dummy approached, it used its unique healing skill from the healing class to mend Hugh's wound, gradually restoring her injury. Every 10 seconds, 3 MP are consumed, and after a while, Tai Hue feels much better. It seems like the pain is gone. Thank you. Luke Nyanza. At this moment, everyone is thinking about inviting Luke Han Hanjia to form a team and carry out the mission together. Everyone was excited about the upcoming journey. Meanwhile, the treatment was completed. and Tai Hugh could now walk normally. Taking this opportunity, Hugh speaks up more loudly. Look Nyanza, can I bother you one more time? Thuka's face is getting worse. Has she also been injured? Can you help me treat her? At first, the human felt there was no problem and tried to heal. But he was immediately pushed away, accompanied by a red warning. Healing is ineffective. The system forbids treatment for this NPC. The healing skill is interrupted, and Thuka's body begins to show strange signs. Feeling something's wrong, Song-an asked Raphael what was happening. But even as a system spirit, Raphael didn't understand what was going on either. Clearly, healing NPCs is allowed. So why did the system suddenly issue a warning, Mel? Suddenly, Raphael heard someone calling its name. Immediately, it recognized the voice as its owner and became extremely panicked. Master, do you have any instructions? Mel, from Tong-an's perspective, he only sees Raphael talking to himself and wonders who he's talking to. He then ordered Raphael to take NPC Lai Thuka back and not to cause any trouble about this. At this moment, Thuka was vomiting blood, and her life was gradually slipping away. Tai hi tai vei ti vo kung lo lang. Không biết phải làm sao nữa. Raphael voi vang tien toi bia relido. This NPC is quite special. Her data just now became abnormal due to the system's influence. It's best not to mess around, or her death rate will increase. Hearing that, the system became even more worried and also looked for a way to help. Raphael saw this and loudly said, I need to take her away. We have a way to cure her. We can't delay this. I'm taking her now. Raphael reached out and issued a teleportation command, enveloping Lithuka in a bubble and then transporting her away. In that case, I'll take my leave first, Mel. If you encounter any problems later, you can come find me anytime. Look for me in your friends list. Just then, Tong-an stepped in to stop him. Wait. Raphael, I still have one more thing. Do you know who turned into this? How well do you understand the system? Raphael confidently replied. Sorry, this is not within the scope of questions. Mel, only questions related to the game content are allowed. Everyone should get stronger quickly to avoid dying later. So good luck. Mel, after speaking, Raphael hurriedly left through a door in midair. Tong-an watched him go, feeling a bit dissatisfied and annoyed. Sure, he knew something. At this moment, I felt a bit disappointed that I hadn't received any equipment for fighting monsters. Everyone else also planned to continue the mission and find a way to survive in this new world. Tong-an, what do you plan to do later? Do you want to do missions together? Tong-an hesitated for a moment, not replying immediately, but thinking for a while. From now on, the places I need to go are too dangerous, and I can't guarantee the safety of others. It's better to act alone, with little experience from main missions. The benefits are limited. I should go to more dangerous places and see how it goes. You told Hugh that you wouldn't go on the mission because there are still some important things to do. Hugh was about to persuade you but was interrupted. Don't worry too much. I still have some items for you. I should be able to protect you in times of danger. As he spoke, he opened an item and took out a piece of equipment. Seeing the orange light emitted, Hugh was stunned with wide eyes. The orange color. Could this be an A-grade equipment? The demon's eyes. An A-rank, rare chain-shaped item. Absorbs demonic power to create a powerful fire shield. The defense stat is 150 times the strength stat. It consumes all MP and recovers over 2 hours. Special effect. Transformation. Can be converted into weapons. After equipping the demon chain, weapons can no longer be equipped. After transformation, you will gain a new attribute status, sacrificing the evil spirit in exchange for power under certain conditions. The effectiveness level depends on those conditions. Seeing the item information, Hui quickly refused. Tong-an, I can't accept it. Just now I definitely didn't do anything. Tong-an knew she would refuse, so he looked for an excuse to persuade her. No way. This is a borrowed item. Just use it. This is something that can protect you. So I feel a bit more at ease. Anyway, some people aren't worth relying on. Take it. Tun-nok felt like she was being talked about. Then she got annoyed and left. Hey, what are you saying? I'm helping you too. Hui blushed shyly and took the equipment. Through this, she also understood Tong-an's feelings for her. And then Tong-an threw her own pouch of spirit stones to Tun-nak. Don't nuts. The props are gone now. This is for you. The money from this mission is all yours. Tun-nak saw that and finally stopped being angry. He still has a conscience, after all. I didn't compete for the equipment he gave to Hugh, but before I could finish speaking, Tong An cut me off. And also, I hope you won't bother Tai Ho again in the future. Tun Nok was furious, but couldn't do anything since he couldn't fight back. After settling everything, Tong An turned and walked away. I'll go ahead now. And next time, remember to invite me to dinner. She watched Tong An's figure walk away. She knew that Song An had her own plans, so it would be better not to disturb her. After walking for a while, Song An received a notification that she had left the restricted area. You stand on the street, carefully observing your surroundings. The road is filled with people killed by monsters. I originally thought the world in this game was very beautiful, but seeing these corpses now, I realize how truly brutal it is. Why did this world end up like this? I wonder if I heard right just now. There must be an owner behind Raphael. We can't identify yet. Who is he really? Is he the one controlling this world? So where has that world been taken? I have no clues at all right now. Walking and thinking, Song An arrived at the place he needed to go. Oh, have I already arrived here? Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Only by becoming stronger can I find the answer. Underground City. I'm coming. Monsters in the New World game are divided into two types. One type is the wild monsters wandering outside. Wild monsters have weak abilities and low levels, so killing them is often a necessary task for new players to level up. At the same time, after a period of time, wild monsters will respawn. There are also monsters and bosses in the underground city, which are spread out in different corners of the area. Monsters in the underground city offer better and rarer rewards. The residents of the underground city also produce various mineral resources for crafting equipment, but the danger and the benefits are also equal. The stronger you are, the more you focus, and the harder it gets. This is the true nature of the underground city. If you're not careful, you could lose your life at any moment. Right now, Song An is in a shopping mall, rummaging through a clothing store. At first, he thought the new clothes were pretty ordinary, but when he saw the prices, he thought they were quite reasonable. Material truly shapes consciousness. After tidying up, he surveyed the surroundings. It seems a brutal battle has taken place here. When disaster struck, money no longer mattered. But this is too easy for me. Tong An took a walk around, collecting all the resources he saw, including gold, silver, and gemstones. Although there is no more precious metal left, this amount of stuff is enough for him now. After making thorough preparations, Tong An looked towards the gate in front of him. Yan Star. Difficulty level 2. Secret level 12. Secret number of people from 5 to 10. Although the danger increases if entered alone, Tong An confidently presses confirm. Just after entering the underground city, Song An was stunned by its magnificent scenery. Everywhere was covered with minerals, making him very satisfied. The equipment will be taken care of later. For now, a mysterious shadow appears in the corner. Tong An, hearing the noise and reacting quickly, narrowly avoided the attack. The attacker was an level 11 rat spirit monster. Tong An was a bit surprised and carefully observed the monster in front of him. If he wanted to get the ore, he had to get past it first, but you were prepared for this in advance. Tong An reached into his item pouch and took out a gold bracelet. Hey Yuan Tin, what do you think of the ring on my hand? Do you like it? Yuan Tin's mouse eyes immediately lit up, staring intently at the bracelet. This monster's trait is to value money above all, and it can't resist anything that glows. After catching its attention, Song An threw the bracelet into the hive. If you like it, I'll give it to you. The monster, hypnotized by the bracelet, frantically chases after him, seizing the opportunity. Song An ambushes from behind and successfully kills the creature. But since the monsters only give experience points, Song An felt it wasn't necessary to provoke them. If they appear again next time, just use the ring to mesmerize them, as long as their numbers aren't too many. Just as he thought of this, Song An suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Countless pairs of monster eyes are staring at him from the darkness. When Tong An turned around, a swarm of yen tin mice suddenly charged at him. Tong An was startled and quickly grabbed the pile of gold he had collected earlier. He kept running and collecting gold, attracting the attention of the yen tin mice. Just like before, these monsters couldn't resist their instincts and greedily flocked to the pile of gold on the ground. Still, Tong An kept running and shouting, "If you don't come out now, all the good stuff will be stolen." As soon as the words left his mouth, A giant monster suddenly emerged from the cave and charged toward the pile of gold jewelry. This is the boss of this underground city. The level 15 Yen Tin Rat King. Seeing it, Tong An smiled happily. If you're already out, then I'll take you down first. Yuan Tin Mouse King, after putting away the gold bracelet on his arm, turned to look at the smaller ones with a fierce expression. The Yuan Tin Mice, frightened, obediently gathered the pile of jewelry they found, not daring to complain at all. After securing all the gold, the Mouse King of the Yuan Tin happily enjoys the moment, ignoring the nearby Song An, who now pulls out a bag full of gold bars. You're already satisfied with just that. My place is still here. Don't you want it? Immediately, all eyes focused on you. Without hesitation, Tong An threw the pile of gold into the air to attract the monster's attention. But at this moment, he wasn't holding a sword, and confidently charged towards the boss. If I can defeat a level 40 demon lord, this Rat King is more than enough. But with the small amount of damage you deal, you can only attract the boss's hatred. It wasn't until I was knocked back that I realized the problem. I guess I got a bit too excited. Why did I think fighting this guy would be easy? This is not a demon lord, but a beast, and the frost blade cannot harm it. Defeating it won't be as easy as defeating the demon lord. Not only the boss, but the small monsters have also gathered and surrounded Song An. Now, there is no way to retreat, so Song An has no choice but to face the monsters head-on, dealing with them one by one. Damn it. If I use all my strength to deal with these small monsters, I won't have enough energy to fight the boss later. Why does it keep staring at me like that? After a while of fighting, Song An felt his strength being drained little by little. If this continues, he'll run out of energy and die. Lost in thought trying to escape, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope above and had to jump up there first. Stabbing the frostblade into the wall and climbing up should be enough. The plan was like that. But as soon as I jumped, I reached the top. Oh my god. How can I jump this high, having reached a safe spot? Song An finally has time to think. Could this be the true benefit of the agility attribute? I didn't expect the attribute to have such a significant impact on the body. It really is a great help. The ability's job is to think it through. But for now, there are still unresolved issues. I can't face so many of them alone, so I can only strike from the king of the bugs. I have to figure out how to attack it or all my plans will be ruined. What should I do now? Besides gold, is there anything else here I can use? Tong An glanced through the items in the inventory and finally found something useful. Luckily, he had gone shopping earlier to gather these things. At this moment, Chut Vong roared and jumped in front of Tong An. With a plan in mind, Tong An was confident in facing this boss. The boss came to him on its own, saving him quite a bit of time. Seeing Song An, the boss didn't attack but just pointed its finger. Tong An immediately understood what it meant and took out a gold bar in his hand. So you're not willing to part with my gold. If you like it that way, it's easy to do. Let's bet everything gold. Gold. All the gold you want. It's all here. As long as you can get here and take it, all this gold is yours. So, do you dare not? He kept talking, but Tong An wasn't sure if the boss understood him. Seeing it roar, he thought it had understood what he said, but in reality, it didn't understand a single word, only thinking that it was all about gold and gold. Teacher Tong An stood in front of the pile of gold, blocking the way as it charged forward, attacking with sharp claws. Tong An didn't pay attention to it and quickly dodged to the side. I suddenly changed my focus. And all that gold is yours. The dragon, due to inertia, charged straight toward the pile of gold and crashed to the ground. As it wondered what was happening, it suddenly noticed a sticky liquid on the gold. At this moment, Song An ignites a homemade firebomb. It's oil. Even if you discover it now, it's already too late. I poured oil on the gold pile from the start, and it was exactly what you would jump into, without me. Greed will have to pay the price. I wonder what King Chut will smell like. With just one blaze, the King of Paws was swallowed by the enormous flames, screaming in pain. If the fire is this intense, you'll either die or be stripped of your skin. King Claw, in pain, tries to drag his massive body out of the flames. Seeing him scream for his minions, Song An immediately rushes forward to finish him off as quickly as possible. Hey, your opponent is right here. If you're brave enough, fight him one-on-one. Calling your minions isn't impressive anymore. Even though I don't understand human speech, Chut Vuong is clearly furious. Its entire body was burning and scarred, with one eye damaged, fiercely glaring at Tong Un. Just as Tong Un rushed forward, it suddenly activated a skill, releasing a stream of black smoke toward him. Seeing that, Song and quickly stopped and took a defensive stance. Unexpectedly, it still had a life-saving skill that caused no damage. Damn it. This is a control skill. The notification window appeared, and Song An was affected by the blind effect for 12 seconds, losing all sight. While blinded, each time he takes damage from the King Bat, the blindness will last an additional 2 seconds. At this moment, Tong and calmly thought of the pair of books. We can't let it hit us. We just need to hold on until we can control it, and we will still win in the end. But it definitely won't pass up such a good chance to attack. If I were the boss, I would be behind him at this moment. Based on my reasoning, Tong An not only dodged the attack from behind but also managed to land a strike. But before he could laugh for long, he was hit right in the stomach. Chut Vuong seemed to go crazy, charging straight at Tong An and punching him repeatedly. With each hit he took, the blindness period extended by 2 seconds. Feeling the situation was getting worse, Tong An quickly ran to the side to avoid being killed. But for someone like you who is blinded, it's like a mouse lying on the floor. You only took a few steps before being knocked down and vomiting blood. A warning that health is critically low has appeared, signaling a life-threatening situation. Tong An gasps for breath, trying to think of a way to escape the danger. It really is getting more and more dangerous. Not only can I not remove the blind effect, but it's actually worsening because I'm too loud around her. I hide my own Easter egg and a bit of cleverness that I think I can handle easily. As a result, I haven't even started and have already fallen. I have to use my ultimate move against her. No, if I don't remove the blindness, the result will probably be the same. Continuing to take hits in this state will really ruin me. Truk Tong An is still dizzy, continues to take another hit, smashing against the cliff. Blood points down to 2. In this critical situation, Tong An tries to recall what might be useful in this case. Oh no, my health bar is empty. I won't make it without the Easter egg. But why am I still hesitating? It's as if my mind has a consciousness of its own, preventing me. There must be a way. Is there still a way? Did I miss some crucial information? Glass, Easter egg, or prop? I can't regret giving the evil eye to the bad system, even though that gear could really save my life. Now, I only have a bone sword, and it's useless too. In the end, what do I still have that can change the situation? Wait a minute. Akon still has a hidden weapon because it's always invisible. I forgot about its existence. Damn it. The boots can't take so many hits. At the very moment, Trut Vuong launched his final blow. Tong An activated his invisibility glasses and successfully lifted his blindness. If he had been just a second slower, he would have been crushed into pulp. Thanks to Akon's gift, Song An was able to keep his life. Trut Vuong was startled when he saw the opponent could see. Until now, no creature has survived in its hands. At this moment, Song An cut his own hand with a blade, losing just a drop of blood. Don't worry, I will give you a big surprise right now. When I use this Easter egg, you won't have a chance to win. Your health just dropped to 1, and a notification window immediately appears. Tong An's health drops to 1, activating the ultimate counterattack Easter egg. All of the player's attributes will double within 3 minutes, but within an hour after the effect ends, all attributes will drop to half of their original values. Note that during the effect, healing is not possible. Tong An's whole body emits a red light, his eyes shining brightly. I can clearly feel a surge of power radiating from within. Are you ready to die? Before Chut Vuong could react, Tong An charged forward and gave it a scar across its chest. This time, the wound is much deeper, and your speed is enough to dodge Chut Vuong's attacks. Now I am very strong and can definitely defeat this boss. After my attributes increased, I can see its movements clearly, but now I am even stronger. One hit could kill me, so I can't afford to be careless. Overwhelmed by the attack, King Claw immediately used his black smoke technique again, but this time it no longer worked on Song An. Once again, your old tricks won't work on me anymore because I want to become the king. You just charge straight at the boss, facing it head-on without any fear. Meanwhile, in the new arrivals area, all eyes are focused in one direction, the ground. Are those people cheating? Is that the mission? It clearly involves mass killing. In front of her, the level 6 monkey looked like a piece of paper. The monsters here had all been taken care of by her. So what are we doing here? The person they are talking about is none other than Tai Hugh with the scythe in hand, experiencing the sensation of being supported, while the music is stunned in amazement. We don't even need to fight. Lying around and gaining experience feels so good. Tai Hue didn't sweat a drop, smiling happily. It's okay. I'll protect everyone. Just focus on managing the daily supplies. With the borrowed tong and equipment, these small monsters are no problem at all. I wonder how Song-an is doing. Speaking of Song-an, someone has a question. I really don't understand Tong-an. He didn't team up with us, and didn't keep these good weapons for himself. What is he trying to do with his help? Could it be that he wants to attack the underground city alone? Ton Not immediately dismisses this idea. Underground city. Stop causing trouble. There's no way you can attack it alone. Back then, when designing the data, you knew at least a team of 5 was needed to do it. Tai Hu says she always trusts that Tong-an won't do anything he's not confident about. Hearing that, Ton Nak dismisses her. Tai Hu, you're trusting Tong-an too much. You saw his fragile appearance at the company before. Maybe he is now. But before I could finish speaking, Tai Hue interrupted me. It won't happen. I know Tong-an. He is more resilient than anyone else. Returning to Tong-an's side after a fierce life and death struggle. In the end, he is the one who emerges victorious. Thanks to the huge amount of experience, you leveled up several times and restored your health. But from this moment, the weakened effect will be applied. Tong-an lay on the ground, panting but still laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I've won this battle. A notification appears. Reach level 10 to activate the skill acquisition feature. You have activated the first skill slot. Do you want to learn the King Mouse Yu Yen Tin's skill? This S-rank skill is hard to obtain. Tong-an has no reason to refuse. In the New World game, skill setup is very interesting. Players will unlock a skill slot at levels 10, Censure, Losure, and 90. You can only acquire skills by unlocking new skill slots, and the source of the skills comes from monsters you or your team have defeated. Different monsters have different skills, and players can choose for themselves. Once a skill is acquired, it usually cannot be changed. Of course, skills are also divided into levels, with a total of 3 levels S, A, and B. The strength of the skill is determined by the strength of the monster that was killed. The overview can be summarized as follows. The boss of the underground city, or a powerful monster, described with a dominating line, will drop an S-rank skill, an elite monster, or a rare monster. If the description mentions spirit essence, it will drop an A-rank skill. Monsters without a description will drop a B-rank skill. When dropped, the skill level is always 1. And to upgrade it, spirit coins are required. With each level up, the skill effect is boosted to a new level. When viewing the upgrade information for the new skill, and suddenly shouted out loud, 1 million spirit stones. Although upgrading to level S skills is very beneficial, 1 million is too expensive, and I'm afraid the next level will cost 5 million. No wonder Raphael said, spirit coins are extremely important. Just one skill already costs so much. So the others probably also require a lot of money. But it's okay, since my main goal here is also the essence crystals. After checking the rewards, Tong-an decided to start the main plan. At this point, the celestial mice have surrounded us, waiting to attack. But Tong-an isn't fighting and is even chatting with them. Are you guys too impatient to wait anymore? In the blink of an eye, you've come this far. How could you do it? The Rat Master slowly approaches, but Tong-an remains completely calm. Don't hold on like that. Your boss is dead. There's no need to oppose me anymore. Let's live happily together from now on. Here, from now on, you will be my subordinates. Tong-an held a special spirit crystal item in his hand, successfully controlling 198 spirit mice here. With such a large workforce, you're no longer worried about lacking people. From now on, you'll be Mouse 1 and Mouse 2. You two lead 40 of our brothers to mine the star crystals in the east. Mouse 3 and 4 are in charge of the west. Mouse 5 and 6 of the south. And Mouse 7 and 8 of the north. All right. The total security mining team is officially established. Brothers, our boss's plan for wealth depends on you. Are you confident you can do the job? The brainwashed mice go crazy praising the capitalist exploitation regime. following orders. They all march off to work without a single complaint. Seeing everything proceeding as planned, the general was very pleased. Suddenly, there was a chirping sound at his feet. "What are you doing?" Seeing the tiny mouse Kote Fo Maike, Tong An was very pleased. "Is there still a little celestial mouse this small? Ha ha. You're too young to do anything. Anyway, now we have enough people. You can go anywhere and do whatever you want. You don't need to work." Hearing that, the little mouse's eyes welled up with tears. "I also want to be helpful." Seeing the mouse about to cry, Tong An quickly came up with a plan. "All right, here's the plan. You be my supervisor. Help me watch over them at school and see who works hard and who is lazy. If you see someone working hard, you'll get a gold coin as a reward. You're not allowed to steal or keep the coins for yourself. If your work efficiency improves, I'll give you a special reward. From now on, I'll call you Little Mouse, and I will be your boss." Seemingly understanding what you said, the little rat quickly salutes and starts supervising. Encouraged by the spirit stone, the UN crystal rat's morale rises, and its mining speed increases significantly. While idling, General An used the pile of yen tin stones in his hand to craft equipment. Yen tin stones are a type of low-level magic mineral produced in the underground city and can be used to create gear. 20 magic stones can be combined to create a random set of equipment suitable for players from level 10 to 20. Generally, it will produce level D gear, with only a 0.5% chance of level C. The higher the level of the demon crystal in the underground city, the greater the chance of obtaining high-level equipment. After 2 attempts, Tong and combined 2 D-level equipment with pretty mediocre attributes. Equipment levels are divided into 6 types. Red equipment is level S. Orange is level A. Purple is level B. Blue is level C. Green is level D. And white is level E. Different qualities have significant differences. Even within the same quality level, Jiao Swang of Tong An is a basic attribute equipment at level B. And reaching level B is thanks to its special attribute that increases damage against demons. Although the equipment isn't perfect, Tong An remains very calm, as this is only just the beginning. With the resurrection Easter egg, as long as the number of crystal mice is kept above 100, the crystal stones will automatically regenerate. However, Total An was a bit unsure about how long he should stay here. If he stayed too long, he wouldn't be able to keep up with others' level-up progress. He observed the mining process and calculated carefully. It takes about 10 minutes for 1 crystal mouse to extract 1 star stone. The efficiency of 2-star mice is comparable to that of an ordinary merchant. If I need 12,000 pieces of equipment, that would be 240,000 spirit stones. Each spirit mouse works 16 hours a day and produces 96 stones a day. A total of 197 mice working together will take about 14 days, which is quite close to the planned schedule. Then just wait for 14 days. This will be the first step toward reaching the peak. Time passes quickly, and 14 days go by in the blink of an eye. Zong An was leisurely eating noodles in the tent when the little mouse hurried over to report. "It's not good. It's not good. Everyone is fighting. Mouse 3 and Mouse 5 are fighting over a large spirit crystal, both wanting to prove they found it first and give it to the boss." After hearing that, Tong An felt a bit touched. All right. I appreciate your good intentions. I'll reward each of you with a piece of gold. From now on, you must love each other and not fight over trivial matters. Since Little Mouse isn't dedicated to the work, here's your share too. The others also want to join. So today you have to push yourselves. The final sprint depends on you guys. There's a reward, and the mice are more motivated than ever. So get to work. Thanks to them, the equipment that Tong An has crafted is piled up like a mountain. Over the past 14 days, he has produced a total of 11,379 items, with 9 failures. Among them, there are 67 C-grade equipment. The 8 best ones have already been worn by Tong An, and the rest are all D-grade equipment. With this amount, we will definitely sell a lot of spirit coins to the merchant NPC. But if I want the merchant NPC to appear, I have to clear the underground city dungeon first, which means I need to eliminate all these flying mouse monsters. After many days together, I just can't bring myself to do it anymore. He realized that these little monsters are quite adorable. Looking at the little mouse, Tong An tried to make up his mind. Tong An. Sometimes you have to be ruthless to gain greater strength than others. Sacrifice is inevitable. I need to meet the merchant NPC. But I don't have to go that far. With a level C spirit binding gear, Tong An can turn the little mouse into his pet, freeing him from the constraints of the underground city rules and helping him ease his inner guilt. At this moment, Raphael's scream echoed nearby. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many pieces of equipment? Mel. Oh. It's you again. Mel. I already found it strange when you defeated the level 40 boss before. And now you're making all these equipment. It definitely doesn't seem like normal behavior. You better explain yourself clearly. If you used any tricks or cheating, I won't forgive you. Seeing the scene of the star mice diligently mining magic stones like proletarians selling their labor to capitalism, Raphael couldn't help but exclaim, controlling monsters to mine the magic stones. It looked at the pile of protective gear stacked into a small mountain and shouted angrily, piling up the equipment. Raphael was extremely annoyed. His short finger pointed straight at the general as he barked, Tong Un, you'd better explain clearly to me. Are you cheating? Mel. Seeing it appear here. You're panicking. Why is Raphael here? Could it be that I've been using Easter eggs too often lately and got caught? Are you deliberately giving a vague answer to divert its attention? Cheating. Is it even possible to cheat in this game? Hearing your answer, Raphael immediately understood the opponent's intention and angrily replied, of course not, Mel. Answer my question. Seeing it quickly ignore his answer, General Ann immediately realized that it probably didn't know about the Easter egg. So there's still hope. I just need to hide the new equipment. He awkwardly held up the red magic stone, saying that if she talked to the spirit, it was thanks to the special effect of the equipment. It can control the spirit to help me mine. So is this also considered cheating? Raphael didn't waste any more time with you and demanded to check on Mel. Hearing that, Tong, and immediately hid the magic stone like a cat hiding a stolen item. You're not trying to steal the equipment I worked so hard to get, are you? Seeing you accuse me, Raphael gets furious and just wants to teach you a lesson. I didn't take those things. Now let me check Mel. After receiving the magic stone from General Ann, Raphael began inspecting it and said, yes, it is a system equipment. Finally, it has uncovered the cause of the current situation. Indeed, this can explain why there are so many excavations. It reached out, handed the magic stone back to you. This equipment has no issues. Here you go, Mel. Tongan gently took it, with a voice full of undisguised joy. That's great. This is the equipment I worked hard to find. Checking it doesn't mean it's over, Raphael asked sharply. So what is this bunch of gear all about? Don't even try to cover it up. After hearing its question, Tong An knew he couldn't fool it anymore. As expected, changing the subject failed. Raphael looked serious and asked, how could you have gathered so many spirit stones when the nature of a dungeon is usually extremely limited? How do you explain that each time the underground city produces demon stones, it can only create at most 10 pieces of equipment, not counting the failures of ordinary merchants? Tong An lowered his head, and the mouse of essence on his shoulder also looked at him intently. Then he replied, this thing, you think it's hard to explain. Why do you raise your hand behind your head and laugh arrogantly? I really don't know. Raphael ransacked his mind, shouting loudly, what? At first I wanted to mine some spirit stones to craft equipment, but I kept mining and couldn't finish all these demon stones. So I stayed here to craft the gear instead. Raphael asked suspiciously, so there was no notification of any error at all? Right, you replied confidently. No. In response to its persistent questioning, Tong and calmly replied that if there was no notification, I wouldn't be able to not know. You say that, but I can see the smug smile on your face, as long as it has no evidence. Maybe it can't do anything to me. Raphael stopped falling into the trap. How come this way, Mel? Is there anyone else here, seeing that it has fallen into the trap? You're so happy. Of course, I also have my subordinates. They can all testify. The little mice cheerfully shout in agreement with your statement. We completely agree with the boss's opinion. Raphael was skeptical. These little guys are controlled by you. And I also dislike Mel. He frowned and complained, saying that a player had told him before that they couldn't enter this underground city. So I came here to check it out. I never expected a big problem to happen now. Mel. Only when I heard this did Tongan realize that he had been here too long and was affecting other players' edges. Raphael asked again, Tong-un, you really don't know. Do you? It's best if you don't lie to me. I won't dar, I won't dar. You can slap yourself to prove your integrity. I am willing to stake my honor on this. Suddenly, a notification appeared between you and Raphael, activating the Easter X symbiosis and causing the Yen Thok to be regenerated. The message reveals the truth about Tong An's lies, showing that the symbiotic spirit and the little spirit are in a symbiotic relationship. As long as the number of Chut Yen Tin stays above 100, the Jade Spirit will automatically restore the new battlefield mining, which is the best way to mine. After reading the notice, you immediately broke out in a sweat, holding back your words and not daring to speak. While Raphael then said it was not a system announcement, Tong, and quickly made an excuse to leave. Suddenly remembering I still had something to do. I'll go ahead now. Seeing your intention, it went crazy and attacked you. Tong An. Raphael rushed towards you with a fierce expression. This con artist. He's clearly taking advantage of you. And yet he dares to tell me he doesn't know anything. Tong. And hurriedly used the power of words to stop him. Calmly, I can still explain. Right now your mind is a tangled mess. I can't think of anything else. Only one thought in my mind, just create a new Easter egg right now. It immediately cast a spell, repairing the command. And as it fixed the breach, it said, I absolutely will not allow any vulnerabilities to exist. Tong. Anne shouted loudly. Wait, Raphael. Panic. Rising inside him. Damn it. The Easter egg is lost. It's too late. Raphael's spell has formed a sphere surrounding the Easter egg, and the system is repairing itself. However, after a while, nothing happened, and the two evil spirit mice stared at the Easter egg, with the system's repair being ineffective. Considering this consistent with natural laws and not requiring fixing, the current situation leaves Raphael stunned, and Tong An also can't help but react similarly. You need to quickly regain your composure. Focus on analyzing the current situation, as the system is not interfering with the Easter egg and even considers this behavior legitimate, which is beyond your expectations. No matter how many times Raphael ordered repairs, the system kept showing a message that no repair was needed, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Trying repeatedly, dozens of times. Why is this happening? The equipment is also useless. Raphael is frantically giving orders, and you're just standing there watching. It seems the system considers this Easter egg to be the most significant. After countless attempts with no result, it despairingly clutched its hands, tears streaming down. Why is this happening? Mel, Tong An calmly said, I told you from the beginning. I never used cheating tactics. Even the system admits this equipment. Stop wasting your effort. Raphael was so angry hearing you speak, but didn't know where to go. So he could only say one word. Is you friend. Then suddenly its face darkened, and it declared Raphael would not let the fairness of the game be destroyed. So it had no choice but to use this. Mel, as it raised its hand, the system displayed a notification. The elimination command confirmed the target. Under order 197 out of 197. The two little spirit stones were diligently mining for ghost stones. Unaware of anything, 1 second later, they were leaving the world behind. Only its cry of denial cheat remaining. Tong An shouted in panic. 8 and 7. A series of notifications appeared before him, and the little star spirit had been destroyed, gained 88 experience points. Even if Chut doesn't cling to your shoulder, it will still be affected by the system. It keeps crying, cheat, cheat, seeing the little O gradually vanish. You hurriedly ordered it to hide inside the stone-shaped equipment. Raphael calmly watched the system destroy all the transmission spirits. As long as he eliminated your subordinates, he could also stop you. Unfortunately, the destruction system will still count it as a score for the player. Just a little for you. Each disappearing creature increases General An's experience points, reaching 88 points. However, you don't care about the points at all. The only thing you care about is the little ones gradually disappearing. Little 3. Little 4, stop it now. Raphael, there's nothing else I can do. So Tong An is forced to put away his weapon, clutching the pain in his hand, feeling angry. While Raphael watches everything, surprised by his actions, you rush forward to slash at Raphael, but he lightly dodges. Cat, you're so annoyed with me. Who? Well done. Tong An. Do you still want to attack me, Tong An? You're in a hurry now. You're turning against me too. Finish the order quickly. Raphael, the righteous warrior, declared it's too late now. Once the order to eliminate begins, It cannot be stopped. As soon as it finished speaking, the system announced that the number of remaining units was less than 100. An Easter X rebirth had become ineffective. With fewer than 100 remaining, the total annihilation has changed the position of the Great Peacekeeper, leveling up and gaining 88 experience points. Hearing it mention righteousness, he couldn't help but mock it. So, you use righteousness to justify taking others' lives. You're just oppressing the weak. Seeing you twist my words about justice. Raphael's eyes flickered. Cat. Raphael's sense of justice is not wrong at all. Seeing her insist like that, Commander Anne erupted with anger. Her sense of justice is truly unwavering. You immediately use Easter X. The Easter X skill is dangerous, and can only be used when you are alone to defeat more than 150 monsters of the same level or higher in one go. Your abilities will exceed expectations, becoming a truly dangerous player to enemies. With hidden attribute rewards. A dangerous player. When facing an enemy with power 15 times or more than your own, you will deal 50% extra damage. Take 50% less physical damage, 50% less magic damage, and gain a certain intimidation effect. Raphael is so angry he's about to explode. What's going on? Why did the new gap appear again? I'm so mad. Cat, you confidently stand in front of it with your sword, relying on your righteousness. And I gain an additional rare attribute. Raphael is so angry he could die but can't do anything to you. Mel. Tong An keeps tormenting it. Surely she can't hold back anymore. You grit your teeth and say, you also plan to use the elimination order against me. But in the end, you said something that hit my sore spot. Or maybe you just can't do anything to me. Since earlier, the system hasn't stopped notifying for a second. The Star Mouse has been completely eliminated. Raphael is about to blame you. You are the one who betrayed, Tong, and frowned and thought. I admit I was extreme. The exclusion command earlier was different from the others. There was a separate targeting option, and earlier it showed 197 targets. Probably the number of monsters. Me, Raphael, and Mouse O are not among them. Seeing how angry it was, you also roughly guessed about 90% that you were right. Judging by its expression, this command might be ineffective on players. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaching the cave startled both of them, causing a brief pause in their heated argument. And Raphael shouted, I'm out. Is it the wrong time for me to come? Wanderer A. Dong appears after completing the dungeon run, mainly responsible for buying and selling equipment, and occasionally selling some good items. Maybe I should go somewhere else. It seems bothering you. Too arguing isn't good. Tong, and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Don't go. You're just in time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You threw Raphael aside on purpose. It's okay. It's okay. After all, it can't do anything to me. We usually just focus on our business. Adong forced a smile and asked, Are you always like this? It seems you don't respect me at all. Raphael sternly scolded. Tong Un. You're going too far, Mel. It takes action to do justice on behalf of the system. Issuing a repair command. But a second later, the system immediately announces that it is invalid and the command has no effect on the player. It kept giving orders. But the system kept notifying that they were invalid. Mel. Tong An ignored it completely and turned to comfort Adong. Anyway, Mel is competitive, so don't pay attention to it. I just responded vaguely. Yeah. It loudly ordered you, Tong An, to come back, seeing that neither of them paid any attention to it and was only focused on calculating their equipment. It made it so angry that it almost died of rage. It's driving me crazy. Why can't I do anything to him? Why does such a faulty player exist? It's driving me crazy, Mel. Suddenly, an urgent help message from another player was sent to Raphael, indicating others are also having problems. Moreover, it's extremely urgent, so I have no choice but to put this aside for now. Damn it, Mel. It finally drew the attention of both of them. Tong On. This time I'll let you go. It has already opened the teleportation gate and didn't forget to threaten, although I can't do anything to you now. Someday I will find a way to punish you. It promised once and then jumped into the portal, disappearing. Its master finally left, and Tong An sighed in relief. Finally, it's gone. Even though it helped me achieve something extremely difficult, I can't feel happy about it. You remember your old companions, the rat spirits, and your heart aches, perhaps because you feel ashamed of them. After all, They are just small workers. Suddenly, a Dong's voice calling out reached his ears. Boss Tong. Boss Tong. Tong An snapped out of his thoughts and said, "The boss seemed a bit strange. Just call me Tong An." "What do you think about the price?" a Dong replied. "I'll buy it 6,000 per equipment. How does that sound?" After hearing the price, you look uncomfortable and cross your arms, saying 6,000 is too little. Are you so ruthless in business? Considering the time, materials, and success rate, the cost is already 5. Ling ling ling. Your mouth is working non-stop just to push the price higher. But right now the players outside are only around level 10. The demand for low-level equipment is huge. You can easily sell 20,000 for each piece. And I have over 000 pieces here. You think 6,000 per piece is acceptable? Ah Dong hurriedly calmed down. So tell me what you think is fair. Name your price. Tong An is now working with both hands. One holding number 1. The other holding number 2. I want 12,000 per item. You panic. You've doubled the level of your trade. You're just ripping people off. Lin Linning. You wouldn't compromise. Offered a lower price of 11. Ling Ling Ling. But Dong refused. I'm about to lose money. Tong An kept insisting on prices in the tens of thousands. Sure. Ling Ling Ling. If you won't agree. I really have no other options. A Dong. Cornered. Forms a 9 with his hand. Joe. Lin Ning Ning. More than that, I really can't afford. Tong An clenches his fist, turning it into a knife, and a very satisfied smile appears. Joe. Nolla is Uhdixen. Lin. A Dong opened his backpack, packing all the weapons inside, while saying, I keep feeling like I'm being tricked. Wow. That backpack can really hold so many weapons. A Dong marvels, worried about a dull future. If players level up too high, these items won't sell anymore. And then I'll be screwed. Tong An gives you a thumbs up to cheer you up. You don't need to worry about this. I've already thought of a way to help you. I'll give you 50 more items as well, since this is our first time doing business. Let's consider it a trial. Who? Oh. Dong is surprised. Can't believe his own hands. Asking again. This equipment must be worth 200. Lin. Are you serious? You slowly suggest that based on the spinning game mechanism, then you let players spin. And when they get a level D item, there's a chance they'll receive a level C item as a bonus. Maybe there aren't many level C equipment on the market now, so they can't get what they want. I also figured out the winning rate for you, which is 0.5%, just enough to equip level D without leaving it empty. A Dong clenched your hand tightly as if holding the hand of a savior to escape the apocalypse. The boss sending you away is truly a business genius. How could he come up with such a clever idea? A Dong. I definitely have to be friends with you, to prove how overly happy he is. The system notification says your friendship level is increasing. You stood behind, watching him happily. Hands on your hips thinking, this has to be thanks to the first person who wanted to draw the SSR card. I'm just following that person. A Dong is still happy. While upgrading the equipment, he said, wait a moment. I will give you the TNT right away. Suddenly, Tong An remembered. Oh right. I can't forget this. You activate the Greedy Crown. The system notifies that the effective value of the newly equipped average Greedy Crown is 9. Jobai. Totaling 111. Jobai Bashaba. Et 800 off. Ah Dong slung his large backpack over his shoulder. But the backpack alone wasn't enough. Most of the weapons were inside the sack he's holding. I give you the VIP card. This is 11. Jobai Bashaba. 800 inches cash. And the remaining 100 million is in this VIP card, which is a reward from the New World Trade Guild. Later, when you go to the trading hall in Area A, you'll receive special privileges and high-level treatment, and you'll be amazed. Tong An raised his hand to take the card. Already received. The moment he touched it, a bright yellow circle appeared around him, and a beam of light shot straight up. 2 consecutive notifications appear, indicating the achievement of becoming a millionaire with 100 million. And the basic affinity with all NPCs increases by 10. The credit in the account also skyrockets, unlocking VIP status at the trading hall. After a while, your account reached 100 million. Tong, and smiled softly, finally completing his small goal. He reached out and put his arm around Adong's shoulder like two brothers in arms. Adong, let's stay in touch from now on. I'll provide you with better quality items. Hearing that, he also happily replied, of course, Chairman Song is my benefactor. Adong pulled out another bag, not knowing what was inside. Only seeing him say if Chairman Tong is so kind. I can't just take a little without manners. At the same time, the system notifies you of the opponent's status. Adong's favorability reaches 100, achieving the goal of killing two birds with one stone, beyond expectations. Tong An is overjoyed, truly full of surprises, and her affection level is rewarded even more. Adong took out 3 small bottles filled with a clear liquid and placed them in front of him. This is it. That item is the one. First, it can be used at any time to instantly cleanse all negative states and simultaneously restore HP and MP. Tong An looked pleased, his voice full of joy. That's a good item, Adong replied. Of course. This is very rare. I only have 3 bottles. If it weren't for being destined with Mr. Tong, I wouldn't be willing to take it out. You hold a bottle of fairy water and think, I already have this. I can try to take more risks. Adong slung his bag over his shoulder, said goodbye to you and Mr. Formelda. Tong, if the deal is done, I'll be on my way. I can't wait to make more money anymore. Suddenly, Tong An called him back. Wait a moment. Adong. He stopped and turned around to ask, is there anything else? Your expression looks a bit shameless. Nice. And then he rubbed his finger against his thumb. I still want to buy some things from you. Do you have that white powder in the shabby room? A blue circle slowly appeared on the wall. The circle formed a space portal, and the system announced that the Yen Tin Cave had been conquered. Tong An slowly stepped out of the teleportation gate, sighed in relief, and thought finally, it's over. As he just stepped out and the teleportation gate closed again, the cooldown time was 3 days. Tong An saw the notification and reacted quite calmly, only expressing his thoughts in a sentence before entering the new cooldown period. He clenched his fist, resting his chin on his hand to think. Although he faced many difficulties this time, he finally completed what needed to be done. Skills, equipment, and spirit are all set. Later, I need to upgrade and add some new weapons. In that ruined room, a young man named Song An made up his mind, speaking loudly. With his goal now clear, it's him. He walks from the back to the front of the room, inspecting both sides for any intact spots. When he reaches the door, he opens his mouth in shock. Panic rising. What is going on here? A group of drivers waiting at the door, competing to pick up passengers. Some asking where you're headed. Others saying, get in my car. I know this area well. The person is bargaining over the price again. I offered a lower price. Come with me. Songan was a bit confused, wondering why there are so many drivers at the door. He politely asked them to give him a moment. Just a little while. So he could think, wondering what had happened outside during the days he was absent. Suddenly a red car sped in, its engine noise drawing everyone's attention, and the red car made a semicircular turn, stopping right next to Song An. Lam Nam asks you with his hand on the steering wheel, does your brother want to hitch a ride? And how fast and smooth it is. He said more and even offered free information. Now Tong An's mind was full of question marks, not understanding what was happening. Huh. Another guy. Those drivers loudly pointed at him. And once again, it's you, fighting over business with us. This time I won't give you any more favors. I was the first to find it. And Song An vaguely realized a few things. Competition for the deal. The blonde driver, familiar, greeted you warmly. My brother, you ride in my car. I'll give you a 20% discount. You love big. But you didn't choose him. So it seems that uncle is more trustworthy. So you ride with him. You think, since you're lacking useful information right now, sorry about that. Then you speed off. And the drivers all give you a nod. You sit in the back seat of Lam Nam's car. Signal to him. And your brother drives off toward Mount Mukthien Kuji, where the other party responds with a single word to show agreement, and they set off immediately. He turned to look at the road, focused on driving, and told you, choosing me as your brother was the right decision. Sit tight. The car sped off, leaving those drivers behind with their criticisms. Hey, I was clearly here first. Driving steadily along the main road, Song An asked, Brother Nam, Who were those people earlier? And why are they waiting in front of the underground city gate? Lamnam replied while driving. They're all just people hustling for some spirit coins. I also help transport players between areas to earn some spirit coins like me. And waiting in front of the underground city gate is because it's a good spot to find a connection. You're wondering about the choices those people made earlier. Driving players around probably doesn't earn much. Right, why not go fight monsters or do quests? That way. You'd probably earn spirit stones faster. He looked at you through the rearview mirror and asked something unrelated. So your younger brother is really good at gaming. Hearing that, you immediately frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Lamnam explains that being good at gaming is fine, but not everyone can adapt to the changes in this world. He said that. But Song-an still doesn't understand. Right, he took out a box of medicine and offered it to you. But you politely declined. No thank you. Seeing that you didn't smoke, Lamnam also stopped. He pulled out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and suddenly the world changed like this. For us to survive is already a miracle, let alone keep up with the changing rules of this world, he slowly replied, with a passionate look in his eyes. The drivers in front of that gate are all people who can't kill monsters, so they have to stick to their old trades to make a living. Anne argued that not being able to kill monsters probably wasn't that bad, since monsters are periodically regenerated, and there are a lot of them. At least wild monsters. Lamnam smiled at his innocence and sighed, saying that with so many wild monsters, someone should have already encountered them. The major guilds control all the monster zones, so low-level players like us basically have no chance to get in. From what I understand, you are more serious, and since you, Lamnam, and I have been in the underground city for a long time, you don't know much about the guilds. Can you tell me which guilds there are? You're asking your brother. Lamnam is very confident. He just pointed and said, "Then you're asking the wrong question. I'm the press agency here." Seeing how confident I am, Tong-an is also happy. That's great. He then started explaining in detail that there are currently 3 major guilds. One is the Strategy Group, another is the Star Taint Alliance, and the third is the Dongshan Society. Each guild has its own characteristics, but the strongest is still the Strategy Group, and I hear their leader, Li Triet-du, is about to reach level 20. Along with his explanation, the system also provides a clear chart for Song-an to understand, showing that the Strategy Group, led by Li Zheyu, gathers over 80% of high-level players to aim for the top tier of this world. The Evil Alliance, led by the Guildmaster, Tufi, requires new members to possess assets of at least several 100,000, controlling the most important resources in the game. The Dong Sun Guild, led by the Demon Dragon, quickly dominates low-level dungeons. The resource thief among players is the guild with the most members, the most uneven strength, and also the most hated by other players. Hearing the name of the strategic team leader, Song-an suddenly paused. Li Zheyu. Such a familiar name. It seems I've heard it somewhere before. As he mentioned the Dongsun Guild, Lamnam's eyebrows immediately furrowed in displeasure. But among them was the Dongsun Guild. Those members of that gang are not good people. They specialize in stealing equipment and reusing items from other players, and they go around recruiting others to join. Che-ka sped along the road, the scenery on both sides constantly changing. As he continued to tell, even the low-level monster zones had been taken over by them. It's all because of them that we can't level up. So if your younger brother sees them later, stay away from those guys. Tong-an paused for a moment, reflecting on his words, reclaiming everything. The major guilds. He never expected that, in just a few days, so much had happened outside. Right after that, Xiaoha decided that peace wouldn't come easily anymore. I have to become stronger. After a while, the vehicle arrived. Under a blue sky with white clouds, tall mountains, lush trees, and the Mukthien Ku mountain range in the distance, Lin Nan announced, "Little brother, we're here. Song-an is by the car. Settle the payment for him. Here's 3. Team Saw Spirit Coin," he asked curiously. "Little brother, are you planning to fight monsters alone? The wild monsters here are all level 10 and above. It's not easy to handle them alone," the unruly customer replied reassuringly. "It's okay. I'm used to going alone." Secretly thinking to myself, wild monsters, who? My goal is the underground city. Comforting is just a relationship between service provider and guest. But since you've traveled together for a while, it's also considered a kind of acquaintance. So Lam Nam gently reminds you, little brother, don't blame me for meddling too much. If you encounter trouble, don't be stubborn. Living well is the most important thing. I'm half joking, half serious if you can't fight back. Run quickly. Wanting to survive won't make you lose face. Tong An was grateful and said, I understand. Thank you, Nam. Seeing that the advice didn't work, he also had to face you. So he said goodbye and left. If you need anything, just message a friend for him. He smiled as he watched him drive away, wondering when was the last time someone cared for him. He opened his friends list, which only showed one person, Lam Nam. A friend system. Tong An was walking and checking her notification board. She was in such a hurry last time, she didn't have time to add her on the system. I wonder how she's doing now. Then you think that losing equipment from the Demon Lord's domain probably wouldn't be a problem either. Finally, we are close to the cave entrance. I see a group of people already waiting at the gate, arguing with 2 guards so we can get in. I hide behind the trees to observe. Someone has arrived before us. The leader in the otter report explains to the guards that with our large numbers, we can definitely get through. On what basis are you not letting us in? The only girl in the group agreed and said, That's right. The annoyed guard jabbed his spear at the stubborn crowd and shouted, I told you already. You haven't reached level 20, he replied seriously, with no intention of changing his mind. Not qualified to enter this underground city. Yes. They are system NPCs. The guard, armies, and soldiers with an average level above 30 that protect some dangerous underground cities. To prevent players from rushing to their death too early, some of the dedicated soldiers may have a few flaws. The large gate appears with a few sparks of bright electric light, crossing the desolate swamp at difficulty level C. Minimum level 20. Recommended 6 to 10 people. The guards quickly blocked the group from moving forward. Don't even think about trying. You can't enter without reaching level 20. Kai Holuk raised his hand, confidently, and said casually, Maybe you don't really understand our strength. I am the vice president of the Protective Guild of the Strategy Group. He furrowed his brows confidently and continued, I've already cleared 5 of the Dan Yuan levels. Now I'm the 2nd strongest member of the guild. Is there anywhere I can't go here? But the guards remain firm in their decision, without enough rank. Entry is not allowed, this is the rule. He pursed his lips into a faint smile, ignoring the rules. So I will break the rules. And the teammate beside him also started to show a sinister smile. Do we have to use force? The guards quickly raised their spears and pointed directly at them. If you insist on rushing in, we won't hold back. At this moment, Song An's voice cuts through the tense atmosphere, advising you all not to lay a hand on these guards. You can't help but feel secretly pleased, not expecting to meet someone from the guild so soon. And it's even the vice president. Holuk turned his head back and asked loudly, Who is it? You just calmly said forward. So let's not talk about whether you can fight back against these guards or not. Even if you win, you can escape NBCA's punishment. He crossed his arms and flatly denied Tong An's words. Punishment. Nonsense. I've never heard of such a thing. You just point at the guards and smile lightly. Not knowing doesn't mean it isn't true. You can ask them. After all, NBC doesn't know how to lie. One of them quickly sheathed his sword back into its scabbard and explained, He's not wrong. If you had stubbornly rushed in earlier, you would have been immediately banned from entering the Hadimong Kingdom's alchemy guilds for 15 days and forbidden from entering any guilds during that time. My teammates immediately panicked. 15 days, that's a complete setback compared to other players. Lucky we didn't act earlier. He thoughtfully considered with a sharp gaze, then assessed Song An. It seems to be true. After all, who is this kid? How does he know so much? Could it be that he's also a creator involved with this game like Lee Death Do? Which is really unsettling. He casually glanced back and gave a broad command. Martha. Investigate his glass and level. Martha in the red shirt smiled and replied. Understood. A small circle quickly appeared in her eyes to analyze, and the red shirt accurately identified the main skill and could obtain information about glass and the player's level. Suddenly he spoke innocently, with his palms open and a cheerful expression. Lin. Actually, I came here for this dungeon too. Can I activate it a little? Lin Kan Yuang Mei. This is confusing. Answer carefully. You haven't reached level 20 yet, so there's nothing more to discuss. You glance to the left with your usual wide-eyed expression and a loot table appears. Don't refuse so quickly. It's just an item. According to what you said, a green object quickly appeared. It's crowded here. We should talk privately. The guy was stunned, eyes wide open. What? A person wearing glasses from the support team couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What's going on? Even he was starting to find the tent in front of him, a bit confusing. What is he doing with that tent? The subordinate of the spirit guard shouted in panic. Captain of the guards. But the guy calmly reassured them, I can handle it. You all keep watch. My teammates from the strategic group started whispering, probably thinking he's not planning to get himself killed as a guard out of boredom. Don't talk nonsense. And he still quietly reports without paying attention. Captain. His name is Songan. Level Tizen age. Warrior class. Not part of any guild. Other than seeming a bit stupid. There's nothing particularly special about him. This made the mighty tiger frown and chuckle. So he's that confident. Yet he still dares to come here. She quickly asked with one hand on her hip. So, what should we do now? Then saw him raise his hand to signal the team to wait. Stay here until he comes out and continues. Now, he is once again filled with a big question. As he previously said, his goal was also to register. Holuk furrows his brows and speaks in a nearly gritting tone, saying, I want to see what he can do. The guard with slightly pink cheeks cautiously asks what you mean, Tong, and smiled brightly and said, just a small gesture. Wanting to establish a connection with the head of the department, he casually threw a pile of money towards the guy, inviting everyone to have a drink. With a few layers of gold coins and 50,000 spirit coins inside his pocket, that guy seems a bit dazed. Probably affected by this attraction. Hey, do you know what kind of person someone like me who respects the law is? How could I be so easily bought? But Songan just chuckled to himself, looked away from the money, and then spoke. He seriously clenched his hand again and continued to wave it. It's my fault. I wasn't sincere enough. Soon a pile of shining gold appeared. Plus 200. Ling ling ling. The yen guards grit their teeth, trying to stay alert against the temptation. Why is he doing this? I can't take it anymore. But it didn't take long before he smiled casually and shoved the pile of gold into his pocket. From now on, we are friends. He still kept telling himself he wasn't really like this, but he really gave too much. He smiled and felt that everything was easy to solve. Lots of money really makes things easier. This is Tong An's skill. An Easter egg of bribery. It is possible to gain favor by giving spirit coins to NPCs, with the required amount varying depending on the NPC's status. Instead of wasting effort trying to please others, might as well settle it directly with spirit coins. It's really cheating. You quickly moved back to the original topic. Head guard. So, what do we do about entering the dungeon? The guard hesitated a little. But even though they're friends, when it comes to entering the dungeon, a quick smile flickered on his lips. Then he swung his hand again, prompting the guard captain to think of a solution. When suddenly a large bag of gold appeared in front of him, along with 200 coins. Immediately, a notification from the system sounded, indicating that the NPC guard captain's affinity had reached 100, and he pulled out a green card with a bright smile to explain. I also have a special pass. Take it, and go quickly. Tong and Vui happily replied, waiting for this moment from him. But the people from the Tiger Force outside started to get anxious, wondering why he still hadn't come out, worried he was doing something embarrassing. His calm, confident voice sounded softly. He's out now. The guards happily stepped out and even patiently explained about the card. This pass was awarded to me by the king after I risked my life fighting the enemy. It's a symbol of honor. If our relationship wasn't good, I wouldn't have taken it out. There might be some tiny scratches, but it doesn't affect its use. Tough luck. The guy just sighed and complained. But that flaw just happened to hit my sore spot. He immediately narrowed his eyes and said, I won't be giving you back the money from earlier. You look at that colorful pass card and start feeling overwhelmed, wondering who in the company designed this prop, not friendly to solo players like me. The card has a lot of important information to note. It's a solo play protection card. You can avoid being blocked by NPCs from entering highly dangerous zones. But first you need teammates. If you take your teammates along, they will definitely be very grateful. The tiger's strength from the other side finally couldn't hold back and quickly pushed in. It seems you've already gotten good items from the NPC. Can you show us? You wake up alert and turn your head to look behind at the strategist's group. It turns out you haven't given birth yet. His whole body suddenly radiated a wave of cold. Dark aura accompanied by a few threats. But logically, we arrived first. Shouldn't your equipment also include our share? General Anne looked at them with a determined gaze, thinking to himself that with such a fierce aura, if he didn't agree, He might have to resort to force, unfortunately. They were facing him. You look very cheerful and smile broadly with a bit of a smug look. This is a symbol of the honor of the guards before. How can I not give it to you? You want to pass through. Fine. Let's discuss the conditions. His purple pupils flashed with a cold look. Indeed. He could pass through. Ho-Luke carefully asked again. What are the conditions? You raise one finger confidently and make your demand. Very simple. I want half of the dungeon's reward and the Kicksat boss reward. Are you joking? If you take half of the dungeon's reward, what will we have left? But the boss didn't seem to care. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you don't want to, then forget it. His sharp eyebrows still didn't relax. His piercing gaze flicking past you. But I guess this condition is a bit difficult for others. Here's what we'll do. We can help you clear this dungeon and also get you into the strategy group. He reached out confidently with an arrogant look. And being invited by our vice president is an honor for you. A basic information panel for him immediately appears, highlighting his class. The rare dual mind type. Level Tizenorch. Guild. Strategic team. A virtual icon representing his class also appeared. A special class. Dual-minded. Naturally possessing the split consciousness technique. With greater potential to learn skills and a larger number of skills. Tong's, Anne's eyes subtly flicked together as he silently assessed. Surprised to see a special class showing off the strategic group's strength to him. However, the guild doesn't appeal to me. On the contrary, it even limits my growth. I decisively threw out a coldly worded statement, I'm not interested. You pause for a moment before continuing, using more realistic props, and the group's archer can't help but shout in anger. Hey, do you know how many people want to join our guild but can't? Don't refuse the drink. But Ho-Luke suddenly spoke calmly. If you want, it's fine. You have a scent that makes him glance at you. Look, your team leader already agreed. The group's archer felt confused by this statement, but he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining. Still, we'll see if you have the courage to take it. Tong, and quickly realized the danger was closing in on him, a fierce aura rushing toward him, causing debris and dust to explode into the air. The ground cracks and shatters with a snapping sound in the air. The archer in the group smirks with a satisfied smile, and he forcefully speaks, as if activating a skill. If only I could be faster. But that brat is doomed now. The guards have already appeared and are shouting. Fighting here is strictly forbidden, but on this side, he clenched his jaw tightly, feeling that something was off, that something was wrong. This feeling was like being blocked. The dust settles, and General Anne not only has no problem, but also chuckles softly. If you're not satisfied with my demands, just say so. At most, I'll add a few more requests. Now I secretly feel lucky with my choice. Luckily, I upgraded my equipment. Or I wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack earlier. I'm no longer someone who lets others bully me. And he, standing across from me, can't believe what just happened. A level 14 player can be this strong. Maybe it's a special equipment. This kid is really strange. It seems I can only follow him for now, and prioritize the important quests. The archer guy exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? He isn't injured at all. And Martha beside him looked just as surprised. Maybe he didn't use his full strength. Among the team wearing hats, he looked at you with shining eyes and patted your shoulder sincerely, praising you for having some skill. So I'll give you a little. I will share half of the reward with you. And Song An himself happily agreed. Fine. Just as you said. You split the green card in your hand lightly, shaking it twice. But I was injured earlier. And you suddenly attacked without reason. You can't just use ordinary charms. I secretly plan in my mind that if you want to cause trouble, don't blame me. I immediately growl in anger. Is it done yet? He threw something towards you, his tone a bit hurried. Hurry up. We've already wasted too much time outside. That item looks like a small seed with a green spotted shell. A sea-level magic flower seed. Once planted, it will grow into a field of magic flowers that automatically attack monsters. Tong An lowered his head to look at it and judged for himself. At least it's useful. It seems they don't have anything better. He clenched his cloud sword tightly and asked seriously, Are you satisfied now? Wait until you enter the arena and then make you regret it. The guards looked at you with no expression at all. A total of 9 people entering A, and Song An responded softly with a nasal voice. The guards quickly agreed to let them in. All right, we can go in. And at the same time, the other side also responded. Let's go. The guy even turned around to tell Tong An a few words. "Buddy, you absolutely must survive and come back." He gestured confidently with his hand. "I will. Goodbye, my friend." As soon as I reached the entrance, I noticed the gazes from the strategists group. I couldn't help but sigh to myself. Looks like this will be a tough battle. The roaring sound of the door opening echoed like a whirlwind, whipping Tong An's robes. But now there's nothing left to fear. The system suddenly pops up a notification saying you have entered a deserted swamp. The system once again introduces the dual mind technique, a special class. The dual mind technique, the innate skill of the dual mind, and its robust nature. In addition, it also includes detailed information about the pass card. The pass card designed to prevent solo play. You can avoid being blocked by NPCs when entering high-risk dungeons. But first, you need teammates, like bringing your friends along, and they will definitely appreciate you. At the entrance of the dungeon, water dripped along the cliff wall onto the ground, and a faint group of people appeared before the entrance. In the eerily quiet and cold interior, the Tiger Force members carefully surveyed their surroundings. This dungeon was different from the ones we'd been through before, and the group's focus was shifting everywhere. There was no dividing gate here, just a solid, intact mass. But for Song An, in his heart, there was a touch of familiarity, a place so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. Now in Tong An's mind, memories from his past life flood back, when this was the most damaged edge, and he had to work overtime to fix it, almost reaching the heavens, truly a time he'd rather forget. Suddenly, the tiger's strength flicked a bead of sweat across his forehead. Focusing on the left at 10 o'clock, the group in the desolate space grew more tense, probably because that was the boss. A huge figure appears, causing everyone in the group to keep talking. It looks like a beast on the outside, but seems not to be moving. Maybe we haven't entered its attack range yet. It scared me to death. I thought we would have to fight the boss right after entering. He turned to his teammates and carefully gave a few instructions, trying to avoid the boss and let it handle the final fight. Then went to check where the mineral mine truck was. Then Ho Luke looked at Feng and Tran Dong, who were carrying large backpacks, and carefully instructed, "Hey, you two just arrived to guard this spot. Once we find the mineral mine, we can start the work." One of them quickly responded, "Got it." Tong An looked at them and began to assess the situation internally, realizing that besides himself, there were still other newcomers, who seemed to be merchants called in just before the boss fight. Inside the dungeon, the sound of cold howling wind mixed with growls, and General An and the mighty Tiger Force quickly sense this strange phenomenon. They are here. A swarm of bugs from inside the dungeon rushes in, prompting the whole group to quickly adopt an offensive stance. Monsters are coming. That insect is actually a large, abnormal-sized one, with red eyes that constantly flicker and wings that beat rapidly. The spear-nosed insects, level Tzenyoldshuzanej, are named that because their sharp, sword-like mandibles resemble blades. They fly quickly, capable of sucking blood, and with a low crouch he loudly orders the attack. "Go ahead, brothers." He himself is the first to strike, throwing a fist directly at the swarm of wasps. Martha and another team member moved forward at the same time. "Captain, you let too many monsters slip by." They suddenly appeared behind her. A faint green light quickly shot out and destroyed it before she had a chance to realize. The archer is the one who shot the arrow to take down that bug. Now he's complaining loudly. Insects really are annoying. Tong An carefully observed them with his own thoughts, coordinating seamlessly after just over 10 days. They could work together so well. The strategic team truly has talent. You also observe the support staff. Even the healers are ready at any moment. The young mage in the team carefully recites a spell, making the staff in his hand glow, blessing me with fire and mental power. A fierce flame suddenly erupted and burned through the entire group in an instant. This made him even more surprised, never expecting that there are also mages. And this group of people distributes and arranges combat classes very well. And he himself also understands the importance of this issue, which is to allocate and arrange combat classes based on personal preferences and knowledge, allowing for ranged attacks, melee combat, or magic use. For example, magic equipment combined with magic skills and magic attributes can maximize a mage's effectiveness. And the same applies to other classes. Tong An's eyes darkened slightly as a fleeting thought crossed his mind, and suddenly he felt a bit more interested in the strategy team. Their group was much stronger than any one person. Just then, A loud cry echoed through the air as Feng, startled by the sudden appearance of the giant mosquito, hurriedly tried to fend it off with a knife. "Why is there a stray here?" Trandong quickly pointed his knife at it and said, "I'll help you." She tried to block its trunk with a knife, helplessly shouting, "Hurry up." But the guy beside her was confused and didn't attack. I didn't know what to do. Seeing the sharp nozzle right in front of her, she closed her eyes tightly and shouted. Just then, a flash of light streaked past and split the nozzle in two. Tong, and calmly holding his sword, asked, "Are you okay?" She still hasn't regained her composure and stammered, "No. I'm fine." He looked directly at Fong and carefully advised on how to attack, noting that although this was a powerful sting, its blood volume was not high. Just aim for its belly and you can hit it. But deep down you think to yourself that a merchant's combat ability is indeed a major issue. She frankly explained the reason for her negligence. But we are not really a combat class, and these monsters are also stronger than us. Tran Dong introduced himself alongside. "My name is Tran Dong, and he's Fong. We were called into the team to prepare equipment." She still hasn't taken her eyes off Song An with an admiring tone. "But big brother, you're really amazing, aren't you?" Seeing how easily he handles the monster. Just now he was fighting evenly with the vice president. "What are you planning to do here?" This guy avoids those watchful eyes, trying to hide his true intentions. "I have my own plans." In his mind, there's only one thought, wondering if this mosquito will drop the item. He suddenly leans over, causing Tong An to immediately realize what he needs and find it. As he bends down to pick it up, a hand reaches out in front of him. Fong and Tong An both looked at each other in surprise. Realizing her mistake, she quickly handed over the item. "Sorry. I saw an item dropped here and couldn't help but reach out. This was originally yours. Clearly, you saved me." The thing in Fong's hand is a withered, deformed nose. A scrap of a metallic nose, sold to merchants for the smallest amount of spirit crystals that enemies can exchange. Seeing that, you politely reached out and took it. So I won't be polite anymore inside. You start thinking about how to deal with it. Even if the nose is smaller, it's still flesh and can at least be sold for some spirit stones. It can't be wasted. Unlike Tong An's calm expression, Fong's face now shows an excited smile, her hand carefully hidden behind her back. A faint glow appeared. It was really fortunate to have touched her hand earlier. My mixing skill allows me to take out any item from a player's pocket through direct contact at any time. Her eyes now gleam with danger and deep unpredictability. And even if he doesn't say it, I can tell he has a lot of good stuff. How can an ordinary person fight against the vice president of the strategy team if I can mix a C-grade item? I'd be pretty strong. Kaiho Luk Dung Ben Nai. Mot Taeg Zet, Chat Kon Mu. Todai. Koi Kung Kung Som Dot Nai. Kung Thu Liak Nin Cho. Kakaroi Ho Len. Ho look. Anhin Kia. His powerful voice rang out among the crowd. "Hey, you guys. Come over here. We've found the mineral deposit." This quickly drew the attention of Song An's group, as it seemed that the mineral deposits on this map did not spawn new monsters. Tran Dong turned to look at her and said in a deep voice, "Fong, let's go over there quickly." She snapped out of her thoughts and immediately replied, Fong's eyes flicked down to a bead of sweat running down her forehead. Seeing the glass vial containing white powder in her hand, he couldn't help but feel curious. What is this strange white powder used for? Footsteps echo through the deserted corridor. Everywhere are mineral stones. He glanced around and couldn't help but comment a few words, expecting this time to go smoothly. Previously, you had to defeat a boss to mine demon stones. But this time the deposit is in the safest area. Then when the Tiger Force orders Tran Dong and Fong, you can start mining if you can craft level gear. We will buy each item for 200,000 spirit coins. And hearing that, he happily replied, "Lianbai. Lilin Lin. Then I have to work hard on it." Meanwhile, Fong on this side was secretly watching every move of General An. However, in his mind, he was preoccupied with thoughts of the entrance, the mine, and the swamp. Right now we're probably here. To attract the boss we need to put in some effort. Looks like it's time to use the powder we bought from place A. Just then, someone called out to him, "Hey, General An." He turned around with an annoyed look on his face. Tong An felt a bit confused about them. When did they start knowing his name? And with one hand on his hip and the other pointing directly at him, they boldly exposed him. "Actually, I've always been curious if you can block my follow-up move. It shows that your strength and agility are on par with mine. His whole body quickly radiated a fierce aura, and the light in his eyes gradually turned cold. So I'm sure your equipment is very high-end, which makes me really want to take it. Trying to act nonchalant, Tong, and seriously replied that he had no equipment and that he was just helping them by chance. But deep down, he started to feel that something was not right. So they are revealing their true nature, according to what he said. Martha and the other person appeared simultaneously to block the way, whether by chance or not. We'll see. Still, this isn't hard for Tong An to handle. Fine. Just as I was about to test the equipment on them, he calmly ordered with a composed expression and opened the item window. Hululu. Seeing that, immediately orders an attack. Don't let him use the item. Surround him. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Unable to believe what he saw, huh? Wait a minute. It's clearly here. Where did my white robe go? Tong An shifted to the side, smoothly dodging the two slashes from opposite directions. Looking at the two spellcasters, Tong, and thought that now he probably couldn't focus on the powder bottle anymore. He rushes through the flames, using his speed, charging at Tong An, while thinking, I just have to deal with the guys in front of me now. The fire shooter raises a warning. That guy jumps over here. And the muscular guy nearby comments that it's a stupid choice. The archer was just shooting and talking nonsense. Can't fight back, so he's taking a risk. Didn't expect him to charge straight at the crowd. Watch me shoot a hole through your head, and you just smile because you know everyone is within the attack range. Then Tongan reached out his hand and manipulated the black smoke. But seeing this, Kai Ho Luke sensed something was wrong and shouted a warning. Everyone retreated, but you let them know that it was too late. The black smoke hit, causing the archer to be affected, and he started to scream. When that guy flew towards Tong-An, a message appeared. Attack failed. He silently thought to himself that level 1 and level 3 black smoke are truly worlds apart, costing a lot of valuable resources. Then a notification appeared, the enhanced effect of level 2 black smoke, expanding the radius to 4 meters, lasting up to 16 seconds. Able to control any character for at least 3 seconds. The effect of level 3 black smoke increases the radius to 5 meters. The skill lasts up to 20 seconds, and can control any character for at least 3 seconds, with a 50% chance to dodge attacks affected by the fog. The ones in front are all affected, blinded, but they still stubbornly give orders. Everyone rushes toward me to prevent a sneak attack, and those guys respond. Got it. Stubbornly calling. The archer, even though blind, immediately cast a spell and said, Understood. I will dispel the control now. As he cast his spell, he was blind, muttering under his breath that it was just your trick this time, and soon you'll see his face. But just as he finished speaking, he was lightly struck on the arm by Song-An. He did that because I wouldn't let him achieve his goal. Just whether he needed to transfer energy through his hand or weapon. Holding his hand means disabling his skills. And that guy is writhing on the ground in pain. But Song-An didn't feel sorry for them because he said these people were all the same and not worth pitying. The teammate heard that guy shouting loudly and loudly, Tao. I'm coming to save you. You bastard. But was stopped by the girl in the group. Don't act rashly. This is his plan. They close in on each other. Kai Ho Luke orders. Watch the directions. Tong-An begins to assess the situation. Not looking good. These people are starting to be on guard now. It's hard to deal with them quickly, and we have to watch out for our teammates' counterattacks. If only the powder was still here. Suddenly someone approached. Startling you. Seeing them. Song. And thought. There are still these two merchants. The blonde. Trembling one. I have nothing to do with them. Don't kill me. And the other guy can tell I'm a girl pretending to be a boy. So stay back. I'm not afraid of you. You just replied. I'm not a cruel person. Why would I take your lives? Do you also want to do something to me? Then, Tong. And remembered their first encounter. That's why you had that thought. This is definitely a trap. Tong-An said, 8 Fong. Can I confirm something with you? Which surprised the girl disguised as a boy. He said I lost my stuff and then asked to see your skills and backpack. Making the girl turn pale with fear, so she decided to run away, causing the other person to look surprised and call out Fong. Tong-An gathered his strength and smiled, saying once it's admitted, It's easier to settle. Then you use it. And when she runs and looks back, Tong An has already appeared behind her and pushed her down. Lying on the ground, she screams out in pain. Pain, I was wrong, don't kill me. You just poke her in the neck and ask where's the powder bottle. She replied, it's in my shirt pocket, but since you're pressing me like this, I can't get it out. Let me go, and I'll give it to you. Tong An didn't believe it. So he started searching himself and said, stop your tricks. I'll find it myself. This made her embarrassed and shout, hey, wait. Don't mess around. You bastard. You found the item and were amazed. Wow. It's real. And she's done for. Get off me now. Tong An replied, since you voluntarily admit your mistake, I won't bother with you anymore. And she stood up and cursed. You pervert. Everyone can see she's a girl pretending to be a boy. Only the people involved don't realize it. So he wonders, you pervert, could it be that he misunderstood something? Come to think of it, hasn't the effect of the black smoke worn off a long time ago? The person suddenly shouted, wait, this has nothing to do with me. He was talking to Fong. An enemy who didn't care rushed forward to attack the blonde-haired person. And that's it. All of you will die. So he turned and fell to the ground. That guy shouted out, daring to harm my brother so cruelly. You son of a bitch. I will tear you apart. Kai-Ho Luke also reassured him. We will avenge Major A. Kai-Ho Luke angrily said, your control skills are limited by distance. Once you know the weakness, there's nothing to fear anymore. It's time to send them to hell. Tong An was not afraid and responded, we also want to settle this once and for all. Kai-Ho Luke suddenly ordered, using long-range skills to weaken it first, forcing it to reveal its weakness, while you take care of them for convenience. That girl is scared. What should we do now? Tong An replied while defending himself. Find a place to hide yourself. I don't have time to care about you. Kai-Ho ordered to keep attacking without giving it a chance to rest, launching continuous assaults. I immediately opened the jar I just took and thought to myself, don't think you can win just by doing this. Done. Tong An threw it back into their fire pit. With a bang. He stood to the side, laughing and thinking. The show is about to begin. The muscular guy looked confused. What the hell is this again? How much more is it hiding? And the fire-breathing guy pinched his nose. This thing smells terrible. The revenge seeker is furious. Damn it. How dare you insult me like this? I will make you pay with your life. Suddenly, someone shouts, something's wrong. Look up there. The giant mosquitoes appeared and surrounded them, making them scream. All the monsters are heading this way. Kai-Ho Luke shouted, damn it. The bait is attracting the monsters. Get ready to fight. The spears rush to attack the revenge seeker. He quickly swings his weapon to fend them off while cursing. Why do these monsters act so crazy? That damn cowardly bastard. Suddenly, something wrapped around him, pulling him away, and he shouted for help. Save me. While his companions anxiously called his name. A giant frog is the culprit grabbing him. It is the boss, ruler of the 24th level of the cursed corner. That guy has been swallowed by the frog. When the frog appears, there's a warning. Warning. To danger. They shouted, oh my god. The boss is here. How are we supposed to fight this? Kai-Ho was furious. Where the hell is that bastard Tong An? I can't see him anywhere. The frog immediately looked at them, and the fire starter was the next to be caught by its tongue. At the same time, when they were surrounded by monsters, a notification sounded. While the Easter egg hole HD is effective, it creates a hidden space that the outside world cannot detect. A classic Easter egg. Just need a slight adjustment to turn this wall into an Easter egg. Tong An asked the girl, why are you here too? Hurry up and go outside. She begged. Just follow him safely. It's dangerous outside after all. Let me stay here. He doesn't trust her anymore because she was robbed. So he agreed. I can't believe you. She promised. I swear I won't do anything reckless. I put my hands behind my back. Is that okay now? Tong An warns that it's best if you say what you can do, because you already know how this will end. When she saw him approaching like that, she blushed and replied, I know. But inside, she was thinking, he's so close. Tong An looked at her and thought, forget it. Just leave him here. Now forcing him out would only reveal his true nature. With such a small space, he still managed to step in. This kid is made of water. They all burst out outside. but he spared Quach Keat. Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Well, soon enough. Victory or defeat will be clear." What Tong An just threw out was a spore seed. Crushing the corpse of the spore seed into powder, there is a foul, rotten smell. But it is an attractive scent for monsters, often used to lure them together. If it encounters fire, even better, only sold to those who need it in large quantities. One was drained into a dry husk. Another was turned into a messy pile by the corner monster, causing the teammates to cry out in pain. But why? Kai Ho Luke was fighting off some mosquitoes and thinking why such a well-coordinated team could fall apart so quickly. It's all that Nya's fault, Han Tuk thought. Damn it. And shouted loudly, "Tong An, get out here for me," as if he just pushed him yesterday, or something. And he's willing to expose his head for Han to hit. The frog immediately turned to look at Han. Kai Ho Luke was fearless and exhausted. "Don't think this means I'm giving up." Then he tensed his muscles, tearing Han's sleeve. Han then created a barrier to protect himself from the frog's tongue, declaring it's still early, and pushed it away with force once more. It turns out Han's second skill is to inflate his body. You know that the explosion effect can enlarge the body for 10 minutes and increase all attributes by 30%. And besides its somewhat ugly appearance, the effect is actually pretty good. Han's support also has another skill. Then the conclusion is that after enlarging, the attack range of the mountain slide also increases, which can be said that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The muscular guy wiped his sweat and punched the frog in the face. As he kept punching, notifications kept popping up. Received 120 FB. Level increased to 13. Level increased to 15. The girl is worried. She's leveled up. Could Han really handle that boss alone? And Tong An just reassured her. That boss isn't that simple. He thought that his incredible strength was about to be lost forever. If he didn't retreat immediately, all the damage caused before would be for nothing. So Tong An ordered you to stay here obediently and not to go out and interfere, making her panic. Huh. You want to go out there. That frog looks at the muscular guy and is about to attack again with its tongue. But he blocks it with his hand. He dismisses the frog, saying you've already fought with all your might, and that's all you've got. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have been poisoned. HP continues to decrease. Movement speed reduced by 20%. Han begins to bleed, realizing, oh, I've been poisoned. Looking at the tiger's powerful hand and the areas where its tongue contacts, the poison will gradually spread. The frog then approaches and looks at him as if saying, you can't escape. Boy. Then it used its tongue to stab directly into Han's body, extending its tongue and pushing Han far away, so far that he got stuck to the cave wall before retracting its tongue. At this moment, Tong An steps out and calls it. Hey, you stupid frog. He draws his sword and tells it that it's not over yet, so don't show that calm and relaxed face. Tong An declared, I only came here for your reward, so don't let me down. It immediately attacked you with its tongue, but Tong An dodged lightly and taunted it. Stupid frog. Chase after me, the girl advised. Hey, not this way. Over here there's a bunch of Miwai. The swarm of wasps immediately charged at Song An, and he quickly ran past them. Tong An smiled because he did it on purpose. But a notification appeared saying the number of enemies exceeded 15, and the dangerous player has been activated. Total attack power, 50%. Physical immunity, 50%. Magic immunity, 50%. The attack from the non-stinging mosquitoes activates a protective effect, making you immune to damage under 2% of your maximum health. Then he stops and says, the mosquitoes will rely on all of you later. They rush to sting Song An, but he is under an effect. Immune to damage. When he sees the frog grabbing the insects, Song An knows that it's time. It pulls a mosquito closer and eats it with ease. When it does that, a notification appears, activating Easter eggs at the moment when a large swarm of wasps gathers to attack the target, causing the poison frog to lose control and attack the wasp. No matter what you're busy with right now, just eat a bite and then talk. Tong An immediately rushes forward. He smiles because with his thoughts and our support, even the toxic frog's bones will find it hard to attack him. The frog let out a loud cry, then attacked with its tongue, but Song An easily dodged. However, its tongue had already caught another insect, and he used speed to rush forward. Tong An slashed his sword across the frog's body. As it cried out in pain, he declared that he hadn't finished yet. Tong and immediately unleashes a black smoke attack towards the frog. The notification appears. The poison frog's core is blinded. Its resistance is too high. The blindness duration is reduced to 10 seconds. And the buff duration is decreased to 1 second. You just swung your sword and said half the time is enough. The notifications kept popping up, adding 1 second to the blindness duration, plus 1 second and many more 1 seconds. That girl just stood there with her mouth open, thinking to herself how powerful it was. The boss had been crushed again. Then she suddenly found it confusing because with his abilities he could attack the underground city alone, take all the rewards by himself. And in the end, wouldn't she end up with nothing at all? So she decided no. Where are the bodies of the group? At least pick up some of their equipment. So she said, over there, that muscular guy isn't dead. He's just unconscious. And Tong An starts to move. He slashes the frog repeatedly, making it scream in pain. After it's over, its body is covered in wounds. You assess the situation. The blood loss is too severe, so it's going crazy. And it seems there's still about a quarter of blood left. It started releasing full toxins and wrapping its entire tongue with its poison. But Tong An wasn't afraid because everything around still remained safe. It started to use its tongue wildly, surprising him greatly with that action. Tong, and thought to himself, so it's beginning to attack wildly. When the poison falls to the ground, it no longer has a deep green color, but only a light green, which surprises Tong, and greatly, it's changing color. This toxin can affect the environment. He tried to dodge its tongue, thinking that this time the mosquitoes would all fly away. Suddenly, the poison stuck to Tong An's hand, and he quickly shouted that it was dangerous and that the poison notification appeared. In this critical moment, the words of the system reappear in Tong An's mind, as the environment's choice is dual, with one place harboring deadly toxins. Correspondingly, wouldn't it be more reasonable and interesting if the antidote item also appeared there when this is added to the game? The system now announces that the poison effect causes a 5% loss of initial health every 5 seconds, with movement speed reduced by 20% for several seconds. Tong An clenched his teeth, nervously thinking. Luckily, he followed the advice of the bad system earlier and added the antidote plant here. Otherwise, it would have been hard to recognize. Suddenly, the frog launched an attack towards Song An, its tongue flicking past him, making song and shout out. He quickly dodged away from the terrifying tongue. After stepping aside, the system announced again. Movement slowed by 20% for a few seconds, the poison lingering, and Tong An sighed and thought, even though it just brushed past. The speed reduction was really noticeable. Suddenly, he felt something brush against his foot, and Song An exclaimed in surprise. Huangbo. He looked over, and the system immediately displayed an explanation. It is Huangbo, a plant commonly known as Mokvan Aho. It has the effect of cooling heat, detoxifying, or reducing inflammation, and multiple merchants can combine to make an antidote. Song and happily thought, isn't this an antidote? You triumphantly held up those 2 sticks and said, now the merchant class is useful. I can use materials anywhere at any time. Then he shouted loudly, craft, and the system displayed a notification that the antidote was complete, with the blindness effect lifted. The frog, having regained sight, looked confused and croaked. It suddenly saw Tong An on the other side, still giving commands to the system. Crafting. The frog angrily croaked, then leapt toward him with its massive body. Tong An shouted from beneath the giant shadow of the frog. Wait. The frog leapt down with a loud thud, shaking the entire cave. Tong An just managed to dodge to the side, nervously thinking this is too dangerous. Almost crushed into a pile of meat. The frog here, unable to kill Tong An, is extremely furious. Suddenly it let out a loud, deep roar. Thousands of shimmering lights immediately appeared around it, forming a strange circle. It struggles to break free from that area. Outside, Tong An watches in confusion, wondering what's going on. The system continues to notify disabled. Disabled. This area is off limits. Only now does he begin to understand everything and think to himself, haha, it seems the poison still hasn't been fixed. That stupid frog, that jump didn't do anything to me, but instead got itself stuck. It was so hard to check for a long time. I didn't expect Bach still wasn't fixed. But now it's actually helping me. As Tong An thought and took the antidote I created, the system displayed a notification that the poison effect had been removed. After drinking it, I heard that rare opportunity. But when you face difficulties, you risk your life. Tong An threw the medicine bottle in his hand and immediately wiped toward the frog. A beam of light shot through its body, and red liquid immediately flowed out from that side. He silently cursed the stupid frog, then countless beams of light shot through its body, causing it to cry out in pain before collapsing. After the frog collapsed, the system kept displaying notifications. The toxic frog bones have been destroyed. Level up. Level up has restored the status. Tong An breathes a sigh of relief and thinks to himself that this time was much easier than before. Indeed, he has become stronger. Tong An walks towards the frog, happily saying that the best part is about to start the reward. Oh Skull. Oh Skull. Where are you? This boss's skill is pretty good. It can slow down enemies and drain health continuously. But right now, my level is too low. I just unlocked one skill slot. It's so cool. Does the system ask if the first skill slot of the merchant class, Golden Gold, contains skills with exclusive effects? Tong Zan's eyes immediately sharpened as he exclaimed, "Hey, didn't I already have the black smoke? And now another skill slot. Does each class really have a total of 4 skill slots?" A flood of thoughts immediately rushed through his mind. Earlier, he used crafting to identify himself as a merchant class. But previously, he only designed the Easter X2 without specifying the exact number of skills. I didn't expect the system to assume each class has 4 skills. So this must be an unexpected development. And suddenly having 4 more skills is truly indescribably exciting. Fong is being dragged away by a soldier now, struggling desperately. "Let me go. I didn't mean to. Please let me go." Kai Ho Luke grabbed Fong, looked at Tong An, and said, "I didn't expect you to kill the boss, but thanks to you, I leveled up and recovered my original condition." You look at him with a sharp gaze and think to yourself that this guy is beyond your usual standards. But I didn't expect Kai Ho Luke to still be alive. He looked at Song An with a fierce face, eyes wide open, and just now found a sneaky rat mixing equipment. "So tell me, do you want to trade your gear to get your accomplice back?" But Tong An calmly replied, "What basis do you have to think he's my accomplice, Fong? Who is in his hands?" Shouted, "Let me go. I told you I have nothing to do with him." Ho Luke smiled slyly. "So you're useless after all." As he finished speaking, a punch struck Fong's body, causing the girl to spew out a red liquid. Then another punch sent the girl flying away. While Fong struggled and collapsed on the floor, Tong An stood nearby watching the show, silent and observing Ho Luke's actions. After defeating Fong, he happily said, "Looks like you're pretty cold-hearted too, not wasting energy on a useless person. Now, let's settle this with our strength. Last time you were lucky to win. This time I will do my best to kill you. Today only one person can leave alive." Tong An coldly replied, "No problem. If we can't avoid the fight, then let's end it quickly and decisively. I might as well test my new skill." Oh Luke, hearing that, felt a bit worried, and Duan's mind wondered what was happening. Had he really gained a new skill? Isn't he supposed to be an ordinary class? Tong An here has quickly recovered his magic and leveled up his skills. The system displays thousands of pieces of information when it receives commands, including poison residue, evaluation level, S rank, skill level, and level 1 can add poison effects to weapons. It lasts for 1 hour, consumes 25 MP points, applies poison, and adds the poison effect to the target after the weapon deals damage. Every 5 seconds, it loses 5% of its initial health, with a duration that also slows movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. The skill can be upgraded up to 3 levels. The increased effect of Poison Residual Level 2 boosts the delay effect by up to 30% if the poison effect is dispelled, instantly dealing damage equal to 20% of the target's initial health. If the environmental toxin effect hits the outside environment, the poison can temporarily persist on surfaces. The increased effect of the Level 3 Residual Toxin effect significantly boosts delay by up to 40%. Each time the poison effect is triggered, it adds 10% damage to the attack of the player with the skill. And this damage is true damage. Ho Luke was so surprised to see Tong An recover his skill that he was quite stunned, and began to panic as he started calculating in his mind. Tong An stood to one side and coldly said, "The vice president of the strategy team is only this strong." Tong An quickly wiped away the few cuts that appeared on his body from the energy surge, then staggered and collapsed to the ground. But his entire face was filled with unwillingness. He laughed maniacally, muttering to himself. I really lost. Hearing the laughter made you a bit confused. Zhong'an turned around and asked, What are you laughing at? But all he received in response were the uncontrollable laughs of the tiger spirit. He was badly injured, but still clenched his teeth in anger as he questioned, And finally I understood everything. You and Lai Chet Dewey are cut from the same cloth. He continued, You both are game designers. Right. Tong An still remained calm and answered calmly. Yes, I used to be involved in designing games, but I still find it hard to understand and ask again, but does that really mean anything? Kai-Ho Luke turned around and looked at you with anger, thinking I am very strong and possess a special class. I also used to think I was really good at gaming and tried everything to craft equipment. But in the end, I still lost to you guys. Tai keeps pressing harder on his wound, but he cannot stop the blood from pouring out continuously. And the mighty hero still struggles to speak. Now I understand. You created this game to show off your achievements and look down on others like fools. Looking at Kai-Ho Luke kneeling on your body, you still remain cold and unfeeling and reply, I don't quite understand what you mean. He looked at Tong An with a furious expression but couldn't do anything to him. So he just let out a sigh. Kai-Ho Luke's face was covered in blood from the wounds, but he still raised his dirty finger towards you and spat out a curse. Goody. The system quickly displayed a warning message, activating the poison effect plus 21 damage points. The final blow. Quickly. His face no longer held that challenge, and blood spurted from his mouth and body as he collapsed on the spot. The system notification reappeared. The player Matt Kiho Lok has died. Tong An still watched this scene calmly, with a cold smile, thinking could someone really make this game a reality. But just then, he suddenly remembered, and his serious face quickly turned to a thoughtful expression, as if he had just recalled who the target was. He was a former colleague, a star in the eyes of his coworkers, a genius in the office. You remember the blonde guy saying that the game doesn't conflict with reality and might even complement each other. He confidently pretends to be mysterious, claiming that if I designed it, the new world would definitely be more than just a game. I still can't shake my doubts. The only impression I have is what he said. Tong An's expression grew more serious as he speculated, adding a hint of cunning. The likelihood that he is connected to this world is very high, and his current class and abilities are not simple. He silently thought to himself as he watched that person slowly stand up with difficulty, still bleeding a bit. Then the other person reached out and took off their hat, seeing clearly the person in front of him. Tong An couldn't help but be surprised and thought to himself, wait a minute, is that him? It's Fong. You look extremely exhausted from your wounds and your breathing is heavy. She urgently says, Please, help me. I feel like my internal organs have been shattered. Tong An blushed awkwardly, recalling the scene where he held her earlier, thinking to himself, he's a girl, so those things earlier, people who don't know wouldn't be at fault. Fong, with his hands on the ground, kept talking through heavy breaths, asking if he had any small recovery medicine left since he had used it all. I'm willing to pay a high price, but you only need to look at me steadily and reply slowly. The medicine can only restore blood and external injuries, not internal injuries. Song An looked her over and then said impatiently, I have another way to help you recover fully, but it depends on what you can give up. I haven't forgotten you tampering with my stuff before. Fong clenched his teeth, enduring the pain while feeling a bit anxious. You furrow your brows and refuse to accept that you have to give him what you've saved up. It's so hard to earn this much. But if I die, who will take care of little Vu? Her whole body still trembling. Her voice grew heavier as she reluctantly said, I can give you the money in my pocket. I only have about 600. Lining. Tong An looked at her and thought to himself, for an ordinary person, Liu Bai, 000 is already a lot. Fong saw that Tong An didn't answer but still tried his best to shout loudly with a very urgent tone. Please, I beg you, I have to survive and come back. Someone is waiting for me. Tong An felt a little moved by this. It seemed different from her impression. I thought she was just an ordinary troublemaker. But her eyes are not easy to deceive. Around the two of them, large mosquitoes, sensing the smell of blood, gathered in increasing numbers. He looked around and silently evaluated. But using fairy water would be a waste. There were still many mosquitoes to eliminate here. And there's a way to handle both problems at once. Tong An finally spoke with a hint of warning. Best not to go back on your word later. I don't like being deceived twice. The pink-haired girl seemed unable to believe it. Yet the boy agreed. And she asked excitedly again, You agree. He didn't answer. Just calmly walked past but still explained. Actually, this method takes some time. So you might want to think of a way to hold on for a while. She asked suspiciously. Isn't it just medicine? Tong-an replied immediately. I never said it was medicine. You keep going further away but still call back. There are some plants by the lake whose powder can stop bleeding and at least ease the pain. Sitting weak and in pain on the ground. He asks confusedly what your plan is. Tong-an, a little uncomfortable, said impatiently. Why are you asking so much? Just wait patiently for the level up. A few large mosquitoes fly toward a monster's corpse. In front of Tong, a heavily armored monster has been defeated by him, and the mosquitoes are gradually approaching. Tong-an proudly looked at the achievement in front of him and sighed. Earlier, due to the tiger's strength, he didn't have time to claim the reward. So he upgraded his equipment first, sharpening without delay so as not to hinder the little mage. The system panel quickly appeared with information, a long blade of fog. Grade C quality. Enhancement materials that can be used to upgrade weapons with a chance to improve their quality. You can only enhance weapons of B level or below. And for B level weapons, you need additional materials like the venomous fog tongue. But why is there fog in the tongue? Lucky seed oil. Grade B quality. The only harvest of special seed oil that can affect the body after use. You can increase any 5 attributes, but there is a certain chance that 5 random attributes will decrease, with the total increase or decrease not exceeding 25 points. If you reduce your attributes, don't doubt its name. After all, luck depends on each person. A bag of spirit crystals, with 50,000 spirit coins inside. No further explanation needed, it's just money. After reading the system notification, Tong-an looked at the floating items in front of him with a slight hesitation, casually killing a few mosquitoes while thinking. The long tongue mist can upgrade the bone dagger. But as for the toad oil, I'll wait until I have a chance to use it later, if its attributes decrease. That wouldn't be good. Then he operated the system, and after a moment, the system announced that upgrading the bone dagger was a level B item, requiring an additional C level or higher upgrade material. He examined the equipment in his hand, and it seems that upgrading a level B weapon requires more materials. Tong-an stared intently at the equipment, lost in thought. And it seemed that the special yen tin stone was also a level C enhancement stone. So he decided to use that. Then he suddenly waved his hand, releasing his energy toward the items in front of him, and ordered, "Enhance." After a while, the entire cave was filled with dust and smoke. But Tong-an's face remained clearly confident. Your weapon has been successfully upgraded. The system quickly displays a notification, Bone Slash. Level B. Plus it Hundra audio attack. Plus Keen's charm. Special effect piercing. Ignores 30% of enemy defense. And Breath of the Demon. The damage dealt to the demon clan increases tenfold. And after being enhanced, the bone sword can attack from a distance. But the ranged damage is only half of the normal damage. Tong-an still evaluating. With the sword in hand, the attributes are now nearly on par with an A-grade weapon. Then he looked at the nearby flying ants with a slightly cunning smile, thinking to himself, let's see what they can do. Tong-an looked straight ahead seriously, standing in an attack stance, quietly calculating that the distance was probably around 5 to 10 meters. Enough for a flying slash. He began to swing his sword, and instantly the blade segments separated, sending a swift attack towards the swarm of flies, causing them to vanish in a single strike. With some flies falling apart and scattering in confusion, the sword quickly returned to its original shape. Tong-an couldn't hide his excitement and shouted out, looking cool as ever, now with a ranged attack in his arsenal, feeling determined and confident. I've completed another goal, and the next is to level up, at least to level 30 to unlock 2 more skills, so my advantage will become even clearer. The sword in Tong-an's hand continues to swirl with energy as he stands tall, calmly facing the group of enemies before him. By then, Hugh will probably be very surprised. I wonder if she's doing well now. I miss the days we used to chat. Immediately, Tong-an soared into the air with such power that the ground cracked beneath him, silently vowing to become stronger and find her later. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the underground parking lot, a group of people was gathering. There is a masked person sitting in the middle. He loudly asks if the time and place are clear, and the group quickly responds in unison. Yes, it's clear. The masked man held up a photo of Hue and said, This is the girl. And her weapon is definitely a high-grade item. The masked face couldn't hide his sinister smile as he said, "Whoever manages to get her weapon. This demon dragon will grant all their wishes." Tong-An's face looked extremely serious as relentless sword strikes were unleashed, and the system constantly updated with notifications. FB full. Level cup. You stop your hand and look up at the system panel still blinking above your head. FB plus 120. FB plus 120. FB plus 120, Long Tongue said with a puzzled look. Why did the system language suddenly switch to a mix of Vietnamese and English? This part is prone to errors. The system notification says that the eliminated bear monsters have all cleared the level. Tong An stood among the piles of noses, still a bit dazed, then spoke matter-of-factly. But anyway, the obstacle is passed. It's all good. Suddenly, a friendly-looking chubby guy appears out of nowhere, politely asking questions. Mr. Tong is surprised at how quickly he's run into you again. You look a bit surprised but quickly reply, "It's just finished." Tong and thought to himself, "That's right. I just sold the equipment this morning." But you still smiled warmly and asked how the bulk sale of the equipment went earlier. When Mr. Tong An asked, he responded naturally, "Thanks to you, the wholesale went very well. In just half a day, nearly a third was sold." The chubby guy grins mischievously, makes a 3 sign with his hand, and says, "The people from Dongsun Society bought the most. Almost everyone bought 2 or 3 items, and I already raised the price to 30,000 each once." Tong An still smiled faintly, his eyes also more cheerful, and he didn't hesitate to praise you. Still, the shrewd businessman, knowing how to squeeze money out of people. But deep down, he thought to himself that the Dongsun Society must be that organized gang of robbers. So getting robbed is well deserved. The chubby guy was praised and became even more excited, proudly showing off. But among their 1,000 items, one was a level C item, which made him suspect that they wanted to target me. I was unlucky myself but still blamed others. Luckily, everyone who tried to attack me was punished by the system. Tong An listened quietly and pondered. It must be because of the previous Easter egg. Then he proudly pointed behind him and said, "My sale this time isn't as much as before. Just some raw materials from monsters. Hope you don't mind." The chubby guy immediately put his large backpack on the ground and opened it to reveal all the strange bones and monster fossils inside as he cheerfully spoke. "Of course I'll buy it. A regular customer after all. My main profession is still running a convenience store. Equipment is just something I carry around casually." Seeing how excited the big guy was, Tong An also put his arm around him and said in a coaxing tone, "Why don't I gather some more minerals to craft equipment? We haven't started mining the demon crystals over there yet." So the fat guy couldn't be happier and agreed immediately. All right. The price stays the same as before." Suddenly, a bag was handed to Tong An by an arm, along with a voice saying, "Here, Tong An. This is Fong, who has recovered after reaching level 15. She hands the money bag to Tong An, but her face looks a bit reluctant. "These are items worth 600,000. I promised earlier. I am keeping my word. Thank you for saving me." She handed the bag of money to him and said, "From now on we are clear of debt." Tong An also agreed generously. "No problem. Open the prop list." And she said urgently, "So hurry up and take it." Then Feng turned to the chubby guy and said, "I want to sell some items now." He happily agreed and said, "Sure, as long as it's not illegal, I'll buy anything." Hearing that, Song An was a bit surprised and thought, wasn't she saying everything was already here? Did I get tricked? She approached the corpse of the guardian, gently touched his arm, and began casting a spell to search for items on his body. Seeing this scene, you finally relax a little. So the items she mentioned are these. The spear with a thorny vine I just found, and it doesn't seem to be worth much, as if understanding the surprise of Tong An and the chubby guy. The pink-haired girl calmly explained that her skill is mixed eating, which allows her to obtain any item from a player's item she happens to touch, and she discovered it also works on corpses. She turned to look at Tong An and confirmed, "I can probably take these. It would be a waste to just throw them away." He simply replied indifferently, "This isn't within the scope of the agreement." Tong An's face suddenly looked thoughtful. He thought, in a normal game, dead players would respawn at a checkpoint and there wouldn't be a corpse like this. But this is reality. So eating and mixing might actually be useful. I need to reconsider some new skills. The more I look, the more annoyed I get. I'm furious and saying, "These useless things are all I find. My skills have a limited number of uses per character." A blue spherical object appeared in her hand, making everyone curious what could this be this time. Song-an looked at her and said, "Open it and see." Feng, confused, asked back, "You mean this? Is it worth a lot of money?" He seriously explained that sometimes the inside is more valuable than the outside. This is called a green image sphere, which can contain certain images. There must be a reason why he brought it with him. But secretly, he was thinking whether there was more information about Lichet Dui inside. "You said, pressing the button on top can open it. That blue sphere starts to emit white smoke as it gradually opens." She excitedly says, "It's open." A stream of blue energy bursts out, revealing the masked demon, who says, "Brother Ho Luke, long time no see. What happened with what we discussed earlier?" Tong An felt disappointed inwardly. It wasn't a lie. But the chubby guy beside him couldn't hide his surprise and said it was the boss of the group that bought the equipment earlier this morning. The masked man continued speaking. "With your talent, it's a pity to be under his command. As long as we coordinate internally and externally, to make you the new leader of the strategic group, we can become the greatest power in the new world, and all rebirths will belong to us." Tong An hesitated and asked again, "Are you saying this is the leader of Dongsan society? I didn't expect there to be such connections behind the scenes." The masked man on the screen keeps talking non-stop. "Fine. I will provide information about a top-tier weapon to show my sincerity anyway. We are also people of the same season, but who gets it depends on their own skill." Hearing this, you immediately become alert. A super weapon. It's probably not that. Tai Hui's image appears again, speaking mysteriously about the weapon in this girl's hand. Tong An furrows his brow. Furious. "I will take you down." At the same time, in a city, the collapsed walls left no intact buildings, and a portal appeared through which 4 people stepped out. Tun Nok looked at the item in his hand with suspicion and asked, "Tai Hu, are you really planning to equip me with a boss drop?" The system panel appeared before his eyes, showing the Wolf King's left leg. Grade C quality. Agility plus 12. Stamina plus Uvdixen. The special effect makes your quick and agile movements smoother for a period of time, with a small chance to dodge attacks. Wei Yu, with a proud look, turned to look at Zun Music and enthusiastically praised him, saying that, since he put in the most effort during the boss fight, this should belong to him. In the end, he struck the Wolf King with a bang. Everyone nearby agreed. That's right. After being praised, he happily scratched his head at the door and shyly said, "You saying that makes me embarrassed. So I'll accept it." Hui quickly spoke up to divide the items. "Let's split the remaining things evenly. Does anyone have any objections?" The system then displayed a notification that Dang Truyen had entered the CD countdown, and everyone responded unanimously. "No problem." Suddenly, Xiao Mei's voice sounded a bit annoyed. "Is it not going to be shared equally this time because there's a little superpower involved?" Hearing her say that, Tun Nok next to her looked very dissatisfied and questioned. "Tier Mai. Say a few less words. If you could find more ghost crystals, we probably wouldn't have this many. Every time, you refuse to do this or that." When Tumai heard Tun Nok say that, she also refused to be outdone, and her anger grew even more. "It's not that you don't know, those crystals are the remains of the corpses the Wolf King left behind. All over with a rotten smell. How can I bear it?" The more they argue, Tun Nok becomes angrier and questions them. But only she knows how to craft equipment, and whether the gear is good or bad will determine our lives. Tumai also responded fiercely. "So now he's blaming me again." Tun Nok quickly stepped in from nearby to mediate. "Don't worry, everyone. Let's not argue anymore." She gently looked at Xiao Mei and explained that now low-level demon crystals aren't very useful. If it's not available, then it's not available. I know Tumai has also been through a lot, so my reward for her will stay the same. In the future, I will still bother her to craft equipment for everyone. Then she activated the system and said I should find a place to rest first. Everyone has worked hard. Open the map. Tona Music saw this, and also got angry. If the system hadn't calculated, then we wouldn't have said anything anymore. Xiao Mei glared from afar at the face of the system with envy and contempt. Huffing at the pretense, she had said they were a team. Yet only she was being blamed. Having high-level weapons is really impressive. Everyone is fawning over her, which is truly annoying. It would be better if her weapons disappeared. Then suddenly a voice rang out. Arriving early is not as good as arriving just in time. As soon as I got here, I ran into this. Chulong and his companions, armed and grinning maliciously, hesitated slightly. First time meeting. I am Chulong, the leader of the Dongsun Society. This appearance immediately made everyone at the system alert, she thought to herself. Dongsun Association. More people appeared from the surrounding forest. In an instant, the 4 people in the group at the system were surrounded. We are trapped. At the system, I was already very scared, but still had to stay calm and ask if there was some misunderstanding, because we didn't have any conflicts between us. The demon dragon and his gang laugh more sinisterly, and he says playfully, "There's no secret plan. I just want to borrow your weapon to play with a bit." The cold and mocking voice of the Kuai-Long gang rang out teasingly. Where is her weapon? Why not take it out and show us? At this moment, she was a bit scared, clutching her hands tightly in front of her, refusing and apologizing, saying she couldn't lend it to him, that she was just holding it for someone else. One of his underlings whispered to the demon dragon, "Boss, the bracelet she's wearing is her weapon. I've seen it can transform before." He immediately shows interest and comments. Interesting. It seems to be a treasure. Jungyong beside him can't hold back anymore and speaks out in frustration. Are you guys trying to argue your way out? Or do you really intend to rob us like this? But Kuai-Long just sneered and coldly ordered, "Argue your way out. Then let's reason this out." Vu Qitlao quickly fires his weapon forward, responding immediately as the wind blows. The weapon follows Vu Qietlao's attack, sweeping toward Hugh's group. She and her teammates were caught off guard by this attack and froze in place. The attack hit Qin Deng directly, knocking him far away. Hugh saw this and was terrified. Qinzeng, Chulong still stands there looking intrigued, still smiling, understanding now. Here I am, the principal. Then he sternly orders, "Catch them, but don't let them die." Seeing that, she quickly put on a bracelet shaped like a monster's eye and urged everyone to get close to her. The bracelet started to glow, and she silently prayed. "It's thanks to you." A shield barrier she created surrounds her and her allies to repel Kuai-Long's minions trying to attack. Tai Hui, with a determined look, faces Kuai-Long as if to say he won't let him have his way. Tai Hui quickly creates a protective shield around Tan Ya's group. Someone screams in fear. What's going on? Hearing that, Kuai-Long angrily ordered, "It's just a shield. What are you afraid of? Keep going." The cautious crowd looked at each other and then nodded in agreement. Seeing them charge forward aggressively, Tan Ya also decided to ask at Hui what we should do now. They're rushing at us again. Should we go out and fight back? Luang Lu, Yin Tai Chung Ta Chi, Ko the Fan Tich, Tin Hin, Ban Chung Guadong, Chak Chan Kong Fai Doi Tu Guo Chung Da, Anta Buok Doi Noi, Chi Kun Kash Liu Mangvua Chung Thua. With a defense of 15,600 MP, Hugh immediately intervened, as the defense could hold for a while. Once they are tired, we will think of a way to escape. Suddenly, the item information panel appeared, showing the demon's eye. Level A, Rarity. The form of the cursed energy transmission device creates a powerful flame shockwave. The defense stat is 150 times the strength stat, consuming all MP. Cooldown is 2 hours, with a special transformation effect that can turn it into a weapon. After equipping the demon chain, you cannot equip weapons. Once transformed, you will gain a new attribute state, Demonic Aura, exchanging for strength under certain conditions, with the effectiveness depending on those conditions. The clone next to her is also in a state of panic. Why did she get injured? You wanted her to heal her teammates, but everything backfired because of the curse. Healing becomes damage. Vu Keat Lian proudly asked, "So my A-rank skill, the Obsession Curse, isn't bad?" "Right, it has a special effect in healing her. The current situation is becoming more and more chaotic," she exclaimed in shock. "What's going on?" Then Tan Nak looked around and realized, where is Xiao Mei? Isn't she supposed to be here? As he finished speaking, the henchman eagerly approached to report. "Boss, we've caught one of them." But Tia, my panicked, raising her hands, wait. I have something to say." Devil Dragon is pleased and praises. "Well done. Bring them here." The others continue the attack. Tun Nok guessed that Xiao Mei would betray them, his face immediately turning displeased, and he roared threateningly, "Tren Xiao Mei, what are you doing?" Suddenly, the hammer, which seemed to come out of nowhere, startled Ton Nak, making him too frightened to speak again. The bulky guy gasped heavily and asked in frustration, "Why is it so tough? My equipment is about to give out. And it's even longer than the boss." Watching the crowd gradually tire, his face showed a proud and boastful expression. "You guys think you can break this? This is the power of a top-tier weapon." Feeling challenged in his authority, a man stepped forward to fight. "Let me try. I don't believe I can't break this shield." The guy next to him joins in. A man's brute strength. "If he makes a move, it will be a good show." Tun Yak casually mocks. Another delusional power fantasist. Hanfatler roars a powerful warning before launching a fierce punch, unleashing a fiery blow that clashes with the shield, causing a shockwave. But in the face of the invincible power of the shield, a man could only admit defeat, painfully withdrawing his hand. And Ton Nak cheerfully mocked him. "See, you got what you deserved. I told you little brats you can't do anything." Unlike him, Ton Nuts. Shouldn't we be a bit more humble at this moment? A man, insulted by Ton Nak, becomes more alert. "Wait and see. If you step out here, it'll be a big deal." Things at Xiao Mei's place aren't much better. The demon dragon slams its trident close to her, threatening her, saying, "Go ahead," causing Xiao Mei to be too scared to speak. Done. He slowly approached her and softly asked how to break through this barrier. "Surely you must know." Right, but his actions are completely the opposite, constantly urging Xiao Mei to tell the truth. Tunya quickly shouted out to stop her. "Xiao Mei, if you still see us as a team, then don't speak." Without hesitation, Xiao Mei confidently recounted what she knew. The defense of this protective shield is very strong, unless the person is willing. If not, it's very hard to break it from the outside. But the demon dragon still doesn't dare to believe it. Not planning to say, so Sen has to make her suffer a bit. Xiao Mei hurriedly explained, "No. I mean the stronger the object, the more obvious its weakness. Once, this protective barrier in my Dantian was broken." She remembered the scene back then. Once broken, the protective shield would enter an extremely long cooldown period, and other abilities of the equipment would also be temporarily sealed. Seizing the opportunity, his eyes flashed with a fierce glare, and he said, "Well done. Attack fiercely." Tunya was furious, shouting with deep resentment, "Mai, you traitor." Xiao Mei, on the other hand, has no regrets at all. Her face smug as she silently thinks, blame it on her weapon being too outstanding in this situation. Surrendering is the wisest choice. Isn't it? Giving up your equipment is like surrendering your life. Then, a series of attacks came crashing down, from arrows to lightning gods. They kept hitting the shield directly, and finally a crack appeared. Under the pressure from the people outside, the crack gradually widened, causing panic among Hui's group. Tun Yaksu announced, "At Hui." The water stains began to appear on Ho Than, and she also realized it, nervously replying that perhaps it was close to breaking point. Seeing the opportunity, the demon dragon suddenly ordered and casually offered a reward. It seemed about to break, and whoever shattered it first would receive 3 C-grade equipment. The situation quickly changed. Tai Hu, in panic, silently determined that this weapon was borrowed from Tong An and must be returned intact. She cannot betray his trust, and Ho Than must not break. Lamu's eyes seemed to be waiting for her to ignite her passion. Indeed, Tai Hui was also thinking that she had to gain power. With that said, in front of her astonished eyes, a beautiful demoness appeared amidst the sea of gazes like a blooming, radiant flower. Mommy said, "The power you desire. I can give it to you." She slowly smiled and explained that she could sense her intense craving for power. The demon in front of her turned out to be the demon Lamu. Tai Hu, stammering as she dealt with people, asked if she was the demon inside the weapon. But deep down she felt uneasy, realizing she hadn't yet transformed, and she had appeared on her own. Lamau looked at the panicked music group and suggested that the situation was very dangerous. The shield was about to break, and her teammates were also under threat. She didn't have much time left. She calmly flew toward Tai Hu, her voice full of tempting sweetness. "So, do you want me to unleash your power? Just a small price to pay." Lamau is skilled at persuasion. She really wants to protect my body and her teammates. Done. She immediately moved closer, gently lifting Hugh's face with a teasing and trusting look, hoping she could help her solve everything. "Let's make a pact. In this urgent situation, this is the only way left. She hesitated but accepted. I agree. Just tell me what the conditions are. All their eyes open at once. The space becomes enchanting, and Lamau happily says, her present and future. As the shield shattered, a huge surge of magic approached, and strange patterns appeared on the shield as it gradually regenerated. With a gentle snap of the fingers, before fully recovering, the shiny figure looked as if it had never been injured. And this scene made the two-ton knock and the startled person jump. He asked in disbelief, "What is going on?" In an instant, the watermarks on the shield disappeared completely, and it seemed even more precious. On this side, Taihu's magic power continues to surge, increasing to 176, adding 176, and thanks to her strength, her shield's capacity rises to 37. 200, exhausted. She mutters to herself. It seems the prophecy has succeeded, but at the same time, Taihu's body had to endure an equal amount of pressure, turning into chains that tightly bound her. Her stamina decreased by 1. Her attributes transformed into strength, and her stamina would no longer increase when leveling up. The two of them hurriedly asked Han what was going on after seeing that Taihui was fine and unscathed. In the end, she collapsed from exhaustion, and Ya and the others rushed over. Before losing consciousness, she could only helplessly lament that the pain from her diminishing attributes was too much. Fortunately, Hugh only felt a little dizzy, but seeing her trembling, Nak was so worried he wanted to scold someone. Your attribute, you have ruined your own future. Why did you do that? She made an excuse to brush it off. At least we are still safe. Taihui grabbed both of their arms, and all three of them stood up to fight back. Perhaps this was the turning point of their fate. This scene completely shocked the demon dragon, who was gaping in amazement, sweating profusely. What is happening? How come the shield was about to break earlier, but now it's perfectly fine as if nothing happened? Vu Kiet said angrily. Annoying. Your MP is all gone. The demon dragon angrily turned to look at Xiao Mei, who immediately panicked, gesturing wildly, and explained, I don't know what happened either. This is the first time this has ever happened. Then, his eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he ordered, call all the brothers guarding the dungeon here. I can't stop today without this equipment. In the nearby forest, the battered red car is struggling to reach the market. General An is speeding towards the gathering at Hui. At this moment, he was so anxious he lost his composure, constantly urging, can you go even faster? Mr. Nam, he helplessly replied. I've broken the pedal, Tong, and frantically punched the car barrier. Damn it. Damn it. Doafong was so startled he didn't dare to move. He quickly thought of a way, but using an Easter egg related to teleportation was too slow. Its conditions too complicated, so now he could only transmit sound to it. Tong An's face hardened, silently praying that nothing would happen. The sunset gradually descends, spreading over the buildings. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward with firm steps, and the system also issued a warning, indicating that the barrier had been broken. Tun Not stands in front to protect the others, boldly declaring that anyone who dares to touch Hoi would have to go through us first. But he pretends to be scared while holding back his words. And so do I. Currently, the demon chain has entered a state of deep sleep, lasting for 1 hour and 21 minutes. Plus, having completely exhausted her energy through the contract, Tai Hui forced a reluctant smile as her attack and defense capabilities were now 0. The Demon Dragons group is also exhausted and struggling to breathe, but their numbers still overwhelm us. So he becomes more excited and says mockingly, what do you have to fight me with? The new information update for Taihu is as follows at level 16. Warrior class. 20 health points times 20. 12 attack points times 12. With the passive skill of strong class. And the skill Huyen An Tram Leo Vo 1 acquired. Power 176 plus 176. Minimal perception. Minimal intelligence. Minimal strength. Minimal agility. Remaining points unchanged. Special effects. Daemon contract. After leveling up, all attributes except strength remain the same. The other team only has 3 people left at Hue. Tun Yak and the fake Luke Nyan, while Hoi Dong Sun has more members, threatening with their larger numbers. Sensa. You're already cornered. You don't need strength to see that Tun Nok still stands proudly there, not running away, Stay back. We're not afraid of you. Looking at the human-shaped bracelet on Hu's arm, Demon Dragon shows an extremely covetous expression. This equipment is truly powerful, requiring many attackers to break it. His eyes behind the demon mask light up, and his smile is extremely wicked. Thinking that it's about to be his makes me feel so excited. Kuai Long, without hesitation, ordered his men behind him, a man and Vu Keat, to kill the two obstacles. Both were extremely confused by Kuai Long's demand, asking again, "What?" A man hesitated to advise him that this wasn't right. Vu Keat also hesitated to remind him that earlier he said they only stole things, not kill people. Seeing the two guys weaken so much, the demon dragon angrily turned around, his eyes blazing like headlights, and shouted at them, "Do as I say." Maybe Kuai Long just used some kind of skill, and Aman and Vu Keat were dazed and confused, as if they had been brainwashed. Not long after, they started to look up at the sky and laugh contemptuously. With his eyes turning red, a man smiled smugly, a smile that signaled a series of dangerous actions he was about to take. And I don't know why, but right now I want to experience the thrill of killing. Lúc nhan ra tinh y nhan thay không, khi thay joy là thuông. Noi. Bao không, khi thay joy, hoàn toàn rồi. It feels like they really want to take our lives. Only now Tanakh realizes she's a bit off balance. Can we still think clearly? Seeing the unfavorable situation, Hugh frowned and thought, I don't want Tanakh and the others to risk themselves for me. Sorry, Tong. But for my teammates, I have no choice but to do this. Oh, suddenly a voice rang out. Can you hear it? At Hugh. Can you hear me? It turns out that not only the three people at Hugh, Tunyats, and the fake Luke Nan heard it, but the Dong Sun Society also heard it. Demon Dragon thought someone was pretending to be a god or demon, and he shouted, "Who is it? Come out here for me. The recording is still playing. I know what you're going through. The Dong Sun Society. The situation is very dangerous, but I can't get there right away. Damn it, this recording has a limited time, so I'll be brief. All three of you should listen carefully." Tanakh suddenly realizes that this voice seems to be Trong, and the recording contains the sender's request before I arrive. Please extend the time for me. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, realizing it was Tong An. He tried to send the last message. King's minute. Extend it by 15 minutes, and I will come right away. The fake Liu Ran looks confused. The voice is trembling. Tanakh is next to him scolding Tong An. Right now, it's hard to hold out for even a minute, let alone 15 minutes. Nothing is that easy. Demon Long also heard the conversation and, of course, understood their plan. He immediately ordered the Vu Kit to charge and wanted to buy more time for her if you want to hold out. Let's see how long you can last. At the same time, a man also rushed to attack Tanakh, defending himself while criticizing Tong An for being delusional. This Tong An guy is so arrogant again, even if he comes. What can he do against so many people? The other side replies, just knowing yourself is enough. No matter how many more come, they can't help you. Vu Kit aggressively swings his stick at the fake Luke Nan, making him act tough. Xiao Mei has betrayed them and joined the Dongsun Society. Now she stands behind Kuai Long, urging them to surrender. Two knots. I advise you to see the situation clearly and surrender your weapons early. There's no need to suffer through this. She pressed herself close to him, trying to flatter him. Because in the end, those things don't really matter who is stronger. Right, big brother Kuai Long? And he was very pleased to hear her say that. You know the wind is blowing that way. Joining the Dongsun Society at such a young age is impressive. The girl replied softly, as long as Big Brother Demon Dragon protects me in the future, I will do whatever he says. Tanya witnesses all her indecisiveness and supports her to the fullest. But now when he sees her face, he can't help but get angry. He suddenly threw a punch, catching her off guard, and he let out a cry of pain as he staggered backward. He pressed his legs firmly into the ground to prevent his body from being knocked away and tried to keep his balance. Tanakh withdrew his stick, focusing all his strength on the calmness of the recording Tong An sent. Tong An, I hope you can say and do a lot. I can only give you an extra 10 minutes. He blocks the stick right in front of his chest. And I don't know why. Even though you're a bit annoying, you're still better than these guys. Demon Dragon saw Ton NJC about to resist and immediately threatened him, saying no matter what kind of people they are, you're about to turn into a corpse. And little Mei standing beside her watched him pull out the stick. curious about why she had never seen him use this stick before. Tai Hu, your current attributes are too low. It's best for you to stay still and not move. He used the tip of the stick to draw a circle around where she was standing. Although he didn't want to use this method because of bad memories associated with it. When the two ends meet, the circle forms a beam of yellow light shooting straight up, surrounding at Hu to protect her. She listened blankly to what he said. But if I say this is the final game, then he's also at his limit. A little monkey immediately blew a horn, lying and breaking my heart. Now Tun Nok has transformed into the appearance of Tun No Kong, holding his staff and reciting the legendary words of the great sage of heaven. Tun Tun has returned. At the same time, the system announced the activation of the Easter egg, Lao Tun's dodge circle. During the activation of Lao Tun's monster avoidance circle, the person activating will transform into Sun Wukong, and the effect will mock the user, lasting for 10 minutes if you have the skill. Try targeting me. Lao Tun. Seeing him only transform into a monkey, the devil dragon sneered at him, rummaging around just to play a monkey. Lucky the monkey just arrived to entertain. Who? Tun Nok didn't bother to answer him. He ordered the monkey on his head to show off. The little monkey immediately raised the horn and blew it, giving a test to see if it sounded good. Then, a piece of music played from that horn, making everyone startled. Do you remember our promise under the moonlight that we would stay together? The old promise we made to each other will never fade away. Love that brings pain throughout life. Passing through the world's many sorrows. Forgetting the promise we once shared. This is just passion. Those who leave often bring pain. Wrapping my life in sorrow once more. Do you remember? My love. The promise we made under the moonlight long ago. The power of the music's lyrics envelops the opposing team. The pink-haired guy rolls up his sleeves and confidently says, I don't understand, but I feel like it's scolding us. And the blonde-haired guy shares the same feeling. Suddenly I feel really annoyed. The black-haired guy muttered, I want to crush that fat pig. But unfortunately, the system detected everyone's emotional level and alerted that this area has been provoked. Tun Yak courageously shouted, Dad is here. If you have anything, aim at me. Lying breaks my heart. Lying hurts my heart. Right then, swords and knives all aimed at his legs and thrown. Tun Not quickly dodged to the sides, muttering in surprise, Why did you lie to me? Seeing the mighty army in front of him, he immediately turned and ran in all directions. Too many to handle. The people behind chasing after him. Don't let him go. Although desperate to die, Tun Nok still taunted the enemy, telling them to chase after me, and everyone foolishly ran after him in a panic. Only Kuai Long is smart enough to see through his plan. He shouted loudly to order everyone back. He just wants to buy more time. As a return gesture, the monkey continues to blow the horn, shouting obscenities and yelling, Kuai Long is stupid as a cow. The system displays the opponent's status, and the player Kuai Long has been mocked. Kuai Long is furious and bloodthirsty, calling it a useless fool, calling it as stupid as a cow. Kill it for me. Don't let it survive. A blonde-haired man rushes forward and swings his sword down. Tun Nak quickly dodges to the side. The others throw weapons again. He spins a few times and dodges once more. Those guys attacked with all their might. But Tun Ya was so surprised he almost lost his mind. They're furious. What's going on? He dodged all the attacks. Clearly very fat. So why are his movements so quick and agile? Seeing them struggle because they couldn't throw us. He smiled smugly. I added all my attributes to stamina and agility. There's no way I'll be caught easily. The secret lies in the skill he applied to his legs, combined with the effectiveness from the Wolf King's left leg, making him even more formidable. The system is alerting him that it's activating. Quick and agile. Tun Nok was running and thinking. The time must be almost up at 8 minutes. Pushing a little harder isn't impossible. But because he was too focused on the people behind, he didn't notice a man approaching in front of him. When he turned back, he saw him swinging his fist at him. Tun Nok was terrified and thought no way. He took a direct hit that sent him flying quite a distance. A man and 2 others stand behind challenging him. Run away. Why aren't you running? Tun Nok painfully lies on the ground. The monkey on his head cheerfully encourages him. Trying to look, the enemy scoffs at him. Acting arrogant well. Now it's time for our brothers to show him what we're really capable of. At the same time, seeing the encouragement was useless, Tun No Kong immediately bid him farewell. Fading away. Tun Nok spat out a large blood clot, painfully thinking, this time I'm really doomed. The player can no longer maintain the skill. The protective barrier at the system also disappears, and the player faces danger. Removing the Easter egg and the old man's monster avoidance circle, the protective shield disappeared. Vu Qietjiao stepped forward to seize her, and at the high tower he told the demon Long that he had obtained the equipment. So quickly let my friend go. He took the ring and aimed. I stole this because of my strength. If it belongs to me, what's the problem? And if it's my stuff, why are you bringing up conditions with me? Seeing him switch sides, she kept scolding him. The miserable bastard. Devil Dragon slowly walks toward her. Don't even think about resisting the Dongsun Society. This is a lesson for all of you. Tai He Kong accept that. She originally warned him that you will face retribution. And Kuai Long laughed as if he was pleased. Retribution? Are you really putting your hope in that teammate who won't arrive, even if he does? What can he do against our entire guild? After staring at Tai, his defiant face for a while, he suddenly lifted her chin. Looking more closely, I realize you actually look pretty decent. It's a shame to die. Be my woman, and I might let you go. Facing that terrorist, she was fearless and unyielding, staring straight into his eyes with determination, dreaming that even if she died, she would never compromise with scum like you. Seeing her refuse, the demon dragon slapped her hard. He coldly said, "You really don't know right from wrong." The demon dragon left only one useless sentence. "Kill it, and then leave." Vu Keet, grabbing her hair, responded to him. Yes. He raised his spear, smirked at Ta Hu. I've never tried the feeling of taking someone's life in one shot before. Today I'll try it on you. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, accompanied by an order. Raise your weapon. The person coming is Song An. Vu Keet swung his sword and struck directly, blood splattering everywhere. Hearing a scream, Kuai Long turned his head to see what was happening. I only saw you catch Ta Hu. Gian Loi looked at her and apologized to Ta Hu. Seeing the deep red mark on her face, you felt extremely guilty for not being able to protect her. He looked up, his eyes filled with a fierce aura, and said, I won't join forces with you guys. Immediately, Song An activated the Bach Li transmission. Easter X, with the condition that the target is simultaneously more than 100 dam away from the point of origin. The sound transmission device has a good voice, controlled by the system, capable of transmitting speech to a predetermined location over a distance of more than 100 dam, with the voice traveling at the speed of sound. Additionally, the recording time is limited, slightly less than 900 dam, but still very effective. The sky is beginning to turn evening, and the atmosphere is gradually becoming more tense. Kui Long, despite Thi Hung Hang's bravado, doesn't seem to be taking this lightly. But inside, he's a bit scared. Vu Kiet was killed in an instant. And where did this kid come from? Kuai Long pointed his weapon at Tong An and threatened him, saying that even if he relied only on himself and acted arrogantly, the outcome would be the same, regardless of others. Over here, Lam Nam and Fong were startled and frightened by his threats. After understanding the situation, An Nam wondered to himself why Tong An suddenly charged over there to face the Dong Sun group. Meanwhile, Fong was trembling with fear, thinking he was about to be killed and worried he had been discovered. At the battlefield, Song An still didn't respond to Kuai Long, only gently placing Tai Hui aside, which made him furious. Hey, I told you, you're not going to make it through today. After feeling reassured about Hugh, he stood up, looked at Kuai Long with sharp eyes, and said, stop talking nonsense and get to the fight already. Chut. Oh. As soon as the words were spoken, the creature jumped out, accompanied by the system notification. Activate. Patrol. Kuai Long saw Chut-O and wondered anxiously in his heart, is this a demon beast? But it seems to be just an immature one. His soldiers also started to panic. Can he accept a demon beast as a mount? Tongan paid no attention to them, biting his finger as the scent of this potion quickly spread. Tong An reached out his hand to Chut-O and said, Chut-O, eat it. Be good and obedient. Shirp, shirp, shirp. Yes. Sir. Here. Here it is. As soon as it finished eating, its eyes started to bulge, and its body swelled up. Tong An drew his weapon, glanced at them, and challenged. Lucky to see if they dared. All the soldiers immediately rushed towards Song An, who stands alone in the middle of them. And he orders, poisonous dregs, Tong An brandished his weapon, spinning it around to face the Kuai-Long soldiers, and the poison immediately spread outwards. They cried out in pain everywhere. The system reports activation. Their poison is effective. Tong An watches as they spray red liquid. Whispering calculations strike fast. Finish quickly. Then, the system reports that you have activated the acceleration. Tong An is running toward him. Kuai-Long panics. What are they doing? Quickly surround him. An. His eyes turned red as he stood protecting Kuai-Long and said, "Step in front of me first." Tong An sighed softly, easily passing by all of them. A cloud of black smoke enveloped Kuai-Long, and the system announced that Kuai-Long had been defeated. Tong An drew his weapon, looked at him, and said, "You're done. Over here." The system is lying on the Mauso's fur, shaking Tun Nak's body, making him terrified. "Easy now. Easy now. I just broke a rib. Don't eat me. I was just helping Song An buy some time. My meat isn't tasty anyway." The scene in Tun Nak's eyes shows a giant mouse with a fierce gaze staring at him as if ready to swallow him whole. Tun Nak, feeling terrified, thought to himself, "This is too scary." He initially planned to pretend to be dead, but in an instant, this beast had already discovered him. Now his bones are shattered, and he can't move at all. The mouse can't speak, only using its claws to open some kind of medicine bottle. Seeing that, Tun Nak easily asks Duan, "Do you still want to force me to drink something strange?" "Isn't that Tong An's order?" Oh, Mouse anxiously chirped. Come on. Come on." So he had to compromise. "I'll drink." "Can I drink now?" In Tun Nak's mind, it's still better than being eaten. As soon as he finished drinking, the system immediately announced that he was fully recovered. At this moment, Chuad-O released Tun Nox, who happily moved around, able to move his body again. Wow, the potion has fully restored him. This thing is extremely rare, and Tong An has already found one. Chuad-O holds up a sign and calls Tun Nak. "Chit, the owner needs your help." He suddenly pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" Over here, Song An was still struggling with the demon dragon's men, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way." One of them grabbed Tong An's leg, forcing him to use more strength, then shouted, "Get out of here." While fighting them off, Tong and thought to himself, "I knew he was prepared. He didn't attack at all earlier, but I never expected it to be this kind of terrifying control skill. Let them attack me like crazy, completely losing their reason. Even the black smoke is useless." Demon Dragon shouted an order. "Hold its leg for me. Even if I die, I must hold its leg." The system notification says the blindness has been lifted. After seeing everything again, he fears and thinks it's too dangerous. If he hadn't managed to use the skill just in time, he would have died. I didn't expect there to be control powers too. This guy's abilities are too terrifying. These people probably won't hold out for long. It seems we just have to run away. The people outside also started to worry and ask why those people had turned like that, what the guild leader was doing. So we were basically meant to be the cannon fodder. And as I said, they started panicking and running around, with some shouting, "I can't take it anymore. I'm not getting involved in this. Wait for me." When the demon dragon saw that, he used magic to make them turn back and shouted, "Turn around everyone for me." He thought to himself, "If you want to run, you're all my pawns." They all fell under Kuai-Long's real control and were targeting Tong An. He worried and thought, this isn't good. He can still increase the number of people under his control. This number has exceeded the usual limits of the game. There's a hidden agenda. Tong An shouted and then attacked them with bone knives. Chu Long shouted in fear, "Watch out. Those newcomers. Take them down for me." Tongs. An was about to jump up and take them all down when someone grabbed his leg and pulled him down. Tongs. And gritted his teeth and thought, this is not good. But when the group caught in the spell really surrounded Song An, the demon dragon hesitated, running while muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. Pushed to such a desperate point. I had to mobilize all my forces just to hold them back. Truly a monster. Damn it. Our guild's forces we've worked so hard to build have been destroyed. I originally wanted to use these pawns at a more opportune moment, he shouted. Tong An. I remember your face now, waiting for the situation to stabilize. The demon dragon hides behind a tree and quietly calculates. But at least now I have top-tier equipment and my class abilities, so I can still stand tall like a coconut. At that moment, A shield suddenly appeared out of nowhere and flew toward him, hitting Kuai Long in the face and causing him to fall unexpectedly. The shield bearer calmly said, "Luckily, that opportunity didn't come." Kuai Long nervously shouted, "Lucky, or I would be dead." "Why are you here?" Ton Nut still calmly replied. "Lucky guess," he thought to himself. "I didn't expect Tong An to predict this too. He's really impressive." Then he continued to scold Demon Dragon, revealing that the one always pretending to be powerful is actually a useless loser. Meanwhile, while Demon Dragon's team was acting, others were also closely watching the gathering. On the rooftop of the building, someone's hand reaches for a can of water, and he enjoys drinking from it. With a satisfied look, he exclaimed, "Too disgusting." He is Bachmok, level Tizen Kilench, warrior class, biologist mage, warrior of Team 1, strategic group, a senior programmer at Ori Rindo Will Game Company. A divine punch comes crashing down, wide and relentless. Yet you're still sitting here lazily, angrily. Nana, a level 20 healer and illusionist of the strategic team and the company's board of directors at Ori Rindo Will. How am I supposed to leave the matter of his death to you? Bak Mok ruffled his head and said loudly, "Damn it. This old man. What am I supposed to do if I just drink a sip of detox tea? I work hard and easily get angry." Nana looked annoyed. "What did you just say?" Bak Mok sweat and awkwardly said, "Let's make the most of the time. I've already recorded the news into the crystal ball." He analyzed that the Demon Dragon's class is Betrayer, which is also a special class like ours but has different traits. Even a bit strange. The skill list appears. With Betrayal, a non-buff skill that can only be used on teammates. Ignoring cost, conditions, and quantity. Betrayal is a form of permanent revenge, leaving the target weakened, with their combat ability reduced to 80% of their normal stats. No resurrection. Temporarily suppress 1 to 2 players for a short period. But the opponent's health must be 50% or lower, costing 50 MP. Looking at the skill list, he can only use the Betrayal skill of his class with teammates. His first skill is non-resurrection magic, a level A skill. Nana. All his conditions are born for Betrayal. Who would design such a twisted class? Bak Mook points out that all the classes in this game were designed by our team Li Chi Du. She covers her mouth, surprised, and quickly says, "Oh, I haven't said anything yet." Chi Du replied, "No problem. Because this class wasn't designed by him either, and he's eager to find out its origin. He is Lai Chi Du, level Husonkatu, class Hoang Kim, leader of Kim Team No. E. Strategic Group, successor of the Ori Renawat Dog Game Company, chief content advisor of the dog game. In the New World, silently standing behind him, he continued speaking. Compared to the original New World of Cho Choi, this world has changed a lot. I want to find out what is behind these changes, and where we are headed." A streak of red light falls into the dark, fog sky, and all three of them turn their eyes toward it. It's nearby. And Bak Mook speaks, indicating that direction. There's a gathering at Dongsun Hill. It seems something has happened over there. Nana. The POW group won't arrive for a while. Seeing the situation has become tense, Chidui said, "Let's go over there first." But in his heart he secretly thought that he had a very bad feeling. 5 minutes ago, Kuai Long was punched in the face by Tu Nak. Then he was kicked in the stomach and cried out in pain. Kui Long, terrified. "Wait. Let's talk this through. Killing me won't benefit you. Right, I won't take the gear anymore. Just let me go. I'm sorry. Is that okay?" Tu Nhac clenched his fist and said coldly, "If apologizing could fix everything, there would be no need for the police. When you struck us with such cruelty, did you even feel any mercy? Tuanchka? Tu enyek manamidun han motku. Keen han ko tet. Oi tori quilong, na quizong dat. Tu nuktrut non ra. Oi chao gua kichtich. Kong fai, lahan, tadangang lenroy dechu. Tu Nhac suddenly realized that he had betrayed the boss of the Dong Sun Society. "I wonder if his subordinates will come after me for revenge later. Someone is coming. Don't worry. The Dong Sun Association is just a name now." Tu Nak turned around and called out to Tong An, "It looks like you're also finished. I thought something unexpected might happen." Tu Nhac holds the item in his hand and says there's nothing uncertain anymore. Kui Long is dead. We've also taken their equipment. And those 15 minutes were thanks to my distraction. He replied, Okay. Well done. Tong. And thought, Kwai Long is cunning. To prevent any unexpected issues, I need to go over there and check again. Kwai Long is lying flat on the ground behind two hacks. Still complaining. Being praised doesn't make me happy at all. If you hadn't saved me before, I wouldn't work for you, the voice spoke. Indeed a pity. I thought you would be more useful. But since you are my envoy, I am willing to give you one more chance. They focused on the strange thing about Kwai Long. He said it was strange. And along with that, a blazing red lightning bolt was drawn. So they could witness the true power of the one who was coming. The lightning struck fiercely at Kwai Long, unleashing a tremendous force. Tong Un, with a tense expression, asked what was going on and why Kwai Long suddenly got struck by lightning. To Notch, sweating and panicked, replied, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's eaten too much. Fong and Lam Nam, standing near the bushes, were also surprised. Nam shouted, Wow. The animal nearby is trembling, squeaking, and the column of light has now erupted intensely. A figure slowly steps out, and it's Kwai Long, his entire body dark and his eyes blazing red. He smiles. Surprised to meet you in this way. Tanakh asked, Is this guy Demon Dragon? He worriedly told himself that this one is extremely dangerous. Then he said aloud, I didn't expect you to get involved with that demon. Demon Dragon. He looked at his demon hand and replied, I am connected to it. This is the power bestowed upon me by the owner of this world. I swear. He continued, I will make you suffer so much that you won't want to live anymore. Tong Un. What's going on? I remember when designing the game, there was no count of players turning into demons. Tong Un explains, I think maybe the owner of this world he mentioned is the final boss. As he spoke, he created a sphere of power and ran forward. Weren't you guys eager to kill me earlier? Come on. Fight back. He's throwing it at you too. I have high hopes for you. The red lightning struck very close to him, creating a shockwave behind. Tun Nak was stunned. Oh my god. My mother. Tong An also exclaimed, It's too dangerous. That hole in the ground created a deep crater. He looked at his hand and examined himself, applying a little force, still not used to it. But it's okay if you all die like this. What's the point of the fun anymore? Evil Dragon grinned wickedly and said, I want to torment you more to vent my deep-seated hatred. Tong An clenched his teeth and thought, Which one of you killed me just now? Tu Nakwai. Tiu Tu Hua. Kanding Num Val Twai. Anh Quay Lon Mot Ding. Anh Lai Vu Hik Wu Minh Nham Vào Hen. Tong An Het Lon. Jiola Luk An Tuk Juk. Ding Han Len. He calmly. Too slow. Then retreats, preparing to strike. This time, not missing the shot. Watching his actions, Tong, and silently thought, Oh no, I won't be able to react in time. Before he could react, he shot through your left arm. Blood spurted from your mouth as the demon dragon sealed your fate. And the moment of terror arrived. Tun Nak shouted in panic, Tong Un. And then a huge explosion occurred, with a shard of debris piercing his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. Tong An quickly pulls out the long spear, using it to temporarily hold his ground, while simultaneously gulping down blood serum. Seeing this, the demon dragon smugly asked, Is that all you've got? You can't take it anymore. Huh. His face full of glee, mockingly sneering. Where is your arrogance? Where is your confidence? I will crush everything until only despair remains in you. Tun Not Hac runs over worriedly. Are you okay? Seeing the situation as grim, Tong unhurriedly stops him. Don't come here. Go quickly. Done. He turned and ordered. This place is no longer safe. You better take Hugh and the survivors and get out of here. Tunin Hack stammered nervously, but before he could finish, Tong and sharply interrupted. Aren't you trying to save her? What are you waiting for? Go now. Then, Ton Na ran back quickly, hesitating before responding. And this is what you said yourself. Take care of yourself. Demon Dragon saw the prey trying to escape and angrily warned him to stay. Then seized the opportunity to silently call out for the item and quickly grab it. For now, I can only bandage the shoulder wound with cloth since I have no healing items left. Tongan's face grew worried as he started analyzing the situation. If that guy is a demon, he still has a chance to win. A slash could deal significant damage to him, as long as he has an opportunity to hurt him. Suddenly, a series of magic injections were fired rapidly at you. But luckily, Tong An reacted in time and used the longsword in his hand to block. He knocked away the deadly attacks with one hand, lowered his stance, and charged forward to get close to the demon dragon. This guy always attacks from afar, so close combat might be his weakness, taking this chance for a fatal blow. Then, Song An seized the opportunity, shouted, and in an instant, appeared right in front of him. The demon dragon was caught off guard by his action, frozen in place as the dagger was about to pierce him. The entire area lit up with divine flames, and the attack ignited the sky in the silent night. At this moment, Tun Nak had already run quite a distance away. Feeling the loud noise, he instinctively turned around in fear. Or perhaps it was An himself who was startled, and he didn't pursue. It looks like Song An is already fighting that demon dragon. I've done everything I could, given my all. Then, Tun Ya kept running, convincing himself that fighting like that wouldn't help him at all. How many people can actually charge into battle like you? No one would blame me if I just run away. Suddenly, a figure ran from the opposite direction, and he asked in surprise, "Huh, did something just pass by?" It turns out to be Nana. She's sitting on the white wood urging him to go faster. White wood. Hurry up. Brother Triet Du is about to get away. He's in his transformed wolf form, growling, moving at top speed. Do you really think catching up to Triet Du would be that easy? The two of them only then noticed Tun Nyak's presence and started discussing. Oh, there's someone here. Probably hiding. Don't mind him. As they finished speaking, both sides left him behind, standing there bewildered and confused, wondering who else had arrived, including a talking wolf. Over here, Tong An is being overwhelmed, and his weapon has been knocked far away. With his life hanging by a thread, the demon dragon directly clenched Tong An's neck, causing him to cry out in pain and struggle helplessly. He was so pleased that your head was held high, as long as you kept scolding. That last hit hurt me so much I could barely breathe. Luckily now I have healing powers, or I would have responded with another blow. I ignore the demon dragon's words and struggle fiercely. Breaking free, half of his face gradually restored. His expression turned fierce as he spoke, the strange aura from the beginning making sense now. The evil dragon's eyes sharpened, the wound completely healed. I really should have taken you out first. The inhaled energy is becoming scarce, and Song An's face is turning pale from oxygen depletion, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. It's over. The wound was hard to make, but healed so quickly. What kind of power is this? I'm about to lose consciousness. Why is the force so strong? Seeing your face full of pain, the demon dragon grinned smugly. Pressing close, I could break you in an instant. But that would ruin the fun. What would you feel if all the attacks targeted your head? At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. A huge wave, with a body shining with a clear light. Then, a huge beam of light suddenly descended, separating the two of them and saving Song An from the brink of death. It activated successfully, and the body of the green light prevented this deadly damage. Tong An lost his footing and slipped backward. Luckily, you reacted in time and temporarily regained consciousness. Breathing heavily, a notification appeared saying, "You cannot use the body of the green light for this player for 1 hour." Chuet Due nervously approaches and asks casually, "Are you okay?" Tong An. So it was you who fought Kuai Long earlier. Tong An looked suspicious and cautious, asking Chuet Du why he was here, doubt rising in his mind, realizing it was him. While at the same time, Kuai Long was pushed away. But contrary to expectations, the more he saw the newcomer, the more clearly he showed his delight. Well done. What is today? I didn't expect the leader of the strongest strategy guild in the world to appear. I witnessed the moment Kuai Long's new life begins. The two of them directly ignore him and speak casually, saying this isn't important. Can I ask if I know what abilities the demon dragon can currently use? At first, Song An was a bit confused and asked about the abilities, then quickly understood the meaning. He can create fireballs for long-range attacks like laser bombs, and his close combat skills are also very strong. The most notable point is that he has an extremely high regenerative ability. While you were still pondering, he came to challenge the demon dragon. Then Nana and the white target appeared from behind, happily shouting and catching up. Having received the necessary information, His face darkened with deathly seriousness. He immediately drew out the holy sword, ready for a decisive battle. Thank you. Once the demon appears again, this world will develop in the worst possible way. It must be destroyed while still in the cradle. Hearing this, the demon dragon beneath him exhales a cloud of white smoke and scoffs, wanting to destroy me. Even if you are the strongest person in the game, you won't be able to do it. Now that I possess the power of the master of this world, you are no match for me. He is not afraid at all and taunts calmly. So, let's see what happens. A blazing aura of light surrounds Deaddew, awakening his divine spirit energy. As a giant golden armored war god with a divine shield and sword appears, even the demon dragon was startled by this powerful aura and dared not move. Nana and Bakmuk witnessed this glorious scene and couldn't help but admire, shouting, "You Dewey, you already used it again. So cool." You do. Only Tong An was lost in thought, unable to believe his eyes. That glass Hoang Kim was still awake. Standing before the power of the supreme god Odin is a godless death, radiating with a strong demonic energy. Coldly gazing at the opponent, his eyes flashed with rage, firmly declaring that he would help with all his might to defeat you. The demon dragon sneered disdainfully. All-out attack, indeed. Then he directly transformed into his new form, confidently saying, "Well then, watch my final form." Small thorns emerge on Kuailong's body, and a lunar eclipse mark is deeply imprinted on him. Having fully evolved, the demon dragon roared loudly, releasing a powerful aura that created a thick cloud of dust, forcing Tong An's group to retreat. You put up your hand to block the aura, clenched your teeth, and wondered in surprise if Kuailong had become even stronger after awakening his class. He now has fiery hair and a fully human form. But now, the group of Triet Day's people. This is the final form that the owner of this world has given me. Let me see how much it will cost you guys. Seeing that the situation was unstable, he hesitated for a moment before immediately assigning tasks to each person. Nana, treat the wounds of Song An and Bai Mu. You protect Nana. She hesitantly asks, "Don't you want my help too?" Triet Day entered a combat stance, using Odin's power to increase his speed, drawing his sword while defending. This time, the situation is different from before. Maybe I won't be able to look after others. So everyone try to stay away from the battlefield for safety. Immediately after, a lightning bolt streaked through, rushing straight at the demon dragon, lightly attacking him and forcing him to brace himself. He couldn't help but groan. It hurts so much. Seizing the opportunity, Chetday transformed his speed into strength and threw a punch. A powerful push from the demon dragon sent him flying away, shattering his armor into pieces. And faced with this unexpected move, he had no chance to fight back and could only lie still and endure. A small butterfly flies over near Song An to catch his attention. Nana quickly explained, "Don't worry, this is my class, Skill Butterfly Healing. It can automatically help you heal your wounds. If he trusts you, I will do my best to heal you," she said, as the small blue glow of the fairy fluttered around the wounded area. She warned him, "But it's best if you stay here and behave, or you'll get into trouble with me if you lose the fairy." Tong An looked at Nana with suspicion. Special class of the healing system, Healing Butterflies. The healing butterflies are formed from the healing power of the fake Vin Deep and can usually automatically deal with wounds. But when the patient faces danger, it will sacrifice itself, releasing all of its healing power to save them. And it takes 3 days to form a single butterfly. Watching the demon dragon lie still beneath Triet D's sword, Bak Nu admired and thought that things seemed to be going quite smoothly for Triet Day's side. It may seem dangerous, but in reality, it's quite easy, Nana admitted, then added, "Of course, he is a trustworthy man." However, Tong An sensed that something was off and pondered deeply. Although Li Triet De was very powerful, they were too careless and complacent. I have fought against the demon dragon before, and he's not that simple. Thinking, he turned to look for his long dao. But since everyone was focused on Li Triet De, he knew he had to do something. At the same time, Triet De is desperately trying to gather information from the demon dragon, wondering who the person standing opposite him is, whether it's the demon king, Lucifer, or someone else. "How much do you really know?" He smiled softly and replied, "The power of the world's master is not something you can guess." Saying that, the demon dragon immediately wrapped his tail around him. "Prioritize yourself first." He looks pleased, then swiftly kicks forward and easily sends Chiette flying away. Immediately, the damage dealt caused his current HP to drop, making him painfully spit out a mouthful of blood. The two nanas, one with white hair, were both shocked and screamed loudly. "He's Chiette." Chiette calmly lowered his sword to the ground to reduce friction, steadying his owner, who quickly reassured him that he was fine as the demon dragon slowly jumped out of the stone circle. He eagerly caught the black orbs, then said, "Well then, try my fire spell. But I hope it's not the end afterward." Then he suddenly attacked again, kindly wishing you well, saying you're still okay, under his control. They all rushed towards the dead guards. He quickly deflected the gunfire, shouted to warn, protected Nana, received the blow, and Baku turned around and transformed. Having only faced one attack from the demon dragon, he had to use all his abilities to resist, helplessly lamenting that he couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack. Nana's situation isn't much better. Luckily, he transformed into a pangolin form to temporarily protect her. "But you are also seriously injured," Nana said anxiously while performing a small healing spell. "Are you okay?" Death Guard. In just a moment, the situation completely changed, with the majestic appearance of the demon Long. "Duang Duang," smugly said, "I understand now that when the world's owner grants power, Akma is the true ruler of this world, and no one can defeat me anymore." Suddenly, Tong An appeared behind him out of nowhere and decisively stabbed through his body, leaving the demon dragon no time to react. Death Guard received the signal and snapped awake, as he painfully spat out a mouthful of blood and asked confusedly why you appeared here. You showed no mercy, and drove the blade deeper into his wound. Tong An's determined gaze replied, "To kill you, thanks to the hidden cloak that helps conceal my movements. The monster won't notice the player using this equipment first." Done. He directly activated the Demon Hunter skill, triggering 10 times the damage, then poured lightning bolts onto the dragon demon's body, followed only by his agonized screams. Finally, the skills are unlocked as follows. The Golden Warrior class has awakened, the Odin Divine Position has awakened, and the class skills are strengthened. Golden Kim. Passive. All attributes increased by 200%. The Golden Kim class skill, Odin's Divine Power, has been awakened, granting the strength of Odin and allowing the use of Odin's Fury 20 times. After transforming into Odin's state and falling asleep, no skills can be used for 10 minutes. The Epic Sword. Grade B quality. Obtained through a special event. Will level up with the main quest, with a 150 attack bonus and the protection of a god increasing all basic attributes by 10. The White Robe's critical hit increases by 30%. Only the first person to complete the main quest is eligible to possess this sword. Otherwise, it will change hands. The demon dragon was hurt by Song An's attack and roared out in pain. "Ah! Ah! You're dazzling." Tong An, still holding the knife tightly with both hands. Surprised. "No way." Starting to recover even while being attacked, Li Che-du saw the situation and seized the opportunity. He rushes to attack Kuai Long and Tong An, and the system displays a notification about Odin's resilience, speed, and strength. Demon Dragon roared out loud. "I've had enough." He pushed both of them away and struck at the ship. Li Che-dui and Tong An were surprised, but even now they still fight back. The demon dragon roared loudly. "The gods bear the traitor's sins, so those who betrayed must be immortal." His body began to heal. He smiled. "And I am the demon of betrayal, unkillable and eternal." He creates a huge block of fire. "As long as you can't kill me, then you do." His power is truly formidable. He continues, "Only I can kill him." Li Che-du and Tong and quickly dodged the power of him. Nana worriedly asked if her friend was okay, and he replied, "It's hard to say." Nana regained her strength and healed quickly. The demon dragon jumps up, about to land where Tong An is. "Huh. You were caught off guard by him, attacking despite your injuries." Tong An flinched a little when he almost attacked us. "Maybe he can fight." He got angry when he missed the attack, scoffing. "Seeing him attack repeatedly like that makes you scared. It's not good." Black smoke. The demon dragon has struck us. Tong An's face grimaces. Blood splatters. And pain. He pushed you far away. A green object broke apart. Tong An sat on the ground, one hand holding his wound tightly. "Oh. Oh." This is the second time they landed a fatal blow. Tong, unsweat and think. If he manages to attack him, he will also be seriously injured. Does it mean that only by completely destroying him can we win? It's risky, but I have to try this move. The system reports that the demon dragon was poisoned. He is now blind, and his movement speed has decreased. He looks at his torn left arm and says, "That old trick again?" That hand of his holds onto the severed arm. Poison still lingering. The demon dragon smirks with one eye. I've never been afraid of that. The system displays a message indicating the poison effect has worn off. Li Che-du rushes to Tong An. He asked, "Tong An, can you still keep fighting?" "I'm fine." Li Che-du analyzed that the recovery ability of the demon dragon is very strong, seemingly without weaknesses. But he also needs time to recover. So as long as we don't give him the chance to do so, continuous attack and then self-destruct, we can win. Hearing this, Tong and immediately said, "You think so too." He continued, "Now, Bai Mu is badly injured and Nana can't help anymore. Nana is helping a friend nearby behind a tree. Bai Mu, you must hold on," Li Che-du said. "For the sake of our comrades, we must defeat him as quickly as possible." He continued, "I can still use it 7 more times. Odin's might. I will attack first later to restrain his actions, although it will be very dangerous for you. I hope you can deliver the final blow. It seems the weapon you created deals special damage to him." Tong An raised his hand in front of his face and said, "I think that damage still isn't enough. I have a better way." "Do you seriously ask? Have you ever used the divine light of purity on yourself, right?" The demon dragon creates another fire circle, standing tall, and says, "Are you done rambling? Now I'm losing interest. Let's end this story here." Tong An runs ahead, leaving Li Di behind, and soon he will listen to my instructions. He is confused. "Wait a minute. Explain clearly." Seeing that, Dakchi said, running eagerly towards me, "Consider this my reply." Tong An pondered. "Now I just need to see the move. You're holding a blue potion. If you act too early, the Easter egg won't activate. But if you wait too long, I won't have any more chances." Kuai Long attacks you and says, "Go D." Tong An is still waiting for the right moment, determined to strike when the damage is greatest. He has gotten very close to Kuai Long's fireball. Tong An's eyes are full of determination, and at this moment he steps right into the midst of the fire he created. Li Chet. Da Theo Doi Tu Daova. Nan Radai La Kahoch Matong. An. Decap. Den Thang Chi Quang Gua. Han Không. Gon Tak Jung Voi Gao Ainua. Lualan Tran Hap Noi. Tunyak I am Lung Quan Sat Tu Fia Saugok Kai. Devil Dragon chuckled happily. He at last I've killed you, you lowly bug." Tong An appears really cool amidst the flames, unharmed. "What are you hiding behind that smile? That level can't defeat me." You look up and say, "I'm still safe and sound." The system notifications aren't showing blood levels. The blood level display is malfunctioning. Tong An thinks this is the 3rd time he's close to death. The demon dragon is panicked. The smile has disappeared. "How is this possible? Why are you unharmed? I clearly attacked you. So what do these notifications mean?" Tong An smiled and said, "It doesn't matter how. From now on, your attacks are completely ineffective against me." He went crazy after hearing that, shouting loudly, "No way. How can there be such an unbeatable ability?" He kept launching combo attacks at Song An. "I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. I don't believe it. Come on. Don't resist." The system keeps reporting errors. The system explains that the cooldown period in a battle lasts for 10 seconds after 3 lethal hits, during which all damage is concealed. But after 10 seconds, all accumulated damage will be reflected back to the player. Tong An just blocked the attack and smiled. Of course, it won't last long. This is only a temporary damage delay caused by back. You're happy and even provoke him, making him unleash his full strength to attack you. That's the real goal. Kuai Long has gone crazy, and he's unleashing his most powerful attack. This is my strongest strike. He attacks Song An. Die already. The fire deals extremely strong damage. The earth and rocks can't stay intact. The demon dragon confidently says, "I don't believe you can still do it this time." He was surprised, his mouth wide open, still alive. Even the dead and the unconscious were shocked. Truly astonishing. Song An calmly said, "Are you done fighting? Or should I take my turn to attack next?" System notification, the delay effect has ended. Damage is now being reflected back to the player. The system explains that data chaos occurs if the health returns to full within 0.1 seconds, causing data disruption. From then on, it becomes impossible to determine the player's state at that moment. The player will absorb damage once and transfer it to the next attack. And after one activation, the data returns to normal. Tong An swung his sword, converting damage. Lai Duing thought to himself, I understand what he's trying to make me do now. The demon dragon realized that source of immense power, panic setting in. Because of this familiar energy, that guy was exploiting his strength. Tong An raised his sword and said, using their own methods against them is just returning, betrayal with betrayal. Ultimately, the betrayer will be betrayed by their own actions. You warned the demon dragon gently, but my pain is huge, so bear with me a little. Tong An is focusing his strength, calling his teammate, Lai Chet Dai, help me. He quickly runs over and hands me the weapon. Demon Dragon hesitated when he saw the two strong guys in front of him. The attack he just received had already gone beyond his limit of endurance. Maybe he should retreat first. There's still a chance to kill them. Li Chet Du arrived just in time. You can't escape now. Tong An was surprised by how quickly his teammate understood. I didn't even finish talking, and he already got it. No wonder he's Li Chet Dai. His observation skills are really good. Kuai Long shouted. Get out of here. Li Chet Due continued his relentless attack. You've blocked my sword. Now it's over. He caught Li Che Dui's sword. Sneering. I managed to block it. Isn't that very easy? Your strength is still far behind. Seeing the opening, Li Che Du gently grabs Kuai Long's arm, then pins him down using Odin's power and strength. Li Che Dui calls Tong An. Hurry up. Tong An. The system announces one death immunity. Tong An, with incredible strength, quickly rushes over. Here. He swung his sword fiercely and shouted, Go to hell. Demon Dragon broke out in sweat. Wait a moment. The power is holding back. The system now displays a message, increasing damage by 10 times. He shouted his last words before falling. No. Tong An calls out to his teammate. Where is Li Di? Are you still okay? You're worried. Not the kind to give up just because you can't handle it. Tong An calls his name again. Li is dead. He appeared and replied. Still in good shape. Your attack had such a wide range that there was no time to dodge the shattered bricks. System notification. Odin's divine power has been disabled. Tong An hurriedly explained. Sorry for having to deliver a fatal blow so harshly, Li Chet Dui said while brushing dust off his clothes. It's okay. Isn't it because of that I was able to kill the demon dragon? My clothes are so dirty. Nana saw him like that and said to Song An, Are you really going to treat my brother Daidu like that? And you even ruined my butterfly. You won't get away with this. Tong An helplessly looked at her and turned to ask Ji Du. Li Zidui, weren't you the one who built the story setting for the new world? Ultimately, in your established story, what is a demon? He explained that demons are the most numerous and powerful monsters in the new world. They are connected to the main story, with the encounters between humans and demons being the main content later on. From the first demon invasion when they entered the game, to the demon war and capturing the great demon lord, and so on, Lai added. But given the current situation, the creator of this world is completely not on our side. Song An asked, So, you mean that person might also be a demon or the final boss? He replied, The appearance of the dragon demon proves that everything happened before the deadline. Originally, everything was supposed to occur alongside the main storyline's development. Tong An, hearing that, added, Damn it. Intentionally causing conflicts between people. Like this is truly the work of a demon. He still has one eye alive and remains conscious. Luckily, in a critical moment, he managed to keep part of his body. Unfortunately, without a body, his speed is no longer what it used to be. That bastard Tong An said, But now that I think about it, he's dead, but nothing happened. I keep feeling something strange. Li's death seems too coincidental. Yes. Normally there should at least be some notice. Isn't that a mistake? Hearing their conversation, the demon dragon worries if anyone will even get a chance to breathe. Tong An then says, I don't recall making that mistake. His eyes started to search for a hiding spot, quickly leaving this place. Once he recovers, he will pay back both the root and the words. Suddenly, Long Demon's eye was shattered, and he no longer had a chance to breathe. Tun Yak ran over to them, happily saying, Tong An, I didn't expect you to defeat Kuai Long. Tong An was surprised and asked Tun Nach, why did you come back? What about Hugh? Tun Nach replied, Hugh has woken up already. I also gave her the equipment. I just came here to see how you're doing. I have no intention of stepping in to help you. The system announces that the traitorous demon has been defeated and all participating players have leveled up. Tong An says, I leveled up. The system continues to notify. Li is dead and has reached level 25. Tang An has reached level 22. And Tang An happily says, look, the system continues to announce that Ton Ya has reached level 25, the reward for killing, and achieved an achievement. But he doesn't understand anything. Haha. So many notifications. Is it because I'm too cool that I triggered the reward system? And even got an achievement? The system explains that the achievement for successfully killing the demon traitor has activated your killing ability, leaving a mark that kills the demon. Rewards. Former City Lord An, boss, and higher-level monsters will always target the first attack target. And Ton Nak, upon hearing this, vomited blood. Tong An said, I guess that just now, when the demon dragon wasn't fully dead and was destroyed by Fatty Nak, Lai was left standing nearby, looking at Tun Yak with pity. Achieving this feat is truly disastrous. Tun Nak stands unsteady, his soul seemingly torn from his body. How am I supposed to live like this? Why do I keep getting beaten up? Chut O is waiting at Hugh's escape route. Nam runs after and asks why we also have to run. Fong explains because someone is chasing us from behind. It's scary. Someone behind says, Monster, I have to fight you to the death. Stop running. Stay and fight. Hugh asked, Are you two Tong An's teammates? Nam replied, That's right. A beautiful girl. Do you want to be friends? Fong saw that his friend could still run while flirting, so he reminded him to focus on running now. One of the guys chasing from behind asked their leader Bao, Are we wrong? Bao replied, No mistake. It emits a very strong aura. It must be the monster that the boss mentioned. He shouted to those ahead, Get away from the monster, or we'll attack you too. Hyo tried to explain. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. This monster isn't dangerous. He is determined. There's no such thing as a good monster. Chut-O said. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You're the one who's truly deep. Tong An heard the familiar sound. Chut-O shouting loudly. Chit. Chit. Bao exclaimed. Oh my. I've got you now. Chut-O struggled back, fighting him off. Cheat. I have to risk everything with you. Bao said. Come on, monster. You're not just that weak. Let's settle this once and for all. Tong An stood there, forcing a smile, wondering what was happening again, when Lai Chit shouted, Bao, what are you doing? Let go now. Bao Girl laughed. Ha ha ha. Sorry about that. He awkwardly apologized. Never expected that beast to be your pet. Its powerful aura made me think it was a boss girl. Tong An said, It's okay. It was just a misunderstanding with her. Chut-O is very gentle by nature. It won't hold a grudge. Tong An turned to ask his two teammates. Nam, are you all injured? Nam replied. Don't worry, little brother. I'm fine. Fong said. I'm also okay. At the system approached Tong An and said, Tong An, I heard Ton Nak earlier. You were seriously injured. It's a pity I couldn't help then. You said, just a minor injury. Isn't it already settled now, Tong? And thought, now the real problem is that attribute enhancement at the system is banned, and we need to find a way to solve it immediately. Someone came to inform Li Chi-ruo that he had collected all the necessary materials to break through to level 30 inches the dungeon. After hearing that, he said, It's been hard work. We need to level up quickly. We don't have much time left. Li Chi-ruo offers an invitation. General An suddenly remembers, Have you ever thought about joining a guild? Are you interested in the strategy group? Tong, and thought to himself, he didn't expect Li Chi-ruo to personally invite him, but since they had already made enemies before, it would be better to reduce unnecessary trouble. You politely decline. I have no intention of that for now. Maybe right now working alone will be more effective for me. Li Chit-ruot continued. If that's the case, I won't insist anymore, but I have a suggestion. I hope you can consider it. He continued. I know your abilities are very strong and you can exploit some flaws in the initial design. But acting alone will eventually lead to weaknesses. In the future, danger will be everywhere, even 1,000 times more deadly. And sometimes humans will be vulnerable. You also need to trust your teammates to watch your back. Lee Chit-ruot offers some advice. Maybe you could try trusting a few people. General and Tramangam ponders. Trusting them. Trust. Over 20,000 meters above the ground. There is a small house in the middle of the sea. Raphael angrily said. Master, this person is using threats and cheating methods that violate the system rules. Clearly a dishonest game. I'm so angry I could die. You must ban him and punish him, or the game will be too unfair. The owner calmly says. Calm down. Don't get so worked up. Raphael. Since it wasn't expected. The game just got more interesting. He continued. I want to see them grow stronger quickly, so they develop to the point where they believe they are already powerful enough. He stood up from his seat, and by then they would have realized. He smiled, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Only despair felt truly real. System notification ACMA is reproducing. 276 out of 10. 000 downloaded. System notification, 29 days remaining until ACMA invades the local authority. Lee Chet-roy said. That's right. If you want to know any news, you can contact me at any time. He continued. From now on, we are rivals. Anyway, competition is the only way to push human growth faster. So I hope you won't fall too far behind me. Tong An looked uncomfortable when he heard Lee Che-roy say that he was clearly the main character. Yet just now he was taken over by him. I originally wanted to ask him about the awakening of the Golden Crown class. But now I don't want to ask at all. An Nam refuses. Guy, I'm not going anywhere. The baby is waiting for me at home. Tun Nak isn't going either. No. 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 If I go now, I'll only find death. Tong, and thought to himself, none of them are coming. Is the calmness really that untrustworthy? And he said to Tai Hue, beside him, maybe they are right in front of us. Tai Hue asked worriedly, Tong, are you really planning to go? To stop hesitating. The middle level of monsters there is level 28. She added, we just barely got through the danger earlier. How can we let you risk yourself again, Tong? And calmly explained that this wasn't risky. Just helping you break the seal. And he was 80% confident about it. Tong An suddenly changed the subject, his face becoming serious. Do you still remember when we first met? You confessed that I once thought I couldn't find a direction back then, and believed my life was only this much. Your appearance helped me see hope. Are you saying you remember that time when you were bullied by others? Tong An continued. Not only did he not look down on me like others, but he was also willing to support me because he realized my ability to decode game codes, which made me discover that codes could create many interesting things. He stopped. Wait a minute. You asked Tong An if he remembered me as being that fat, but I was already much thinner back then. I won't let you keep recalling it. At that moment, he suddenly swung his hand, sending the shield behind him, flying far away. He said. It's over. I forgot that now all my attributes are focused on strength. Tong An was reciting Buddha's name. So scary. At the system reminds General An not to remember again next time. You're scared and stammering. I got it. General An is deeply serious. Indeed, girls are extremely sensitive about these issues. Damn, you seriously said that the thing I wanted to say most is that you told me not to laugh. Thank you for starting to see me as a friend since then. So risking everything for friends doesn't matter. At that moment, I was blushing all over. Although my attributes have been sealed, I am still a monster designer and can help you in other ways. Fong, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Touched beyond words, please. Just get along. Who would have thought this cold-blooded guy could also be so warm-hearted? Tong An asked Fong what she was here for, and she replied, it's easier to make money with you. Tong An told Fong to go back, saying one merchant is enough for the team. No need for her. But Fong gently reminded him, that's right. Isn't it just me? The only merchant. Please let me join. I can help with mining. Just a small share of the reward is fine. Hugh intervened. Tong An. Adding one more person means more strength. There's no need to send her away. He asked Fong. So can she be responsible for gathering information and not do any unnecessary tasks? Can she guarantee that She confidently replied, I promise. Tong An sighed and reluctantly agreed. Fine, eh? Just the three of us. Tong An said, Whoa. I'll give you the round shirt later. It can help you avoid the attention of monsters. She thanked him. And Fong asked, What about me, Tong, and regarded Fong as a passing breeze and said, Let's go. She can't stand it, and spoke up. Don't think I'm giving you a gift. The system displayed. Enter the forest of the active woods. The dense jungle of Huomak is described by the system as a treacherous maze filled with various monster plants. Therefore, all the plants here grow very densely. And although there are no wild beasts, that doesn't mean the danger level is lower. The system announces that 10 wooden monsters have appeared. With rapid footsteps heard, a monster. A wooden creature. Level Husonhate. Roars loudly. Tong An dodges the attack of the orc. The orc continues to strike wildly. And Tong An thinks. At this moment, he thrusts his sword straight into the orc's face. The system reports that the monster and the orc have been defeated. Tongs. And happily realizes that the monster's weakness is its face. Attacking the face can deal significant damage. At the system's warning, Tong and carefully observes the Chim Hoan bee. 2 or 3 of them fly toward him, screeching loudly. The system displays that the wooden golem and the phoenix birds, level Husonyolts, are calling out. Tong An looks up and says, You can fly. Huh. My head hurts. Something floated up from the ground. Luckily, I was prepared. The birds cried out loudly, chirping and squawking. The system explains that the C-grade magic flower seed, once planted, will grow into a magic flower that automatically attacks monsters. The system continues to notify that the forest environment has affected the magic flowers, increasing their attack power, and the magic flowers have grown larger, with Song An continuing to attack them. The colorful birds chirped and called out, crying out loudly. Fong trembled. Those monsters are paying attention to us now. Their sensing ability is too strong. Sister Tai Hu, what should we do now? Tai Hui confidently said. It's okay. Leave it to me. I can handle 1 or 2 monsters. Tai Hu stepped out and said, Fong, you hide inside your shirt and come out. Fong called out. Sister Tai Hu. Tai Hui analyzes that the attack range of the demon mark is 1.8 meters, and the evil spirit transmission is 2.4 meters. She is confident she can handle it. Fong stood watching, his eyes shining. Wow. So cool. Tong An asked about the situation over there. Atwi. Are you still okay on your side? Hugh replied. Still fine. I will deal with them before they can attack me. I'm not going to add to your burden. The system reports an upgrade. And Tong An says, Caution is still the top priority. You analyze faster than I imagined. Most of the monsters here have already been dealt with. The system reports again. Leveling up. Tong An continues to think. Even if not yet resolved. The poison has taken effect, and death is only a matter of time. The wise bird screams painfully. The system reports that you are poisoned, activating additional damage. The fate link. The obedient bird is still alive. The system displays that damage is evenly distributed, and in the linked state. The main subject's effects on other targets are not effectively activated. A voice echoes. Who is disturbing this forest? That person attacked Manhwa. Tong An dodged quickly. Sweat pouring down. This tough opponent has appeared. Fong looks confused. This boss knows how to talk and manipulate. The system displays that the wooden golem, Lacy Boss, the ruler, Level Harmons, stands tall and says that the intruder in the forest, his face hardening, shouts loudly. Arsta. Lacy stands up, pushes away the hand, and shouts loudly. The wide forest does not allow filthy things to exist. The 3 of them are surprised and shiver slightly. Tong An tells the 2 companions to step back. The wooden puppet's minions started attacking. Fong shouted, Oh no. And he anxiously called out your name. Tong An hesitated. He looked around for you. Are you okay? Tong and Fong asked. That annoying guy is fine. The system message says damage is shared equally, and the boss's resistance is extremely high. So each poison attack only works once. The goal is the boss, with the percentage of health reduced not exceeding 250% of the player's attack. Tong An jumps up and slashes one of the tree monster boss's arms, and he looks malicious. You throw a punch and say, "This is for you." Your left hand slashes the boss's arm, while your right hand gives the boss a loving punch. He looked at Tong An, smiling faintly and said, "No pain, no bleeding." The system message appeared again. Damage was evenly distributed. You feel uneasy and think that indeed, once there is a connection, clear damage can't be caused. But physical knockback still works. The boss's minion birds flew towards Tong An, startling him, their loud cries echoing loudly. Hoi nervously warned you. Tong An was careful behind, staggering back, and the monsters focused on that area then. Suddenly, a black tornado appeared out of nowhere. The monsters are stunned, and the system displays a notification level 2 black smoke effect. Blindfolded for 3 seconds against a fully resistant monster. Black smoke level 3. Attack chance blocked. Birds fall down. Cry out. XX. Tong An is still fighting the boss. You keep attacking relentlessly with both hands, determined to say you must not stop attacking. The black boss sees you're surpassing the picker bone level and says, "Don't be rude." The system announces damage is evenly distributed. Tong An said, "I have to smash the person into dust." You keep hitting and slashing non-stop. Another notification appears. The attack loses its direction, and the disorientation bug may recur in various special ways. Black boss clutching his wound, painfully saying, "What is happening? Why can't I touch anyone? What did that coward do?" System disoriented attack. You keep attacking, saying, "This is the programmer's secret." Tong An lands a powerful blow, saying, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." The boss falls back, crying out, "XX, so I won't hold back." The boss falls to the ground, face filled with pain. Fong suggested that Hue might have a good idea. Wood fears fire, so maybe we can set them on fire and lure Tong An away. Hugh suddenly stopped Fong and explained that burning fire here is the most dangerous, as it will make them furious and increase their fighting strength tenfold. This is an innate trait of the Duong Dam Hot Mok. Fong realized and said, "Luckily, I only just thought of it." Hugh watched him fight, as Tong An kept attacking Lacey's heart. Maybe he has some special plan. The boss screams loudly. "Gao o tuch mi captrale. Gao o gao." Hugh tells Fong that our job is to prevent the other wood creatures from bothering him. The other operatives escaped the trap earlier and are shouting Gao o Hue yells, "Don't think it's over just because they got away." She grabbed her weapon and ran to attack them. "I'm still here to fight your opponent." They attack Fong. Gao o. She's scared, running and shouting, "Oh. Ah. 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 Don't come here. Wait. That's not right. They're coming over here. Way." With a determined face, silently vows in her heart that Tong An and the others will do their best to buy time, so you can focus on defeating the boss. A sudden attack. Tong An fights fiercely, and the system announces that the attack missed its target. The annoying boss screams, "So annoying. So annoying. Why can't any attack hit you?" There's another notification. Damage is shared evenly. Poison effect activated, and damage is increased once more. You let out a really cool line. Too noisy to stay still like a piece of wood. General An, while fighting, said to the boss, "You've exhausted your strength." And then he drove a deep strike into the boss. A jade green color appears before General An, explained by the system as pure wood essence crystal, the heart of the wood element. Le Si. Leaving the body causes absolute lethal damage to Le Si. But aside from that, it is said to have special effects. The boss screams in fear, desperately trying to do something to my heart. Muok thick. Muok tich. Tong. And gently replied, to help his teammate, "I have to take this heart. You delivered a fatal blow." "Sorry." The withered person shouted helplessly. "No, the system message has defeated Huomak Lishi. The system message damage has been evenly distributed. Danger." The boss's henchmen were also eliminated. The wooden puppet was destroyed. The clever bird puppet was destroyed. And 270 experience points were gained. The system notification. Level up. Fong looked confused and asked what was going on. Hoai replied that in the blink of an eye, the Fate Link had taken care of all the remaining monsters. Tong An held the boss's heart in his left hand and said, "I didn't expect the most protective skill to turn out to be our biggest weakness." You shouted, "Huh." Hui ran over. Tong An and Fong looked around and said, "Too many raw materials are falling out." Tong An looked at his friends and happily said, "Look, the class-changing device is here. Just need to change class to lift the seal on the person at the guild." Hoi didn't understand what you meant. "Isn't this just an ordinary heart?" Fong added. "Yes. It doesn't look like a class-changing tool at all," Tong An explained seriously. "Although it's not yet the case. As soon as I give the command, it will become a tool, a special command within the pure crystal. You can input a specific special command to activate the pure energy inside the crystal and change a player's class to a pure illusionary class. It takes 24 hours to change class. Note that the class change can only be activated once, and after removing the pure crystal from the body, it only lasts for 5 minutes." After explaining, "You said the class change takes a day, so Hugh will have to endure a bit." And she cheerfully replied, "No problem, I trust you." Tong An said, "If you trust me this much at Hugh, then something's not right. Maybe I've even forgotten what the order was." "What was the order again? What do you mean?" Hugh said nervously. "Tong, and don't mess around anymore. You trust me, right? I was just joking to lighten the tense atmosphere earlier." Tong An holds the heart in his hand, emitting a powerful light, and says, "Get ready for the signature. The process is officially starting now. To resurrect Liu at Hue." Tong An says goodbye to Hu. "See you again tomorrow." She says yes. The wood surrounds Hugh. Tong An smiles, thinking, just waiting for the miracle to appear. Tong An stands in front of the pile of wood and says, "Now just wait for Hugh to come out." Suddenly, his face shows fear. He stands frozen, thinking to himself that he's been so busy all day with so many things that he hasn't had a chance to eat. Over there, Fong is busy gathering the pieces of wood from earlier. Her eyes light up, and she says this means there's plenty of materials, all rare grade, and she could make a lot of money. Tong, and suddenly remembered, she hasn't eaten either. So he called out, "Hey Fong." Fong was startled when he heard that. She turned around, still holding the wood pieces, nervously explaining, "I was just standing here doing nothing. I was just picking up props to help you. Please don't misunderstand." Then, Fong immediately handed everything over to Tong An. Said that then ran off, returning the costume and debris to him. "I'm going to gather materials right away." You look up here confused. What the hell is going on? I was just asking if she's hungry. No need to make such a fuss. Tong An looked at the wooden logs in front of him, enjoying them. "If you don't want to eat, I'll eat alone, for now. Let's focus on these equipment items. Each item that appears is beneficial, with spirit creature level C and lively spirit fragment herbs being good materials for making healing potions. Because of its high activity, it can also be combined with other creatures. The forest's secret treasure, grade B, with a chain of persistence. Drops, plus 18 strength, plus 8 stamina, plus 15% critical hit rate, increasing the critical hit rate against demonic enemies by up to 50%. The child of the vast forest can still play with humans. A large gold bag containing 100,000 spirit coins. Nothing special, just money. You pick up the piece of wood, look at it carefully, and say, "I didn't expect it to move." The spirit entity with active vitality is a medicinal ingredient for quick recovery. Maybe one piece can make 7 or 8 bottles. Tong An realized that this might have another use. In case one day he runs out of arm or leg parts, he could still use it to attach them. Hold on to it first. While in the distance, Fong is focusing on the green crystals before his eyes, his face turning pale with worry and a sense of foreboding. He is still holding the necklace around his neck. Proud. But the key point is that this necklace has a chance to drop purple equipment for bosses level 30 and above. Then General An hid the necklace away, pondering that if what the wise man said was true, this world would soon face a great disaster. So collecting items effective against Akma would be the most beneficial. He secretly thought, "The king of Akma is Lucifer. Right, just wait. I will definitely defeat you." Hearing that, his eyes lit up with determination and he said, "Lucifer. Such a familiar name." Tong An turned back. The wooden block from earlier opened up, and it kept moving, but suddenly, everything around is blank white, and I feel a bit panicked. I can't see anything anymore. What's going on? Tong An turned around and around, staggering and shouting loudly. Are Fong and the others okay? Who is the one speaking after all? A voice echoes, and you open your eyes wide. Realizing they are not here, this is only the spiritual realm between you and me, a woman appears, embodying the essence of nature as the primal spirit Lacey, speaking happily to you. General Anne looks up from below, surprised to see yet another Lacey. Lacey explained that I am the primordial guardian spirit of this forest, and the deep call in your heart awakened me. Please don't worry. I mean no harm. You admit that she feels completely different from before, but you still have some doubts and shout. So aren't you the one seeking revenge on me? She immediately denied it, saying it's not because of our common enemy. She continued, the Demon King has brought countless calamities to this world, and although he was defeated by the allied forces of Hadi, he has not been completely destroyed. And General Anne was listening below, thinking, there's even a historical background to this. As she spoke, Lashi frowned slightly with a hint of sadness, sensing that at this moment the demon army was about to surge again and was even more powerful than before. If no one stops him, this world will be destroyed. But I am imprisoned by the Demon King and can only live in this small land, she said honestly. I have always been waiting for a true hero to appear. You defeated the envoy of the Demon King and just now demonstrated your strength using your abilities. He helplessly wondered, does she see the system's limitations as a trick of the Demon King? If your goal is to defeat the Demon King, I am willing to help you, she said, and Song An immediately agreed, which was only natural. I was secretly glad that no one would refuse if offered. But in history, even if she hadn't told me, I would have killed that Demon King. But as she said, with her help, I will be more confident. Lashi extends his hand. So it's good. Everything in the forest is blessing you. She spread her arms wide, a green light shining down from above onto Song An. Trees swayed. Petals fell in the wind. Blessings in her mind. A strong light surrounds you. Tong An looked down and said, this is a blessing. But it seems that besides the body shining, there's nothing else different. Lashi pointed. And you looked at your palm, feeling a bit confused and asking, your palm. There are special patterns on your palms that also emit light. And Tong An notices a glowing design inside both hands. She continues, try pressing your palms down on the ground. He kneels down, touches the ground with one hand, and says so. This is how it is. The earth responds and the branches grow tall into sharp claws, and Tong An looks up in surprise. He looked around and realized that I can control plants. She continued, Duong Dam's blessing helps you control any type of plant without using magic. Hearing that, Song An reached out to try controlling them and happily said, this is amazing. I can also change their shape, so I need to see how wide my control area is. Lashi patiently explained that the range and amount of control depend on your mental strength, which increases with your level. But right now I don't recommend you use this ability. With your current level, you probably won't last long. And you might even be temporarily unconscious because your mental strength isn't enough. You realize it. Your face quickly turns pale and lifeless. And the more I see this rabbit, the more tired I feel. Suddenly, Tong An can no longer stand. He kneels down hesitantly. Why didn't you say so earlier? His eyes slowly closed as she told him one last time. Brave one, the future is in your hands. Darkness surrounded him, and faint calls echoed Tong An. Tong An, wake up. Finally, Tong An opened his eyes, with Ta Hui and Fong anxiously in front of him. Tong An, you're finally awake. You immediately sat up in a panic and asked Ta Hu, aren't you changing roles right now? So did you fail? Ta Hu explained that a whole day had passed. She had been out for a long time, and Fong Sen was blaming Tong An for fainting from yesterday and not waking up no matter what. You look at your hand in disbelief. No way I fainted for so long. Sen has to use this ability carefully. Ta Hu wondered what kind of ability it was, but Tong An just gave a vague answer and said it was a long story. Check your class first. Hearing that, she couldn't hide her triumphant expression and chuckled. So don't be shocked. Ta Hu was excited, as if the new class was specially designed for her, not only maintaining high-strength stats, but also not having to worry about the other attributes. And because all my attributes are added to strength, I can activate the special lifesteal effect. The table displays the full details of the special class. Purely fake. Innate skills. Purely. Retaining the highest attribute among the 51. Strength. Stamina. Intelligence. Perception. Agility of the player. The remaining attributes are 25% of this attribute's stats. When all attribute points are focused on strength, An additional 10% lifesteal effect is activated. And at that moment, the Fate link is triggered. Sharing your life, steal recovery equally among everyone. Attacking while healing. I won't be able to leave you later. But instead, because of the helplessness system, you said something like, Ling Ta Ling Tin. The green lotus-shaped crystals are brought by the room. She is calling Tong An. That crystal bag is big and heavy. Feng grabbed it and kept trembling, struggling to say that all the magic crystals and tools that fell out are inside. I didn't take anything at all. So Tong An immediately guessed it was like the sun rising in the west, which is totally unlike you. Tell me, what are you planning? Caught out. She showed clear signs of confusion, glanced away, and stammered. Well, about that. Suddenly, Fong knelt down and looked up, shouting loudly, Please let me have the spirit entity act. I saw this and was panicked. Fong, what are you doing? Fong still lowered his head and continued shouting. I know I have no right to sit idly and demand rare props. It's not enough to buy it now. But for Xiao Wu and me, this item is truly very important. Maybe it can bring hope to her. Then her hand clenched tightly, leaving marks on the ground. And Ngok paused before continuing. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I will obey. Fong seemed very determined. If he doesn't agree, I won't get up. Song An stood there watching for a long time, feeling a bit uneasy seeing her kneeling like that. The scene shifts to an abandoned area, with wooden stakes driven into the ground in front, marking the territory. A level 15, little spirit, entirely turquoise, is furious and shouting, rushing over quickly. It wiped towards Vuong Ditch. He seemed a bit worried. And now he's dealing with a monster. This one looks tough to handle. Tonhats. Are you really okay? Tonyak beside him speaks to reassure. It's just a little sprite. Let me handle it, and just remember to share the reward afterwards. That's all I need from you. Vuong Ditch replied. Of course. And grew even more fierce, ready for you to see the power of the man who once defeated the demon. The ruined houses and dense trees are the scene where the group of Tong An is standing, with the little green spirits rushing over one after another. Tun Nak grinned happily and said, I fly really fast. Right. Then the system displayed his status and activated his skill. He spread his arms and legs wide and shouted loudly. Watch me make you stop right here. The little fairies froze in place as the system notification sounded. Sensing an unprecedented surge of anger, right at the tower, they frantically flapped their wings, charging straight at Tun Ya like arrows. All four of them rushing to attack him. They attack multiple times, but each hit only deals 7 damage, like each flame, and Tun Hak sneers at them. So you're all so weak. Still hungry. The damage is only 7, but I heal 10, so if you don't put in more effort, my health will be full again. They went berserk, shouting loudly. Just then, a sword slashed past it. The enemy king just cut down the little spirits and said, while grabbing their corpses. The silver-haired guy replied, Fine, over here. Tun Not is really enjoying his skill. Initially thinking this achievement was useless, but the result was surprisingly effective. Not only provoking, but also healing himself. Isn't this the skill of the Star Demon Dragon? Looks like I've changed too. If Tong A saw this, he'd be so envious he wouldn't know what to do. Right after that, the system announces that under the influence of the surrounding beast herd effect, they gather together. A short but sturdy leg rushes over. It ran while screeching loudly, its eyes bloodshot and crazed. A level 11, wild boar, with sharp tusks. Tol Nanach. Dang banjoy fa voi dam teo ting ling. Tai dam hel rung dwai. Anh ta hoi huang hot. Huan za. Mei tu dao chui ra the, seeing it keep grabbing his butt. Tun Nok quickly abandoned his comrades and ran away. He couldn't control himself anymore. So you better pray for yourselves. Vuong Ditch saw him run toward the ruins and warned him. Tun Yats. Don't go toward the structures. Suddenly, a sword shot out and killed the little spirits and the tusked wild boars. Tong An stands behind, slowly sheathing his sword, and reports that the razor-toothed wild boars and the small spirits have been eliminated. He slings his sword over his shoulder and asks with a blank face, What are you all doing? Don Nutch. You probably can't even fight these low-level monsters. Seeing your suspicion, Tun Nak quickly explained that he was just not taking it seriously. If I had been serious, they wouldn't have survived until now. At the same time, Vuongdich and the white-haired boy asked him, "Who is that Tunnak?" Along with Song-an. There are two others. Feng stepped forward and called out, "Vuongdich, I've returned." Then looked around the surroundings and said, "It seems like this place is abandoned." Vuongdich was overjoyed to see her. "Fong, you've been gone for several days, and we were worried you might be in danger." Fong comforts Anne. "Don't worry, I have a big blessing and a big life." He sighed. "The one who just made the move is your teammate, huh? He's so strong." When he praised Song-an, she immediately corrected him, saying he's just a scheming and treacherous person. Song-an was right there and heard everything. "I heard it all. You pull out the spirit of the active eye, pretending to think of a way to be the villain, but you still have the item in your hand. If you call me cruel, then I have to look like a villain. Let me think about whether to make her work as a servant for 8 years or to send her into the most dangerous areas. Seeing you threaten me." She immediately admitted her mistake. "Why are you so unreasonable? Can I be wrong?" He frowned and pondered. The spirit of the active target isn't a rare special item that can be harvested again. It's not impossible to sell it cheaply to her. But first, I need to see her sincerity. Suddenly, a young man appeared. "Vuongdich, I am here to help." The group heard the call and turned back. Only the wind and Vuongdich recognized the other person. "Cat, cat. Cat, cat." He held the large water sphere with both hands, running and asking, "Where is the monster? I won't let them destroy our home." "Cat, cat. Everything here is settled now. So quickly stop your magic and come on." As he ran, he suddenly stepped on a protruding stone, even though he was on the ground. "Cat, cat" fell hard, and the water sphere rolled forward. She shouted loudly, "Ouch, it hurts so much." Seeing the sphere coming closer, Vuongdich loudly warned everyone. "Everyone get out of the way quickly." Tong-an gently jumped to the side and sighed, requesting water. "Does this boy possess rare magical skills?" Hugh beside him said. "It seems like Tonyak has been overwhelmed by them." Tunnak didn't mind and ate the water ball, soaked all over. Vuongdich asked about him. "Are you okay?" "Tun nyats." He spat out some water and asked, "What happened?" Vuongdich waved his hand angrily. "Cat, cat. Didn't I tell you to stay quietly inside? But you didn't listen at all and haven't done anything all day." This time he hurt someone again. He pinched himself so hard he wanted to die. Kept crying out in pain. Pain, pain, pain. When he saw him being scolded, Tunnak kindly stepped in to help. "Actually, he's fine." He condemns them, saying, "Why didn't everyone take me to fight together? I am already a man. I have the ability to protect this place." Fong stepped forward to defend him, and Cat was only acting out of kindness. "Vuongdich, please don't scold the boy. He doesn't understand. Speak. Because it's too impulsive, and when danger really comes, it'll be too late to regret." Seeing her arrive, Cat loudly called out her name. "Sister Feng." He recounted what happened recently and asked where you've been these days. "Tuvu hasn't been feeling well lately and hasn't eaten anything. So after returning, you should try to cheer him up." Fong was shocked when she heard this. How could it be? She immediately went to find it. Cat pointed in one direction, as if Tuvu knew she was back and had followed her here earlier. The dog heard its name called and ran over quickly, wagging its tail. Fong joyfully knelt down to greet it. "Come here, Tuvu. Come into my arms now." Tong-an said, "No way." It turns out Xiao Wu is a dog. But Hugh seems to notice. Xiao Wu has no hind legs. Vuongdich explained her suspicion that Xiao Wu's condition wasn't congenital, but caused by an injury from a monster. When I rescued her, her leg was badly torn and mangled. So there was no other choice but to remove the limb. He calmly recounted that this dog had taken the lives of many people, including Fong's parents. Since Fong has raised little Vu since childhood, he became her only family. And the scene of Fong holding little Vu and gently patting him was so joyful. "Oh, he's so itchy. Sis knows you miss her." She told how much effort she had put in to help Tuvu, to help her recover her health, traveling everywhere, teaming up with others to gather information about the special medicine with restorative effects. Hearing this, Tong, and finally understood. "So that's why she begged me like that," he replied softly. "It seems she has been through a lot." Suddenly Tong-an told her to go ahead and use the spirit-activated object if she didn't need it anymore. Since she seemed to be giving him no choice, Feng Xiao replied in a deep voice. Of course I need it. Then he turned to happily tell his little dog Vu that he's about to recover. Just wait a little longer. Understanding what she said, Xiao Wu also smiled brightly and wagged his tail, holding the spirit entity in his hand. Feng asked him, so how should I use this? Tong An guides her to the safe spot. Just bring it close, and the spirit will automatically adapt to its shape. Feng carefully asks, will it hurt it? He replied, it doesn't hurt. And the others sitting nearby commented, squirming as if they saw a ghost. The spirit of the creature half rolled out, slowly wrapping around Vu's hind legs. After a while, the spirit of the creature formed 2 hind legs attached to Xiao Wu's body, and a notification appeared. The spirit of the creature has been attached. Feng happily placed the little one on the ground, seeming to work pretty well. Vu, try walking around. Vu started by warming up his joints, then took a few running jumps. Finally, I ran a few laps as if both legs still had them from the beginning, never losing them. She happily picked it up. Everything seems fine now. Vu can run and jump like before. Everyone else is just as happy. Long live. Seeing the impossible scene before her, Wang Di exclaimed, with such a magical prop that it defies all logical explanation. Tong An, standing nearby, reminded her, don't celebrate too early. You'll have to work as a laborer to pay off your debt later. The scene, which was once so warm, was ruined when the system nudged your side. Suddenly, a faint singing voice echoed. With a faint singing voice, Tun Yak sat gloomily to criticize them. Someone pay attention to me. At this moment, Wang Di finally remembered him, turned to apologize. Sorry, brother Tun Nak, for Feng's matter. I forgot about you. Tun Nak asked him, I think I'm about to catch a cold. Is there a place to change here? He eagerly replied. I'll take you there right now. He suggested to Tong An and Ta Hu that if they weren't in a hurry, they could also stay here for a while. Hey, what's wrong with you? He held his stomach and said, it's nothing. Really? Vuong Dich listed a bunch of supplies they had, including hot water for bathing and freshly cooked food. Hearing about the hot water, Dao's eyes lit up, and Tong An's expression changed completely, really wanting to stay. They walked through the ruined corridor, with a sign hanging from the ceiling missing one side. Vuong Dich led the way, explaining as he went, saying that this used to be a university with all kinds of equipment, and when we found this place, we thought it was okay. So we decided to stay here. Seeing the lights on, he asked in surprise, does this place still use electricity? He explained that there are many solar panels on the roof of the school that barely meet the needs here. He confided his feelings to Song An, and now that we have such a good place to rest, it's really not easy. So no matter what, we have to protect this place. Vuong Dich stopped in front of the bathroom and said, the bathroom is ahead, the left for women, the right for men, and both sides for women have hot water. Hui is delighted. This is wonderful. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. And Tan Yak is already adjusting his clothes, preparing to settle the score with him. Little one, come in here and let's settle the debt from earlier. Seeing that only I stayed behind, Vuong Dich asked, is that Tong, and aren't you going down? I replied, yeah. Not yet. Tong An stands empty-handed, lost in thought, constantly feeling that something is off about this place. Upon reflection, he remembers that the energy sources, food, and environment are actually quite good. Even monsters here are just ordinary. This place is truly amazing, but clearly with such goodness. Why do I keep feeling a bit uneasy? His eyes widened, feeling a tingling sensation that words couldn't describe. What could this thing be after all? Suddenly, a long-haired creature with wide, blank white eyes appeared right beside him, making his face turn pale with fear. They found him. He screamed in terror and backed away from her. The sad ghost hit me. So she doesn't love me anymore. It's not her. It's not her. And then the ghost flew away. Tong An was so shocked his mouth dropped open. And it was gone, making him jump. Was that a ghost just now? Trat Vuong Dich appeared beside you. What's wrong, Tong An? You responded. Earlier, a ghost suddenly appeared here. Do ghosts often appear here? He nervously explained. A ghost. How is that possible? I've been here for a while, and I've never seen one. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? And don't hide it from me, just because I look tall and strong like this. Honestly, I'm more afraid of ghost stories and spirits. If they were real, I'd probably be scared stiff. Tong, and nervously pointed behind Wang Di. And although I didn't want to hurt him, she's actually behind him right now. He was so scared he almost fainted. Ghosts. Tong. And thought to himself, no way. He's really scared to the point of passing out. The ghost looked desperate. But it wasn't him. He didn't like me either. The ghost is in pain, as expected. No one is willing to be my boyfriend. The system displays a notification. Chenzi is heartbroken. An NPC appears randomly. Maybe talking to her more will reveal something new. Tongan muttered to himself. I told you so. Why did I really meet a ghost? Turns out it's just a game, NPC. He thought to himself that the more important thing was that she had an Easter egg. An Easter egg full of experience. Chantu still walked sadly step by step. Indeed, no one loved her. She was just a failed ghost. Tong. And quietly thought to himself, this isn't good, she's about to leave. If I let her go now, I don't know when I'll see her again. I can't let her go. Wait a moment. Chantu. Chantu turns around. Is there anything else? Tong An rushes forward and embraces Chantu. Your voice is so enchanting. Your unique charm has definitely caught my attention. Girl. Chantu blushes. What does he want to do? Is he planning to hit me? She thought to herself that this guy's close proximity made her heart race too fast. Tong. And gently told Chantu that it was just a beautiful misunderstanding earlier, and now they should have a proper heartfelt conversation. Chantu hesitated. But you're not the type of person I like. You smile gently. But if it's not now, then so what? Tongan looked at her intently. Willing to change for you until he became the type you like, he secretly thought. If the Easter egg plan mentioned such trivial words, then what does it matter? Chantu was moved and held his hand. Really? Are you willing to change for me? I finally found someone who likes me. Tong, and quickly comforted her. All right. Don't cry anymore, he spoke up. If you've already shown your feelings for me, then it must be me. Chansu quickly grabbed your hand. Follow me. Tong An was surprised. Huh. Is it possible to finish the Easter egg so quickly? I'll go check the way first. And then come back later to find everyone. The shower is still running. Hugh is taking a shower when she suddenly notices something unusual. She looks outside, wondering if something is happening out there. Chanzi still pulled Tongan's hand as they crossed through different dimensions. And then they appeared in a rather desolate place. The two of them landed on the ground. And Chanzi said, We're here. Chantu told Tongan to stay there and not move, saying she would be back soon and to remember not to touch anything here. While he silently thought to himself, Oh, it's different from what I imagined. This isn't a dungeon. Is it? The boy looked around. And no matter how he looked, this place just looked like an old warehouse. Tong, and thought to himself, I was so hopeful, thinking I could quickly gain enough favorability. Then suddenly, he was drawn to an object on the shelf. You look at the curious books. What is this? Are you really reading all this stuff? Tong An opened and read the love notebook of female demon Rule 11. Wearing cold-colored clothes would enhance her cold and mysterious aura. Article 19 should always appear after the loved one's meal. Doing so will bring more unexpected joy to them. The more you read, the more confusing it gets. Article 37 states that if you meet a guy who can truly change for you, you just need to cut off his limbs. I suddenly remember. Wait, did I promise her earlier or not? She doesn't intend to. Chansu appears with a giant pair of scissors, making you scream in fear. Tong An. What are you doing here? Tong. And quickly said, Wait. Let's negotiate if there's something. Let's set the number of scissors first. Chanzi looked at him disappointedly and asked what was wrong. Didn't he say he was willing to change for her? And she cut his hair for him, but he wasn't happy. Tong An looked on in confusion as Chan Tu started using his own scissors to cut his hair. Tong An jumped up. It's terrifying. Now I'm just like a piece of meat on a chopping board. I can feel the scissors cutting above my head. But I refuse to give up the Easter egg. Chantu's prideful voice said, It's done. Look and see if you're satisfied. Tong An looked in the mirror and thought, Surviving is already a blessing. There's no way I still have a good hairstyle in the team. He was surprised. I can't believe it. It looks so good. Was it really done that well? Chan Zi proudly holds the book because she read Tony's haircutting guide. And Tong and silently thinks, I really thank Tony for saving my life. Chan Tu picks up the two sets of clothes. Then which one do you want to choose? I've already prepared it, he replied. The one on the left. Tong. and reluctantly looked at Chan too, and thought, I guess I have to change right now. She nodded shyly. Hmm, 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 he replied. At least there should be some private space. Tong Un, changing clothes, looked out the door. I knew it. He threw the outfit on the ground. He admired the new clothes he just put on. Surprisingly fitting better than he expected. Chan too shyly looked at him. Tong An gazed at her seductively. Are you satisfied with this? Chan Tu shouted happily. The system announces that NBC's name has changed from Heartbroken Chan Tu to Loving Chan Tu. Activating the Easter egg. The healer is heartbroken. Your love has moved Chan Tu and may reveal the secret behind the double experience. The news has been sent to the map. Tongan exclaimed happily. Easter egg completed. He hurriedly spoke. Thank you, Chansu, for the nice outfit and for helping me with something big again. Chansu sat down sadly. No need to thank me. Please don't come near me now. I can't stand it. Chan and hurriedly said, so stay calm. Okay, Tong, and eagerly checked where the experience doubling dungeon was. Opened the map, and the screen displayed the location of the experience doubling dungeon. Are you staring at the map in the cafeteria? With such a clear location, will someone else find it first? Then I'm doomed. The system notification has loaded and displayed the monster's location in the dungeon, with red dots beginning to appear on the map. The red dots are getting denser, and Song An looks at the map in shock. You don't understand. What's going on now? Why did the monster from the dungeon escape? The monster appears laughing cruelly. A flashback of a vast maze emerges in Tai Tui's mind. Dong Ian, an exceptional Dong Ian in the new world, can double experience through methods like quests. MBC is special, a rare opportunity to activate it by performing usual Dong Ian actions but with doubled experience, making it a very advantageous place for leveling up. Many of the monsters are huge, with the largest being a minotaur. But you need to pay attention. Specialized dungeons not only have bosses but also between 1 and 5 elite monsters. In the dark space, faint streams of energy from her memories lingered, and because of the danger, they were restricted to move only within Dong Ian, with the doors only allowing players to pass through. But this time, they were free. But suddenly a monster's arm reached out, smashing a piece of protective stone. A goblin rushed in from somewhere, eyes blazing red, sword raised to attack, but was quickly cut down by a swift slash. Why are goblins appearing here? Feng also quickly responded, looking anxious. Ji Tae-hu, I found some clothes for you. She looked at the fallen goblin and thought, isn't a goblin a monster of Dong Ian? Why is it here? Moreover, experience is doubled. Does that mean the goblin is from Dong Ian, and experience is doubled? The system quickly announced that the goblin had been defeated, earning 310 experience points. Fong quickly hands her the clothes. The clothes. But Taitu still can't stop worrying, and keeps urging Fong, let's go outside quickly. Goblins are pack animals, so there are definitely others nearby. Fong, hearing this, also became worried. No way. Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoed, startling both Hue and Fong. What is that thing? Hoang thought outside. A fierce goblin is attacking Ton Not. He quickly says, Cat. Call someone to wake up. Behind Cat. Vuongdish, who is still sleeping, is trembling with fear. The monster is here. Wake up quickly. Vuongdish just woke up and looked around anxiously, asking what's going on. The goblin is getting more and more aggressive, growling non-stop, which makes Ton Not even angrier. Don't spit. You know you can't do anything with your stinky mouth. Then he gathered his strength and delivered a blow that immediately took down the goblin. Get out of here, damn it. Tun Nhac looked at the creature's body on the ground and said, worriedly, where did this strange monster come from? Luckily you went out early, or you would have been in danger. Vuongdi just now finally snapped out of it and shouted back. It was a monster. But then he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. And only then did he realize why you looked so confused. Vuongdich's face immediately turned ugly, and he scowled. It seems I saw a ghost. Then I suddenly forgot everything else. Tunya immediately shot you a suspicious look. A ghost. Are you confused? But deep down he wondered why Tong An wasn't around. At Tu and Feng Dang hurried over. Tu spoke up. And indeed, everyone also encountered the goblin. Tun Nhac saw her and grinned happily, loudly bragging. It was Hugh who handled it. He's really impressive. But she didn't answer. Her face very serious and worried. The current situation doesn't look good. I suspect the monster has escaped. Is there anyone else here? Vongdich immediately reacted with a worried look upon hearing that. And since everyone else is at home having dinner right now, it would be really dangerous if that's true. Tai Tui also quickly looked around and replied. So we need to inform them soon. Where is Tong? And everyone was still seriously discussing when Vongdich asked, has Tong An been taken by the fire demon? I'm so scared of Mako that I can't even stay sane. And Tan and GAC just looks at me. Judging and scolding, what kind of devilry is this? Your mind really isn't clear. Mat Tai Tu quickly deduced that it might be an NPC. Could it be that he's on a quest? Tan and Hack beside him also seemed enlightened and nodded in agreement. Why didn't you think of that? But suddenly, the goblin behind them opened its eyes and fiercely roared at everyone. Struggling and screeching non-stop, everyone was stunned by the scene. And Tan and Hack asked aloud, is that monster not dead yet? Everyone quickly dispersed as Tuan suggested. Tio then called his companions around. Tan, not still in shock, asked instinctively, no way. Then suddenly he turned back, jumped onto the goblin, making it scream in pain, and he scolded it. Stop crying out, or the system will notify that the goblin has been defeated. The entire room was soon surrounded by goblins. Everyone quickly moved as Tuit reminded them not to fight and to look for others, as this place had already been invaded. Wang Yi responded immediately. Follow me. While running, Tai Tue quickly opened the system panel to give orders. Worried as she tried to message Tong An but received no response. Thinking that way, her face grew more worried and she silently prayed, hoping he would see it soon. The system panel displayed 3 message notifications from Tai Tui, indicating that Tong An was in danger. The Dantian monster escaped. So we went to An's house near the school first and will gather there later. The monster is a goblin. Tong An looked at the system panel in disbelief. If goblin monsters are gathering, does that mean there will be a lot of experience points? Just as the system team was about to head to the annihilation door. What exactly happened to the Dantian? His eyes immediately turned serious and his voice was anxious. Damn it. I want to go too badly, Tong. And angrily looked up and shouted, why won't you let me go? The system appeared and responded. Chan Zi has increased the restriction, so you cannot leave this room or transmit information outside. Chan Tu suddenly appeared looking worried and said, with so many monsters outside, it's safer inside. I'm just thinking of you, Junjun explained. And I also can't bear to see you go. If you leave, then only one ghost remains me. Long Tong An had been feeling anxious like sitting on a pile of fire. And now he had no choice but to go out and help them gain experience. There was no other way. The eldest sister looked at him sadly and said, unless you find a handsome man to agree to be with you, I won't let you go. This condition immediately made Long Tong An furious, shouting loudly, where do you expect me to find this? Can't you change to a different condition? Chan tu amque ngồi jin zi. Vậy thì không còn cách nào khác anh phải ở lại đây cùng em. Tong an voi vang chai, toi ngan kan. Nai doi da. Nyung chi kon lai mo chut koi. Trang kwan tren mat dat. In front of Song An, the blanket had already disappeared, and he stood frozen in place, thinking to himself, staying here forever. At this moment, he's really lying. Tong An's face was serious as she bit her nails, trying to think of a way to switch the book. How can we get out of here? Tong An, think quickly and find a way for me. Meanwhile, others on the other side are moving quickly. Behind us, the monsters are hot on our heels. Tunak turned around and shouted loudly, these monsters are chasing us too closely. They jump high to attack, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. Furious. Get out of my way. Vuong Dich quickly reminds everyone ahead. After this turn, Anne's house is right in front. Feng, holding Tuvu in his arms, nervously points ahead. Everyone looks forward to see the entire An family's house covered in a sea of corpses. Tai Tui quickly ordered her to stop and told her to go see if anyone else was alive, while she and the others held back to buy her time. Vuong Dich also quickly wiped his face and called out to everyone who was running over, naming Quang Tu and Lang Tru. He supports Quang Tu in his arms, voice full of concern. Quang Tu tried to hold on a little longer, but all he can hear is the dying voice of his comrade. Monster, monster, terrifying. His face was powerless. His eyes lost their light, and he muttered to himself that everyone would die. He desperately pushed Vuong Dich away and said, run. as he saw his comrade fall down. Vuongdich was terrified and panicked. Kongtu, his face immediately showed some anger and disbelief. You wonder, no, this can't be real. How could the monster be like this? Vuongdich, stay calm, and don't act rashly. Tunnak called out as well. Hey, the monster keeps attacking non-stop. Tunnak asked anxiously next to Tu. What should we do? It seems very dangerous inside. We still have to go in. She quickly replied, of course saving people is more important. Suddenly a loud noise came from the cafeteria, making her very worried. We need to go in quickly. The door was kicked open, and the three of them hurriedly called out. Wangdi. Vuongdik is lying in a pool of blood beside a large hole on the ground. He's over there. What just happened here? Seeing this scene, a feeling of fear rises in Tai Tu. These traces look like, from afar, Vuongdik is still conscious and whispering to be careful behind the door. Outside the door, an enormous western goblin is swinging a club toward the three people standing there. He swung his staff down with a red aura, shattering the floor and sending dust and shards flying everywhere. Everyone quickly dodged but was also pushed back by the shockwave. But after the attack, it suddenly paused, scratching its head, and a system notification appeared. A giant brain with level 33, elite spirit. Master Fong and Cat didn't react immediately. Then Lai came over to check and said, Fong, Cat. Luckily, they only fainted. Tunnak also frowned in annoyance. The force from earlier was too strong. My master, your mind is still blankly staring like a statue. Watching this, the damage from this monster is too great. One hit could destroy us. Can we handle two? Suddenly, another large hand appeared on the ground. Another huge figure appeared in front of him, lifting a heavy object and saying, no way. Another one. Two giant brains. How many people have been injured? How can we fight them? He didn't hear her reply and asked again. Hugh, are you there? But Hugh's face looked even worse as she replied in fear. Those two monsters are probably not the biggest concern right now. Hearing that, NH's face turned pale as he quickly turned around and nervously said, this can't be real. Camps is sitting there, watching the two talk casually. And now a prey is coming right to his door. Getting out of that cramped place really feels good. The system notification shows Camps has defeated Akmar boss, the level 36 ruler. Then the knight stands up and orders a bunch of goblins beneath him to keep fighting freely. Today is a blood-soaked feast. An angry owl roars and then swings its staff forcefully at Tunnak, knocking him away from the beam. The big staff strikes down, almost pressing on. Tunnak, he struggles to ask, are you guys still okay on your side? I can't hold on much longer. Next to Tuan, Than Thuong on her hand delivered a slash that cut off one of the brain's arms, but was also very difficult. She replied, I have done my best to help stretch him out for you. She focused on assessing the situation and looked at Tunnak helplessly, saying loudly, there are still a few injured members that need protection. Hang on a little longer. They all rushed towards him. I had no choice either. Hearing that, Tunnak also angrily blamed. It was because of that demon Long's curse. Camps, still sitting high above, gradually enjoying the scene below with some interest and admiration, facing the giant brain and goblin while still able to hold on. Truly fascinating. Then it waved its hand and directly set fire to the nearby corpse. Muttering. Unlike the trash from earlier, it was gone in an instant, ruining my mood. Camps's voice suddenly turned sinister. Maybe we should play a game. I sing while struggling to withstand the attack from the giant brain and contemptuously reply, who wants to play a game with you? Monster. Then Camps suddenly jumped out of his seat, gathering power to create a fiery red orb, laughing and saying, wait a moment. Watch this first. Then he immediately launched his attack towards the restrained people nearby. A group of people are tightly bound together, all injured, and he speaks proudly, bragging, how to replace the hostages I captured. My subordinates. Just take care of them a little. Still intentionally leaving them a bit of breath. Tunnak turns back anxiously and calls, Aingnam. Vuongdich nearby also feels angry and helpless, swearing to himself that, damn it. While fighting, Tu just glances over, thinking to himself that it's the same person as Tong An, still holding the fireball in hand. He pointed it at the hostages, while the others looked towards Tue Nhanya and the request. The game is very simple. There is a continuously melting fiery ball above them. You need to save them before it completely melts. The red fiery sphere surrounding camps explains that the melting temperature of the fireball is 1000 degrees Celsius. As he spoke, he dropped a small amount of Dunghan onto Nam's shoulder, teasingly saying, "Be careful. This could be deadly." Camps's face, more excited than ever, laughed loudly, saying, "Listen to this soothing sound. You don't have much time left." The fiery glow immediately burned Nam's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Vongdish, lying on the ground, lost control and glared hatefully at Camps, calling him a turtle, a bastard, and vowing that even if I become a demon, I won't spare you. Next to wisdom, the uncertain gaze gently advised the enemy. They won't die so easily. Then she lifted her head proudly with confidence and declared, "I won't let it come true." The system immediately announced that the binding was successful. Level S. Skill Level 1. Allowing the player to link with others to share damage. Help each player take 100% of the damage divided by the number of linked players, with a minimum of 20% during the link duration. All buff and debuff effects that the main unit must endure are transferred to other units, consuming MP. If the number of links exceeds 5 seconds, all MP is automatically drained and the links are broken. Immediately, energy flows to other team members. Ton Nyak immediately gained a power boost and a much better state. He said, "Isn't the first skill of this system the illusionary shadow trance? When did this become a skill?" The system announced. With a 20% damage absorption rate, Tai Tue stands straight, facing the giant monster, rushing wildly towards her without any fear and whispers. The monster should only exist in a 2D world. Then suddenly a scythe appeared in her hand as she jumped into the air, shouting loudly. In reality, she only knows how to cause chaos and hurt people. A powerful attack was launched with sharp precision, smashing the huge skulls in front into pieces, leaving no one feeling fond of it. The system panel continuously announces the activation of the Divine Talent skill, the blood-sucking effect plan, and the activation of the Fate Link effect. So when the main unit recovers, the other units also receive corresponding healing. Fuangdiche, lying on the ground, also started to feel better and said, "It seems my wounds are cooling down again." The nearby believers are also partially restored. She observes everything from above with a confident and relaxed gaze. The healing effect is quite good, but she still feels a bit worried. Although the Fate Link helps everyone avoid fatal injuries, after so many people, MP will run out quickly. We need to heal everyone first so they can escape. Suddenly, Tong Niao shouted loudly, "What are you monsters surrounding us for?" He activates the rescue shout provocatively. "Not to catch a chubby, fair-skinned guy like me. Are you all idiots?" The goblin's taunt immediately attracts attention, and the giant clam stares in Tun Nok's direction. Seeing the opportunity, he shouted loudly to alert Tai Tue and Tai He. "Hurry up." She also quickly acted. "Leave it to me." The giant fire snail was stunned, but the critical strike was precisely aimed at the giant shell, and the system quickly responded by activating bloodsucking. Triggering the lifelink's healing, she gently lands on the ground with a sharp sickle behind her, having defeated the giant snail, gaining experience and leveling up to level 23. Tun Nok looked at Tu with pride and admiration. Having chosen the right moment, the giant has been a trusted teammate all along. But in front of me, Tun Nok is being chased and driven away by snails and goblins, running while begging, "I can't do it anymore. I give up." Seeing this scene, Tai Tue also silently retracts his words. Camps remains quietly observing, secretly calculating. The sun can attract the attention of low-level creatures. The daughter not only can divide damage but also has formidable fighting strength, as long as no one dies. The fun continues. Then he suddenly realized he thought maybe this way. Started muttering a spell and shouted, "Appear ho-ho pa-da," drawing from the accumulated energy to summon a fierce Tizak monster roaring loudly. The Tizak monster's head and body quickly grew larger as the system issued a warning, "Ho-ho pa-da." The fierce beast riding Camps. A level 44, Tizak Akma. Seeing this, Camps was very pleased and asked, "So you can also smell the scent of fresh blood?" The Ho-Ho Pada monster swiftly charges forward at Camp's excited command, making that scent even more intense, smashing through them all. As it heads straight for Tai Tui fighting ahead, a pull suddenly sends Tai Tui and Ton Nat flying backwards. She struggles to endure with worry, thinking, "It's another strange monster." "Brother." Ton Nat also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and muttered to himself, What kind of fight is this, if it's like this again? Camps beside him was preparing a fireball in his hand, ready to strike. The thunderstorm of lightning and explosions engulfed the entire room in blazing red flames. Tayu struggled to dodge. Thinking to herself it was difficult, she couldn't deal damage to others. She had to break the link first. Suddenly, Tun Not shouted in panic to warn Tae-hyu to be careful behind her. The giant eagle with a staff crazily swooped toward Tae-tu. Leaving her no time to react, it's over. A strike was coming down. But luckily, she blocked it. The overwhelming power still made the ground beneath her sweat profusely. Tae-tui looked down and saw her foot had already sunk into a hole and shouted, "Things are not good. The ground can no longer support her. Tun Not's area is no better. The ground keeps collapsing. This place is about to fall apart. Both Tun Nat, Tae-tui, and some monsters fall straight down. Camps and the remaining goblins also stop their evil plans. Han glances at them disdainfully, thinking to himself that their brains are just for show, always causing trouble for themselves by falling into holes. The man on top impatiently orders ho-ho pada. But Vuong warned not to spare humans. So I have to do it. I don't want to be trapped in the void living day by day. So I'm ready to go down. But suddenly Camps froze and whispered, "Wait a moment." He turned his head with a cunning smile and said, "There's still a fish caught in the net here. A sword is trying to cut the rope binding the demon girl. Vuong Dich is secretly cutting the cord anxiously. Damn it, why can't I cut through?" He looked seriously at Mr. Nam and explained, "But when the monster wasn't paying attention, we should run quickly. If we don't escape now, there won't be another chance later." He looked at Vuong Dich with an emotional gaze, but his voice remained full of fear. "We can't escape, we won't get away." The more he was sure, the more he argued back. "If you don't try, you'll never know. And anyway, it's better than waiting to die." A malicious smile reveals sharp teeth and a long, forked tongue as Camps sneers. "You're not getting out of here." A goblin behind immediately stabbed through the king's body, causing him to cry out in pain and spew blood. He stood proudly above, mocking, thinking no one noticed the sneaky person washing up here. "This ordinary rope is made with magic that only someone more powerful than me can unlock. And once someone breaks it, I will know immediately." Vuong Dich, seeing this, felt helpless and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. I didn't expect it to be a trap." Camps chuckled and made a condition. "But today, I'm in a good mood, so I might just let you go." The boy, exhausted, struggled to stand and replied bitterly, "You're so kind, what's your condition?" Camps immediately smiled sinisterly and set a simple condition: "If you kill your own kind, I will let you go." The boy quickly stood up, extremely angry, and said, "I'd rather die than do such a thing." Hearing that, he lost patience and sighed in disdain. "So, you'd rather die than let me kill you? Interesting. Then let him taste what it's like to be between life and death." A group of supporters quickly subdued the Vuong Dich, but he still resisted fiercely. "Let me go," Camps ordered coldly, stabbing a hole right through its chest so it could see its own blood pouring out. "It would be very interesting." And he shouted loudly again, "Just kill me directly." He chuckled mockingly at that, saying, "Weaklings have no right to choose death, suffer pain. Beg if you want, because killing you will only excite me more." "Vuong Dich, you're so angry," you shouted at him. "You demon. Surely God will come to punish you all." The entire space is illuminated by a high-up circle of energy. Camps dismissively said, "I don't know if this world has God, but it definitely has hell, and I will send you there now." The energy ring suddenly released a powerful surge of energy, confusing Camps, who suspiciously asked what it was. The energy struck Hohopada, causing it to scream before being immediately defeated. Camps quickly dodged and became much more alert, confused about what was happening, as he was killed in the blink of an eye. A golden lightning bolt engulfed the entire space, causing chaos, leaving only the system notifications and Camps's incredulous voice saying, "This can't be. No way." Activating Akma Hunter has already defeated Hohopada, plus experience and level up twice. A familiar sound rings out. Sure enough, double experience. Vuong Dich, tears in his eyes and a gleam of joy, said, "The Lord has truly appeared." Song N, glowing with radiant light, appeared with a dazzling aura, while behind him, Vuong Dich let out a deep breath. "Great. Luckily I wasn't late. From now on, Camps, you're on the pink path." The system updates the notification. Magic damage observation increased by 6%. Critical hit rate boosted by 20%. Dangerous players. Blessed ancient forest. Pets. Spirit mice. And mice without. Amid the chaotic battlefield filled with smoke and dust, Tong-an still stands silently, observing camps across from him. I smiled seriously, a bit tired, and said it took a lot of effort to find you. Luckily, you haven't been killed by someone else yet. You look down on me and want to kill me. Huh. Your tone isn't small, but you should look at yourself and see how much you're worth. But deep down, I feel a growing sense of fear. But seeing how this kid just killed Ho-Ho earlier, I still need to be more careful. Vuong Dich stood behind, loudly praising with undisguised joy. Not only killing the elite monster with a single move, but also forcing the boss to retreat. The Lord heard our plea and sent a messenger to help us. You immediately knelt down and bowed repeatedly, loudly thanking the messenger for saving us. Tong-an in front was speechless, with a look of disdain on his face. It's been a long time since the Lord and the messenger here went crazy fighting monsters. I can't hold back anymore and speak up to stop this. Vuong Dich is me. Didn't we just meet recently? Hearing that, Vuong Dich looked at him coldly and asked again, do we know each other? Then suddenly the boy shouted in surprise, I am Tong-an, the eldest son, with tears of emotion, grabs Tong-an's hand and asks repeatedly, how did you get here? Knowing we were in danger, I didn't expect it to be you. Tong-an, you're so strong. Hearing that, Tong-an just chuckled and gave a vague reply. It's not entirely like that either. It's mainly to beat the camp. You get even more excited and cheer loudly. That's right. As expected. You are the messenger sent by the Lord. Otherwise, you wouldn't suddenly appear here. Instead of this dazed look, he immediately covered his face and smiled sincerely. It's all thanks to the power of the original. A photo of a six-pack handsome guy appears before you with a question. Do you want this person? Tong-an's seductive tone, full of charm and flirtation. With many handsome brothers all inside this picture, you can look at them to your heart's content anytime. How about that? Give me this and I'll take you to the place you want. Okay. Even though I really like it, Jianzi still hesitates a bit and refuses. But since they all know how to talk like that, I'll be alone. Tong-an still gently whispered a promise. Then how about this? I'll introduce you to another real guy. Chantu looked at the screen in front of him, eyes drooling with anticipation. While Tong-an kept talking, you can use the photo to contact him anytime. I think you two will definitely get along. Chantu quickly grabbed the phone in his hand and nodded in agreement, feeling guilty inside. It seems Li Triet-du will have a headache in the future. Suddenly, a cough caught his attention. His face immediately darkened with worry. Why? Tong-an, seeing no one paying attention to him, roared in anger. How dare they chat casually in front of the enemy? You think you're looking down on me, but you won't have much time left to live. Vuong Dich, seeing this, immediately panicked and hurriedly called out to Tong-an, who was lost in thought. Tong-an was about to attack again. What should I do, Tong-an? Seeing that he didn't answer, Vuong Dich called his name in confusion. Tong-an. This only made Camps even more angry. He doesn't even bother to pay attention to me. Tong-an moved closer to those who were tied up, one knee on the ground. He asked softly and seriously, are you still able to move? Go and get everyone out of here. Seeing you like this, Nam looks like he's okay. Then he smiles, lightly, and worriously says, you shouldn't come here, little brother. He forced a stiff smile as he explained, to make us hostages. That monster Lu has already done it. They've broken our legs. We can't run anymore. If you come to save me, it will only be a waste of your effort. He closed his eyes and muttered in resignation, you should take Vuong Di away. Don't worry about the burden, it's us. Camps, no longer patient, immediately unleashed the Dung Nam Dan and headed straight for Song-an. Want to run? It's over. He laughs in madness and excitement. The lava demon will bite each person one by one. Once bitten, there's no way to survive. No one can escape our camps. Seeing the attack coming so quickly, Tong-an rushed forward but did not react. And Nam immediately became worried. Little brother over there? It's dangerous. Please move away quickly. Don't worry about us being crippled anymore. The face of the man is right behind you. But he remains calm as he speaks. Although he said that, deep down, he still longed to live. Isn't that right? Camps laughed even louder. Foolish. At such close range, the enemy is doomed. Tongs, and didn't even need to turn around. Just a single slash, and the dangerous face was split in two. The system also updated. The demon hunter plan failed, and the damage was lost. The dangerous face of the demon was simply thrown aside. Tongs, and confidently slung the sword over his shoulder and said arrogantly, "But for now, everyone just lacks the courage to face it." Camps was immediately so frightened that his mouth dropped open. Could they really neutralize even the attack afterward? Everyone nearby was also stunned. Then quickly the ropes binding them were cut. Along with a voice, "I've helped everyone laugh off their bonds," and then a pile of weapons spilled out in front of everyone from the space. There are some C-grade equipment here. Nam is still surprised and stammers, "Little brother." "Ends you bust." Tong An calmly hands over a bottle of water and explains, "This is a healing water that can fully recover and regenerate wounds. It hasn't even been used to treat bone injuries yet. However, since there are so many people here, we have to split up and take turns drinking. But the effect is about the same." He held back for Vuong Dich, then said, "You take it first. I didn't have time to understand why your face looked so cruel as you grabbed the medicine bottle." "Oh." Tong An looked at Vuong Dich with a gentle, slightly admiring smile. "If you can't fight, run fast. Keeping your life safe is the most important thing." That's what he told me back then. To be honest, you are one of the few people who care about me. So I always remember those words. Running away seriously isn't wrong. It helps us avoid problems and keeps us from falling into danger. He kept speaking, and his words gradually seemed to awaken him. But avoiding the truth wouldn't solve the problem. Tong and firmly asserted that the more he ran away, the more fate would toy with him. The more you resist, the more fate favors you. This is the truth that fate has taught me. He kept speaking in a haze. Do all of you really want to die with such unwillingness? Why not face it and take control of your own fate from now on? Your man's eyes suddenly flicker with a hint of contemplation. Camps. Furious. Shouts. Goblins. What are you standing around for? Attack those crippled ones for me. He quickly realizes that these people are actually its targets. He ordered to protect them. And the goblins quickly charged at Tong An, who still patiently said, "I will help everyone one last time." Immediately, a spark appeared. Tong An jumped up, spun around, and created a fiery tornado that cut through all the approaching goblins. They were instantly pushed back by the scorching flames, howling non-stop. The eldest brother, full of pride, silently thought to himself that he had made the choice for everyone. Now, everyone must choose their own path. Suddenly, the man beside him spoke, handing him water. After recovering, he resolutely grabbed his weapon and declared loudly, "Your younger brother is right. Running away will never lead to an end. What I lost, I must personally reclaim." Everyone, seeing this, also became excited. And Tongten said, "Vuong Dich shared some with us. We also want to fight. Even if we die. We can't die uselessly like this." Right. One by one, they drank the elixir and quickly recovered, taking only a small amount to restore 70% of their previous condition after the frost. Everyone recovered swiftly and was ready to fight. Vuong Dich was moved and said that everyone had regained their confidence. If it weren't for Song An being sent by the Lord as an envoy, he would definitely be the first to doubt. Facing the crazed goblins charging forward, our men also shouted bravely, "We absolutely will not compromise." The two sides quickly clashed. We must fight for ourselves. Seeing this scene, Camps was extremely confused. What was happening in the blink of an eye? The situation had been turned upside down. Clearly those people had lost everything. So why were they rebelling again? His eyes filled with fear as he tried to reason. Ever since that kid appeared, the situation has completely changed. Am I losing control? Could this be a dangerous signal transmitted by my body? Then a flash of light shot past quickly, leaving only the sound of commands and teleportation. Camps charged forward, attacking directly, shouting loudly in threat. Who dares to ambush? Truly cowardly, Tong, and just chuckled softly and replied, "Wasn't it from the very beginning that I said my target was you?" He concluded, "Indeed a teleportation skill." Camps gathers a mass of furious energy and attacks wildly. "Don't think I'll be afraid of this little brat of yours." Tong An just sneers lightly. The magic device is too slow, then instantly disappears right in front of Camps. Immediately, Tong An appeared in front of him, narrowing his eyes and softly saying, "Fool." Then suddenly Camps vanished right before his eyes, causing his attack to miss. Tong An was surprised because he didn't know when camps had moved behind him to attack. He confidently believed that no matter how fast someone was, they couldn't match his teleportation. And now that he was on the defensive, it was his turn. But suddenly his face was stunned. Blood spurted from his mouth. The staff in his hand fell, and Tong An's sword stabbed straight into him. How could this be? He smiled, his eyes full of confidence as he explained, shifting his perspective up and down, left and right, forward and backward. But to a programmer, human actions are just like a butcher waving a cleaver past a blind man. The system keeps notifying, activating demon hunters, adding 10 damage, triggering critical hit effects. And camps, pierced, can only helplessly keep talking. Wait a moment. His whole body was consumed by the energy source with a tragic cry. General An casually said, "It's done." Suddenly, a goblin rushed in, blocking the way. Nam shouted in surprise when suddenly attacked. Overwhelmed. A teammate seeing him in danger asked worriedly, "Hey Nam, can you hold on? I'll go help you." Nam replied, "I don't need help. How could I fall like this?" He slammed his head into the goblin's head, shouting, "Get out of my way." It screamed. Oh no. The goblin was exhausted, collapsed backward, stunned. Nam, muscles bulging, jumps in to attack. The thing that can't kill me. He splits the goblin in half, just to make me stronger. The scene is chaotic, with goblins sprawled on the ground. The system notification shows level ups to 21. Shaba, Shutsi, and 19. Everyone is catching their breath. And someone asks, "Are we winning?" The enemy king cheered and said, "I leveled up 8 times. But after level 19, my experience no longer increases," others said. Fong and Cat are also awake now. One person asks if they're okay, and Fong replies, "We're fine. We just remember being hit by something earlier." Tong An asked Camps, "Tell me, why did you break the dungeon's limit to come out here?" He's still very sarcastic, trying to squeeze some information before I die. You calmly said, "Even if you do nothing, you'll still be poisoned by an allergic reaction." The system notification indicates that the injury to your body to resist the poison has disappeared. Another notification appears, increasing the damage to you. Camps, lying on the ground, struggles to say, "Do you think killing me is that powerful, compared to the Demon King? We are just like a pawn." "Pretty much," he continued. "Our appearance was just a probe for the army behind us, so the real battle is still ahead." Tong An, hearing this, asked worriedly, "What army are you talking about?" Camps replied, "Alien invasion is invading unexpectedly." And suddenly flames burst out from nowhere, startling Tong An. The enemy king was panicking. "What's going on here?" Fire and lava spewing inside. Another person shouted, "Fall back." Camps's whole body ignited. He said, "Stay here with me, and pray for hell to be with my king." Camps's body burst into flames and disappeared in an explosion of self-immolation. Tong An wondered what the invasion meant. The system announced that Camps had disappeared, and he realized that the invasion war of the Demon Lord had already begun. Now, everything around them is on fire. Tong An quickly looked for a way out, running out of time to think further. And the urgent task was to leave here first. Could he use that method? The system notification says, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up to 36. Someone asks which way the door is. Another starts coughing. And a worried boy says, "I don't know." A piece of paper appears. A certificate of low rank with a sneaky line, and its fans are low-rank creatures. Similar to Rule 1 but with a number 2 added. And similar to Rules 1 and 2 but with 3 clauses added to make it complete. Everyone is trapped in a sea of flames. And one person says, "It's already turned into a sea of fire. I can't see anything clearly." One of them said, "We finally defeated the monster. So why do we still have to die here?" The others asked, "Why isn't the water portal appearing?" And behind them, someone coughed. Huku. Tong An appears and says, "I have a way." The prince happily calls out, "Angel Tongs." Tong, and seriously said, "It may sound unbelievable, but I hope everyone will trust me. I need everyone to step on the ground with the same frequency as quickly as possible." Everyone was suspicious and asked again, "Keep your feet on the ground." Someone else said, "What else now?" Another girl said, "We're in a critical moment. Please don't joke anymore." It starts to sound like footsteps. Nam looks at Tong An and says, "Little brother, if you have any requests, just say it. I will do as you say." Vuong Duke also said, "Envoy, Tong, I trust you unconditionally. I believe everyone will take me out." Tong An, helpless in front of that guy. "Whatever you want to call him. Go ahead." Fong said, "Tong An, I also believe in you," Cat said. "Little Vu, let's work hard together. Come on." Seeing that, the other person said, "Then let's do the same." And the girl also started to agree. There's no other choice but to go along. The other person doubted while doing it, wondering if this would really work or if they could summon the Earthmaster. Tong An said, "The rhythm is a bit chaotic now. Keep a steady pace. I believe we can do it." A small circle of energy begins to appear on the ground, growing larger, and everyone panics as flames approach. What should we do now? Tong and encouraged them not to panic, to keep steady, and they would succeed soon. And they shouted loudly, "Save yourselves." The system displays a notification indicating a fault detection with unusual high-intensity wavelength signals, warning that it is a temporary error and removing the target from the game. Everyone was surprised and said, "I'm fine. We are in the middle of the flames, but we are unharmed." Fong, confused, asked, "No temperature. Captain no Sansasone. As if the fire doesn't exist at all. How is that possible?" Overall, Anne was happy, thinking that it's not that the fire doesn't exist, but that we are temporarily removed from the game and can't interact with real objects. You start explaining that if we consider the game as a system, it has its own operating frequency, and by simulating changes in that frequency, the system mistakes it for an error and temporarily isolates us to handle it. The system appears unable to make contact, increasing the number of people who can extend the duration of the effect, but at most only for a minute. Tong An said, "We can't maintain this state for long. We need to find a way out quickly to survive." The other person replied, "We follow the eldest brother." Is someone's voice coming from below? Can anyone hear it up there? Atwu, he shouted loudly. "Our place is quite safe. There's an exit route outside. Everyone come down here quickly." Tunyak asked, "Wow. There's a volcano erupting up there." Tong unhappily said, "Athui, you've done a great favor for us. Let's head that way. The sound seems to be nearby." Tun and Hak asked in surprise, "Since when has Tong An been here?" Hugh said, "We also need to prepare well to support them." Tong An pointed and said, "Maybe crossing this sea of fire will get us down there." "Is everyone okay with that?" the other person said. "Let's go. There's nothing to fear anymore now." Tun NHC announced that everything was ready below. "Just jump down. One by one." They jumped. "Ouch. He asked why these people let the girl go first. Tun Nok says, "Safe landing for the next person." Before jumping down, the young man asks, "Hey buddy, aren't you going down?" Tong, and pats his shoulder and says, "Everyone go first. I'll go right after." He thinks, "If I don't get my stuff from camps now, I'll lose a lot." Tong An is anxious. Time is running out, and there's a system notification saying to return and wait for the next round in 5 seconds. I hope there's still time. A piece of paper, a certificate of low-level theft, and its fans are low-level animals of 2 types. Article Plu type, do, and 3 types. Artix Un and do, plus enough for all 3 clauses. The ground is starting to collapse. Ton Na quickly said, "Is everyone already down?" Tai Hu said. "Tong An still hasn't seen you come down." Vundich said, "The fire is coming again, and this floor can't hold out anymore." Tun Nok took her arm and said, "Let's go." Tai Hu, "Don't wait for Tong An anymore. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Maybe he's already outside. He never follows the usual procedures." He added, "If he's Tong An, just trust him." At Hugh said, "Let's go." Echoes of screams. "Oh, ah, ah." The entire building is burning and collapsing. "Ah, ah, ah." The man turned back, Sihid, and said, "Ah." The other person panted heavily, saying, "Ha ha ha ha. Hoo 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 hoo. Tunya celebrates while talking, almost lost his life, but luckily ran away quickly. The other person asks, "Why didn't I see Mr. Tong?" "I still wanted to thank him for the Huang." Vundik said, "No. He didn't come down with us. The other person heard Song Huang's voice and wondered if he was still inside. How could he get out now? Tai Hui was worried and thinking. Maybe it was really him. A familiar voice rang out. It seems everyone has escaped. Vundich looked up at the rock and said there was someone on top. Tai Hui was delighted. Tong An holds something in his hand and says, maybe I'm not late after all. I've gained some experience. The system explains that Danshin doubles the experience, allowing players to gain twice as much by killing monsters. Each time a player surpasses Danshin, they can increase up to 9 levels beyond the limit. When you no longer receive experience, note that the Danshin double experience can grant skills but no sub-gear items. The system updates your information. Level 36, Gold Merchant Class, Golden Warrior HP, 1000, 420 out of 1000, 530 MP, 444, Full Skill Class Creative, Passive Attack, Passive Strength, Skills Gained Black Smoke, Level 3, Poison, Charm Level 3, Divine Medicine Level, Piercing Power, 107, plus 164, Perception 45 plus 73, Stamina Neliakumentakusi, Agility, 107, Intelligence 45, plus 66, Dexterity Neliakummenta plus 7 Remaining points 27, Special Effect, 8% Physical Damage Resistance, 6% Magic Damage Resistance, 20% Critical Hit Rate Increase. The dangerous player happily told everyone. It seems everyone has escaped already. Maybe I won't need to go to the base then. Vuangdich also responded. That's great. He told Tong An that at Hugh, Ton Nuts, there is something I want to discuss privately with both of you, which made them both startled. And Ton Nyok panicked. Suddenly, he asked, but who are you anyway? Hearing that, Tong An was also stunned. Over in a room, tending to Lin Nam's group, she took a sip of water and responded, thank you. Tong An was thinking to himself that he had forgotten that the people at Huai still didn't know about his change of appearance. Just like in those comic stories, the main character who changes their signature hairstyle is usually so sincere that no one recognizes them. And they awkwardly explain the situation. More or less like that. After telling them both, Ton Nok was stunned and confused. NPC Demon Girl. Special Dungeon. Why do all the good things always end up in your hands? Hugh said that with so much experience, Tu and Ton Nok increased by 8 levels. Suddenly he chuckled and asked, so you didn't really need to call us over just to secretly share this. Do you want to secretly give us the equipment too? That would be interesting, Tong An replied. The items inside the dungeon can't be equipped. They're just my keepsakes. I called you two here for something else. Tun NHC frowned, then suddenly looked happy. Did you ask them if they still remember the Otherworld invasion, alien invasion? That question startled them both. Tun and Hack started to panic. So, you're saying the demon invasion mission into the Hardimong Kingdom has a difficulty rating reaching SSS level, with even the weakest monsters being level 60. T-Shur, Bashur, or even level 90 monsters. Zong An replied, yes. It's about to become a reality. He started to panic, thinking, oh no, we're doomed for sure. Tong An, why did you tell me I hate you? Level Hutvan. We can't even fight one, let alone thousands of monsters like that. Since the system is calmer, I asked General An if he was worried that others couldn't handle this level, which is why he called us two aside. Right, you answer. They only just gained confidence. If they hear this news, they will probably lose all hope. Mainly because we all understand that in this new world, maybe the two of you will have better prospects. Then the three of them stood there in silence for a long time, while Fong and Vuong Deech hid behind the rock, whispering to each other. He told her to go back quickly, or the Spirit Master would get angry. Meanwhile, Fong eavesdropped and gasped, as if he had just overheard something very terrifying. Tanya looks worried and says, what else can we do? We have to find a place to hide now. This is no longer something humans can solve. At the agency, he said he felt it was necessary to connect those with strong abilities to face this challenge together. Tong An sighed and replied, I also think so. Planning to ask Li Chiekdu what he thinks, he took out a piece of paper with readable content that said a low-level certificate with a single stroke and its fans as low-level beasts of the same type but with a 2. Sen. And 2 added to make 3 conditions. And a notification appeared. Receiving a new message from a friend. Tong and happily looked at the notification and said, "Wow, here comes Tao Thao." When clicking on the notification, the information revealed was, "Li Chikdu, Tong Un. Beware of the surrounding demons. Lately they've been operating extremely efficiently, as if planning something that resembles a sign of interdimensional invasion. Coincidentally, I was about to bring this up. Where are your coordinates?" Li Chikdu's coordinates are B723, 355, in Bin K field. He opens the map and mutters. The map shows they are in Bin K field at 723. Senbai Wushawu. Looking at the map, Tong An said, "This spot, marked with coordinates, on the map, where they are standing has the coordinates 622. Down by Bashujo. After looking, you turn to the others and say, then we should go there and meet them first. But it's a difficult place because it's at least a few hundred kilometers from Bin Che field. How do you plan to get there?" Tong An smiled and showed off his new toy. "Isn't that a new skill?" He added that this time, it was a long-distance teleportation ability. "Anyway, I have the whole map ability." The information about the new skill that Tong An just showed off is that the teleportation at S rank, level 1, skill, can instantly change your position or teleport yourself. Afterward, the directions front, R back, left, right, up, and down within 30 meters will reset after 30 seconds each time you use it. Teleportation consumes 20 MP. Unlocking level 2 skill requires using it twice in a row before it reverts to level 3. Use it 3 times in a row before it recharges if the character has the full map ability to gain a new effect. The full map ability has been unlocked, allowing long-distance teleportation to marked coordinates across the map. The MP cost increases with distance, at least 30 points, and recovers after 10 minutes. Tong An teleported in to give instructions. "I'm leaving first. I'll leave this place to the two of you," making them both look confused. "Huh, they started itching as soon as you left. They still look confused." Tun Nat then said, "I've always suspected that maybe we're not the ones who made this game, like outsiders or something. Why do the props and skills change whenever they're in his hands?" And the system just laughs and says, "Exactly." As for Tong An, he's quickly wiping the area where he just passed. Tong An runs to a giant turtle in the field. A girl in the group asks, "Damn it, haven't we reached the next location yet?" Nana is getting more impatient. "If they really seize the territory, we need to be prepared," Chet Due replied. "Not in a hurry." Tong An told him he also encountered a escaped demon and that he was coming here soon. Hearing that, she got furious. "It's that Tong An again," she pointed and said, "but looking around the field, there's not a single shadow." "Are you sure he's not just messing with you?" Chet Due sat there, bringing someone out and replied, "I think waiting a little longer won't hurt." Just after badmouthing him, Songan arrived, and the notification appeared that they had reached the destination. He greeted everyone there, making them jump in fright. He sends his regards. The leader of the strategy team. "Long time no see," Chet Due says to Nana. "Look, isn't he already here?" Cat asked. "How did he appear like that? Did he fall from the sky?" And Nana looked confused. "Wait a minute. Aren't you wondering how we recognized him?" Chet Due said. "It seems your strength has improved a lot. Even unlocking teleportation." "Right." With that thought in mind, I knew from the start I wasn't mistaken. He truly has his own unique qualities. Tong An replied, "You're about to reach level 39, so you might encounter some unexpected opportunities. And inside your mind, you also have your own thoughts indeed. Li Chet Due is a worthy rival for me." Cat asked, "Why does the team leader keep praising him so much?" Nana replied, "He's probably just flattering Chet Due. That guy's strength is far beyond Chet Due's." "Death," Dui said. "Let's go. No more wasting time. Let's go ahead and chat." Tong An looked at the turtle and thought to himself, sure enough, it's a high-level riding beast. The look Han Kui. Suddenly, he realized that from this moment on, he started to feel as if some strange gaze was watching him. Looking back, Tong An saw a person with purple hair staring at him with a look of disdain. Cat said to Tong An. "Tong An over here." Although he hesitated, he wondered inside if that person knew him, because the feeling was strange. Then they went into a tent on the turtle's back. Chidui asked, "Tong An, did you hear clearly that the foreign invasion is happening?" You replied, "Yes. While Cat was projecting the screen for everyone to see, Chi-Dui thinks and says, I only heard from the Demon Lord of Hell that the time for the demon army to attack us is running out. Your words have confirmed my prediction. Interdimensional invasion. So this is serious. Tong An asked, Where do you think they will come from? Chi-Dui looked at the map and said, If we want to gather that many demons, it can only come from one place. He looked at the paper in his hand, which contained a certificate of low-level classification with a single theft. And its fans were low-level beasts of type 1, but with a number 2. And 3 types of beasts, of types 1 and 2, adding up to 3 conditions. Chi-Dui said that the gate and the underworld at the far border of this place are called the Demon Gathering Point, where only the most powerful demons can enter this world through that gate. He also mentioned that the terrain there is treacherous, making it extremely difficult to launch an attack first. I asked him where the farthest place from the gate and the abyss was. Chi-Dui calls out Cat and Bak Mok. He taps and responds. The wind is here. The scene unfolds before Tong An and Chi-Du. They paused and both realized that it was Haedimong City in Area A. Tong An smiled slightly and suggested that retreating might still be a good strategy. Hearing that, Chi-Dui asked, Try explaining your plan. He started to speak. Maybe we should abandon the proactive attack and focus all our forces on defending Haedimong, since its terrain is quite high and complex. It's easier to defend than to attack, which will create many good opportunities for us if we take Haedimong City as our support. We can also use it to supplement our resources. Tong An also added that it would take at least 3 to 5 days for the demon army to move there, which means we have more time to level up and upgrade our equipment. Hearing that, Chi-Dui replied, It sounds quite reasonable. He pondered and added, Assembling the demon army will definitely take at least 30 days. Add another 5 days for travel if fully prepared. Then we can face level 60 demons. Tong An was thinking that in 35 days, Li Chi-Dui would still be in charge of this task. Usually there wouldn't be a problem. But for some reason I always feel like the time left for us isn't as generous as it seems. Just go to the front and that's it. I don't agree with the plan. If you see it that way, then call the deputy team leader. Han said, First, I don't trust this person. Second, this uncertainty means we should seize the critical moment of defense, which is giving the enemy an opportunity. It only adds more danger to us. Han's identity is the new strategic planning group leader. Saki is the younger brother of the powerful person you killed, and I haven't had the honor of meeting you, which makes Tong An feel uneasy. Saki glared ahead and said, So what? You're not willing to admit it. Right. Hearing him say that, both Nana and Bai Mok looked displeased. And at this moment, Li Chi-Du also glanced over. But he remained calm and silent. Immediately, a tense atmosphere filled the air as everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Hearing that, Tong An replied unhappily, There's nothing I dare not say. And then he thought, Truly unlucky. He said that, but his face showed embarrassment. And he quickly added, It's not my fault that my older brother killed his companions over equipment. I only killed him to protect myself. What's wrong with that? As he prepared to leave, Tong An focused his energy and thought. It has to be at the right moment. Even here in the main base of the strategic team, I feel I haven't done anything wrong. But Kai Ho Luke was also once the deputy team leader. Li Chet-Due and the others won't just ignore or not care about this. Right, it's really troublesome. Should I teleport away from here first or what? Suddenly Li Chet-Due spoke up unexpectedly, surprising Saki. Wasn't it already said before not to bring up this matter again? Then he seriously continued, explaining that this was originally a mistake by the guild for secretly killing players due to equipment. This already went against the original rules of the strategy group. If there's blame me for being careless in choosing people, not Tong An. Hearing that, Saki provocatively replied, But after all, he is my brother. And since the enemy is right in front of me, revenge is only natural. After hearing his provocative response, Li Die's eyes turned cold as he said, Your relationship with your brother isn't that good either. Saki calmly replied to everyone's surprise and Li Chet-Due's discomfort, saying, You're not wrong. My brother really is a tyrant. His death was well-deserved. Witnessing their conversation, Tong An Boy was confused and thought to herself, What is going on here? Maybe they already knew everything a long time ago. Then Saki suddenly looked at his palm with a resentful gaze and continued, as if he himself was inherently strong and went around bullying others, even being cruel to his own brother. After gaining special abilities, I became even more reckless, and from head to toe, I showed no respect for him, mostly driven by pain and hatred. Then his face suddenly turned grim. Saki continued, "But this isn't important. Revenge is just an excuse for something else." Then he slammed his hand on the table and said, "Team leader, I have a request that I hope you can agree to." Hearing that, Lee Che-do looked at him seriously and replied, "You go ahead." Immediately, Saki healed his injured nose and turned it towards Song-an, surprising the serious one, who said, "I want to challenge him." Your expression turns serious and sharp-eyed, as if you're contemplating something. At the same time, Bakmok excitedly says, "Oh wow. This is going to be interesting." After hearing the kids say that, Nana went over and tapped Bakmok on the head. "Do you enjoy seeing others suffer?" At this moment, Saki is still tending to his injured nose towards Song-an, both of them in a ready stance to fight. Seeing that, Li Chi asked casually, "Why? There has to be a reason." Hearing that, he kept his fighting stance and responded, "I already said earlier, I don't trust this person." Then Saki, feeling annoyed, continued, "On the battlefield, talk is cheap. I don't believe in his strength. Whether he has a special class or special equipment, I don't like the strategic group being led by someone who just flaps around without real strength. If you've made me the deputy leader, I have a duty to make him see the reality clearly." At this moment, Lai Dide suddenly spoke, to explain. But before he could finish, Tong-an raised his hand to stop him. He said, "It's okay. I accept the challenge." At this moment, his eyes became extremely serious, and he spoke. "Indeed, being a person means recognizing reality clearly. If you insist on attacking like that, then you must be very confident in your fighting ability." "Right." Then, Tong-an's face remained serious but with a hint of encouragement, and he suggested, "How about we have a match of attack and defense?" Hearing Tong-an's words, Nana, Baimu, and Saki were all surprised. But Saki's eyes showed seriousness. They all thought the same: attack and defend. At this moment, both Tong-an and Saki appear as chess pieces, with red swords charging straight toward Tong-an. "You only have a green shield in front of the chess piece shaped like you." As Tong-an's explanation voice echoes, "You can attack from any direction. I am only responsible for defending. As long as you manage to hurt me, it will be considered your victory." Then Song-an confidently replied, aiming for harmony, "If the strategic team is missing a deputy leader again, I won't use weapons either." "How about that?" Hearing the match you mentioned, Saki shouted angrily, arrogant and defiant, "I will make you pay a terrible price." He then angrily walked away, leaving Song-an standing there watching his back. As Saki shouted back, "We'll meet downstairs. Don't run away." You still watch him with a serious smile, while behind Song-an, Li Die also looks at you smiling. And at this moment he quietly thinks that everything has suddenly become interesting. On the lush green meadow, a few blades of grass sway with the wind. Many members of the strategic team had already gathered, and whispers began to spread, saying someone wanted to fight the deputy leader. And another person added, "Isn't it obvious that that guy Nya will lose for sure?" Someone else said, "But since they know the leader, they probably have to face the fight with some face." Bai is also taking the opportunity to sell snacks, sunflower seeds, beer, and more. At the same time, Bao, standing behind Li Chetty, asked, "Team leader, it seems like he's not prepared at all. Should I lend him a shield?" He just smiled and waved his hand, saying it's fine. Judging by his appearance, he probably has his own preparations already. At this moment, Tong-an is facing Saki ahead. Saki holding two swords with an unreadable expression, simply standing and watching him without preparing anything. And the surrounding atmosphere is tense. Seeing that, he angrily shouted. Even the shield was not prepared. "My goodness." Tong-an still confidently smiled and replied, "This is not your concern. Just attack." Hearing that, two golden-eyed tigers with fiery red fur appeared behind Saki, and he shouted angrily, "There's no need for you to say anything more." Two tigers, one with a large egg-shaped body and glowing yellow eyes, stare intently at Song-an, while the other growls, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing that, the onlookers were all surprised, and at this moment, Bak Mook suddenly became excited and appeared. The special class skill of the Vice Group can turn shadows into beast images with different shapes, and sometimes even into 3 against 1. You fake warrior. Come at me. Hearing that, Saki immediately ordered the 2 tigers, and they charged at Song An. Saki then ordered to teach that red brat a lesson. After giving the order to the 2 tigers, he secretly smugly calculated his next moves. No matter what he was thinking about now, wait until the beast gets close enough. Then I will use the sound image piercing technique to jump in and surround all 3 sides. At that point, everything he does will be useless. At the same time, Song An was calmly watching the system panel and thinking, saving resources is better. If I waste too much now, I'll regret it to death. Then he turned his face back, still calm despite knowing the 2 tigers were about to approach, and he continued his thoughts. Fine. Zhang Kui still has to use it. Just as the 2 tigers approached, he manipulated the nearby ground into sharp spikes, stabbing toward them, with the system constantly notifying that 20 fragments of wood spirit were consumed, 20 common wood logs used, and 20,000 spirit coins were directly added, with a special class benefit, costing 50,000 spirit coins to successfully build, innovate, and construct. At this moment, the 2 tigers began to vanish. The spell was broken, causing Saki to be counterattacked and spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it. What? The system interface appeared. Phantom beasts are part of the player's shadow. After taking damage, they transfer 30% of that damage back to the player's body. And after a period of time, the shadow will automatically recover. Everyone watching was stunned. Nana, unable to believe her eyes, turned to Li Che-du and asked, Creative, isn't this a merchant's skill? Isn't he a warrior class? How can he be so reckless like this? Li Che-du watched your attack, a look of amusement on his face as he thought to himself. A dual class. It doesn't seem like an ordinary merchant class. Tong An, you're hiding well. The 2 tigers haven't completely disappeared yet. They're scared and retreating. Seeing that, Tong An sneered. Why not attack now? Then you raise the ground beneath your feet while taunting. If you don't rise up, you won't get anywhere. At the same time, his system panel kept popping up, consuming sticky human glue. Lacking common ground. Human 40. Costing 40,000 spirit coins for supplementation. Special class privileges. Costing 50,000 spirit coins for successful construction, creation, architecture, and the Screaming Tower. At this moment, Saki begins to condense lightning at his fingertips, struggling greatly. Don't think I have no other options. His system interface reappeared, allowing him to transform the beast form into a human mage by sacrificing a small amount of blood. At the same time, the 2 tigers gradually transformed into birds, eagle images, and owl images. The transformed birds swiftly flew toward Tong An. A staff with a red gem appears in his hand. He looks at it and says, Now it's your turn to block. Then the system notification appears. Cannot be used. However, he still lowered the staff to the ground, and a ring of light appeared around the contact point between the staff and the ground. Song An spoke. Even though you can't use it, the embedded fire attribute of the gemstone on you is still useful for enhancing and strengthening structures. The system continued to notify of enhancement errors. Unable to use it. But it recognized the fire spirit shard successfully strengthened. The earth tower began to shoot sparks toward the crows, and the tall tower spewed fire. The flames blocking the path prevented the crows from continuing to fly upward. At this moment, the distant ground kept being struck back, spitting blood, one after another. His eyes show a look of contemplation as one bird flies up. At the same time, Song An on the tall tower also notices the bird behind him. The bird then charged at him, transforming into a portal leading to the position of the distant enemy on the ground. He immediately swung his twin swords in 2 swift strikes in the air. The Huyen image slash. At the same time, he looked annoyed and grim. Victory and defeat were clear. The strike gradually approached Song An's position, but he remained calm and replied, That's right. Then, Song An and Shun Yi simultaneously struck down, destroying the tower. At this moment, XA Key still stands in midair as the system notification reappears. Architecture. Revenge. Zaki's face at that moment was extremely confused. He hurriedly thought, is this really happening? The system interface reappeared, and the shadow of the sword was cutting through. Seeing that, all the strategists watching were filled with worry. The vice team leader. Large stones from the initially sturdy tower began to fall, and the tower collapsed. The outcome was decided. Everything else now is just a pile of ruins. Everyone around is silent, all stunned by the outcome of the battle. Li Triet suddenly spoke. Nana, go help Zakai treat his wounds. The battle is over. In the silent ruins, a shadow suddenly appeared. Zakai struggles to get up from there, his body covered in burns from the jagged rocks, glaring fiercely ahead as he silently thinks, I didn't expect to lose so completely. I couldn't guess his intentions, and he always saw through my moves. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him with a voice saying, Are you okay? That was Songon. The elegant young man said, Your attack earlier was quite clever. Stronger than your older brother. Zakai forced himself to sit up, shouting, I don't need your pity. Losing is losing. Do whatever you want to humiliate me. Yeah. Here, Tong An withdrew his hand, looked at Zakai, and thought to himself, I think he fights really well. Maybe my way of expressing myself isn't sincere enough. Nana immediately creates healing butterflies that surround Zakai to heal his wounds. Li Chet D steps forward and says, All right, Zakai. Stop looking at him with hostility. This is over. You want to demonstrate the practicality of the strategy by blocking this invasion. Right, Tong, and immediately agrees. Yes. Invasion warfare is different from normal times. We shouldn't recklessly demand battle, but focus more on survival. Merchants not only supply equipment but can also provide defensive structures when given enough materials. Increasing the safety of the combatants is also the reason I want to hold out inside Hardamong City. Li Chet Day smiled faintly, his sharp eyes saying, That's right. No one can sacrifice in vain. But an ordinary merchant couldn't do what you did. Tong. And suddenly shouted, Huh. He wondered silently. When was I exposed? Li Chet Day's gaze had already become a bit tipsy, and he continued, directly completing the construction and using them in battle. This goes beyond the capabilities of an ordinary merchant. Only a special merchant like Hoang Kim, combined with his past soldier identity, could do this. Right, you're the one with the class cap, aren't you? Everyone around gasped in surprise. Class cap. Saki Junjun said. Hoang Kim is similar to the team leader. Tong An scratched his head awkwardly, forced a helpless smile, and said maybe that's roughly how it is. He thought to himself that smart people are not scary, only that they might reveal their class secrets to everyone after just a moment of cooperation. Tong An looked at Tong An with longing expressions, asking if he was interested in joining the strategy group. Tong An secretly cursed. What the hell are you guys doing? Then everyone suddenly jumped on him one after another, asking questions. The team leader had to keep him. He's amazing. Very much to my liking. Tong An gently reassured everyone, secretly thinking that while the strategic group admired experts, they didn't need to be this enthusiastic. They seemed to be excited, taking turns shouting loudly. Teacher Song An, please teach me how to use the creative function. I want to learn the wall person's combat skills. How do you get so many materials like that? Me too. I want to know how you predicted the actions of the vice group. Li Chet Duye stands outside watching the show, happily teasing. It seems he has integrated very well. From now on, he can be considered a member of the strategy team. He looked at everyone crowding around Tong An, shouting his name. Tong An, Tong An, Tong An. Hearing Li Chet Duye say that, he helplessly shouted, Hey, don't decide for me on your own. Saki groaned in discomfort. Cramped. Tong An started to get annoyed, thinking why these people still haven't stopped. Thinking of a way to escape the spell. Then he spoke to Chan An. Wait a moment. Everyone asked slowly. Someone excitedly shouted. Teacher Tong An, can I ask one more question? Just one. Chanzi reached out in pain, crying out, Why didn't you let her come? Waiting is so hard for her. Her heart is starting to bleed now. This time we can't be apart anymore. We've never met before. This isn't right. I believe in love at first sight. Tong An watched from afar and wondered. Chantu. Did she cross the network line just to come here? Haha. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to leave? You came up with a plan. Ben shouted. Wait. It seems your team leader is in trouble. Should we go help him? They immediately looked in the direction of Tong An's finger and shouted, Team leader. Taking advantage of the situation, Song An quickly thought and disappeared into the crowd at this moment. While fleeing, Tong An also left a message for Li Jiayu. See you at Ha Dimong. Li Jiayu. Wish you happiness. They immediately chased after Song An, with some running and asking why teacher Song An had suddenly disappeared. Li Jiayu muttered irritably, What kind of happiness is this? And who the hell pushed this NPC onto me? Tran Tu tries to break free from the system. Reaching out to him, the demon girl excitedly calls out, I love you, because the player can't turn off the system interface. So now Li Triet Dui can only fight back with all his might, standing under Tran Tu's disgusting kiss. Li Triet Dui shouted loudly, Wait, wait, wait. On this side, Song An jumps down onto a patch of earth, breathes a sigh of relief, and secretly thinks to himself that this trip has been a complete waste, feeling a terrifying emptiness in an instant. This time it went pretty smoothly. We even came up with a unified strategy for the demon invasion and saw how helpless Li Triet Du looked. Haha. Thinking about it, he looked around and wondered where everyone had gone, realizing he had moved to the wrong place. Tong An saw the tombstones and blurted out, What is that? Huh. As he approached, he realized the image on the tombstone was of Feng. Song An shouted out, It's Feng's grave. Lord Lamnam's enemy. Wu Litua. Cutting sand. Ka Niem Bin. Tu Shi Er Sao. Why are there so many graves built here? He furrowed his brow and wondered, could it be that he was attacked by a monster while he was away? No way normal monsters couldn't be. Tai Hui, wait, could it be among these tombstones? Tong An looked around and immediately saw Tai Hu's image. His eyes gradually turned angry, and he growled, finally asking who was responsible for this tragedy. Tong An's whole body bursts into flames as he walks away shouting, Whether you're human or monster, get out here now or don't blame me for being rude. Suddenly, Tai Hu appeared behind the rock and cheerfully said, Tang An is back. Tai Hui turned around and said something. See everyone. I told you I heard his voice. Tong An, angry and stunned, wondered to himself. Tai Hui cheerfully continued. We just finished cooking. You're the only one missing. Tun Nok, holding a glass of water, blocking the view, said, I told you I'd eat first since you kept delaying. Tong An, helpless and confused, wondered, Aren't everyone else doing fine? What's going on? Interrupting your thoughts is a pot of soup boiling vigorously over the fire. Tong An picks up the bowl of soup and asks, So that means everyone already knows what happened underground. So when they built the tombs for their friends, they also prepared for themselves. Fong Dang, holding Tuvu, honestly admits his fault. I didn't care about hearing that. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Tong An nodded and said, All right. Everyone knew it was only a matter of time. You turned to Tai Hu, looking innocent. But why even you would build a grave? This isn't like you at all. Tai Hui pretended to be innocent, looked away to avoid Tong An's gaze, and then said, This. You should listen to what they said first. Everyone looked at each other and said in unison, We hope you allow us to keep these weapons. Tong An thought helplessly. What could it be? I'm not petty enough for that. Then he thought for a moment before saying, Since everyone has been equipped, just keep using them. Lam Nam took the axe, on behalf of everyone, told Tong An that actually, we would have all died at the hands of those monsters if you hadn't appeared, and we would have only died in despair. What you gave us was not just weapons, but also courage and hope. Actually, building a tomb for oneself also serves the purpose of saying a final goodbye. Something I only understood after hiding away in the past. Avoiding it won't solve anything and can't save what we've already lost enough of. There's nothing left to fear losing. If the disaster is destined to come, I will definitely fight until the very last moment. Everyone looks determined. And I am the same, Shit Ni also said from nearby. And so did I. Xiao Tuo and Wang Di also spoke in unison. We are the same. So now you're happily saying, So isn't it true that we need a leader right now? Sun Nuo still kept a defensive attitude and reluctantly agreed this time. Then everyone cheered together, with Song An leading us into battle. Transition. Is my team raising a useless person or what? He turned back, grabbing that guy by the collar and knocking him out. No wonder no one wants to be friends with you. Who would bother with a useless person like you? Fixing those trivial spirits that you can't even complete. What big thing are you capable of? Boss Mang is fine. But colleagues always shift the responsibility and look down on you. Tong Un. Stay late and work overtime. Just like that pitiful bug. I don't want to be like him. When you're outside, you just have to accept it. Yes. They leave happily. So where should we go to play now? Can we go for a drink? Fair enough. Then Tong An started working tirelessly on the computer until late at night, muttering to himself, "It's okay. I can finish these tasks myself. I don't need others to help me to get it done. I don't need others to help me. Nor do I need fake friends. I don't need others to acknowledge me. I really don't need anything at all." Suddenly a voice called out. And at that moment, you were transported to a different space, along with the call. The voice calling your name became clearer and clearer. You returned to the current space. And everyone happily called out to you. "Little brother. Tong Un. I hope we can share a part too." At the communication hub. Tong Un. Everyone is waiting for your answer. And you wonder if you're distracted. Seeing everyone's expectant faces there, hearing that, everyone shouted, "Prove it." You calmly explained that yes, I can guide everyone. But first you need to prove that you can defeat the monsters yourselves. I mean, being capable of defeating monsters on your own or as a small team. Tong An also said that he didn't want to be in a situation where saving one person would cost a group their lives. And everyone hopes not to involve others. Wang Di agreed, saying that made sense. Tong An thought that indeed, fighting against the invasion of another world requires more people. But bravery alone, without strength or combat experience, will lead to more deaths than survival. The system asks you, Song En, with your current situation, is it too difficult? Hearing that, Song En replied, "Aren't we also struggling to get here?" Then he encouraged them, "If they can't do it now, it's better to give up early. This will also be better for everyone." Everyone replied with discomfort, "Little brother, we won't give up." "Right. Where are the monsters? We will prove it to you." Hearing that, Song An said, "Then that's good. Show us your skills." Item frame. Then, Song An took out the items and told everyone to tie the cords around their wrists. He added, then the two tied themselves together. Everyone linked tightly. And they stopped arguing and discussing. So this is it. What is it this time? Don't ask. Even if you ask, you won't know. Suddenly, Tun Nok ran over to them and shouted, "Is he planning to tie them all together as a team? Wasn't this idea already rejected by the boss before?" At the system asking Tong An. Could it be that Tong An, you just completed a new plan while keeping the original one? And you were drinking water from the bottle you took out of your bag while replying? That's right. After drinking, he threw the bottle to the ground and added, "Just because it's not approved doesn't mean it can't be used. Isn't creativity the romance of programmers? When it's done, a notification appears. MP is restoring, and Tong An's people begin to emit blue energy. And he confidently tells everyone that it seems everyone is ready. Tong, and immediately performed the spell to describe the shining pair, which could form a set from a series of units linked by the same type of matter. Recalculated from the beginning, the Choi Chat Than Doi was completed, and everyone was taken to a certain dimension, surprising them greatly. Tong An reached out and said, "The leader, give me your hand. Today I will let you fly once." Then you asked, "Hold my other hand tightly." She agreed reluctantly. Yes. But her face was extremely blushing. "Wait. I haven't gone yet." He angrily ran up and shouted, "How can you do that? Anyway, everyone is now on the same team. So what you're doing is forcing me to use my ultimate move." Right. Tun Not slides over to where everyone is holding hands. Tong An, seeing this, is speechless. "What is he doing?" he shouted, hugging my leg. "What are you doing? Do you think you can carry me too? I told you I wouldn't take you along. But if you like this position, hold on tight." Then everyone started to move with the announcement, teleporting long distances. And the user could carry along the units they were in contact with to teleport together. No more than 3 units at most. Bring no more than 1 unit, as energy consumption will increase. When moving, everyone starts shouting. Everyone was moving at the speed of time, so their screams were only natural. It is known that besides the main unit protected from risks, other units moving at high speed will face great danger. And of course, this is also a risk. Suddenly, they all fell to the ground. Everyone feeling dizzy except for Tong An, who remained normal. And he told everyone, "We're here." Ton Not reminds you, "Tongan, you haven't fixed the wind barrier yet. Then go meet M. Hugh." Tongan explains, "Sorry about that. There were so many things back then. It was hard to fix everything." Lamnam looked at the tree in front and asked, "This giant tree with sticky substance all around. Where exactly is this place?" Fong also felt the same. "It looks disgusting." Vuong Nich called out to them in confusion, "Everyone, look over here." Everyone turned around and shouted, "Two." He was stunned because it was so magnificent. In front of them is a giant fortress in the middle of a city, surrounded by walls. Vuong Nich comments, "Isn't this scene from a new movie?" Tun Not stares blankly and says, "This is the city of Harimong." Tun An replied, "That's right. In front of everyone is the largest city in the game, Harimong." He also said that if there is a war, we will definitely need a strong base, and Harimong City, with its abundant supplies around, is the best choice. Tun An told them that there are two other huge gates not far away, and this place is also called the War Gate. He said that to enter Harimong, you must pass through the War Gate. That makes Harimong Fortress, with its back against the mountain pass, easier to defend than to attack. If the Akma army arrives, we will have enough time to prepare, and they will have to move away from their previous position. When we arrive, Tan An tells everyone that, besides, there are quite a few elixir stones here at Venvach Mountain, making it the most suitable place for our camp. Suddenly he said, "But there is still a small problem at the moment that makes everyone curious." "What is it?" Tan An replied. "You'll find out soon enough." Suddenly, there was a loud movement, and everyone started screaming in fear. Could this be the monster Fong had warned? To the right is a powerful spirit beast. A level 36 elite Bogut spirit beast. Everyone started to panic. "Wait a minute. Tonon. This elite is the monster we need to deal with, isn't it?" You focus on building the tall tower quickly, while Tonon sits at the top with his wisdom and says, "Don't worry. I won't interfere. Everyone help out in the fight." Vuong Duck replied, "No. I didn't mean it that way. You said this is Bogut's territory. If we don't defeat them, we can't talk about the base." She asked worriedly, "We're not really retreating, are we?" "No need. This was originally a test." Everyone drew their weapons and started arguing. "What should we do now? We can only rely on ourselves. So let's attack together. But who will lead?" The monster snorted and spat mucus and saliva all over them. And Tonon, buried in the mucus, struggled to breathe, unable to get enough air. Tan An looked down and hoped, "Don't let me down." The two Lam Nam quickly froze as they were covered in green slime. Tan An stands quietly to the side, observing everything. Tun Nak quietly comments behind the large tree, surprised at how powerful this monster's mucus is. Cat fell to the ground in panic, shouting for help, fighting the wind demon. "What should I do now?" Bogut slowly approaches, panting heavily, huffing and puffing. But that's enough to show how powerful he is. Hopefully he won't come any closer. Feeling it was enough, he finally decided to give up and retreat. Even the weakly aggressive monster like Bogut couldn't fight back, let alone the demon time to go down and save the person. Just then, a voice suggested quickly use your skill to dissolve the sticky substance. He's pressing down. At the system's direction. He looked down and continued to shout loudly, Cut. Act quickly. You can save them." He turned his head to look at her with surprised eyes. On the system, she was standing on the edge of the cliff, still trying to shout down, Cat. Act quickly. If not, everyone will be in danger." He was still a bit confused. But you, despite that, at the system's insistence, cheered him on and believed in yourself. You can do it. Seeing Bogut slowly approaching in front of him, his mind became even more panicked, and he finally closed his eyes and decided to follow her suggestion. A large water sphere quickly wipes itself and its runny nose, and as soon as it sees this thing, its legs immediately become shaky. Boom sa kalaka. The balloon burst, causing Lam Nam to cough violently, coughing and panting as he hurriedly asked everyone if he had done it and if they were all okay. He glanced at the panting boy, almost losing his life, and the king quickly replied, "Cut it out. Luckily I still have you. But over here, I was a bit quick to speak when I glanced at Song An standing beside me. Sorry about that, Song An. It was an urgent situation. However, he responded with a smile, saying you don't need to worry about that. Isn't it fine this way? It's a pity if it ends like this. Then he looked down at the crowd below and quietly assessed that this loss would leave a deep impression on them and raise awareness of the danger. Which was a good thing. Your warmth has helped many people. But hearing this makes my cheeks even redder. Why are you suddenly saying this? Suddenly, he regained his composure and raised his voice to shout. Everyone listen up. The sharp voice of Song and quickly drew everyone's attention. Maybe everyone realized the problem during the fight. Rushing blindly can easily make them targets of concentrated attacks. You keep giving directions while the people below face Bogut again. Everyone should think carefully about their advantages and use each person's strengths to fight. Only then can they turn the weak into the strong. Shit and Lam Nam exchanged a final glance and nodded silently in understanding. But you remain very calm on the cliff and give a few final instructions. Although we no longer provide guidance and assistance, everyone can still make use of all the available resources in the fight. Ton nods, who was hiding, was suddenly called out, and his teammates quickly recognized him. He clenched the two branches in his hands and shouted in frustration, "What are you doing to me? If you're not taking me up with you, then just leave. And don't reveal my position. I'm hiding here, and it doesn't affect anyone." He kept shouting without realizing that Boss Gut was being triggered to call out. So it doesn't affect anyone else. It boldly pulls the tree trunk up and starts chasing, while the teammate stands aside cautiously breathing heavily. You're making the monster hit you. Tunnok is running and shouting to the sky. I knew it would turn out like this. Tong-un, I hate you. Lam Nam suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Our chance has come. He still maintains a serious and careful demeanor as he gives the order. Little enemies. The speed of the two is quick, responsible for disturbing the monsters. They respond in unison. Understood. He shouted the final order to the two rushing forward, followed by the others. The two enemies simultaneously brandished their weapons, one aiming a horizontal slash at the waist and the other launching a sudden attack. The insectivore cried out in pain from the attack, then suddenly turned its head with eyes quickly turning red, its hatred shifting away. Without a word, the two people's thoughts were in sync. Something was wrong. It screams and raises the tree to strike down. Then Lam Nam rushes from behind shouting, "Little enemy shattered. Get out of the way. Let us handle this." A series of rapid attacks target the giant tree it holds, with normal strikes tearing it apart. The vacuum cleaner is stunned to see its weapon shattered. Fong stepped back carefully, pulling out the item card to prepare for attack as a long, dark shadow spread across the ground, rushing toward him, causing the item creator to stumble backward. The vacuum device was struck again on the arm by the enemy, causing it unbearable pain. Wow. The background music subtly highlights this tense scene, and no one expected the monsters to be subdued by them. Tong An's eyes widened with excitement as he watched them succeed, and he couldn't help but smile. A bright hope flickers in your eyes that's hard to hide. It seems that with a little more refinement, you will have great potential in the future. Summarize again their fighting methods. Now it seems that the general situation is like this. Nam's combat style. Although she doesn't have much combat power, Fong can also use tools to cause trouble, plus her pickpocketing skills. Later, they could form a special team. But what's notable is that Nam has quite good leadership skills, which is something you can encounter but not always expect. As for Kaka, Tanyin, wearing a metal helmet, saw her father Gut spitting out a strange substance and warned her. She spat out more of the substance, and Lam Nam turned around and shouted, Ka. He quickly adapted by using water to block the attack. Yes, sir. Tong An became even more confident. Innate water element magic is the best choice for a mage, but he quickly realizes the problem with this team. Isn't there a healer here? Oh, it's still that girl. Little Two ran from beside the river with her sword and charged forward. I also drew my weapon to defend. Her whole body spun around to create a tornado attack, spinning rapidly with 3 points of attack. But every time I just cast a small spell with each sword strike, she already gets dizzy and staggers back. Tong An and his face both showed expressions of helplessness that were hard to describe. This skill's name, this weak attack power, I don't know which one to criticize first. It roared in anger and turned to attack her, sending a barrier. That knee's face turned pale, eyes wide open, shouting, Little Two, you're in danger. Bogut's hand had already struck down hard on her. But just then, Tanakh ran out to block the attack. "You disgusting monster. How can you bully a girl like that?" He turned around with a gleam in his eyes and asked, "Are you okay?" Little too. Then started praising himself. "Tunyats, you're amazing. Such a great chance to flirt that you managed to find it." A rather awkward smile appeared on her face. "Thank you. I'm fine. You're really a good person." It seemed like his heart was about to break again. Still holding on to that good person card, the man took the opportunity to order his teammates to follow him, quickly capturing it in a flash. And the young man with the helmet immediately agreed. They all finally launched their attack on Bogut, going to sell salt and hunt monsters. It cried out in pain for a long time. And Tong A, who was standing on the cliff, was now smiling happily. The system notification appears amidst falling leaves, announcing that Bogut's love has been destroyed and leveling up. Shit too, and the king looked at each other with a smile on their lips. Ha 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 ha. The system kept notifying them. Level up, level up, level up. And those two young men also kept leveling up, knocking their heads and clanking their helmets in celebration. Well done, team. Tai hi kung tong an he, nyang dap shuang dat de chuk mung. Tu yet voi qua. Moing woi de khom sao. Fong looked into their eyes shining with a bright light and said, "Tong an. I guess we've passed the test. You didn't hold back in praising us. You did quite well. Honestly speaking. Not bad at all." A gentle smile appeared on Tuan Tu's face. "And from now on, I look forward to your guidance." Teammates. Everyone cheered together. "That's great." However, his next words completely contradicted that. During those few minutes of preparation, we're about to enter the dungeon, and the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. Things are not looking good. Tanakh obviously didn't expect this either. So quick. Everyone just finished fighting. But the response from Tong An was a cold reply. "Time waits for no one. If I were the leader, I'd listen to me." He whined in frustration. "Are you a demon?" He turned to look at Lam Nam Hong, wanting to find someone to oppose him. "Aingnam, you need to calm down. We just finished fighting. We should rest for at least half an hour or an hour." His whole body trembles and even glows, making Tonyak curious. "Aingnam," he turned his face all sweaty like rain. "What should I do?" It seems he got the snot monster's skill. Now a new skill, so powerful it's making Lam Nam panic. And the new skill is glowing green to the point of breaking down. Everyone is gathered around him with the blue light. And Vuong Dich is startled. He only came closer to take a look. But unexpectedly, with just a pinch, he gained his first skill. Fong and Cat. Cat couldn't help but shout. Does Bogus's skill mean that Big Brother will also be blowing his nose in the future? Hugh Binthan calmly explained. Don't worry. Actually, Bogus's main skill is healing. But since everyone is cooperating so well now, it hasn't had a chance to use it. The villain's face lit up again. So that's it. Hugh then explained that it will restore its HP by absorbing its own mucus, which is why it was spitting mucus everywhere. Vuong Dich panicked. Isn't it even more terrifying? Everyone around is imagining his image in their minds. Luckily, it's not them. Tong, An Binthan calmly said, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. If you're not afraid, try sensing the skill yourself. Wang Di's face looked at him with confusion as he was narrowing the effect and then trying to spread his energy outward. Vuong Dich moves slowly and deliberately. Is that how it is? Feng looks on in amazement as the green light begins to shift. Everyone is now covered by the blue light. We are also inside it. And this light has interactive power. Tong An still calmly just smiled slightly. Perhaps everyone could sense that this light contained very weak healing power because Bogut's skill itself is not very suitable for humans. The game has already been reconfigured from the start. Yes, that's right. This skill is called Passive Healing Ring, rated A level, with the character at the center expanding the healing area around them. Within a 10-meter radius, the healing effectiveness is 8 HPS. And beyond that radius, the healing effect quickly diminishes proportionally. As the distance increases, the maximum radius area does not exceed 30 meters, and the healing effect does not go beyond 1 HPS, when not only a healing light circle appears that can stack up to 3 level 2 healing effects within 10 meters, increasing the healing rate to 15 HPS. This is his initial skill. Tong An continued, saying that although this passive skill can operate continuously, its main drawback is quite clear. The recovery speed is rather slow. Your face becomes serious, Only by stacking multiple light rings can you maximize healing effectiveness, and Tunnak suddenly shouted, even with a healing skill at level 10, the results still aren't strong enough. Doesn't that mean I'm the one who ultimately bears the injuries? Suddenly, I spoke up and said, well, actually, my innate talent also includes healing, so maybe I can help from time to time. Everyone's faces showed a hint of surprise, so this girl has a healing system. Could that strange skill be her special talent? Tong'an's gaze was sharp, but the result wasn't bad. We won't lack healing anymore in the future. Tunnak that looks at Tong'an and asks what's going on. Could there be another form of therapy here? Where he just smiles softly. And everyone will find out soon. Suddenly, a breeze began to swirl around, and a blue light circle appeared, inside which was Bogut, level Harmonkilens, and his armor, level Harmonchate. They scream and rush forward. People outside stand in panic, feeling the pressure hitting straight at this place where Bogut is also present. Tong, and calmly replied, that's right. From now on, everyone must complete the 3 objectives. You raise one finger and say that first. Within a week, each person's level must reach at least level 30. And, second, everyone must have a healing light ring. Everyone couldn't believe what Dongthan said. Each person a ring. If a choice has been made, it must be maximized in effectiveness, because, due to some special reasons, after accumulating 3 light rings, the healing amount increases by 3 levels, ensuring safety for longer attacks. Feng Shuo suddenly burst out. Could this also be the North Tongs? Ant's face turned serious as he raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Knowing that I know, and there's no need for many words, at the system's command, he desperately struck Bogut with his staff. Number 11. Bogut's foot stomped where Ton Nhat was standing but missed. Ton Nhat desperately calls for help, but can't hold on anymore. Tong An, you better withdraw. I can't do it. Tong An still smiles. Don't worry. Isn't it already here? 3 more people appeared behind Ton Nhat. And later, An Nam and the 3 responsible for handling money learned to evade following Tun Nhat. On the system side, the first and second kings are later responsible for leading the team to attack and find out the monster's weakness. The merchant and the guards were surprised to hear that 3 people were learning special tactics from me. Tun Nhat disagreed and opposed. Wait a minute. This isn't fair. Why is my team always being targeted? Tong An, you're definitely trying to mess with me. If you don't switch to a girl for me, then, no. Before finishing his sentence, Tong An spoke up, creating an impenetrable defense. Just with his 2 words, Tun Nhat changed his attitude. If Tong An is already our leader, then what do I care what the brothers think later? Let's see if these monsters can teach us a lesson. A monster is looking in Ton Nhat's direction. Chila Boss, the level 40 ruler, stands and observes everyone. Everyone was stunned when they saw the boss. Be careful. This is a skill that consumes HP to strengthen its attack. Everyone retreat quickly and stay away from its attack range. Tong An looks at the system with a calm face and says, everything is fine. The system will handle it. He stands in front of the roaring bosses. And everyone, listen up. The next is my 3rd request. The boss now swings its fiery fist towards Song An. Perhaps those who have suffered without support will face even greater dangers in the future. The boss was originally punching towards Tong An. But from this moment on, I demand everyone to move and counterattack the boss and shout loudly, risking everything to survive for me. The boss has fallen, and Tong An stands proudly atop his victory. I won't allow anyone in my team to die, do you understand? Everyone was fighting back. Of course, we won't die that easily. Don't underestimate us. At the same time, somewhere in the Martin Mineral Mine Zone B, people are working hard. There will be a part of him. Thank you, Vice President. The man responded less enthusiastically. Then the character stepped forward. Vice President, you're here. I heard you found a special Martin mine to guide us. My time is valuable. The workers looked terrified when they saw that man. Then he appeared again. He's the infamous demon boss of the Tainted Alliance. Surely he has control over this Martin mine. Next, the Evil Star will be fed. As the Vice President of the Evil Star Alliance, the former head of the Alliance, at level Harmonsud, with a fake identity as a special merchant investor. The Martin mine keeps producing endlessly. I love exploiting such good stuff. You're not joking with me. Are you otherwise? Mr. Dao confidently explained. No need to reward or punish. as the subordinate still clearly distinguishes right from wrong. Rest assured, the reward is the surprise of the vice leader witnessing the scene. As the resource system begins to regenerate, it seems that for some reason the mineral mine here keeps regenerating. And since we've never encountered this before, I immediately went to find the vice president. Is there anyone else who knows about this besides those present? His face was extremely satisfied, revealing his yellow teeth. So we are a bit bigger. A stone monster appeared. It is the Earth Dragon boss. Level Nejvinharum. The ruler, Tun and Hack, immediately felt scared, almost overwhelmed, as the two teams closed in on each other from opposite sides, with Ko That Knee's team on the left and the enemy team on the right. The monster's mouth is gathering a blue sea-colored power. Tun Yak stands in front of it, sneering, "If you haven't been taught enough, then bring it on." It unleashes that green attack towards Tun Nak. Tun Nak smiles faintly because he is equipped with the Burning Fire Serpent armor set, which causes a burning burn effect on the attacker after being hit, prolonging the HB banishment time. At the same time, it increases 30% damage dealt to the target for 8 layers of thick armor that boost the wearer's defense, reducing attack power. You can't do anything to me, and instead, you'll suffer even more burns. The monster roars in anger amid the burning flames as Shat Ni and Chandong attack together from the left side. On the right is Vuong Dichlo's team. You've already given it your all. Tong An suddenly appears on top of the monster and uses his cloak from level C to B. He then strikes it with the power of his sword. The new recruit Justin Logistics Officer must be stunned by the scene in front of him. Koa is too powerful. No wonder he is President Tong An. Tong An stands tall amidst the burning flames after defeating the Earth Dragon at level 44. Well done, everyone. Level 6. Armor with gold patterns and silver patterns upgraded to B level increases attack by 20%. If the monster is exposed, it will gain an additional 20% attack. Cooldown for 5 normal attacks. Tong An, expressionless but still caring for everyone. Are you hurt? Vuong Dich smiled and replied, "Don't worry. Everything is fine." The 3 people are protected by a healing ring that occasionally glitches due to an odd number of healing cycles. There is a 50% chance that the healing amount will be 10 times higher. The rings stack on top of each other, so even if they get injured, it won't be a problem. Justin suddenly shouted, "Chairman, can we start collecting Martin now? I can't wait any longer." Song An told you all to get started. Justin is very excited. We have to give it our all and not let the leader down. Justin has started working enthusiastically, as long as we try our best. We can get many good equipment from the leader. Keep it up. The young face with a dissatisfied expression looks at that kid. Nowadays, young people are blinded by material things. Unlike him who fights for ideals, Tong An is excited to see Martin. Great. This time, we also got enough dragon soul shards and materials to upgrade the soul transfer. Is the enhancement and creation of the A-level demon soul weapon with B-grade materials requiring 1x1 enhancement stone and 3 earth dragon souls. And are the conditions met for combining them? That knee gaping, about to witness the appearance of an A-grade weapon. Tong An looks at Martin. Combine. Floating items hover in the red and yellow light station with flickering sparks. The A-rank Ghost Fog with an attack power of 480, plus 10 spirit perception, actively forms countless slashes, shooting in 4 directions. With each target shot, they will create wounds equivalent to the strike, with each slash usually considered a normal attack that can activate effects, and the MP consumption ability costs 150 candelas. And the Akma Hunter 2 increases damage to Akma monsters up to 10 times for 10 minutes. If the target is not yet marked, you can aim to pierce through 2 attacks and ignore 60% of the defense layer. The Kanjiao has reached level A, making everyone around amazed. Tong An lightly spits the weapon of grade A in front of Jiao. Tun Nak's face shows a competitive look, seeming to be not bad, but in real combat. My defensive gear would definitely still be better by a level. Tong An sneered and said, "Should I bring you out to try? How are you worried on the other side? We're also doing okay here. Or should we check if the battle at the system has ended yet?" A green circle appears on the wall. The Danjuyen path. A route that appears within the Danjuyen. And if you're not paying attention, you might miss the path to the nearby Danjuyen. A finger poked through that layer. Coming out from inside is Tong An. Our system is almost done. How about you guys? We are still fighting and responding at the same time. So we need a little more time. Tauros boss. The level 41, Ruler. The new teammate was still unfamiliar with the boss's attack pattern at first, making things a bit passive. But now the tide is turning. Since the situation is getting serious, I think about 20 more minutes should be enough. General Anne has good intentions but was refused. So there's no need for me to step in. Boss Vun's fist is about to hit her. Skill, reducing her current HP by 10%. The atmosphere is tense. If we can't resolve this now, I will have failed the important leadership role you entrusted to me. Tong An wiped the sweat from his brow. Honestly, it didn't need to be so serious. I was actually wanting to show off my new weapon, but it seems there's no chance for me to do so here. You turn to look at everyone and say, let's go outside and wait. And on the way, everyone chatters happily. How should we divide the other items dropped by the Earth Dragon, everyone? According to your preferences. And the materials for rebirth can be handled by the Bao Long. Over the past 10 days, the levels and equipment of all members have increased significantly, along with the number of players joining the ranks. Because of admiration, the team grew from 11 to 21 members, so it was inevitable to transform from a team into a guild. The Zero Guild was formed accordingly. Ton Nok suggested, don't you think our team's name is too simple? Or we could call it the Super League or the Champion Battle Team. Or just Zero. That's fine too. Jia arrived outside the other members who were already present, discussing loudly. The number of enemies they could defeat was 0, which surely symbolized absolute power. Xiao Tu was excited to see Tong An's team and everyone returning with the president. Tong An smiled awkwardly at the reaction. There's no need for everyone to get excited. Just continue what you were doing earlier. Suddenly becoming the club president still feels a bit unfamiliar. He smiled softly, but his mind was already different from before. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Tong An, look over here. A gun held in her hand was enthusiastically showing it off to him. Finally, I have crafted a magic gun. In the merchant's creation system, I can craft countless items like swords, shields, armor, protective gear, and hats anytime. At the same time, some special equipment also requires special materials. But among them, there is a most special piece of equipment. And even with the special materials, the chance to craft it is only 0. Baffinger E, meaning it appears once in every 10,000 items. That is a magic gun, held by a girl with an eye-catching and strange-looking weapon. Tong An and Tun Ya were surprised to see the gun in her hand, not expecting she could create a magic gun. Fong raises the gun in his hand to the sky and laughs, saying, well, of course, it took me 9 days to craft this one. The two guys and Tun Ya looked surprised at the gun in Fong's hand. Does this kind of weapon really exist? I didn't even know about it. Tong An held the gun in his hand. This isn't cheating. Right, how could others get close if it were like this? Tong An looked at the gun. Everyone was right. But the source of its power comes from its rarity. Only 0.1% in existence. Fong pointed to himself and then to the 4-leaf clover clip on her hair, saying if it weren't for his 4-leaf clover accessory, even a gold merchant like me would find it very difficult to craft. On Fong's hair is a 4-leaf clover-shaped clip shimmering in the light. Fong waved his hand and continued. You should know that in the past, I also had to put in a lot of effort to get this equipment. Fong crossed his arms and laughed loudly with Tong An and everyone looking at her. Then Rainbow Bunny suddenly appeared, making me jump in shock. That time, Tong An and everyone else turned away. And Fong angrily shouted, all right, let's start testing the gun. Aren't you all curious about how I got it? Tong An turned to look at her. Perhaps now everyone is more curious about the effectiveness of the magic gun. Fong sobs in resignation as he loses the magic gun, which is stuck in the cliff wall with 2 target boards, one with a bow and a white string. Tong An points the gun at the beer bath, then releases a blue beam from the barrel. As the magic gun requires magic to operate, transform the magic power into real damage. But we still don't know how effective it is. Let's pour 10 MP and try it out. A blue light emitted from the gun's barrel. Everyone gasped in surprise as the color changed. And Tong An, holding the magic gun emitting a blue beam, soared into the air. A bright beam of light rapidly approached the gun's sight, just like before, and that light pierced through the cliff, creating a round hole. Everyone looked towards the bullet, surprised. Oh my god. Tong An approached the hole in the rock wall and looked at the gun in his hand, smiling. If 10 points of magic power are this strong when filled with magic, Wouldn't that be incredibly powerful? High-level demon masters have silent skills unless they have cleansing skills. Otherwise, they are silenced and can only endure attacks. Your gaze was mysterious and direct. But now it's different. Tong An turned to ask Fong, startling her. Can you make a few more? Fong raised a finger. I want to as well. But even with a 4-leafed hairpin to boost the chances, it's still very slim. And we don't have enough materials. I'll listen to the music and go find you if the materials are not enough. Along with the friends behind us, we've rested enough, and it's time to get our muscles moving. Fong asks if there are any remaining materials. Tong An smiled confidently at Fong under a clear, cool sky with birds flying by. And on top of a wooden tower, there was a person. He looked down and saw several shadowy figures gradually coming up from below. Spirits and warriors. That was Lam Nam and others following behind. He raised his hand and shouted loudly. President An Nam has returned. Tong An looked back and smiled. It was just the right moment. Everyone is gathered in the forest, chatting noisily. Lam Nam approaches. Your little brother is finally back. Tong An suddenly looked over and saw the 2 elderly people walking behind him. He is always the spy that your younger brother wanted to send back. Tun Nhac thumbed his finger, promising the old man. The old man looked at him, seeming to doubt what Lam Nam said. Could the spy we've been waiting for actually be the old man? Can he still hear clearly and gather any information? He glances at Tun Ya with a sharp look and a swift strike. A bark echoes. Tun Nhat gently touches his head and cries out in pain, 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 pain. Lam Nam raised his hands in front of him, smiling awkwardly, confused and flustered. He's not a secret agent. Where did Xiao Bao go? The old man demonstrated his martial arts skills. Oh my. Tong An looked at the old man with suspicion. Maybe this old man also has some skills. Tun Nhat, dressed in armor and boots. Trying to break through his defensive martial arts would be a bit difficult. The old woman, her eyes red with anger, pinched the old man's ear and scolded him, then flaunted her vanity again, not able to stay still. The old man cried out in pain. Ah. Tong An looked at them and smiled. Lam Nam glanced at a bush and saw someone sticking their head out. Probably the one hiding in the grass. Right. He hid behind the bushes. Startled, Lam Nam approached and grabbed his collar. Xiao Bao, why are you here? Then Xiao Bao shook his sleeve, letting the leaves fall. There's no need to hide anymore now. He just let his whole body go, letting the leaves fall down. Sorry if my profession makes me seem threatening, but if I hadn't hidden somewhere, I wouldn't feel safe. Xiao Bao is usually called a childhood friend of Mr. Nam, but he seems to know everything when there's any movement. Tong An approaches. Probably Mr. Nam has already told him the reason for calling him here. Right. Xiao Bao raised 2 fingers and spun them in front of his left eye as if hypnotizing. I know. There are definitely 2 pieces of news about me that interest you. Tong An looked at him with suspicion, wondering which story he wanted to hear first. Suddenly, Tong An wondered if it was related to the demon, or to the north. Everyone suddenly exclaimed when hearing about the demon. Tunak and Fong said demon and north. Tong An looked at Tu Bao and said, tell me about the demon first. Then he recounted everything that happened. Some of the monsters had strange, bizarre animal shapes with red and blue colors, and a few even had bald heads with long hair. Giang and the others sharpened their weapons and prepared to move out, and he adjusted his glasses as he recounted that there have been strange phenomena in that area. Many monsters have become stronger for unknown reasons, causing many players to lose their lives. In that area, there is a deep pit splitting into 2 paths and a monster with only a red head. With its 2 horns, there is a red eye shining with a red light beneath the deep pit. According to my investigation, there is a gateway to hell there, most likely from which it emerged. Tong An asked, so what about the second thing? What is the wall? Xiao Bao signaled with his hand. My news has always been, buy one get one free. I already gave you one. So is it now. He is holding an orange bag and rubbing it. Tong An walked over and said directly. He continued saying that the Alliance of the Stars discovered an infinite mineral deposit said to be caused by the game's barrier. Tao Huai Tiu Bao Vatun Nak Ning Tao. Hoko Gang Ju Kintintuk Nai Bao Niu. Nai Moi Ju Trara. Da Bao Lao. Ratiu Bao. Tralwa. Tengai. General An thought with a red gemstone in his hand. Except for the birth gate, which can produce an unlimited amount of demon crystals. But the different mutations of the magic crystal will all affect the changes in the monster's abilities in Danjiun. So which type is it this time? Tongan continued to think if it were possible to produce mana crystals endlessly. That would be a good thing for all players. But if there was a malicious alliance profiting from it, that's a different story. Then he turned and left. Feeling a bad premonition, General An spoke and signaled okay with his hand. Xiaobao, keep investigating the area and inform me if there's any new information. Tong An turned back and told Tong Nak to wait outside and inform him when he returned. Then said, seriously, I am going alone to the Evil Star Alliance. Around the mineral mine, there are also many mineral deposits with purple stones. 3 people are standing above, looking down at the area where a tent has just been set up and a machine is rotating. Down at the mine, 2 people are talking quietly, saying that the mana crystal output has been decreasing lately. Right, old tat. Have you been secretly investigating recently? No. I haven't. Because the mana crystals are becoming more corrupted. The men up here look down at the mineral mine and see that the leader of the Tinte Alliance is among them. It's them who control the market for magic crystals, making it impossible for us to buy equipment now. Everyone was furious. That bastard, those damn demons, dared to cheat us out of so much money. Then one man signaled to his comrades and stepped down. Brothers, teach them a lesson. You guys standing below the mine look up in surprise as all the men jump down with weapons in hand. You bastard. Bring out the money. He adjusts his glasses, not exerting himself. Then everyone behind the man with glasses rushes forward. Seeing this, he quickly draws his long sword and cuts across a boy's body, making him fall down finally. Something is happening. The injured boy with his head bandaged sees him and is a soldier. So he retreats. On the other side, everyone is holding a weapon and rushing at the boy. You guys came to the wrong place. You fools. The man, strong and steady, swung his sword forcefully at a young man but missed. The young man jumped to the ground and slid a long way across the grass. The boy placed one hand on the ground and his legs just now slid a long way across the surface, making the ground marked with his trail. He's furious. Damn. He even prepared in advance. He is angry and creates a thick cloud of smoke. Let's go. A dense cloud of smoke rushes toward the boy, making him cover his face. It seems he has realized something is wrong. Wrong. Those guys are trying to run. Someone mouthed a name, but everyone there was distracted by the smoke and the greenish bows approaching the dangerous wire. The smoke gradually disappeared to the sides, and gradually, their plans were revealed. But they were tied up and lying on the ground in shock, while the leader looked on. Around them, there was a boy with green hair holding a strange and beautiful purple bow and arrow. The capture was successful. Tran Tin. Level Harminchi Lens is said to have the ability to generate all kinds of powers, even with his freedom. They all turned to look at him. Yet another meddler, Tran Tin, stands on the cliff looking down and says, "No need to thank me. I accept your good intentions. You guys below are angry." And who praised where? A tall, angry boy. If I hadn't been outmatched, I would have beaten him long ago, every time. This guy makes us look weak. Then a man came over, clapping his hands, and a young boy patted his shoulder. Well done. Well done. No wonder you're part of our mercenary group. We paid a lot for this. Quick resolution indeed. He was tied up with his hands behind his back, lying on the ground, furious. And the old man sneered, thinking he's so impressive because he has money. Wait until we go outside and I will reveal this to everyone. If you want to deceive us, I will make sure you have no way to do business. He then reaches into an orange bag in his hand, where harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. That orange bag contains many shiny gold coins. It's because I didn't do my job well that everyone suffers. He has a cunning look. If anyone is short on money, I can always help you out. He asked him to prepare the skill of perfect divine clarity. He snapped his fingers, and then the shackles on their wrists disappeared. As soon as their chains were removed, everyone looked ahead to see a shiny pouch of gold coins. They all rose up, some fighting and grabbing each other over the gold coins. Those are mine. All of them are mine. A man walks over and grabs the shining coins in his hand. And as for catching a scoundrel, that's how it should be. He smiled with golden teeth and said, "If you've already taken my money, then we can now talk about investing." "Right," they replied. "Investing." Then the old man extended his hand, and all around him shimmering gold coins floated in the air, activating his special merchant skill. Soon, All the coins fell to the ground, increasing in number. They look at the many gold coins with greed. But they cannot move at all. Why can't our bodies move? The old man raised his hand to give the order, telling them to dig through this mineral deposit, immediately. They all moved, surrounded by golden lights like flames. And they picked up their tools. They were driven by some force to go their separate ways and dig according to the old man's orders. The man leading earlier shouted out, "Why are we starting to mine like this? Old man, you better not die peacefully." Everyone watched as they dug, and the boys fought with them, while the guys who stood behind the old man earlier were trembling all over. From now on, we must be very careful when dealing with this person. The old man turned to them and said, "I will settle your work fees later." Everyone responded in unison. Yes. On the screen, showing valuable mineral oil. Tran Tien Tin gazes at it quietly, realizing he can only use it a few times and needs to save, not knowing how much he will earn after completing this task, hoping there will be no more trouble in the future. Then suddenly a blue light shone down from above, surprising everyone there. The old man and the young men saw someone appear out of nowhere, Tong, and suddenly appeared, planting one foot down, and asked, "Are you people from the Evil Alliance?" I rely on this picture to make the old man feel at ease. But at that moment, a man approached, holding a gemstone in his hand, unable to hide his surprise. He lifted his glasses to examine carefully and thought to himself, "Is it because of over-extraction? Why do the colors keep getting more murky?" Thinking about that, he helplessly sighed to himself, feeling truly troubled. If this continues, the output will keep decreasing. It seems I need to find more workers to help. Then he looked at the group in front and said, "I already beat you earlier. Go find the old man to get your money. Each person gets 100 spirit coins." Seeing such a small amount, someone angrily said, "Incense spirit coins. That's so little. This is different from the previous agreement." The man with the glasses darkened his face and threatened, "Having money in hand is good enough. Or do you also want to work for free like them?" The others were a bit frightened when they heard this. Unexpectedly, the little girl stepped forward, took the gem from his hand, and calmly said, "I don't need spirit coins. Just give me the demon crystal." Black with glasses looked at him with interest and smiled, saying, "Oh, you're an interesting person." Huh. Then he silently pondered. This kid is not only the strongest among the mercenaries, but also no longer needs money. So from now on, chase away everyone else and keep only him. Suddenly, Xiao Bao's expression changed, and his eyes became alert, making the man in glasses ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" Xiao Bao seemed to sense something approaching. Thinking to himself, "This feeling," he quickly drew his sword and said, "Someone is coming. A very strong one." Just as Xiao Bao was about to speak, a blue beam shot straight down from the sky towards them. It turns out the visitor is Tong'an. Looking around the surroundings and wondering if this is the infinite mineral deposit that Tu Bao mentioned. Then he suddenly remembers something. Like he recalls the picture he designed here. Tong'an remembered the day he programmed it and silently thought, "Why not make it an Easter egg instead?" The minerals here are not infinite, and overexploitation will trigger hidden punishment mechanisms. At that moment, a warning message appeared on your device. Infinite mineral deposit. Congratulations on discovering the unlimited regenerative resource. Please mine responsibly and avoid excessive greed. The announcement that the bottomless heart is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Remembering that, Tong'an couldn't help but mutter to himself, surprised that someone had discovered this place's secret before him and was even targeted by the League of Evil. They only care about their own Li. This is going to cause trouble. We must warn these people quickly, no matter what. Tong'an didn't answer his question, only saying, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I know what kind of place this is, and I also know that you are doing something truly dangerous." The bespectacled man, after sneering, said with a laugh, "It's dangerous. The monsters around here have been wiped out long ago. What more danger could there be?" The guy behind him is also covering his mouth and says, "Kid, if you want to join in, just say it directly. No need to talk nonsense to scare us." Seeing that they didn't believe him, Tong seriously explained that the mineral mine here is not an infinite rebirth. Moreover, overexploitation will activate Dungeon Cup S, and by then, it will be too late. Damn mercenaries. Hearing that, Song was startled, and Dongthan said, "What Dungeon Cup S? So doesn't that mean we're all just waiting to die?" Old Tiet also looked confused, and asked the bespectacled man, Vice President. Could it be that what this kid said is true? Lately the spirit stones produced have indeed been getting more and more cloudy. The guy with glasses still refused to believe and shouted. Don't listen to him. How could a shady outsider know the real situation here? He's definitely trying to scare us away so he can monopolize the mine more easily. Seeing their stubbornness, Tong An sighed and replied, whether you believe it or not, I have to stop you from continuing to mine this mineral deposit. Seeing that you want to interfere with my work, the old man immediately got angry and shouted at the mercenaries. The vice president is right. This brat just wants to scare us. Everyone charge and catch him. The promised reward will not be missing. Seeing that gentle words don't work, Tong An drew his sword and coldly said, I tried to reason kindly, but it seems you don't understand. So I have no choice but to use force. While his teammate is desperately attacking from this side, the little boy is amazed by Tong An's sword and thinks, what kind of background does this guy have? At this moment, Tong An also rushed forward to attack the mercenaries. He jumped high and then descended with a cloud of black smoke. The mercenaries were surrounded by black smoke, impairing their vision, and they hesitated, asking what was happening and saying they couldn't see anything. From within the black smoke, Tong An charged out and easily defeated the mercenaries. Seeing the mercenaries quickly defeated, the man in glasses shouted in fear and ordered Tu Bao to attack. But you just stood there, stunned. Kill that guy for me. Tu Bao still hesitated slightly about what Tong An said earlier, secretly thinking that he had sensed problems with the infinite mineral deposit long ago. Are you sure everything he said is true? That overexerting will activate Dungeon Cup S for real. Seeing that Xiao Bao was still adjusting his glasses and arrow, he hurriedly added a condition, capturing Xiao, and said he had all the stones he wanted to believe in. Hearing this, the little guy let out a sigh of relief. Then in the black smoke he raised his bow and thought, no matter what, I'll control him first and then ask for the answer later. And the scene of the free bow was also shot out. His arrow pierced through the smoky cloud and flew straight towards Song An. Seeing the arrow heading towards me, I was a bit surprised. Clearly, everyone here was obscured by the black smoke. So how could they still aim so accurately? Thinking quickly, Tong An used teleportation to dodge the arrow. But unexpectedly, the arrow turned back, and he looked on in shock. This arrow charges at you, and after a moment, it pierces through your calf. He quickly dropped down below, with only 200 HP remaining, while Xiao Bao calmly looked at Tang An from within the black smoke. Tong An is also silently observing Xiao Bao, noticing that his bow is different from usual. Almost as if the arrows can aim themselves. They won't stop unless they hit the target. Tong An quickly rushes towards the little Bao, thinking that if he's a long-range archer, he might as well close the distance for melee combat. At this moment, little Bao takes out a demon crystal and transforms it into flames. He fused that stone with his arrow, making it blaze, then aims directly at Song An to strike with a fire shield. The arrow shot out, forming a large shield, and Tong An couldn't break through it. Nguyen Jiang looked at the shield in front of him and said, this time it's a shield missile. Xiao Bao still has one last magic crystal, and he aims precisely at Song An. The central scene can fire energy-charged arrows, and based on the different properties of the magic stones, they can form various shapes and effects. The little boy shot his arrow and said, you lose. Then the vines appeared, binding Song An tightly in place. At this moment, the black smoke gradually dissipates, and the mercenaries nervously say, revenge is enough. The man in sunglasses finally dares to command fiercely, charge up. Grab that guy's body for me. The mercenary woman with a sword walked over to Song An and said fiercely, where are you running off to this time? Wait a moment. I have a few questions for him. The white-haired guy from that group grumbled. Tong An also looked at him curiously and asked why someone as skilled as you would join a guild that only cares about benefits like the Tainting Alliance. I am not a member of the Star Taint Alliance. I was just hired as their soldier. By the way, my name is Tran Xiao Bao. I am a free player. After hearing that, Song An looked at him and smiled. Really? A level 39 free player. That's interesting. I'm Song An. And not long ago, I was just like you. A free player without restrictions. But now I have my own guild and a group of like-minded brothers. The bespectacled guy here is getting impatient. Why are you still talking to him? Just deal with him quickly. Maxat. The guy in glasses shouted. Xiao Bao still asked calmly. Is everything you said earlier true? Because if you overexploit it, this mineral deposit will activate and trigger an S.A. level trap. The bespectacled man shouted impatiently. Tran Tiu Bao. Are you done? Tong An looked at him with a sincere smile and replied, I have no reason to lie. And in this battle, I am not the one who will lose. As he finished speaking, Tu Bao looked on in shock. And Tong An easily broke through Tu Bao's vine web with a jungle blessing. Breaking it apart, the creeping vines suddenly wrapped around the mercenaries, making them think Xiao Bao betrayed them, and shouting out, What's going on? Why are the vines wrapping around us? Xiao Bao, did you betray us? At this moment, Xiao Bao, still not understanding what was happening, was gradually being entangled by the vines, and it was only then that Song An spoke to explain. He should have had the chance to win, but his mistake was using the demonic stone with the attribute one day before the end. Blessed be the jungle. I can freely control the shape and growth of the surrounding plants, even those born from demon spirit stones. After explaining, he turned to threaten the man with glasses and demanded, Bring out the workers inside the mine immediately and stop the mining operation. The bespectacled man calmly replied, It's useless. Useless indeed. Once my investment skill is activated, even I can't undo it. At this point, he even taunted Tong An. Unless he completely strips the mine, those people will only be trapped inside and won't escape even in death. Hearing this, Tong An used vines to tie him up and dragged him aside. Does he have such a ruthless skill? I must quickly think of a way to get those people out, or it will be too late. Hearing this, the man in glasses burst out laughing and shouted, Ha ha ha. It's useless. Unless you squeeze the workers to death. That wouldn't suit my capitalist nature, ha ha ha. At this moment, the mineral mine suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and the purple light from the precious stones burst outward. The mine also developed a large hole, and dust and smoke filled the air. Because the enemy's smoke and dust obscure his sight, Tong An can't tell what's happening and grits his teeth, asking what's going on inside. Immediately, a worker trying to break free was surrounded by spiritual rings, desperately shouting, Let me go, don't come here, I want to die. Behind the worker, the spiritual rings still tightly wrapped around him. Despite his screams for help, Someone save me. Even so, the worker couldn't escape, his scream reaching the thugs, causing them to panic and flee while shouting, Run fast, I don't want to die here. Seeing this situation, the young boy finally believed what Tong An said and whispered to himself, I knew he was right. The bespectacled man was now frightened and stammered, Old Tat. Old Tat. So terrifying. Old Tuan quickly ran over and pulled him away, saying, Vice President, we should run too, or we won't make it. But the man in glasses just stood there calmly and replied, My legs no longer obey me. Tong An, seeing them trying to run, softly said, Wanting to leave. He threw his sword to block in front of the two of them, causing them to panic and scream. Tong An's whole body was blazing with fury. With a cold gaze, he looked at them and said, Because of the greed of the Tay-Star Alliance, you have caused so many to die. Thinking of those who lost their lives because of them, he furrowed his brows tightly and said, Do you think you can still run now? Immediately, the bespectacled man knelt down and begged for mercy. Please spare me. Taro, I beg for your mercy. He outwardly pleads for mercy, saying he doesn't need this anymore and won't exploit anymore. But deep down, he thinks to himself, I am the vice president of the Evil Star Alliance. I can't die. Tong An, with a fierce look, stepped towards him, and the bespectacled man immediately made a deal. Spare my life. If you come back, I'll give you a position in the club. And also, I'll share 1/3 of the demon crystal profits, no, half of it with you. While he was still rambling, we had money together, and Tong An punched him straight in the face, causing his fragile body to stumble backward. Tong An, still furious, said coldly, Do you think the lives lost can be easily replaced with money? A bunch of people blinded by greed. With a bang, the bespectacled man's money hit the stone behind him, shattering it. After that strike, his teeth and lips were bleeding together. An old tattered shouted anxiously, Vice President. Seeing this scene, Lao, that hurriedly bowed and begged, Please, Lord, be merciful and forgive us. We won't dare anymore. Tong An, holding his sword, turned around and said, It's best that you remember what you just said. Get lost. Hearing this Lao, that humbly helped the bespectacled man to his feet and said, Thank you. Thank you, Tong. Anne also left. Killing these people would only waste our strength. At this moment, you arrive at the cave entrance thinking that the most important thing right now is to enter. If you don't go in immediately, the cave door will close again. Just as you're about to leave, Xiao Bao calls out, Wait, Tong. And just remembered he was there and said, I almost forgot about you. Everyone else has gone. You should also run and escape. Then he snapped his fingers and blessed the dense forest. Are you still planning to go in there and save them? Tong An replied with a slightly sad look. It's a pity. Those people can't be saved anymore. Then I only do it for myself now. It's extremely difficult to meet again. So I can't hope. It's both dangerous and an opportunity. Even with an S-rank equipment. I think. Not to mention I still haven't found the right fourth skill. Tong, and thought about the people he needed to protect. His eyes slightly unfocused as he added, to protect everything I cherish. I must become stronger. Xiao bao nganyung loi nai ga jutsu ngoi lai. Kawi hin tong an voi and met thich thu. Ngi. That la thuvi. Lan dao gap duok mo nguai. Dam lon gan dan the. Xiao bao gently smiles softly, making my own enthusiasm rise. Thinking about it, he stepped closer to Song An, reaching out his hand and saying, If you don't mind, let me join your team and go together. Having one more person with you isn't a bad thing. Right. Before Tong An could reply, Tu Bao added that he could choose the reward himself. This statement surprised Tong An and he asked why. He calmly opened the system and replied, I have always been a solo player who trusts in the rules of individual strength and is used to going solo. The information about the Demon King title appears above Xiao Bao's head, and he proudly claims that it is because of that he was awarded the Demon King title by the system. I fought monsters in the wide Phoenix Forest for 9 days and 9 nights. After killing the 9,999th monster, the system displayed a message. Congratulations. You have earned the title of King of Guts. Increasing physical resistance by 3%. Magic resistance by 3%. Luck. Attribute. And a 500% critical damage chance against monsters. The critical hit rate will increase accordingly. Tong An was shocked and said, At that time I was obsessed with shooting birds. The more Tu Bao talked, the prouder he became. But my efforts weren't in vain. This title has helped me a lot. Tong An said helplessly, Bro, you're risking too much. Although he said that, Tong An was quite satisfied with this new teammate and thought to himself, he really does resemble himself back then. Tu Bao once again reached out to Tong An and asked, So, do I now have the right to become your teammate? Tong, and without hesitation grabbed Tu Bao's hand and replied, Then I agree to give it a try. Tong An warned Xiao Bao beforehand, but think carefully. This is a level 60 dungeon. Even I can't guarantee I can return safely. Tu Bao softly replied that, if even this little awakening was missing, he wouldn't have said those words. He looked at Tong An and said firmly that life is a series of risky games. Tong An looked at him with a very satisfied expression, as Tu Bao's words still echoed to become the player who ultimately wins. You must seize every opportunity. Tong An, wielding his sword, entered the cave and said, Talking won't help prove yourself with strength. Tu Bao followed closely and replied, I like that. At that moment, a scythe-wielding skeleton charged forward like it was flying. It was a level 58 veteran warrior. It was decapitated by a single sword, and Tong An defeated it easily. His eyes sharpened with caution, warning that there are over 30 monsters. Tong An charged into their lair, activating the dangerous player effect, increasing attack power and reducing damage taken. Tong An confidently said, Mind control tactics won't work on me. It was hit directly in the eye, and the spirit ring soldier was blinded. Tong An's sword radiates a surge of energy as it sweeps upward. He stares intently at them, and behind him, a series of spiritual rings are destroyed all at once. Tong An calmly turned and walked away, having defeated the spirit ring warrior and gained 566 experience points. As soon as their bodies appeared, something dropped out demonic love that turned deadly. Tong An wondered to himself, not sure how his fight was going on over there. But even a level 60 monster wouldn't be easy to handle. Here, some spirit rings are pierced in the neck by arrows, and they cough and sputter. A large fire erupts. The free bow. 2. dealing 999 magic damage and 5,000 critical damage. Over here, the little Bao is destroying the vengeful spirits. The 36th minion, and they scream loudly. Xiao Bao dodged their sword and quickly defeated them. He held a spirit stone in his hand. Got it. And then raised his bow. The free bow, the spirit rings explode, dealing 650 magic damage and 3,000 critical damage. Tong An looked at him and sighed. He's really impressive. Using the different attribute, spirit stones dropped after the spirit ring warrior died. Considering all the different forms of the free arch, it must be said that when it comes to understanding the bow, he can definitely be called an expert. Tong An watched Xiao Bao and thought, if his judgment and reasoning are correct, there are only 14 days left before the demon invasion. The most urgent thing right now is to gather the strong players together so we can face the threat later. Xiao Bao was picking up spirit stones when he noticed 2 of them had dropped. Tong An looked at him, wondering if there was a chance to recruit him into the Zero Guild. As he was lost in thought, a large rock was about to fall from above. Tong An quickly escaped from it, and they were surprised to see something. What is that? This Duong is the vengeful spirit of the subordinate lord, the level 65 ruler. Xiao Bao looked up and asked, is this the boss of the dungeon? Its gaze is truly terrifying. The vengeful spirits summon more souls and hundreds of immortal guardian spirits. Level Hatvanage. Indestructible? This time, Tong An must also be cautious of them. Indestructible. This is going to be troublesome. The ghostly guard Yang also aimed his arrow forward, shooting behind Xiao Bao, flames of black fire rising up. But Xiao Bao was lucky to escape. That was too dangerous. The power was terrifying. Tong An saw that and asked, are you okay? And Xiao Bao replied, I'm fine. Thank you. Tong An softly said, it's the skill of the suppressed vengeful spirit. She can revive the undefeated legion. Xiao Bao was surprised. Undefeated, Tong, and continued explaining that the Vonglin Guardians can adapt to any negative effects. And my curses, or even poison residuals, are useless against them, although they only exist for 30 seconds. After vanishing, the obstructed soul can summon 4 to 10 guardians at any time if directly confronted, which is definitely courting death. Xiao Bao, angry. Do you have any strategy to deal with them? Tong An drew his sword and said, yes. Let me lure those guardians away, so you can find an opportunity to attack the vengeful spirit's main body and take them out in one strike. Xiao Bao looked at you anxiously. A single strike to take their lives isn't easy. Tong An hesitated, but there was still a complication. Xiao Bao asked what you were thinking, but Tong An didn't answer, opening the bottle of medicine in his hand. Fine. You'll find out soon enough. With that, Tong An threw the bottle into the group of spirit guardians, causing a strange explosion. They got covered in powder. The guardian spirits have been successfully attracted. Now shout loudly and leave the rest to me. Tong An fights alone against the guardian spirits. Xiao Bao feels helpless. Truly a reckless guy. He watched Tong An fight, wondering why he was so reckless. But if he trusted me that much. Xiao Bao reached through something. A frame of an item. He takes out the spirit stone. So I can't keep holding back anymore. A level A item that increases 50 points when carried. Grants resistance to magic and physical attacks. And has a special light engraving effect with 200% potency. The ghost-type monster suppression effect can also be used as crafting material to create an A-rank light attribute weapon. Xiao Bao stealthily retrieved the boss of the Divine Temple, the level 40 ruler. Xiao Bao focused and observed. This is the reward he received after clearing the level 39 Divine Shrine. But unfortunately, it's only a single attempt. But isn't it true that the more valuable something is, the more it should be used at crucial moments? Now is the perfect opportunity to use it. Xiao Bao holds the bow in his hand. The divine arrow appears. Xiao Bao orders it to fly, and it immediately shoots straight at the unyielding, vengeful spirit. She is still writhing in pain, and the arrow pierces through her body. Tong An's side is also fighting desperately. The circle of guardian spirits screams loudly. Breaking free, suddenly, Tong An was surprised to see something. Looking towards Xiao Bao, he saw the big fire. He really did it. Xiao Bao also responded. So, just one strike per attack. We've won. From the flames, another vengeful spirit appeared, howling loudly, defending fiercely. Tong An quickly shouted, "It's not over yet. Get out of the way." Xiao Bao angrily turned back. Not yet. Even now we haven't finished him off. The vengeful spirit strikes with a deadly charge. Tong An rushes to protect Xiao Bao. Get away quickly. Instant kill. You used your sword to block. Surprisingly, this attack also had a sense of self-awareness. Xiao Bao quickly ran over as well. Tong An, you look worried sitting on the ground, injured. Tu Bao sees you holding your stomach. Blood is flowing from your wound. Tong An replied. It's okay. I just know how to treat minor wounds. You clenched your teeth in anger. Just leveled up to 42 and recovered some health. But who would have thought the damage would be so high? Losing more than half your health in just one hit, the vengeful spirit continues to suffer from soul loss. And Xiao Bao senses something is wrong. He rushes forward recklessly. I refuse to believe I can't kill it. Tong An hurriedly. Wait a moment. Let me prepare the divine love. Xiao Bao keeps shooting arrows at the vengeful spirit. Meteorite, Starstone, Earthstone. Each one pierces through the vengeful spirit, but deals no damage. Xiao Bao stared in shock. No way. It can't deal damage at all. Tong An spoke from behind. Once it activates its indomitable skill, we can't cause any harm to it. When you delivered the critical hit, it had already activated that skill. Xiao Bao said irritably. So it's just like the undead soldiers it revived. Tong An added. No. It's even more powerful. With the unyielding will skill, it can also maintain its soul form for 60 seconds, ignoring damage and control. Its own strength, and that of the resurrected creatures, will increase significantly. After hearing that, Xiao Bao was panic-stricken and even more boosted. Those monsters were already abnormally strong before. How are we supposed to fight them? Tong An calmly replied. This time we won't hold back. We're running. I told you to pull on Xiao Bao's shoulder, making him surprised. Huh. The vengeful spirit guardian with a spear is chasing behind, using 2 quick teleportations. Oan Lin also shouted and chased after him, using the death trigger gun, while Thuan Di was still being thrown around. They had just finished, and Thuan Di's cooldown time was 30 seconds. Seeing them attack non-stop, they truly leave us no chance to breathe. Tong An worries that now Thuan Di is in cooldown. He's completely on the defensive, and it's been less than 20 seconds since he used his skill. With 40 seconds remaining, what should he do? The wound on your leg is worse, so just leave this part to me. He glared at us and said, I will buy you more time, even if it costs me my life, because I don't want to owe others too much. Next, I will use a control mineral stone to defend against the attack, but it won't last long, so run in the opposite direction with all your might. Suddenly, Tong An said, Wait. Say that again. Xiao Bao wondered aloud that he couldn't hold out much longer. But Tong San told him it wasn't the previous sentence, and Xiao Bao replied that it was a control crystal, not a soil crystal. Tong An remembers the vines rushing towards him, using elemental crystal to attack me just like before. At this moment, Xiao Bao glances down, biting his lip in hesitation, unsure how to act. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. I understand now he's truly an unusual person. The arrow sped at the speed of sound toward the dry monsters. So I believe in him once more. Tong An begins to stabilize as Lacey uses the blessing of the jungle skill. Small sprouts start to emerge from the ground at a visible speed. Tong An quickly grabbed Xiao Bao's hand and pulled him up onto the tree. Standing on the branch, he looked down and couldn't help but gasp for breath, knowing they wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Tong An started to hold onto the tree, while the dry corpses looked up with helplessness, but couldn't do anything more. Xiao Bao glanced at Tong An. You really are reckless. Bleeding all over, and still want me to shoot you. Not afraid I'll shoot you dead right away. Tong An then raised his hand towards Tu Bao. I trust you. Tu Bao is surprised. Trust me. Until now, a lone player like me has never been trusted by anyone. Tong An looked directly at him. And honestly, I was just like you back then. The scene shifts back to the reckless youth of Tong An, who trusted no one, but believed that strength was everything. Now you're different. But now you have allies you can trust to have your back. A greater danger is coming soon and will threaten all of us players. The image of the demon lord appearing and the invasion of demons is about to happen. As the memory fades, Tong An looks directly at Tu Bao and suddenly remembers. Tu Bao, are you willing to join my Zero Guild? Tu Bao was surprised and couldn't believe it as he looked directly at Tong An, but he still shook his head. thinking that maybe he wasn't mentally prepared for this kind of thing. As I expected from your answer, I just calmly said I won't force you. But I have to remind you that the path of a solo player is not easy to walk. The unyielding spirit of vengeance struggles and screams as the presence of soldiers gradually disappears, along with its own fading body. It pleads, "Most beloved king, forgive me," before slowly vanishing. The system panel shows that the unyielding vengeful spirit has disappeared. The level has been restored. At this moment, after receiving the system notification of reaching level 4, both of them began to recover very quickly. Not only did you level up, but you also received an A-rank Dark Spirit artifact with a special effect that can summon loyal followers. 4 to 10 Vong Lin Guardians follow the commands of the user, lasting 30 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Their level and attributes change according to the user's level, and they are said to be remnants of ancient times. The system interface once again displayed the suppressed will with an S rank, level 1 skill, and the effects after activation. Critical damage will not cause immediate death, but will keep the soul form active for 30 seconds, during which you are immune to all damage. Do you want to assign a skill slot to the ominous spirit overlord's suppressed skill? Seeing that skill, you were surprised that even players can use this A-level skill. Tong An is helpless. If this were a game, this skill would be extremely useful. But what I have to face are real monsters. And maintaining a soul state to do what exactly? His finger then pointed towards the choice. It seems I still need to find another useful skill. As for this one, although it's not an S-rank item, an A-rank equipment still has a very significant effect. After saying that, he grabbed the staff. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed out continuously from inside the cave. Looking towards the source of the sound, the two of them suddenly froze. Xiao Bao was the first to speak. Could it be that the workers captured here before are calling for help? Unlike Xiao Bao, General An remains much calmer. I already told you before entering here that they ran out of options long ago, and the ones calling for help are others. The scene shifts again to the cave. Who could it be this time? Without hesitation, the two of them jumped down and continued inside, knowing right away that the sound in the cave was gradually fading and calling for help. Help me. In front of the two of them now is a giant door with the sound of a cry for help still emanating from inside. Standing in front of the door, Tu Bao cautiously listens to the sounds coming from inside. Tong An looks seriously at the door. This door gives me a very ominous feeling. Standing in front of the door emitting a strong, pungent aura. It's very likely that this is where Dangir's boss is residing. Should I go in hesitantly? Tong An placed his hand on the door. Wasn't our goal here to defeat the boss and get the S-rank equipment? At this point, there's no choice but to risk it all. The door swung open, and a thick cloud of black smoke poured out. A row of torches with flickering blue flames is arranged neatly along the path. And in front of the two people is not only a spacious room, but also a shadowy figure flickering in and out of sight. A hand from the void reaches out to the two people standing there, asking who will save me. And the owner of that hand is also the boss of this dungeon, the Headless King. Ruling levels 6 to 8. Has anyone seen my head? Xiao Bao panicked. This is definitely the boss. Tong An charged straight at it, teleporting. But the attack had no effect on it. You wonder if it couldn't break the defense. And the Headless King quickly catches Tong An. He clenches you tightly in his palm as an arrow streaks toward him. The arrow hit the non-helmeted king's hand, allowing the general to escape. Xiao Bao asked if you were okay, and he replied that everything was fine. Earlier, my frostblade couldn't break through the defense, but your crystal arrow caused damage to it. From then on, it is clear that its physical defense is extraordinarily high, and only magical power can deal damage to it. The Headless King grasped his sword. Then he raised his sword and asked the two, "Have you met Felina yet?" They were both surprised to hear that. What? He stepped forward and recounted that Felina, the woman he loved and my queen, was also the one who took my head. I have been waiting for her. Waiting for 300 years, he said, as he raised his sword. The Headless King activates the twisting space, pulling Tong An and Tu Bao toward him. The Headless King then asks, "Have you met her yet?" Then he swung his sword at Xiao Bao, but he dodged quickly. Things are not looking good. Tong An used his frostblade to block an attack for Xiao Bao. He kept attacking Tong An, but he managed to retreat in time, and he hurriedly called Xiao Bao to go. But the Headless King swung his sword and said, "You want to run." He continued to draw them in. "Your heads. I will take them here." Tong An reached out and shouted, "It's dangerous." Luckily, you got hit by his move right in the stomach. Tong An painfully coughs up blood. Tu Bao frantically calls out, "Tong An." The headless king laughs loudly as he sheathes his sword and turns to them. Tong An grabs his sword with one hand, using all his strength despite his injuries. Surprising him, "Oh, you still have the strength to fight back." Tong An knelt on one knee. "This is not good. This guy is too strong." His body trembles, but his hand still grips his sword tightly. "Your wounds are getting worse, and it's causing me pain to scream. I'm worried that if this continues, I really will die here." Tong An observes him. Even though this guy has no head, he must still have some kind of vision. So in this desperate situation, I can only try to see what happens. Immediately, Tong An launched all his strength to attack the headless king. "Hatu!" shouting loudly. The headless king lost his bearings. "I can't see anything. The familiar black mist is too much." He remembers something. "I remember now. It's the rats. Those damn rats." Tong An observes that the spell works on him. Tu Bao replies that he's scared now. The headless king is running everywhere. Some unpleasant memories suddenly flash through my mind. My crown. Where is my crown? The life warning is too low. Xiao Bao helps General An up. "General An. How are you?" Tong An struggles to grab his weapon. This is not good. He's severely injured. Blood loss is almost at critical level. His life warning is very low. He grits his teeth and forces himself to get up, trying to think of a way to turn the tide. The headless king is still shouting and roaring. "They stole my crown." He rushes forward wildly. "Give it back to me. Give me my crown back." Tong An glared at him as he approached. "Is there any other wall we can exploit? What about the Easter egg?" The headless king approaches you closely. Tong An recalls a previous moment when he was working, and remembers there was a picture here that couldn't be dealt with. "Are you asking if you can mine infinite mineral resources?" Tong An frantically ruffles his hair. "This painting greatly affects the balance of the game. You thought of the scene where the boss grabs your collar and asks how you plan to handle this Easter egg. What is it? She suggested to you that human nature is like an endless abyss, and to turn this area into an infinite mining zone. But overexploitation would trigger a terrifying dungeon where no one would survive." Tong An exclaimed happily. "You really are a genius. I never thought of that. You're truly my lucky goddess." Hearing that, she blushed shyly, and Tong An asked in surprise, "What kind of Easter egg is it?" Tong An starts working. "All right. I will add an S-rank dungeon here as you suggested, ensuring no player can survive and escape from this place." Back in the present, Tong An is focused on his thoughts and suddenly remembers that he designed this dungeon himself. Its purpose is to teach greedy people a lesson. The headless king kept shouting, "Squawk! Squawk! Disgusting crown! Give me back the crown!" Tong An observed it, so there was no way to exploit any weakness. You quickly pull Xiao Bao's hand to escape danger and teleport away. Tong An, exhausted and bleeding heavily, warns that his life is dangerously low. You helplessly say, "I didn't expect to die in the very Easter egg I designed." Xiao Bao varns. The boss is attacking again. The headless king is frantically shouting, "The crown! Give me back the crown!" Tong An desperately grabs the bone knife. It's no use. He's bleeding too badly. His vision is becoming blurry and unclear. Xiao Bao, holding the bow, says, "Tong An, you must run. I will stop him for you." Suddenly, something appeared and caused a huge explosion. The headless king had no idea what was happening. "The bowstring is free. Release it." Blessing the wide forest, the giant tree roots grow up. Xiao Bao regains his composure. "It's too dangerous. Luckily I once worked with you before," Tong An replied anxiously. "But this is also their last way to survive." They stood on a high peak, far from the headless king. This monster has high damage and thick blood, with an unusually high physical defense. Truly too powerful, they remembered. And not only that, it also has a very strange attack move. The headless king looked at them, trying to extend the distance of the fight. "Too bad. In front of my space cutter, everything is useless." He raised his sword, then he charged forward and swung his sword, pulling Tong An and Xiao Bao toward him. Damn it. How could this happen? Tong An gritted his teeth in pain, landing on the ground while clutching his wound. The headless king looked down and said, "No one can escape my grasp because the lung non cuts through space." And the sharp spear thrusts forward. He roars. D. Tong An felt utterly helpless, unable to move or even twitch, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure so intense that even the power of Than Di couldn't gather within him. You didn't ask out of worry. You've tried everything, but you still can't defeat this monster. And you've lost all your courage to fight it. As Tong An was terrified, thinking he was about to die here, he heard someone call his name and suddenly sat up from his desk. Tong An was panting heavily as if he had just gone through a terrible nightmare. He looked around in surprise. This place was the office. Someone rolled up a newspaper and hit you. And Tong An turned around to look. Your boss was furious, shouting at you for being lazy and sleeping during work. Don't you want to stop doing this? Everyone around is looking at me and smiling. Tong An qua matnois, shen loi, sebdim qua toi, tong at, quatre qua nen moi ken mat. Jom long kau khong ngum tak mak tuyen zidang saira. Ro rang mingyo, mingyang, chien zao voi, boswa. Could it be that everything that happened before was just a dream, while the boss kept shouting, "Working overtime is a blessing for you," and you still dare to complain? Then Tong An gently massaged his head, feeling a terrible headache coming on, as some bad memory was about to surface. A faint voice calling his name echoed in his mind. The image of the little bag calling your name appears. Tong An. No, that's not right. I remember now. Back then, when the sword was rushing towards the two of them, you thought that you should have died then. So this place is where XAP is still scolding you. Tong An was stunned. Could it be that I have gone back to the past? Boss XAP angrily hit you again and said, "Don't just stand there dazed. The game is releasing in a few days. If you don't finish fixing those pictures for me, pack your bags and get out." Tong, and silently returned to his seat, thinking that everything from before was so real. It couldn't be a dream. The only explanation could be that the game reactivated back, bringing him back here. Tong, and pondered for a long time, then looked at the computer screen in surprise. What is this? I don't remember having this software on my computer before. Could it be Buck? You click on the software, and the system displays a message, "Congratulations. Player Tong An has activated Tamzak Stacker." The system information keeps popping up. Tamzak Stacker is a system created specifically for lucky players. Only those who master the game's mechanics and use at least 20 or more traps during actual gameplay can activate it. Tamzak Stacker is the culmination of all traps in the game. The successful activator can use it to create various mechanisms within the game, unrestricted by environment or activation conditions. When a player dies in the game, it grants a chance to revisit death as a reward. The only reward, and it cannot be activated again. After reading the information, Tong, and muttered to himself, recalling his death, which means everything about the system is real. He really did die once before. You find this very interesting and smile, saying that although you don't know the power of this thing, it will definitely help you come back to life. Suddenly, Anne's superior approached, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Anne, what are you laughing at? Are you having trouble?" At this moment, Anne stood up abruptly from the table, looking at him with a contemptuous gaze. The superior said to him, "Anne, you," before he could finish speaking. Anne slapped him hard across the face, causing him to fall backward. Everyone in the office was stunned and open-mouthed at the scene. Tong An, ignoring those around him, took off his glasses and looked at him. Then after everything he had been through, he responded clearly. Tong An replied, "Are you serious about Whitney's outcomes after Lamar? Isn't it difficult to understand? Surely I won't let him bully me." Tio Mai, seeing this, was terrified and shouted for everyone to come. "Oh, Tong An is hitting the boss. Go downstairs and call security." The colleagues around rushed in to pull Tong An away and said, "Stop. Tong An, you're crazy." But he still kept hitting and yelling, calling the boss a cruel bastard and a son of a bitch, saying I should have taught him a lesson a long time ago. Xiao Mei then walks over to the boss, points at him and criticizes. "Tong An, you've gone too far. How could you do such a thing to our beloved boss? Wait and see." She then went over to the boss, worriedly asking, "Boss, are you okay?" Tong An has been annoyed with this girl for a long time, so he scolded her right away. "You little dog. Do you think licking the boss will get you a future? You little bitch." When you said that, Xiao Mei was a bit surprised and said, How can you talk about others like that? They are just trying to uphold fairness. These two words, fairness, only make Song An angrier. He shouted, fairness. Ask yourselves, has this corrupt company ever given employees what they call fairness? Song An revealed all the injustices she had suffered. Working unpaid overtime day after day, year-round salary cuts. And in the end, you all were lured and controlled so much that there was nothing left of you. The colleagues around them fell silent in silent agreement. Xiao Mei refused to accept that and argued back, saying it couldn't be like that. Without the boss, where would you go to get paid? Anyone who gives money is a benefactor. After hearing that, Song An no longer tolerated her and turned to leave, saying, fine then. Someone like you is already out of medicine. Anyway, when the game begins, your beloved boss and you don't have much time left anymore. Xiao Mei angrily asked, why did you keep touching others? Tong An didn't answer her and pushed the door open to leave. You just went out, and Hui hurried over to ask worriedly, are you okay? Tong An, I heard you got into a fight with Director Ton Yak nearby. And even he spoke up. Damn. Have you finished fighting? I want to see. Seeing the two of them, Tong An approached and said, Hui, Tunyats, you two are here. Tai Hu took your hand and asked Han if you were okay. Why did you suddenly get so impulsive and fight? Tong An has always been honest and calm, but now he's angry too. It's hard to believe. Looking at the two friends in front of him, Tong An silently thought to himself, yes, that's right. From where did the only people truly on my side come? Just you two. I can ignore everyone else, but only you two. Tong An, I swear I will protect you both with all my heart. Seeing Tong An's strange actions, Tun Nok looked a bit surprised and said, Tongs, and what are you doing? You really are. Hui shyly called you softly. Tong An. At this moment, Tong An was surrounded by a beam of light. Realizing it was time to leave, he looked at them and said, all right, maybe it's time for me to go back. After all, this is just my dream, and we all have to face reality bravely. You smile brightly and wave goodbye to both of them. Hui and Tun Yak. See you again in the future. As soon as you finished speaking, everything became hazy. And at this moment, the system displayed a notification that Tamzak's Tacker had completed the execution of the death recall. A cloud of dust rises thickly as Song An reappears with Thon Dao, softly saying, a new reality has begun. At this moment, on another side, a small floating island appeared in the clear sky above the central hub. Raphael saw the system report an error, with chaotic temporal data, which was a bit confusing. It said anxiously to the person beside it, what is going on? I wonder, why do I feel like a moment in time has been reversed? The other person immediately activated the system and replied, Raphael, you're not mistaken. Someone did trigger the time reversal mechanism earlier, and it asked how that was possible. Could it be some game we haven't discovered yet? Just then, Raphael suddenly remembered Tong and angrily shouting, isn't it that cheating Tong An? Haha. If someone activated the time reversal, then it proves that he probably already has that red crystal. Raphael, seeing this, angrily shouted and proposed, Master, if Tong An is cheating, we must punish him, or it won't be fair to the other players. The pink-haired youth immediately rejected and opened the system to respond. There's no need for that. This is just a small game. A bigger test awaits. He smiled with a calculating look, feeling pleased. And behind him, the system just displayed a notification, 14 days remaining until the full-scale demon invasion. Right now, deep inside the forest, a battle is about to begin. A fierce serpent is about to attack the group in front. With information displayed beside it, Song Niem, boss, ruler, level Nejvenharum. Ton Not quickly approached it and shouted to everyone, blocking in front. Everyone look for an opportunity to ambush from behind. Zong Hiem snapped and activated the Beast of Rage. The Beast of Rage is now active. Lam Nam quickly shouted to everyone. Everyone also responded. The others, hearing this, rushed over quickly and shouted together, charging forward. At that moment, the system warned everyone not to disrupt the formation, to have the healing team stay hidden and support the frontline team at any time. Cat Cat shouted fiercely. Look at me. The boy immediately unleashed a burst of power at Song Hiem, causing him to be immobilized by Cat Cat's attack. Everyone else coordinated their attack on Song Hiem at the same time, and seeing their seamless teamwork, He nodded in satisfaction and said, "This is how it should be. Everyone work together, trying to reach level 35 or higher before sending Anne back to Lam Num." That was natural. We couldn't hold back the guild leader. The enemy king's side is calculating that we need to gather more materials to produce more magic guns, giving each person one. Hey, don't treat me like the fire of the production team. Okay. Everyone around burst into laughter happily. Ha ha ha. Looking at all these scenes, Tong, and quietly thought, it's because you helped everyone come together that the Zero Guild exists today. If it were before, I could never have imagined that one day you would become a leader in everyone's hearts. I remember your hesitant look when you doubted yourself. How did it come to this? Then she looked at everyone united like this and couldn't help but feel proud. But whether in the past or present, I have always trusted you. And as she was thinking about that, suddenly the data was disrupted. The system sensed that something was happening. Once again, Somgyam appears. Everyone is confused. What is going on? Tunnak speaks up, clearly remembering that Somgyam was defeated by us. Could it be an illusion? Of course I confirm yes. That's definitely not an illusion. Could it be that the game reappeared unexpectedly? But if it's unexpected, it must be related to Tong An. Hearing that, the system's users were momentarily confused, then quietly worried about Tong An, wondering if he would be okay. Bin K Meadow has 3 people. Nana is a bit headache. You died. What was that just now? Damn it. If my instincts are right, Tong An must have triggered something in the game earlier, causing time to reverse. She was a bit angry. What is he doing? Right now, we're busy investigating the demon invasion. He's not busy at all. Probably ran off somewhere, causing trouble again. But Bai Mu still calmly told her to stay calm. Nana, can't you think positively? Maybe he's already in trouble now. Then Death Dewey checked the situation again, and suddenly remembered. Where are the Saki guys? Meanwhile, another group exploring the volcano is heading toward the entrance of the hellish abyss, deep inside the underground palace. Unfortunately, Xiao An was suddenly attacked by the Headless King. Tian Tin is worried as the Headless King approaches. Then it's his turn next. Those who storm the palace must die. He stands and sniffs, and it attacks him. Suddenly, in the memory, Tianjing saw his mother. When did I start being alone like this? Was it since the day my father left? Back then, you were still young, and your mother held you in her arms. Tianting, you will live well with your mother in the future. Don't rely on your father anymore. Or maybe on the day the game begins. At that moment, Tian Tian's mother disregarded the surrounding monsters to protect him. Go quickly. Tian Tian, forget about me. Even if you're alone, you must live well. He wondered if everything was really just a game. Then how unfair the fate it imposed on him was. From that moment on, he only knew he had to become stronger. The celestial spirit fought against many monsters, gradually leveling up, growing stronger without empathy, without pity, and certainly without companionship. Tianjing obtained the A-grade item, the free bow, and earned the title of Brave King. The only thing he pursued was strength. But that day, I seemed to see a very different path on him. Tong An once said in his mind, to protect everything I cherish. Come to think of it, Chan Tin Tin, are you willing to join my Zero Guild? A way to escape loneliness. A path to righteousness. The Headless King does not draw his sword. Chan Tin Tin quietly thought if he could do it all over again, maybe he wouldn't hesitate this time. Tong Un, I agree to join the Zero Guild. You heard that right. For a moment. Song An blocked its sword for him, and also said that once you say something, don't take it back. He, the Headless King, doesn't understand the situation. No way. No way. It's furious. I clearly cut the person right away. Tong An said that the one who was cut first was me in the past. But now he has upgraded his body and attacks without hesitation. I have come back alive, covered in blood. Teleporting. You rushed to its vulnerable spot, making it taste pain and defeat. The battle has just begun. Tong An forcefully used his power, causing a gust of dark wind to erupt, briefly blinding the beheaded king. Then he said that only your magic arrows could hurt it. But now, let's go. Tian Tin understood. Even though he didn't know what had happened, he still follows your words, as if your revival means there is still a way to survive. He kept shooting magic arrows, dealing a total of 499 magic damage and 998 critical damage. The Headless King could neither retaliate nor stay calm anymore. Tian Tin said that if we keep going like this, we might really be able to seize a glimmer of hope. Tong An keeps counterattacking. Demon Slayer. The system appears, dealing no physical damage, activating the Demon Hunter effect, and marking the target. I understand now. Once I grasp your abilities, I no longer fear you. You even activated a magic gun on your leg. And I still have tools made by my allies. S-rank rarity allows magic bullets to convert into true damage and increases the damage value along with related coefficients. Tong An activates his psychic power, transferring 244 magic points and half of his own magic power. Then fires Taste My Deadly Strike. The Headless King realized this and turned to counterattack, using space cutting. Tian Tin was a bit worried. Another strange move. He tried to dodge the attack by tearing through the space. It says that cutting through space is not only for attack, but can also be used for defense. We can step into the space and hide, appearing anywhere inside the palace. No one can hit us. But Tong An didn't care. Oh really? The gunshot changed direction. He could control the attack to target it. He realizes that the place he just attacked is where they are now. So Tong An continues to strike physically. You know, the passive skill of the Demon Hunter's ghost can mark targets with each hit. In that case, no matter where the escapee goes, my magic bullets can track them. The direct attack hits it for 999 damage, and then it falls. Still, the amount of health the Headless King lost isn't much. Only a third of his health. So even if I use all my MP, I probably can't kill him. So I need to think of another way. It screams in pain. Then suddenly, it endures an arrow dealing 499 magic damage. The arrow pierces it deeply, trapping the target. And General An steps closer to Tian Tin. He said firmly, "No matter what happened earlier, I clearly remember you did." Tong An said, "Details can wait until later. Our priority now is to figure out how to deal with this tough boss." He asked, "Should we quickly run away right now?" He replied, "No. The Headless King can cut through space. We can't escape from here. We can only risk everything and kill him. Tian Ting has it under control." "Then fine. I trust your judgment. After we escape from here, I will ask to join your guild." Tong An is very happy and very welcoming. "We will definitely come out of Donggyang safely." The Headless King is furious. "I've had enough. You disgusting rats. I will tear you apart." It uses a deadly move with the sword to cut through space, overpowering the two of them. Tian Tin and Tong An seem to be pulled into the space stream. He shouts loudly, "With the same technique, we won't fall into the trap again." In a state of full strength, I can block your current attack. So I charge forward to fight directly, but it uses its soul to push you back, supported by the non-head king's spirits. Tong An really didn't expect it to be serious. The souls are still following them. Too many. Too difficult. He's a bit scared. Not okay. He didn't expect him to still be deadly. However, one soul has passed through Tong An's body, causing him to enter a different state where his body doesn't obey commands and illusions appear in his mind, as if his soul is escaping from his body. Tian Tin saw that he was in serious trouble, so she rushed forward to shield him, risking her life to help him escape the Headless King's attack. They fell to the ground, but managed to get back up. Things were too dangerous. Tong An saw that the situation was unstable. What just happened? I wasn't injured, but my mind was controlled by him. Tian Tin said, "Don't confront him directly. We need to find a way to create distance." The Headless King calmly told them that only my queen Felina can defeat me. I hold on for love, and she sacrifices for love, so it continued to use the slashing sword. I had to retaliate against this world. Their bodies didn't obey the commands and were pulled and dragged. Luckily, Tong An used Thundi just in time as its cooldown period ended. He started to feel worried. If this continues, it won't be good. He must find a way to create an opportunity to use the magic gun again, thinking if there are any other useful items he can use. He checked the storage. Tong An discovered the level A. O-An Lin Scepter. What is this? So he summoned it. The A-rank weapon received from the unyielding vengeful spirit, capable of summoning 4 to 10 ghostly guardians at once, which might prove effective. Tong An dedicates all his strength to summoning loyalty, activating the turquoise staff to summon level 44 undead warriors. The Headless King, like Hoai Nim, The vengeful staff. And Felina. That is Felina's staff. That is the gift I gave her. Their names? The undead soldiers. Keep rising endlessly. It feels as painful as a human suffering. How many tears have been shed? Just like that night so long ago. She has led the HXM army to seize the kingdom, the territory, and even my family estate. It is my head. The headless king has gone mad. Gurgling, gurgling, gurgling. I cannot forgive. I cannot forgive. I hate you, Felina. I hate all of you. They saw the warning system. The headless king had entered a berserk state. Physical defense reduced by 999. All attributes increased by 200%. It went crazy. All traitors must die. The celestial star is unstable. Something's wrong. That guy has entered berserk mode. It uses space slash to kill each Vonglin soldier. All traitors must die. Tong. And fights from behind. He dealt 1,200 physical damage and said, entering a berserk state also means you can't be immune to my damage. Now is the best time to kill you. It lost control of the dark Vonglin, its soul spiraling into madness. Tong An was afraid of these moves, especially this bizarre technique. The headless king was like chopping at him. But Tong An used teleportation. He attacked from behind with dark mist and corrected him. It spun around, countering his attack and throwing him away. It didn't notice Tianxing using magic to freely draw the bow, the vines tightly binding its body. He is restraining the headless king. How is Tong An doing? He is still safe. He said that in a berserk state, this guy's speed is also faster. So it was my mistake. However, it escaped the vines and quickly moved toward them, rushing in with fury and rage. Tong An tried to stay calm and organize his thoughts. Is the teleportation still on cooldown and he's cornered? That's right. When I rewound time, I received something. That is the Tamzak Stacker, a system created specifically for lucky players. Only those who master the game's wall mechanics and use at least 20 walls during combat are qualified to activate it. Tamzak Stacker is the overall system of images in the game, and those who activate it successfully can use it to create various in-game image mechanisms, no longer restricted by the environment. If not now, then when will you activate the barrier to secure the room? The system says you've entered the safe room. Xiao Bao looks around, wondering where this place is. And the headless king is not here. A streak of light shoots straight down. The headless king looks up. Huh. The little guy touches the space. He says in surprise, I didn't expect there to be such a scene here. It's truly miraculous. Tong An is holding a potion and has removed all negative statuses. HP and MP have been restored. He throws the medicine bottle on the ground. The scanner can help me use the images from the game as I wish. It's time to give the handsome king a face-saving moment. Tong An demands to remove the safety room. The room disappears. The headless king sees them. That annoying little brat still dares to stick his head out. Tong An smiles at him, activates the barrier, and jumps to extend the timer. The headless king uses the awakening skill to manipulate space and pull the two of them in. Tong An and the little Bao face each other with him. The headless king screams, "Go to hell," and he swings his axe down swiftly. As the sword neared Tong An, his hand holding the sword froze stiffly. No. Unable to move at all. Tong An smugly said, "So, how is it?" The headless king, "Your battery must be running low." Xiao Bao takes the opportunity to shoot multiple arrows at him, dealing 400 damage. Tong An looks at him with a wide smile. If the battery is high, stay still and don't move. Now it's our turn to perform. Tong An and Xiao Bao launched a continuous attack on him. The headless king used his sword to block their strikes. The little guy angrily said, "What? Now this guy's speed is really too fast." The headless king replied, "No matter what you do now, in the face of absolute pressure, it's useless. If you like to run around everywhere, I will leave you with nowhere to hide." With that, he swung his sword, causing chaos in the space. Tong An and Tiu Bao were caught off guard by his attack. The headless king roared, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Tong An angrily thought, "I didn't expect it to use such a large-scale attack. If this continues, both my blood and Tranthean tins will be drained completely." Xiao Bao suddenly called out, "Tong An, quickly use your safe zone." But Tong An, exhausted, replied, "In this situation, the stalker triangle can't keep repeating the same move. We have to think of another way." Xiao Bao grits his teeth, barely able to hold on. Tong An concentrates, trying to think if there's any move left to turn the tide. Surely there must be one more step to use. At this moment, Chut, with the crown on its head, appears. Tong and anxiously asks, Chut, oh, why did you come out now? It took the crown from its head and handed it to you. Tong An held it in his hand, puzzled, and asked, Do you think this crown might have some effect on it? Chutto nodded in response. Signaling chi. Tong An said seriously, Ifine, I'll trust you this time. You rush alone towards the headless king. What move Han Ding's technique immediately says? Still want to use the old move again. Unfortunately, in this berserk state, you cannot match my speed. After saying that, he quickly counterattacked. Tong An was thrown backward. He kept losing blood, and now he was out of elixir. Tong An struggled to sit up, badly wounded and bleeding. If he couldn't defeat the boss and level up smoothly, he would be the one to die. Continuing to lose blood, the headless king raises his sword. All traitors must go to hell for me. Tong An struggles to withstand his attack. He shouted loudly, then spat out his sword. The headless king was surprised. How could it be? Tong An takes out the crown and firmly says, This is the last chance. Decide the outcome. He shouted loudly, You damn bastard. I will tear you to pieces. Tong An jumped up and threw the crown at him. The crown on his head drove him crazy. Something was piercing into my mind. About 300 years ago, in the Hadimong kingdom, Princess Felina barged in and stormed through the door. Cousin Took asked, Huiying, what is the order you just issued? Is the decision to marry me off to the king of the neighboring kingdom entirely up to you? King Hadimong frowned and replied, Yes, that was my order. Princess Felina angrily said, But why? Clearly our Hadimong kingdom is an enemy of the other kingdom. The servant spoke. Princess Felina, the king's actions are also due to unavoidable reasons. The frontline report says that the 30,000 elite soldiers we sent out have all been wiped out by King Dieu Obram, and King Hadimong is furious. Princess Felina replied, I understand. She said tearfully, I am the spoils of war for King Dieu. Aren't I? The glass of wine spilled, hitting her face. And King Hadimong, furious, stood up and shouted, How dare you speak to me like that? Princess Felina couldn't hold back and replied, Surely that's not true. Brother King, the thing you can't get from the battlefield can only be gained through a woman like me, your younger sister. To atone for you, the king said plainly. A woman like her understands nothing. This matter is decided. No need for more words. King Duo, known for his bravery and lack of strategy on the battlefield. What skills do you have? Wait for me. I will make sure your kingdom turns to dust no matter how long it takes. And early in the morning, a few days later at Lac Not Mountain, the armies of both sides had gathered densely at the foot of the mountain. Princess Felina turned her face away and asked, Are you really King Dieu, the legendary divine warrior and demigod? King Dieu happily said, Very good. You are Princess Felina, the younger sister of King Hadimong. Right, I truly admire this part of King Hadimong. The king extended his hand and said, Let's go, Princess Felina. The princess reached out her hand to King Dieu, and he pulled her close. From now on, you will be my queen. Princess Felina was confused. I used to think he was a warlike, ruthless, and inhumane ruler, but what surprised me was that he is a wise and compassionate ruler. And I followed King Dieu back home. She was surprised to see that the king was still loved by the people of Dieu. And more importantly, he treated me with kindness and care, never as a prisoner. The king took her sightseeing, and she looked at Felina, the peony flowers here blooming so beautifully. As lovely and captivating as she is, that statement moved her a little. Being with him for the first time made me feel what happiness truly is. They signed a ceasefire agreement together because of my marriage to him. And the kingdom of Dieu also reconciled with Hadimong. Signing a peace treaty, Princess Felina begins to worry. But I know my brother is a cruel and deceitful man, and his ambitions surely do not end there. Without a strong opponent like King Dieu, my brother began his path of expansion, and the territory of the Hadimong kingdom grew larger, swallowing all neighboring small states. The soldiers' conquest and the false peace lasted less than 5 years. And finally, the flames of war reached the royal city. Princess Felina earnestly begged King, My beloved, please surrender to my brother and stop fighting him. The king angrily replied, Surrendering is him breaking the peace treaty first. I will make him taste the full power of this kingdom once again. Princess Felina sobbed and said, but now the kingdom of Hardimong is long gone. You are no match for him. The king held her in his arms and said, don't say anything else. I will protect you and this city well. Even if I have to die. The princess thought painfully, but my prince will never show mercy to him. In the kingdom of Hardimong. Princess Felina is entering. That day, I secretly hid you and sneaked back to the kingdom of Hardimong. She kept crying and said, brother, this time I just ask you for one thing. The princess knelt and said, 5 years ago, you ordered me to marry King Doi. Now I only ask you to spare me and my husband, and not to pursue us relentlessly. King Duck burst out laughing and said, you've done very well. Felina. Over the past 5 years, Han stepped forward and said, if it weren't for me blinding King Du's eyes, I wouldn't have had the chance to grow stronger. But at this point, what right do you have to make demands of me anymore? But your royal city is well fortified, so taking it down won't be easy. How about I use my status as Queen Mother to lead my guards into the city? Hearing that, Princess Felina cried out in anger and frustration. King Hardimong continued, once I capture him alive, the war will end on its own, and his life or death will no longer matter. King Hardimong made a condition if Mui agrees. I also promise to consider sparing his life. He smiled cunningly and said, with the character of King Dua, surely he will not surrender on the battlefield. The princess helplessly thought this was the only way to save him. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I only want to protect his life. Princess Felina painfully said, I agree with Huyen, hoping that King Huyen will keep his promise out of compassion. The sound of footsteps approaching. Princess Felina and the royal guard team of King Hardimong entered. Duke Dua, you have no way out anymore. Surrender peacefully. Duke Dua was panic-stricken. What is Felina saying? She replied that since the territory was surrendered to him, Lord Huyen had promised me he would definitely spare your life. Duke Dua questions her. Felina, is this all just a deception? That 5 years ago, you married me only to betray me today? Duke Dua stormed in angrily. No. Only she must never betray me. Saying that, Duke Dua drew his sword, intending to end Princess Felina's life. The prince suddenly stopped. Gijut said, I can't do it. Princess Felina reached out her hand. The prince. At this moment, a sword suddenly flew in from somewhere, and Princess Felina rushed forward in panic. No. As the crown of Duke Hida fell to the ground, a dog ran up and grabbed it, and Princess Felina watched in agony. Speechless. She sank to her knees. No. Why? No. Princess Felina turned back and asked, why I followed the promise and helped you take the kingdom of Dua. Wasn't it agreed that I would save his life? Duke Hidaman with a cunning face replied, I have changed my mind. The fortress has fallen. The war is over. Come back. My dear sister, Princess Felina said coldly with a calm face. I'm sorry. My king. It was my selfishness and foolishness that hurt you. If you are gone, then my life has no meaning anymore. Her nails became sharp and her body radiated with demonic energy. But even if I had to become a vengeful spirit, I would still help you protect the last fortress. King Hidamon, I hate you. Hate that I can't tear you apart. And even if I die, I will become a restless ghost to haunt you. The last words Princess Felina sent to the king were, I'm sorry, my king. I have harmed you. I never meant to betray you. Just this one thing. Please understand and believe me. Returning to reality, the headless king recalls Princess Felina's image. Something is there. Something is crawling into my mind. Princess Felina slumped down. General, I am sorry. I hurt you. I never thought I would betray you. Just this one thing. Please understand me. The headless king suddenly lowered his sword and knelt before Tong An. And I guess his head has changed again. Maybe related to what's inside the crown. Tong and happily said, even though the crown really worked on it. 0 mouse. Lucky for a great achievement. Xiao Bao hurriedly ran over and told Tong An that the space suddenly returned to normal. The headless king cried and said, so that's how it is. Felina. So everything she did was to protect me. His tears fell to the ground. And it turned out she had never betrayed me. The headless king said without regret, it turns out I was always the one to blame. I was the one who relentlessly pursued peace, causing the kingdom's destruction and forcing her into a corner. Damn it. It's all my fault. He regrets and blames himself. Song An is exhausted, finally getting a chance to rest for a moment. You feel worried. It's over. Your HP is too low. This is the third time you've been hit by a critical attack. A cooldown period of 10 seconds follows after a battle where you suffered 3 critical hits. During that time, no matter what damage is taken, it won't show. But after 10 seconds, the damage will affect the player completely. Tong An felt helpless, realizing that unlike the previous battle with Akma, he no longer had any fairy water left to use. It means I have to defeat the boss and level up within 10 seconds, or I'll definitely be the one to die. The king approached and asked, "You seem to be in trouble. Is that right?" Han changed his attitude completely from before. The respectable adventurer. "Thank you for finding my royal essence and for letting me know the truth." Tong An was surprised by the truth, and the king without a head continued, "Can I ask you for one more thing?" He immediately stood up with his sword and took my final attack. Tong An gritted his teeth, thinking that if he wanted to settle the score with a single blow, he only had 10 seconds left, so he had no choice but to risk everything. He boldly stepped forward with his icy dagger. Just as I predicted, they face each other head-on, and Song An quickly lunges forward. His speed is astonishing, and the Headless King also charges forward. Flying through the air, Tong An risked everything with Han, delivering a deadly blow. Even with slim chances, he pushed himself to the limit and shouted. Both of them strike simultaneously, with Tong An attacking relentlessly. He passes through Han, but Han remains motionless. Jie let out a cry of pain after the Headless King. Then Han knelt down to the ground. Tong An also grew tired and wondered to himself why he wasn't hurt after just being hit, even though he couldn't dodge it. Could it be that Han the Headless King spoke, saying this pain is like repaying your kindness? Han tears up. "Fina, forgive me. For 300 years my hatred and anger have been meaningless. Do you still agree to stay by my side?" Han reached out his hand, and another hand also touched it. The two of them finally reunited. "Fina." The Headless King couldn't hold back his tears. Han's body gradually disappeared. "This time we can be together forever. Thank you." "Adventurer." Han vanishes, leaving only the crown. The system announces that the Headless King has been defeated. At this moment, Tong An and Xiao Bao can finally breathe a sigh of relief, as they have been rescued. Tong An was surprised and suddenly leveled up 3 times. Truly unbelievable. Reaching level 47. Little Bao. I also did. Leveling up to 43. He ran over. "I really can't believe you managed to defeat the Headless King in that final attack. You're so amazing." Tong An replied, "That's not true. No matter how formidable I am, I couldn't withstand that attack without a scratch." Probably the Headless King didn't hold back. Tram's voice says that although he doesn't know what is hidden inside the crown, it seems to hold a very touching story behind it. The system has now selected the boss reward. Void Space Attack. Rated S level. Level 1. Skill. Activates a random attack with effects within a 5-meter radius, causing distortion, bending, and wetting effects, with the range increasing with skill level up to a maximum of 20 meters, and the skill can be upgraded to level 3. Soul Link Strike. Rated S. Level 1 skill. Activates after a random attack against enemies. Can create soul marks, with the number of marks increasing with level. After releasing the soul mark, it can create a soul activation effect on the opponent, with the effect, number of mark layers, and total damage being interconnected. The skill can be upgraded up to level 3. The Eternal Crown. Rated S. A unique item with a special effect of unwavering loyalty. Binds the crown and its owner in an eternal pact, increasing all attributes by 20 and allowing the wearer to block 1 critical hit in battle due to their ambition to upgrade their throne, thus inheriting this special effect. Xiao Bao was startled. A level S equipment, and Song An held the crown in his hand. "This is also the first time I've obtained an S-rank item in a dungeon, though I didn't expect it to come from a D-rank item upgraded earlier." Tong An excitedly said, "Being immune to a lethal attack once means each battle gives an extra chance to try again. Truly the difference with S-rank gear." Xiao Bao was surprised after hearing this and turned away to say, "Tianxing, take this crown and keep it. It can protect your life when it matters most. In this battle, you put in the most effort. This crown originally belonged to you, so it must belong to you." Tong An smiled and said, Then I won't hold back anymore. As for the remaining 2 S-rank skills, Little Bao stared intently at this skill. He excitedly said, my level 10 skill is tracking, which can pull my name to closely follow the target. And if combined with space slash, I can perform precise long-range ambushes. Tong An replied, then that really suits you. After all, I have quick teleportation to leave the fight. So space slash is unnecessary. I'll take the soul strike. You reach out and receive the 4th skill. Soul strike. Tongs. And calculates in his mind that soul strike is probably a type that can influence others' minds. And skills of the absolute control type are very rare. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, as someone's voice echoed another lucky one to have unlocked their true identity. This game is getting more and more interesting. Tong An is also surprised. Who is that? Who is speaking there? That person continued. Young man, keep trying harder. One day, you will find me. And then you will understand the true meaning of this game. Tong. And pondered, what was that shimmering illusion just now? And that mysterious voice as well. What exactly was it all about? Xiao Bao worriedly asked Tong's An. Are you okay? Tong An just replied. I'm fine. Just a bit tired after the fight. But inside, he's suspicious. It seems this game hides an even bigger conspiracy. Xiao Bao happily said. It's good that you're okay. Finally, the boss has been defeated. They looked out of the shop. It's time to leave this confusing cave. Xiao Bao raised his hand and said, take me back to the Zero Guild. Tong Zan. Or rather, I should probably call you guild leader, Tong. And shook hands with him and humbly said, no need for formalities. Just call me Tong An. They left the cave together. Xenogeneic invasion. Let's go. I'll tell you the details on the way back. 14 days remain until Akma's invasion of the human world. At Kuka. Longtukwa-san. A few people are heading towards the foot of the volcano. Vice Chairman. According to the markings on the map, the entrance to the demon's lair is right ahead. Should we continue towards the boat? Saki said firmly. Our goal this time is to investigate Akma's infiltration, and absolutely must not return empty-handed. Are you guys already scared? Lin Hak and Trung Tu hesitated a bit. And Saki continued. I don't like weak teammates. Those cowardly fools who haven't even seen Akma's shadow won't enjoy being my teammate. Lin Hak and Trung Tu both replied. Yeah. Got it. At this moment, strange flames erupted from the volcano's mouth, surrounding them and causing panic. What's going on? Could this be the work of Akma? Saki kept fighting and urging them to move forward, determined to uncover the truth no matter what was ahead. A terrifying glowing red eye appears inside the volcano, and the 3 of them exclaim in surprise. Vice President. Look quickly. What is that? Saki angrily said. Damn it. Could it be that Akma's invasion is real? The eye starts to move. They quickly hide behind a rock. We're doomed. It seems to have detected us. Something is flying towards us from afar. Saki's face tenses up as she watches it, a sneaky smile spreading on its face. Oh. I thought it was a fire rhinoceros passing by. But it turns out it's a human, and apparently tastier than a rhinoceros. Lin Yak-su shouted in fear. Akma is the real Akma. Saki was also surprised. No way. The invasion of Akma was still over 10 days away. Why did it appear here? My lord commands Moloch, my envoy and one of the 8 powerful demon gods. Do not let these humans escape alive before I am created, and do not let anyone ruin the plan. Moloch immediately replied. Understood. Lord, I will not let them carry any information. Then I will swallow them whole and turn them into food inside my stomach. Saki couldn't react in time. It's over. The chain from Ata shot towards them, tightening around Lin Yak and Trung Tu's necks, leaving them completely immobilized. Saki looked at Moloch with a furious expression as the tigers charged towards him. Moloch excitedly said, All right. Fighting a human for the first time. Let me see how formidable you all are. Saki kept attacking relentlessly, while Moloch calmly countered with gentle strikes. Moloch, excited, opened his mouth and said, Not bad. This is the first time I've felt pain. This feeling is incredible. Saki calms himself down. Do not be afraid. Overcome the fear in your mind, and there will be no enemy you cannot defeat. Moloch sends a smile. Good. Keep going so I can feel more pain. Saki hurriedly shouted. 2 of you. Hurry up. But now go quickly, and report that the demon has arrived. They responded. Understood. He looked at her, thinking that I should hold it here. As Lignac and Trong Tu hurriedly ran, Molok's chain wrapped around them. She shouted loudly. Who gave you permission to go? Saki panicked and shouted, Lignac, Trong Tu, don't. Behind him, Molok spoke, teasingly saying that's enough for now. She quickly wiped her hand. And I like you. So I will bite you and become part of me. Saki needs to hold his weapon tightly. He fights back fiercely, surprising Molok. Yet he still has the courage to resist. Then he tightly wraps the chain around his arm. Not knowing his strength, Molok clenched Saki's arm tighter, and he screamed in pain. Saki clutched his injured arm, which was broken. Molok gazed at him with a wide smile, realizing that the human body is truly fragile, just this much, and he's already in unbearable pain. If I had known this earlier, just giving up and letting you eat me wouldn't have been better, Saki secretly thought. I understand now. From the very first strike, I realized I was no match for it. I just hate myself for being so weak. Saki remembered the past. Just like when that big boss bullied him. He had no courage left to fight back. After playing the game, I became a stunt performer, a special profession, and finally gained enough strength to face that guy, he told him. Saki, find me a B-grade sword within 3 days. Remember that. If not, you know what the consequences will be. Saki helplessly replied. Got it. Returning to the present, he tries to stand up again, but he's still used to submitting and enduring silently. I can't summon the courage to face him. But this time I don't want to run away anymore. I have the pride and bravery of a human, Molok excitedly said. Very interesting. You are truly very interesting. I will carefully prepare you into a delicious dish to enjoy. That woman's human. Saki activates her illusion skill, creating illusions that surround Molok. And when he appears from behind, she smirks at the kids. She fires a chain towards him and quickly pulls back. Saki bites her sword and strikes down Molok, causing both of them to fall and the ground to explode. Saki is lying on the ground. Her mission is complete. Now it's up to everyone else. A bird flying in the sky. Just fly away. Fly out of this hellish place and bring everything here back. Suddenly, an arrow pierces through it. Molok appears before Saki. So I said it, are humans only capable of doing that? I've agreed with the superior. I will absolutely not let them send any news back. Tong An and Xiao Bao are flying over the mountains. Xiao Bao, looking worried, asks, was everything you just said true? Will there really be a demon invasion soon? Tong An replied, well, I have fought real demons before. That's true, Xiao Bao said seriously. Then we should hurry back to prepare for the next battle. Quickly gather the top players. Unite as one. And only then can we overcome this. Tong An agreed and said, you're right. This was also the original purpose and intention when I founded the Zero Guild. They landed right in front of the gate, and Tong An led Chiabao inside. Let's go. We're finally home. Vuong Dich saw you happily say, the guild leader is back, and then loudly shouted, open the door. And the big gate slowly opened, allowing Tong An and Tu Bao to step inside. Tong An looked around in surprise, noticing the signs for the medical team, equipment team, and patrol team, Tong, and marvels that not only have everything been restored, but the internal equipment is also fully prepared, even with separate groups for the medical team, gear team, and patrol team, Tong, and happily exclaimed, after just a few days apart, everything here has changed so much. Seeing him return, everyone rushed over. Chairman, you're finally back. I missed you so much, Fong asked curiously. Who is the person behind you? Tong An replied. A lot has happened. I will tell everyone later, he thought to himself. It's only been a few days and everyone is so enthusiastic about me. Tai Hu, with tears in her eyes, interrupted. Tong An waved his hand and said, Tai Hu, Donya, I'm leaving. Tai Hui then threw herself into his arms, making him feel awkward. Tai Hui cried and asked, Idiot, why haven't you contacted me these days? Where have you been? Do you know how worried everyone is about you? Tun Nok said, the time, rewind a few days ago, was also your doing. Right. As long as it involves the game bug, it's impossible not to be connected to you. Tong An reassures Tai Hu that some unexpected things happened before, but they have all been resolved now. Tai Hui, nervously said. It's okay to be fine. But you can't disappear alone for so long again. Tong An replied. Yeah. I promise. Tun Nok was excited, thinking these two would end up together, happily taking pictures of them. Romantic movies and all that. The things girls love the most. Hugh shyly stepped back and asked, Who is this? Xiao Bao was at a loss for words. Tong An pats him on the shoulder and officially introduces him to everyone. His name is Tap Tien Tin, a very powerful long-range sharpshooter. From today, he will join our Zero Guild to face the upcoming Akma invasion. There are 13 days left before Akma attacks the main continent. They brought out a pile of gold and many other valuable stones. The team members cheerfully said, Look, leader, these are the resources we gathered from hunting monsters around here these past few days. Fong sarcastically said to him, Kid, you're lazy when fighting monsters, but so eager to boast. Tong An stepped closer and asked, Is it really that much? Everyone has fought so hard. The others raised their hands and replied, How about it? Leader, are we the best? Tong An asked Fong, throwing everything aside. Fong, have you tried using these materials to craft another magic gun yet? Fong waved his hand. I want to too, but the success rate for creating a magic gun is too low. Even with 4 support cards, the chance of success won't be higher than 0.1%. She pointed and said, Being able to create one is already good enough. This stuff is mostly useless. You should thank me properly. Tong An gently stroked his chin, thinking that he couldn't waste these materials on something with only a 0.1% success rate. Fong is right. The success rate for creating magic guns is too low. Hu Ho Chi. Among them, the original materials are already quite rare, and if sold, they could potentially fetch a large sum of money, with a B-grade appraisal item, granting a power of 200. Suddenly he remembered. Oh right. Ajong had given him this VIP card earlier, saying it was a certificate from the New World Trade Association, and that in the future, he could enjoy preferential treatment and VIP services when trading in Zone A. Tong An holds the card in his hand and proceeds to the trading Zone A, while at the same time, inside the VIP room of the Soros Trade Guild's castle in Zone A. Chairman Liu Tuo. Are you telling the truth? Yes, Vice President Zai Fi Huang reported the situation exactly as I just described. Chairwoman, the unlimited mining site has issues. Inside, there is an S-rank dungeon. Liu Tuo places her glass down on the table. I don't care about the process. I only care about the result, she asked slowly. So you two admit you already destroyed that mine? Right, From Phi hurriedly explained. It's all because of that kid. Chairman, listen to my explanation. If it weren't for that kid suddenly rushing over, Bodyguard Trin Tien immediately punched him in the face. Tufi, holding his face and stepping back. Trin Tien rotated his wrist and said no one can come within 5 meters of the chairman. Tufi, even if he is the vice chairman. Liu Tu calmly said. So Trin Tien, who once dedicated his face to our organization, is temporarily sparing his life this time. Trin Tien shouted loudly. Vice President, Liu Tu continued. Of course. When he first discovered the infinite mineral deposit, I suspected there was definitely something behind it. Tu Fi, tearfully, said thank you for sparing his life. Thank you. Mr. Tu. At least you helped me catch a big fish. Oh. He stammered. That kid's name is Song An. If he knows so much about the infinite mineral mine, it proves he's definitely one of the masterminds behind this game. Liu suspected a cunning look. If I could catch him, maybe I could follow the trail and uncover the truth behind this game. The bustling streets of Area A are filled with people, the magician with the deck of cards in hand. Then it's time to witness a miracle. As the crowd gathers around in excitement, Tong An's group is here, and Xiao Bao is surprised, never expecting Area A to be such a bustling city. Tong An explains. At first, when developing the New World game, Area A was set up as a free zone for players, so of course it would be very lively. Fong wondered and asked, so why didn't that fat Tun Nak guy come along? Tong An replied, I also invited him, but he already refused. Fan Keech said, if you're here, everyone split up and go for a walk first. It's rare to have a chance to shop freely. Fong Ku happily replied, that's right. Buy whatever you like. After all, the chairman is here to pay for us. They couldn't wait and left ahead. So I guess I should buy some cosmetics and a cute bag too. It's been a long time since I went shopping for fun. I want to buy a few new outfits. Tong An looked at them. I called you two here not to see me as an ATM. Xiao Bao quickly went to the ice cream stand and ordered a strawberry flavor, paying for it himself. Tong An looked helplessly. Why is everyone joining the group that only buys without paying? Why is everyone like that? We're not here in Zone A for sightseeing. Xiao Bao, still with ice cream on his face, replied, What does that have to do with anything? Isn't it normal for us to relax sometimes? Tongs, and smiled to himself, thinking that, indeed, there have been too many things happening lately. Everyone is very stressed. Maybe it's also necessary to have some proper entertainment. Then he put his arm around Xiao Bao's shoulder and said, If it's just for relaxation and entertainment, then us two men should go to the place where men are supposed to go. They arrive at the casino, where a girl standing at the door greets them sweetly, welcoming the guests. Tong An and Chu Bao enter, and on the table are the usual gambling items. Xiao Bao asked in surprise, I didn't expect you to take me to a casino. So you're a gambler too. Tong An shook his head. I only saw the casino in movies. I've never seen one in real life. Just as they were about to go in, someone spoke up. Stop right there. The two bodyguards stopped and said, Sorry. The upper floor is the writing room. You can only stay in the gaming area. Tong, and immediately showed the gold card. This is enough to get in. The two guards were stunned. What? A gold card certified by the guild. This is a card that costs over 100 million to get. The two guards immediately changed their attitude, bowing and saying, Of course you have the right to go inside. Please this way. I will show you the way. Tong An told Xiao Bao. Let's go. This is the real reason I came here. The two of you open the door and go inside, where many masked people are gambling. The server brings 2 masks and invites you to put them on. Xiao Bao put on the mask and then asked you, I understand now. Earlier, everyone in the guild had collected a lot of valuable resources, and the total cost probably can't be paid by an ordinary person. I also want to come here to find a suitable seller. Ngo Vintung stretched out his hand and asked them, Even the lowest bet in this round is at least 500. 000 or more. Are you too sure you want to play around? Tong An didn't hesitate and said, I'm leaving. I'll play with him. You keep the money. The referee announced the end, with 21 points, and the Zhang family winning. Ngo Vintung exclaimed happily, I lost again. I've lost 10 million already. Do you want to keep going? Brother. Xiao Bao realized that Tong An had a problem. Tong, and coldly said, I continue. Why not continue? This little money means nothing to me, Ngo Vintung excitedly said. All right. That's straightforward. Then let's have a big showdown. An even more meaningful confrontation. Okay, my hand thought to himself. These two little nerds, in a situation where they don't understand the opponent, daring to take such a reckless risk, are just asking for death. Borrowing luck. Rated B. Level 3 skill. Effective. Praying to the goddess of luck. Temporarily increasing your luck attribute. After the effect ends, you must return all the borrowed luck points. And be careful because after activation, bad luck might strike here in the following period. Tong, and coldly said, What meaning does a fight have? Xiao Bao patted his shoulder and said, Tong An, you're crazy. Why bother with him? Ngo Vintung admits that since you entered here, he has known you are not an ordinary gambler but a player in this game, and a real player. Tong An replies, So what? Ngo Vintung points his finger openly and says, Although I am a merchant, I also know that in this game, the only thing that truly matters forever is strength, no matter how much money you have. In the face of absolute power, it's all just fleeting. He chuckled maliciously. So what I value is your equipment, not the money. Tong An understood and asked with a cold voice, So you want to turn this weapon of mine into yours? Ngo Vintung immediately stood up. Yes. Based on my knowledge of system equipment, it's at least an A-grade weapon, and it still has room for enhancement and upgrades. For a weapon of this level, its value can't be measured in money. He asked sharply, So what? Are you daring to go all out? Tong An replied, If you want me to take out this bone ring and go all in, you'd better bring a letter with value equal to it. Ngo Tung reached into his shirt pocket and said, "Of course I noticed your weapon because I have the materials to upgrade it again." He took out a multicolored gem and said, "This is a spiritual stone. An essential material for upgrading equipment from level A to level S. Looking across the entire continent, this is currently the only one I have." Little Bao also looked on in amazement. "Does he really have such a precious item?" Tong An had to exclaim, blaming him for paying attention to my bone ring. Ngo Tung smugly said, "This is enough to craft the ultimate weapon in your hand." Tong An slammed the table and replied, "Fine. I'll go all out with you on this one. Are you clapping as you come in? Oh dear. I guess I arrived at the wrong time. No, the boss already has a rival." "Huh. Maxion for mine." Ngo Tung, with a displeased tone. Live 2. Tin Temin Guild Leader. "What are you doing here at my place?" After hearing this, Xiao Bao was surprised. "Why does Tin Temin always have to encounter people from Tin Temin here?" Tu Fai stammered in fear. "It's two of them." Liu Tuo turned back and asked him, "Tu Fai, what's wrong?" Tu Fei replied, reporting to the guild leader, "It's those two. That kid destroyed our infinite mineral mine." Xiao Bao angrily said, "You still have the nerve to bring this up. Because of your greed. So many innocent workers have lost their lives." Liu Tuo's eyes turned cold. "It turns out it was them. I didn't expect we would meet so soon." General An was furious and stood up. "It seems today is truly a narrow escape. Just in time to settle old scores with your Tinte Min Guild." The two guards immediately stepped forward. "No one is allowed to approach the guild leader." Suddenly, Liu Tu ordered, "Wait. You two step back." The guard looked worried. "What does the chairman want to do?" Liu Tuo gestured for them to step back. From Zhu Fei, "I learned about the heroic deeds of these two, and they can safely leave the S-rank dungeon. So how could they be ordinary people?" She bowed her head and here I, Lo Tu, on behalf of Tin Temin, apologize for the insult the organization has caused to the two heroes, and for the trouble it has brought you. Xiao Bao looks confused. What is she doing? General An advises him to just observe and try not to cause any conflicts here. That's the best. Liu Tuo spoke gently and softly. If you need to trust Tin Temin, just say it, as long as it's something Liu Tuo can provide. Ngo Tung slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Luda, they are our guests, and we are in the middle of a very important game. Can you please say whatever you need to say later?" Luda still calmly said, "What kind of crucial game is so important that President No even brought out such precious spirit stones?" Ngo Tung, blushing with anger, said it has nothing to do with her. Please take Tin Temin's people outside to use. Immediately, Liet Tu took out a bottle and said, "If that's the case, may I ask if I can be a guest to place a bet and join the game of extremes?" "So what is this?" Fang also spoke up. "We came here immediately after receiving your message, and we haven't even had time to remove our makeup." Everyone saw her face and could only remain silent. Tong'an said, "We, Fang, you two are here." Ngo Tung couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, time and again. Uninvited guests interrupted. "Do you still want to continue this game?" Fang Girl first asked about the extreme game. Could it be that General An raised his hand and said, "These two girls are my lucky goddesses. Of course we will continue with the extreme game." Liu secretly chuckled and replied, "This game just got more interesting." Ngo Tung nodded in satisfaction and slammed his hand on the table. "All right. Since everyone is here, let's each take the lucky fish to satisfy all three sides and start the game." The three of them looked confident, and No Tung spoke first. "To save time for both sides, we will simplify the rules. One match to determine the winner." "Okay. After we all roll the dice, the one with the highest score gets everything." Liu Tuo smiled and replied, "No Tong is very confident." "Who, Liu Tuo? I am very willing." Tong'an raised his hand and said, "I have no objection to the rules, just a small request." The two of them looked surprised and asked what it was. Tong, and pats Fang on the shoulder and says, "Let her play this crucial round for me." Fang hesitantly responds, "What? Why me? No way. No way. Toidang Lolang. Tong An. Nyoba Nai Thak Mak. Kauzadatoan Balvu, Kikwan Chom Kuoming Len Bandroi. Sao Lai de Ngoichak, Taikao Choichu." Tong An replied, "Especially in times like these, I must trust the strength of teamwork." He touched Fang's head and said, "You don't need to feel pressured, even if you lose. I won't blame you." Fang Suk Dong Roi Nuokmat. Tung an. Không ngô anh lai tin tuông tôi đen tờ. Tôi cầm, tông qua. Sao dô tông an jua cho cô ai lo thuốc. Ung de fong truk chat. Phien ko ayu ong kai nai. Without waiting for her to refuse, he immediately put it in her mouth. Come on. Don't be shy. Drink up. I still have plenty left. Fong. Like I said, I knew right away you had no good intentions. Give back my feelings immediately. Tong An pats her on the shoulder. All right. Everything's done. Let's get started. Zhang Tai asked them to check if there was any problem. Wu Yingcheng nodded sharply. They still didn't know. From the very beginning of this game, they had already predetermined that the winner would be him. From the side, I quietly told Captain Liu that old Wu Liang definitely won't let this go. I think we should do something about it, but she refused to listen, saying no need for inspection. I trust your integrity. From Phi is worried. But the chairman. Songen responded. We have no objections either. Fong looked uneasy. Are you sure you're okay? Because I keep feeling something's not right. He shook his head. All right. Let's get started then. And then slammed it down. Ngo Vin Tung stared intently, realizing that my skill of borrowing luck from others was truly meant for moments of extreme need. He ordered, activated. Lu, too, smiled. Victory is certain. While Fong is still struggling, I'm done too. Suddenly, Song An patted her on the shoulder and said, What should we do now? I feel like this frog's head is useless. Fong clapped his hands, thinking of something. Govingtung said, Fong, don't worry. Think about her skills. She rushed towards him. So let's reveal the result. Fong sobbed desperately and asked, Big brother, swear to me, you're not cheating, for real. Ngo Vin Tung shouted, What are you joking about? Isn't it that you're afraid of losing? Fong smiled reassuringly and said, No, it's just a joke. Don't be angry. Lu Tu turned over her corpse and said, All right. What is called a fish at its extreme is just each person's own strength. The rest is up to Lady Luck. We all have the courage to face extremes and take responsibility. Everyone was surprised when they saw her remains. Lu Tu covered her mouth and said, Oh my god, it seems that today the goddess of luck is not on my side. From panic, the club president. Why is this happening? It's clear she. Luta looked at him sharply, making him turn away. Ngo Vin Tung confidently said, It seems today is my lucky day. He shakes the pieces. In this final round, I have won. When I open it, only 2 pieces remain. Ngo Vin Tung was furious. What's going on? Fong laughed while clutching his stomach. Without all the pieces. How could he beat me? You guys are definitely going to lose. She uncaps the pair. Liu Wu Wu. I win. Ngo Vin Tung is not willing to accept it, clearly. I should have won. I absolutely do not deserve these results. I demand a thorough investigation of each person on the spot. The Tong An group is observing from outside, and you are holding the corpse that No Vin Tung lost. Then crush it and increase the evidence. Lu Tua speaks up. Ngo Tung. Everyone has already accepted the rules. Is it too petty to turn against us now? Ngo Vin Tung points his finger up. You and Muruk are with them. Lu Tu stood up and placed her item on the table. Not every word can be spoken. I told you already. If we dare to go all out, we also dare to accept defeat. You don't want to ruin your reputation over this. Right? No Vin Tung glanced back and reluctantly threw his spirit stone onto the table. He snapped and left. Fine. You guys come over and see. This frustration from Ngo will eventually burst out anyway. Feng sighed in relief. Luckily, nothing serious happened. Lu Tu said, Congratulations to everyone. You are the winners tonight. Tong An, holding the item in her hand, asked, I intentionally let her go earlier. Is there music playing? Lu Tu seriously said. Tong An, a New World Research Game staff member, initially responsible for fixing in-game puzzles. Since the first day the game started, she has been using the piece she created to cheat her way to a dual profession status. Tong, and calmly replied, What else do you know? Go on. I wonder why she knows so much about my identity. Lu Tu smiled and then continued to exploit the map to score more goals for himself, gaining levels and equipment. The assets that an ordinary player always dreams of are all easily obtained by him through a simple method. Compared to others, you are the one I have always been looking for. A true player of this game. On the field, Tong An has received the treasures. Lu To also announced, Congratulations on your big win today. Tu Fi, seeing the Tong An group leave, hurriedly asked, should we just let them go like that? I don't understand. Lu, to then smiled mysteriously. I don't expect you to understand. You've never seen the full picture. One day you will see. I will gain huge benefits from this investment. Tu Fi was both confused and regretful. But we had to exchange 1 trillion yuan for the time stones. So how could we just hand them over to him? Lu Tu advises him that the more valuable the equipment, the more it requires a worthy person to unleash its full power. Tong An is definitely the most suitable person to use the time. Over there, the system is worriedly asking Tong An. Tong An, that woman knows a lot about you. Could this be some kind of trap? Xiaobao also warned us not to forget that we destroyed Starcoil's priceless crystal mine, so she might still hold a grudge. Tong An calmly smiled. I know she has some scheme, but since she remains calm, I have no reason to confront her now. The important thing is to leave here safely. Tong An brought the items to trade with the merchant, totaling 20 B grade, Otio C grade, and 100 D grade equipment, worth 120 million XU. He happily accepted, and the deal was successful. Tong An happily held a pile of money, realizing that the effect of the greed crown only works on NPCs. Otherwise, I would have earned an extra 12 million. The item you use is irresistibly greedy. When trading with NPCs, you gain an extra 10% gold and benefits. But be careful. Excessive greed can bring misfortune. Then, Song and whispered to the merchant, I still have a few valuable items. Are you interested? This is an A-rank hat that increases magic power by 200 and magic resistance by 5%. A level A eternal glove increases all stats by 150. I hear that if upgraded to the maximum level, the user could destroy the entire world. The anti-magic robe is also an A-grade item that increases magic resistance by 250 and can be combined to create even more powerful equipment. The merchant immediately showed a craving look. Oh, all of these are A-rank equipment. Are you sure you want to sell them? Tong An replied casually. Of course. Everything is for sale. I don't need these items for now. Selling for coins is reasonable. Then I can distribute them to the gang members to improve skills or craft items. The merchant doesn't mind spending money. I will buy everything. The others in the group couldn't help but laugh, saying we already knew he was both rich and cunning. And Tong An also successfully gained 560 million coins. You look at the pitiful merchant's name and think I could make more money selling items individually. But that would take too much time. Anyway, selling to him is at least 10% more profitable than selling to Interior. A notification suddenly pops up. A friend just sent a message. Tong An is a bit surprised. Who could be texting him? The sender is Chich De. Where are you? Tong An, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Coordinates are 671 and 980 inches. Area A of Katmong City. This time Tong An was confused. Why is Chich De in Katmong? Shouldn't he be investigating the survival situation in Ka? I have a feeling something bad has happened in the K district. Hugh went to ask around. What's going on? Tong and Fong also saw your message. Who is that? Tong, and quickly urged them. There's no time to explain. Should we head back to Katmong City? You were so hurried that Hue was startled. Huh. Comber, wait a moment. Tong An didn't hesitate to demonstrate her skills and traveled a long way. The three of them moved so decisively that Feng Huang was startled. Wait a moment. I'm not ready. At this moment in Area A, the Katmong Palace. Nana gazes at the palace. Each wall here tells an ancient story. This wall depicts a princess who fell in love with the king of an enemy kingdom. Bak Mook laughed when he heard that. Nana, are you so bored that you have to tell stories about yourself? What's going on with Chich De? She is seriously recounting that the vice leader led a team to fight the Dragon Breath in Area CA a week ago, and they haven't heard anything from them for over 3 days. Chich De suspects something happened to Saki there. They might have sacrificed themselves, which is why he brought the Zeters gang to Katmong. Currently, the gang leader is performing a sword upgrade ritual. Chich De has sent news of the demon invasion to all the strongest players. All we can do now is wait for them to arrive and discuss how to deal with the upcoming threat. At the same time, Tong An's group also arrived. Fong looked worried and asked, Why so urgent, Tong An? Nana and Bak Mok also sensed that someone was coming. Tong An pushed the door open and asked, What's going on? Chich De, Nana couldn't help but think to herself that she knew Tong An would be the first to arrive. She hurried to welcome them as the guards were performing a ritual, asking them to wait a moment. Nana silently assessed that he's even stronger than the last time they met. Bak Mok, more excited, rushed over, greeting him warmly. I missed you so much. Tong An asked. What's going on in Kuke? How's the demon invasion going? Nana shrugged. You have to ask directly. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by a cough. Nana was startled and turned back. Cheat day. He just arrived and said it. You're right, Tong An. Something has happened in Kusa. Tong An looked on in shock. His sword has leveled up again. The information panel for the Holy Sword Saga appears, showing it as an A rank, uniquely upgraded according to the main storyline. With over 300 additional stats and a 40% supply rate, Chick Day explained the situation to you. Something happened to Saki. The team he led to investigate the invasion might have been wiped out. Tong An was horrified. What? That's the vice squad leader. No way. Chich Day also sighed deeply. As one of the two people who actually faced the demons. You must understand what that means. Tong An. I understand. They must have been slaughtered by the demons. Chich Day added that the deadline has been shortened, and the demon army may have already arrived in this world. Your plan is reasonable. Tong An. We should abandon the attack and focus on defending Kap Mong City. I have sent messages to all the strongest players. We must unite if we want a chance to survive against the demon army. He then turned to look at Tai Hu. Chick Day expressed his intention, and I really hope you and Tai Hu can join the Zerers gang. In this situation, no one can fight alone. But Song An smiled and shook his head. Thank you, but I am no longer alone. I have formed my own guild. Zero. Nana was a bit surprised. What do you mean you started a new gang so quickly? In we. I also smile and introduce ourselves. Yes. We now have 45 members. Although we're not as famous as the Zerers gang, we are a family. Bak Mook sobbing in pain. I can't believe you joined another gang at Hugh. I'm truly heartbroken. Chich D is now level 49. Not only unbothered but also congratulating. Impressive indeed. You've changed a lot since the last time we met. Tong An. You're not far behind. Level 47 now. You've also become much stronger. Suddenly, Lu Tu appears. Sorry to bother you. It seems I arrived a bit late. Tongs. An was surprised and turned around. Huh. Hugh is also surprised. She is the leader of the Starkoi's gang. What is she doing here? Cheech Day went to greet them again, since you've already met. I don't need to introduce you. Clan leader Lu Tu is one of the players I invited. She smiled warmly. Happy to see you again so soon. Tong An. I heard about the demon invasion and came to lend a hand. Fong sneered sarcastically. What can a merchant do? Throw money into the demon army. Yet, Lu Tu insists. She's right. War is very costly. Just because you're a warrior doesn't mean you can face the demon army alone. Don't be so naive. Fong, upset by the rebuttal, snapped back. What did you say? But Hugh quickly intervened. That's enough, Fong. Sorry, she didn't mean any harm. Lu. To then turn to tell you that it seems the time sand I entrusted to you is about to come into play. It is time sand. A rare S-class tool with a unique effect, creating a time maze. Note that this item was once used by an ancient god to seal powerful enemies, and it's unclear how much time has passed inside, so don't use it recklessly. Lu Tu told Song'an Group that she had paid 1 trillion yuan to acquire that precious item and hoped he wouldn't let her down. Song'an, you frowned carefully considering. She's right. This extremely valuable seal will be highly effective in the fight against the demon army. The scary part is that it doesn't just target specific objectives, meaning she could completely seal herself off when she first encounters it. Tong An then smiled gently. Miss Lu, too, I know you deliberately let me win to give me this gift. Since you are now involved in the fight against the Demon Legion, we are allies. And as a gesture of goodwill, can you tell me your true motive? Lu Tu's delicate voice said, I am a merchant, and when a merchant invests in something, we simply hope to gain a greater profit. Tongs An. Have you ever thought that the demon invasion is just a challenge in this game? Only when you pass this test can I uncover the truth behind it. I want to keep living until this game ends. Until I become the final winner. The raptor calms the atmosphere. Now is not the time to doubt each other. If we can't work together to get through this, no one will have a future. Tong An. What are you planning since you brought all of us here? Just tell us. The chase immediately took out a map. Because we don't have enough information about the demon army. So we have no choice but to prepare for the worst-case scenario. It can be assumed that the army has assembled. And based on the movement speed of an ordinary troop, it would take only half a month to travel from Ka area to Kwa. With our current strength, defending outside the city walls is impossible. We need to stay inside another city, use the gates as barriers, and set traps inside. I want to gather everyone here to combine our strengths and form our own army, with the strongest players guarding the main entrances. When the demon army arrives, we will stop them from breaking through the line and slaughter everyone. After explaining, he firmly places his hand on the fate of humanity that depends on this battle. So let's put aside our differences. The guilds also support this. I agree with your plan. At this point, the existence of guilds no longer matters, because we need to unite as humans. Chidue immediately praised her, saying that back at my company, I always thought she had leadership qualities, and we will need her to help mobilize the team of players. She shyly replied, "No, I don't have any leadership qualities, but I will do my best." That. Chidu then turned to you. And you, Song-un, do you have a better plan? You frown, resting your chin. As you said, we know too little about the enemy, so I don't have a plan right now. I think Chidu is too optimistic. This plan clearly has flaws. Someone suddenly reached out and said, "I don't agree with this plan." Chidui turned to look at the speaker and asked, "So what do you plan to do? You traitors." She smiled and replied, "We can't just sit still and wait to die, since we lack information. I think we should send someone to scout the area." Chidue sadly said, "It's not that I haven't considered that, but that's exactly why Sakai has to do it." She confidently interrupted, "Even if the person sent out doesn't bring back any information, we can still use a few small sacrifices to determine the speed of the demon army, which benefits both sides." Tong An frowned unhappily. "Do you want to use people as sacrificial objects?" Leah to crossed her arms and said, matter-of-factly. "Why not? Among our players, only a few are truly useful in combat. The rest are just regular civilians." Fong was the first to get angry. "Hey, you're just a useless merchant too. Why don't you go first? Since you're so eager." "Don't worry, Fong. Chiyu asked for your opinion." Tong An, "What do you think about her proposal?" "You firmly refuse. I disagree with sending ordinary people to gather intelligence. But if we keep waiting and just defend, I can't be confident we can stop the invasion." Tong, and still pondered carefully, insisting that only a strong and reliable player should go out. He boldly declares, "Let me go investigate the demon zone." Nana immediately objects. "No, you can't. You're the leader of the demon fighting team. Boss, you are also the highest level player right now. How can we let you take such a risk?" Bakmuk even crushed the water bottle. "Let me go in your place. If something happens to him, the entire plan will collapse. Chet D is stopping them. And because I am the highest level, I have the chance to survive and get the most important information. If anyone has to step up, it has to be me." General An remained deep in thought, unable to let Daida go. He is the only one who can gather all the players. "I have to stop this. Right now." Bai Mook is still trying to persuade Chet De. So then, we all go together. Risking our lives together, Chet De once again held them back. "It was my mistake to send Saki out there. I can't let you all risk more," Nana said hesitantly, but General An frowned as he watched. "Is too right. We can't win without knowing our enemies. If Day can be so steadfast, then I can't be reckless either. So you step forward. Let me go. I will investigate." The three of them are stunned and turn to look at you. At the system quickly intervened. "No, General An. You promised not to act on your own anymore," Fong worriedly said. "That's right. What will happen to Zero if you go?" And Xiao Bao even suggested I go with you. "Commander An, are you not happy?" "2. I didn't give you the times for you to go be a hero." Tong An dismisses their idea. "I don't intend to risk my life for nothing. But as Di Ye said, we need someone strong and reliable. Is there anyone else here who can cover such a long distance like I can? Even Death Day doesn't know how to respond." General An. I smile confidently because if anyone can escape when surrounded by demon armies, it's me. At the same time, in Ka district, the Dragon Volcano, Demoness Morag kneels respectfully. "Lord of the Demon Army has gathered everyone. Please give the order for us to flatten this land." Lucifer, in the form of a giant eye, said softly. My disciple Morag. Even though the army is ready, we still have a very important task to do. She was not surprised. Oh, it means reviving the remaining demon gods. Lucifer confirms that's right, but unlike creating a demon army, reviving the 8 demon gods will drain my life force. Only when the lives of the humans here are destroyed can I be reborn. Morag immediately smiled confidently and said, Please let me complete that mission for you. Master, I just gained a new skill after absorbing a human player. The Shadow Panther. Lucifer is pleased. Each demon lord has a special ability. Yours is greed. Everything you swallow will become part of you. But gluttony is not what I need right now. I need a much more destructive power. Morag frowned, understanding that you mean her. At the same time, a woman with a snake tail appeared. Yes. Morag. My master needs to visit my lair. Morag sneered. Botus. That snake of yours. And I burst into loud laughter. Boats coils around her as a bird attacks the snake. Usually, it's the one getting eaten. Morag bares her claws. Furious. Wanting to try right now. Lucifer interrupted them. Now is not the time to fight. Listen to me, Botes. I will obediently return. Bowing to my master. Botes is ready to serve. It coldly commands, bringing 1,000 demons to destroy all humans in its path. Morag is surprised by this, while Botes smirks maliciously. I won't let you down. The system notification appears upgrading Legendary Grade A Sword Core to Divine Grade S Sword Core. Materials include 1 Cosmic Spirit Stone and 10 Grade A upgrade stones. Requirements met. Proceeding with the upgrade, Tong, and carefully observes this scene as the Cosmic Shard merges powerfully with the Sword Core, creating a massive energon dome that transforms into a powerful beam of light piercing through the sky. Bakmok was shaken and quickly steadied himself. Nana also gasped in surprise. What's happening? An earthquake. Che Tui Dung raises his hand to block the dust and smoke. It's not an earthquake, but the resonance between heaven and earth when a level S weapon is born. Bai Mu stared in shock. So someone outside of Che Tui Dung has already obtained an S-rank weapon. Nana, who had fallen, quickly sat up. Who could it be? Another General An. The monitoring agent also marveled at the emergence of an S-rank weapon. And finally, Zhuge Gu's Cosmic Spirit Stone proved its worth. She smiled to herself, hoping that you could also make good use of my time like this. General An. At this moment, the fusion process is complete, and the S-rank Divine Sword Core now deals 930 damage, with 20 awareness points, automatically activating the Mystical Touch. The weapon splits into multiple parts, attacking from all directions, dealing bonus damage to each target. Each successful hit can trigger effects and skills, consuming 220 megabytes. This afternoon, for 10 minutes, the demonic sense warned me of demons within 300 meters, and the range would increase as I killed more demons. Killing demons 3 times deals an additional 10 hits of damage to demons. If the target is not dead, it will be marked, and the next attack will deal maximum damage. Break armor by 3, and ignore 75% of the target's defense. Tong An happily took it. The S-rank weapon is now complete. You observe the sword's blade. All skills increase by 1 level, and I gain the ability to detect demons, which is extremely useful for investigating the demon invasion. The Hue team hurried over, finally catching up with you, Tong, and greeted them with a smile. Oh, everyone is here now. Look, I just upgraded my bone sword to level S. Suddenly, Tunak stepped forward, and Tong An asked nervously, What's going on, Tunak? He grabbed your collar too tightly. Hugh already told me everything. Are you crazy? How could you go to K District alone? The others also said, That's right, S. You can't take reckless risks like that. I don't like this. If something happens to you, what about the gang? Little Bao stepped forward and said, At least let me go with you. Dong An. I can help ease your burden. To NHAC angrily scolded. You are our gang leader now. You can't act recklessly like that. Act like a true leader, you fool. Tong An was not angry, but secretly moved. I can't believe everyone came to stop me. Since when did I have so many people caring about me? Lian Tran An. Thank you, Tanak. Hui. And everyone. I truly appreciate all your concern. But this mission is even more important than any previous ones. Bringing everyone along will limit my teleportation ability and could distract me during the fight. Tunak was annoyed and kept fuming. What does he mean? Does he think we're a burden? And Fong couldn't hold back his tears either. After everything we've been through together, are you going to deny all our efforts, Tong? And calmly explained. It's not that you are a burden, and I do not deny your efforts. I secretly want to protect everyone, which is why I am willing to take the risk. Tong An said insincerely. But I'm sorry. No matter what you say, I can't take anyone along on this trip. Tu Nyak looked at you, shocked, while Hugh and Fong begged. And Tong Un, the leader, you decisively turn away and leave. I have made my decision. If you truly respect me as a leader, then please do not follow. Stay behind to protect Katmong City and train to become stronger. Be ready to face the demon invasion. That is an order. Tanak didn't give up and asked again, are you sure? Tong, An, last time, when you faced the demons, at least we were with you and died beside you. This time you're entering the enemy's territory completely alone. Tong An is right. But I am much stronger than before too. I promise you I won't fail. I will survive and come back. Later at the CA area, the mountain of the wind's breath, Tong An blinked and teleported there. He frowned and looked around, wondering why there was no sign of life at all. Suddenly, a noise made him alert. Tong An turned around and shouted, someone, unexpectedly. It was a group of people, seemingly injured all over, eating something, greedily devouring a red liquid. Tong An puzzled, realizing that the lack of warning from his sword meant they weren't demons, but something was wrong. As he spoke, the group suddenly turned around in surprise. What are you doing here? One of them stood up, revealing a tattered appearance and glowing blue eyes. Tong An was horrified, thinking these guys didn't look like living people at all. They pounced on you like prey. What the hell is this? Are these demons responsible for this? One of them shouted loudly and fiercely. Tong An gritted his teeth in disgust. I have to take these guys down first. He immediately jumped out of their encirclement, dodging the black bones, attacking the group, and I saw him appear right behind them. Tong An coldly warns, don't move. Tell me who you are and what happened here. Suddenly, that person turned their head in a strange way, shocking him. Wait, aren't they unaffected by the black bones? Damn, that monster is trying to attack him again. Tong An thought quickly. They are no longer human. He swung his sword and killed one, then immediately faced the group rushing towards him. He leapt into the air, his radiant golden sword shining brilliantly, slicing downward to explode everything. Tong An also landed safely. Behind, only a scattered group of corpses remained. He sighed and frowned. Clearly something very unexpected had happened here, and it seemed these people had been turned into some kind of living monster by the demons. Even though I don't see any demons, my instincts tell me that something terrible is lurking in this mountain pass, and the demons might have already arrived. At the same time, in the Kalong Breford area, please spare me. I beg you. Botis smiled and wrapped around a villager. Humans are so weak. All they can do when facing death is beg. Don't worry. Even if your human life ends, I will give you a new life. Ah, I lick my hostage's tongue. Become my child and wait for that new life. He screams in pain as he's bitten. No. Gradually, his eyes become vacant. When Botis releases him, he collapses as if dead. But suddenly his body tenses up. He has transformed into a monster with blue eyes. The other villagers, seeing this, were frightened. Andy, what are you doing? Don't come near me. The person calling Andy looked towards the blinded crowd. Immediately, his bloodshot eyes flared, and Andy charged at the silver coin like he was rushing toward a delicious meal, while Botis happily licked his fingers. Suddenly, she sensed the broken connection. What's happening? Has someone destroyed my child and they are at the mountain of breath, where the master is? At this moment, Tong An is deep in thought. The frost sword does not give any warning, meaning there are no demons within a 300-meter radius to investigate what is happening. Suddenly, Botis's snake tail shot forward rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared behind you. Thon Kiem, in Tong An's hand, immediately reacted. He gritted his teeth in horror. It's a real demon. A true demon. The information about the demon appears before Tong An, revealing Botis, one of the 8 demon gods, representing greed, and capable of turning all living beings into his subordinates. He steps back cautiously. Tong An remembered the old beast, and this familiar feeling was exactly like the illusionary dragon from before. No doubt about it. This is a demon, Tiz said with a smile. How can you get past our demon patrol? Human. Since I led my troops down the mountain, no one within a 50-mile radius has escaped my grasp. So how did you appear here? Tong An furrows his brow in anger. So it was her who caused this strange terrain. He only targets her. No need for words. If you're a demon, then you're my enemy. Tiz was not afraid at all. You foolish mortal dare to challenge me. Tiz the Great, get ready to despair and die. Then she threw an energy ball to attack you, Tong, and quickly dodged. Another long-range attack like lightning. Exactly the illusion dragon skill he had used before. You again resist the curse. Black bones. Fog, making it hard for her to see. Why is my vision getting blurry like this? Tiz only realized Tong An was behind him after being hit. He's so fast. What is happening? My armor is damaged. The system pops up a notification. Armor break activated. Demon slay activated. Tong unkindly told her that the bone sword was made to destroy savage demons like her. Enraged by the injury, Tiz struck back fiercely, knocking him away. Tong An was also terrified by the incredible healing ability and unreadable stats. I guess I can't finish off this demon with just one strike. Tiz immediately created countless energy spheres. Where do you think you're running to, Tong? And quickly calculated that although the fight had just begun, she was clearly much stronger than the illusionary flow. Meanwhile, Tiz was attacking him based on her instincts. Tong An dodged while thinking that now, with her temporarily blinded by the black bones, he could move to escape, but you focused your core to stabilize your body. And Tong indecisively struck a sword to split the energy bridge. I don't want to run away like this. Is the report correct? We know too little about the Demon Legion to win the upcoming battle. I promised to bring news, so I have to defeat her right here. At this moment, the black bones activate again. Tiz looks around in shock. His energy signal is gone. Find him. He definitely can't have gone far. In response, hands floated up from the ground, zombies and giant hands. There. Song An hid inside the safe room to assess the situation. It seems she is one of the demon leaders. Possibly one of the 8 legendary demon gods. And those people look just like the zombies I saw on TV. Based on what she just said, it seems she has the ability to turn people into her followers. If she transforms most of humanity, we will face a threat even greater than the demon invasion. I must eliminate her right here. The space portal opens right behind Tiz. Tong An jumps out to attack. And before the demon falls, I've already drained all the mana potions just to fuel this attack. Immediately, a powerful beam of energy erupted from him, clearly striking Tiz and Tong An, causing them to scatter and vanish into dust to destroy the demon. The path of the bullet has turned into a large trench, and he watches nervously, knowing that no matter how strong a person is, they can't survive such a terrible explosion. But as the smoke clears, one eye gradually appears. Its cloudy yellow iris writhing and moving as if conscious, slowly converging into one spot. Tong An was again shocked. What is that? I feel a terrifying aura of demonic energy from her eye. Tiz recovered in an instant. Now you have truly made me angry. You mortal. If I hadn't exhausted too much life energy, that last attack would have really killed me. Tong An clenched his teeth and frowned, unable to believe she recovered after that attack. Tiz rubbed his neck, and perhaps I should tell you that all 8 of our demon gods were born from absorbing life energy. It means as long as my minions are alive, I can be reborn forever. Those words shock you. She absorbs others' bodies to regenerate herself. How disgusting. The energy spheres gather again, falling like rain. Tiz roars and charges at you. I won't give you another chance to ambush me. Tong ungrit his teeth and calculated that if she could be reborn after being destroyed, fighting her head-on would be pointless. I have to retreat and come up with a different plan. Tiz realizes your intention. Don't even think about it. I'll tear him to pieces along with his minions. The undead immediately charge at Tong An. You're trapped and can't escape easily. I've used all my safety moves and can't use magic guns for now. And the black mist is also fading. When you are surrounded, the energy beam also strikes, causing a huge explosion despite the living corpses still being there. Tong An narrowly dodges, stunned, and even attacks her own minions. Surely you noticed the giant thing descending from above. And Tong An raised his sword to block the hammer strike from the minion. Tiz chuckled happily. If I keep attacking relentlessly like this, you won't be able to unleash that strange surprise attack. Anyway, after I finish you off, I can create as many minions as I want. In the blink of an eye, another explosion occurred, this time sending Songen flying towards the zombies. He gritted his teeth and used his teleportation skill. I managed to land in a safe zone. Luckily, I didn't teleport just a moment earlier. But my blood has already dropped to half after that hit. Botis keeps chasing and killing without mercy, still wanting to run away. But if she wants to live, she must first kill all the minions and henchmen. Tong An lowered his head in despair. With this situation, I'm truly doomed. Is there really no way out? You try to stay calm. Think, Tong. Unthink. Do I have any cards left? I haven't used yet. One that could turn the tide. Botis ordered them to protect me, his minions, and not give him a chance to ambush. Tong An gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer hold back. You operate the system panel. This area doesn't meet the conditions to activate the forest blessing, but I still have the merchant's special crafting skill. Tongs, and slams his hand on the ground and begins constructing. An ice wall immediately appeared to protect you, using 100 ice crystals. 100 crystals short, deducting 30. 000 coin. Special profession skill. An additional 50. 000 coins were spent to complete the construction instantly. The zombies rush forward only to be knocked back instantly, and the minions quickly halt in their tracks. Botis roared in fury. Don't hesitate. We must eliminate this troublemaker, no matter what sacrifices are needed. With his wide wings, he flies powerfully with the demons towards Tong An. Kang Jiang braces himself, leaps up, and strikes with a divine touch. Suddenly, he feels something is wrong, damn it. Back then, when you jumped out of the ice wall, they also exploded. Cao Kanjiang jumped out, almost got hit. It was one of those powerful lightning explosions again. Botis was annoyed and furious. He's so fast like a crawling worm. Clearly, he has a special strategy to fight against the demons. If I make a mistake and fight him again, I'll fall into the same trap as before. I'll control the zombies to advance. Tong In muttered hurriedly. Damn it. They're coming again. A tall building blocks you from the zombies. Having used 5 glue sticks, 50 regular bricks are missing. Sisher. 000 coins have been spent, and a special skill was used, spending an additional 50. 000 coins to finish the construction immediately. He watches the angry zombies trying to climb up, even though his merchant crafting skill can keep them at bay. But this only makes the situation more desperate. And I'm spending too much money and resources each time I craft. I can't keep going like this forever. I still have to find a way to approach and finish off the final boss. Tong An leapt down from the high platform, swiftly using mist to surround the zombies and even blind the entire horde of minions. Tong An suddenly strikes down. Then the demon god faces directly a human you wouldn't even dare to confront. If you don't finish off the monsters quickly, I will wipe out all your minions. Botis clenched his teeth tightly. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I won't fall into your trap again. Ada suddenly ordered. Anon. Senna. It's your turn. 2 of Ada's subordinates appear. There. Botis grants them power. As the leader of your legion of subordinates, you possess stats far beyond ordinary subordinates. And now I bestow upon you unique strength. Become my minions and take command of the other kneeling ones. Their eyes suddenly turned bloodshot in a strange way, radiating powerful energy. They seem to have just been born, ready to start a new life as my subordinates. Tong An angrily slashed at the zombies. Damn it. These guys are really stubborn. A sudden shockwave makes him startle. What is that, Tong? And quickly turns back to check. He immediately sees the subordinate Anan rushing toward him with a punch. Tong An quickly blocks the attack with his sword, trembling in fear as he faces the overwhelming power of him. Tong An quickly teleported and jumped up. Unexpectedly, he managed to grab his leg and hold him back. Impossible. He took a deep breath, realizing this kid's potential to keep up with his speed of movement was unbelievable. Anan firmly held his leg down, leaving Tong An almost unable to resist. Anan clenched his fists again, but when he brought his fists down, they hit an invisible barrier, causing him to lose momentum and be thrown out. Tong An also received a system notification. The absolute loyalty effect activated. Absolute loyalty. The Eternal Crown has made an eternal pact with its owner, increasing all stats by 20 and able to block 1 critical hit per block. You don't hesitate and sit up. Now is your chance. Tong, and fiercely cuts off Anon's 2 hands, seemingly unbothered by the pain, then turns to look at him. Tong An breathes a sigh of relief as he looks at the kneeling traitor. Luckily, the Eternal Crown blocked a fatal blow for him. Now it's his turn to counterattack. Anon twitches his body. Unexpectedly, 2 arms have grown on his body. The wounds on his body have all healed, and his revival seems to make Anon even stronger. He looks at Song An with crimson, misty eyes as his limbs recover. He lunged at Tong An, forcing him to step back a few meters. Tong An gritted his teeth and gasped for breath, wondering how he recovered so quickly and why the demon slaying didn't activate. Anon charged again, and he didn't hold back with his attacks. With each strike, the system jumps, dealing 599 physical damage. The Demon Slayer activates, but the Demon Slayer effect fails. A core error, unable to identify the target type. Tong and thought in disbelief, what's going on? The system couldn't recognize him as Kwai. Isn't he just an ordinary Kwai? Or has he somehow been transformed? He quickly dodged Kuisai's hand when suddenly a sinister laugh echoed behind him. Tong An turned around in horror, wondering when she had appeared behind him. And even the sword's detection function couldn't sense her anymore. But at this moment, the wrong Kwai Sina attacked with a dagger. Tong An dodged and grabbed her dagger's hilt. You pull hard to get away from her, stepping back to keep a safe distance. Luckily dodging the fatal blow, but the hand holding the dagger suddenly smoked. You've been poisoned. Tong An quickly sensed the difference. His vision blurred, and his limbs lost control. That must be a type of paralysis poison. This poison makes Tong An unable to keep himself upright. The satisfied team leader walks over. Well done, Sina. Your poison can really kill hundreds of worms. But to be safe, and finish him off, he shouted back loudly. This punch aimed straight at Tong An's pale face because of the poison. A bright light flashes before the punch lands. The young man appears to block the attack. It's Luda, the engineer. Are you okay? Sina jumps up again to attack, dodging the rotten debris. But a cold glint appears from the sky as Sen strikes her from behind. She coldly mocked. She's not the only one who can transform into this demon. Sina quickly counterattacked Sen, then was cut down again. She roars in fury. I will tear you to pieces, you damn human. Luda shouts loudly, attacking any demon legion in sight. Then he swung his sword fiercely, knocking both demons away. The reinforcement group surged forward aggressively. Clearly the team leader. The demon soldiers are terrified. Where did they come from? The monks are fighting fiercely. Debert, and please accept greetings from the hall. Tong An was very surprised to be rescued. He gritted his teeth and quickly got up. I didn't expect to receive aid. Who are these people? Go back half an hour earlier nearby. Luda was scrambling everywhere. This place made my hair stand on end. There was a very oppressive feeling in the air. Sen crossed her arms and asked, why haven't you contacted him? It seems the rumors about the demon invasion are true. This could be their base. The members of the guild also look serious. My team leader doesn't seem well. My grandma feels like she's going to vomit. Can we retreat? Luda angrily scolded. Haven't even seen a single demon yet. And you're already scared. Where is the courage of the guild? The team members feel wronged but say we're not afraid. This is called a tactical retreat. You said yourself not to hesitate to run from danger. And we can wait for the right moment to strike back. Luda immediately declared that he didn't care if he went to confront the enemy in this state. How could he? His biggest opponent would lift his head up. And he didn't want to be anyone's soldier, he wanted to be the leader. Suddenly Sen alertly said, someone is coming. And Luda's palm lit up brightly. He retracted his weapon. Are they a demon or a human? Sen isn't sure what she senses, or even if she does. But I am certain of one thing. The person she perceives is Song An, and that person is very powerful. Luda cautiously gives the order and stands still to observe. He signals, and Sen immediately responds. That's it. She uses her skill. Everyone gathers together, activating a concealment space. Her skill is an A-level 3 concealment space, creating a private area separated from the outside world. All people and objects linked to the participant become invisible and undetectable, with capacity increasing by level up to 100 people. Maximum level Harum. They saw Song An muttering to himself, wondering why this place was like this, with no signs of life at all. Luda assessed that he seemed human, while Sen was more cautious. We should still be careful. Then they also saw Bo Tit appear. I didn't expect to miss one, and it turned out to be someone capable of killing my Taisai. Luda shouted in horror. Kai. Kai has really appeared. When Tong-an uses his magic gun, he also gets excited. Well done. This guy is really awesome. Where did he come from? Sen also nodded, thinking that with this team, he might really be able to defeat that demon. They also saw Bo Tit come back to life. If I hadn't used up so much life energy, that shot could have killed me, Luda said in disbelief. What? It didn't die. The situation is unstable now. While Song An was busy fighting, they saw Bo Tit revive 2 lieutenants, Anord and Senna, and the group immediately worried. Should we help? Sen remains calm and bites him, which means that according to my calculations, even if we join the fight, our chances of winning are still very low. Luda winces in pain and insists. But I can't just leave him. If the commander finds out, what am I supposed to say to him? Sen still wants to stop him. Luda, what are you doing? That's why you see Luda rushing in. I'm here to help you. Brother. Sen sighs resignedly. Let's fight together, everyone. Our impulsive team leader is at it again. So far, Luda is facing Anord, calmly listening to him shout. What? About strength, Luda unleashes his power. The Hercules Gold System awakens. That is Luda's skill. Awakening the golden divine power of Hercules. Gaining the destructive strength of Hercules for 12 minutes. During this time, the power of the user increases exponentially over time, starting from 10 times up to a maximum of 40. Na sent. Seishanta teams. Total Anord is stunned to realize that the golden system resembles his own. Anord taunts with a finger, daring the demon to show how strong he really is. The demon then raises the river, and Luda pushes off with such force that the ground cracks apart. He blocks Anord's attack and shouts loudly, 20 times the strength. He then knocks away the demon's hand, and Luda jumps up instead of falling. He raised his sword and shouted, using 40 times his strength, then struck with a palm that shattered his head, forcing Anord to fall straight to the ground. When Luda hit the ground, the demon servant was already unconscious. He confidently laughed out loud. And from what we observed, we know that demons have incredible healing abilities. But you can't withstand my overwhelming strength. General An secretly assessed in amazement. He is indeed very strong, but unlike the spear, his power relies on physical strength. At this moment, Senna quickly flies over to help Anord. Sen appeared and attacked her. But you should worry more about yourself. She moved with lightning speed, using her skill. The slash was precise. This blow cut across Senna's face, causing her pain and blurring my vision. Senna keeps fighting. This isn't over yet. She barely managed a strike that was hard to see with the naked eye, thanks to her agility. When Sen sheathed his sword, the demon corpse also collapsed. Tong An also had to admire. The attack was too fierce. These people are truly formidable. But why have I never heard of their guild before? Luda now asks how you're doing. A strong person like you must have received news from Triet Dewey about the demon invasion. You don't need to hide it. I'm Tong An from the Zero Gang. I know Zet Dewey. So how should I greet him? He smiled happily. I'm Luda, the leader of the University Guild. You probably haven't heard of us. Unlike the Zaders or Sioux clubs, we only have 16 members. Tong, and silently thought, I really haven't heard of the University Club, but I have heard of the university itself. It seems Luda understands what you're thinking. Yes. Our gang is a group of students from the university. Tong An was startled and reminded. Student A. Luda waved dismissively. Don't underestimate us. Each of us has special abilities, and so we've known each other for a long time. That's why we work well together and never leave anyone behind. He reached out his hand. And since the world changed, we knew this was no longer just a game. Every battle is a matter of life and death. So we keep our secrets to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, because our only goal is to survive until the end. Tong An took Luda's hand and said, I understand our goals are the same. My mission is also to protect everyone in the group until the game ends. Luda asked cautiously. We only have 16 people, and are no match for the demon army. Do you have a plan, Tong? And clenched his fists tightly. Yes. You prepare to use the time to take down the leader first. The battle is fierce, with Ben trying to fend off the monster's attack, while another member of the guild takes advantage of an opening to sneak behind and successfully take him down. The monster's heavy body crashes to the ground after being defeated. The members of the guild form a circle, raising their guard, with Ben shouting commands, supporting each other, and maintaining their formation. Anode has been defeated and reverted to his original form, while Senna lies motionless on the ground, also defeated. Botis looked at his fallen comrades in panic and horror, exclaiming, "Who are these people? How could they defeat both Senna and Anode?" Ada begins to recall, and is overwhelmed with confusion. "The stranger earlier almost killed me." Botis looks at Sen and says, "Now there are two more supporting him." Ata turned to Luda in shock, unable to believe there are so many human players who are so powerful. After thinking for a while, Botis decided that the safest plan was to run away, and Ata quickly turned around and hurriedly said, "Maybe I should report back to my master before taking further action." To prevent Botis from achieving his wish, Luda suddenly appeared in front of Ata, summoning lightning into his hand as he sneered. "Want to run away, huh?" When he had enough energy, his fist was ready. Luda shouted with 160 times the power. The punch was delivered to defeat the opponent. Botis screamed and was knocked away. Sen also prepared to attack, drew her sword, and charged. But in an instant, she leapt off the ground and vanished. Right after, Sen appeared behind Botis, whose face was already distorted. But as soon as Ata realized the danger, he was already pierced by dozens of swords, ambushed by death. Botis screams in pain, losing sight of everything. Ata, furious with veins bulging, quickly uses healing skills, urging urgently to recover fast. "Damn it. Heal now," Luda shouted at Ata, who was badly injured, and ordered him to use the opportunity now while the demon can't move. Sen swooped down from above, urging us to hurry as the demon was healing itself. "We must destroy it before it fully recovers." Tong'an sneered and said, "Thank you for giving me the chance. You use your skill to move." And Tong'an quickly approaches Botis, saying confidently, "I will not let this opportunity slip away. You take out an hourglass, give a command, activate the sands of time, and the hourglass begins to float and spin. Before long, the space starts transforming into a maze under its power." Botis struggles to open his eyes after the space transformation. Ata hurriedly looks around in fear and says, "What is this? This feeling is not right at all. I have to get out of here now." Botis hurriedly ran away, chased by Ata and the red energy creatures from the hourglass. General Anne watched the chase below and said with amusement, "It's useless. The sand of time creates a maze of time, and it cannot be deactivated from the inside." The red energy insect quickly chased after Botis. Ata screamed in fear, "No, I can't be drawn in." Suddenly, a shadowy tiger leapt out of nowhere. Under its surprise attack, the hourglass was knocked away, and the tiger also vanished before General Anne's eyes. Nguyen Zhang angrily thought, "A shadow panther, isn't that Saki's ability? Could it be?" Not only inside his space, outside, Luda also encounters a similar panther. He just barely blocked the attack and muttered, "What kind of mess is this?" Seeing the faint purple smoke swirling, Luda immediately sensed something was off. He shouted in fear, warning her it's not safe. "Be careful, Sen." A black feather stopped in front of her. Morak suddenly popped out to say hello. "Hello, little one." Before Sen could understand what was happening, she quickly struck first with a fake slash. She couldn't dodge in time, and was completely struck by Morak's deadly blow. Luda anxiously shouted her name. "Sen." Morak grabs Sen by the collar and lifts her up. Only then does she begin to introduce herself. "I am Morak." Morak, with a provocative and confident look, spoke about herself as one of the 8 demon gods. Tong'an has returned, looking down with tense analysis. Another demon god has appeared and he can use other skills. Somewhere, a member of the funeral society is kicked away. He fell to the ground in fear, looking up at the monster, and when it swung its spear down, Ben appeared to block it and stood firm, knowing that a mistake now could cost him his life. His face was full of despair and complaints. "Is the boss not done yet? We're cornered now." Morak's action successfully angers Luda, who grits his teeth and clenches his fists. "I will kill you all." Then Luda stomps the ground, creating a massive shockwave heading straight for Morak. He channels his energy into his hand and shouts, 320 times. The strength. The punches from both collide with a loud bang. The force of this blow successfully destroys a section of the ground. Morak is stunned that he was able to withstand his own attack. Luda shouted loudly, "Release Sen." Ignoring Luda's warning, she shook her arm around Sen's neck, teasingly saying, "Humans are strong." Morak licks her lips with a greedy look and says, "Maybe after absorbing the girl, she'll eat the person as dessert." Then she uses her power to envelop Sen, causing her to sink into pain. Luda, unwilling, had to grit her teeth and beg, "Please let her go. Don't hurt her." She looked at Botiz lying defeated on the ground and questioned him, surprised that he had fallen so badly, humiliating all of us demon gods. I struggled to get up again and had to listen to Morak's taunts. If I hadn't sensed the chaos here and retreated, you would have been dead long ago. Botiz glared coldly at her and shouted, "Mind your own business first. Even without anyone here, I can handle them." Morak still calmly, mockingly replied, "Keep talking. I don't care if they live or die, but they won't escape here. Anyone who dares oppose the master must die." Then her dangerous smile appeared. Morak forcefully broke Sen's neck. Luda desperately rushed forward, screaming in pain. But Sen did not. Teleporting, Songen quickly caught Sen in his arms. He shouted gratefully for the cruelty, then used shadow manipulation to disappear, and proudly announced that thanks to this, he was able to activate the North. Morak was amazed by this speed, as Tongan held Sen in his arms and said softly, "And this North is called the game is not over. North has been activated. The game is not over." Morak looked at his hand supporting himself and suspiciously said, "What just happened? When I broke that girl's neck, it clearly didn't feel real." Luda hurriedly runs to Sen, who is being held by Tong An, and anxiously asks, "Zen, is she still breathing?" He transferred her into Luda's hands and replied, "Don't worry. In the next 10 minutes, she won't suffer any more injuries." He looked anxiously at Sen, suffering in his arms. Luda looked up at Tong An and asked, "What's going on here?" You calmly replied that when we developed the New World program earlier, to prevent players from being killed immediately after logging out, we left a unique trap in the system. Tong An begins explaining how this system works. If a player is attacked simultaneously by at least 3 enemies, all of higher level, the system considers it bullying and malicious. He explained in detail how it works. If the player does not resist within 1 minute, at the same time, if the opponent takes no damage and the player's health drops to 0, the system will consider it as killing a logging out player and activate the protection mechanism. Tong An smiled, satisfied, and said proudly that the system would then protect that player, restoring all HP and allowing the player to recover from damage within 10 minutes. Seeing Morak struggling after being unexpectedly attacked, Tong An continued, "And the system will punish the attacker. The punishment is that all damage dealt to the victim will be reflected back onto them and their teammates. I remember when I was attacked and I was about to use this shield to avoid a critical hit, but my friends arrived just in time to save me." Tong An explained that when Sen was attacked, your friend was chained and unable to fight back, so the deadly strike from the demon triggered this barrier. Note that the shield triangle allows Tong An to use any kind of barrier without restrictions, even in situations where the players are not opposing each other, which is why he was able to activate the endless game. Morak angrily turned his neck and said to you, "I've learned my lesson. Human. I don't know what trick you used, but you really made me angry." She glanced back coldly and said, "Botis, even though it's annoying, we have to put aside past enmities and work together to escape these guys. You know what could happen if the master finds out about this." Botis, after healing the wound, said irritably, "I don't need you to remind me of that." Luda anxiously holding Sen in her arms. She asked how to do it. "Sen is badly injured. My awakening skill has just expired, and the other members of the guild won't last much longer." He looked at the 2 people in front, hesitating, and said, "And with a new demon god appearing, if this continues." Tong An calmly replied, "So we won't fight anymore. We'll run." Luda, sweating nervously, replied that it sounded easy. Then the atmosphere fell into deadly silence. At this moment, Tong An spoke up to lead. "I have a way to hold them back. Everyone just needs to get their teammates out of the mountain." Luda asked nervously, "Are you planning to be a hero? How can you fight 2 demon gods alone? It's better to find a way out with us." Ignoring his words, Song An quickly rushed ahead without forgetting to leave a message. "Trust me, and meet 5 minutes later at the foot of the mountain." Luda hurriedly asked, "Wait. Tell me what you plan to do." Unable to get a response, he had to helplessly accept and say, "Damn it. I guess I'll trust you this time." Bo Tiz saw you confidently rushing forward with 2 swords in both hands and asked, Who dares to challenge the two demon gods? Then immediately she fired 3 cannonballs at you. Tong An easily dodged at his speed. Bo Tis, furious, waved her arms and shouted, trying to hold him back. After a word, 3 monsters suddenly appeared, sneering maliciously at Tong An. He simply smiled confidently and replied, I am waiting here. Tong An swung his hand, sending a barrage of blades towards them. The moment they hit the monsters' bodies, they exploded, activating the mysterious touch and demon-slaying mode. Dealing 10 times the damage, Tong An soared into the air, looking down at the explosion beneath his feet. Suddenly, he sensed danger approaching. Morak sneered and unleashed her energy, saying, Humans' abilities are truly impressive. She began her attack. The dark portal, Morak smugly exclaimed, Now you will die. Tong intense. Watching her approach, Morak lunged and pierced through his heart. Tong An endured the pain and tried to stand firm. Immediately after, he gathered energy into the sword in his other hand and struck her with a powerful blow. The sound of the attack echoed, targeting her soul. Seeing the troublesome things bothering him, Morak asked, Are you planning to face the demon god head-on? Morak forcefully pushed him away and scolded him. You fool. She calmly begins to heal the wound on her shoulder and recover. Suddenly, Morak's face distorts, and thousands of screams echo out. She painfully pressed her head and said, What's going on? Why are all these screams in my head? Morak looked up at Tong An floating nearby. Puzzled, unable to move his body, the attacker with mind control skills and the soul effect are activated. The target has been marked. She hurriedly orders the monsters to leave the others and take down this guy first. Tong and gently lands with his sword in hand. The fierce monster surrounded him and attacked all at once. Luda, holding Sen and the other members of the guild, ran away and apologized to her friend. He turned around anxiously and said, I really hope you have a way out after they leave. Tongan let out a relieved sigh and said, Finally, I've waited for you all to gather here. Then he unleashed a powerful attack that blew away the surrounding monsters, and a huge pillar of energy enveloped Tong An. The monsters still howled fiercely. Unafraid of death, he began to use his barrier, the mysterious touch, dealing damage beyond limits. Data error. Data glitch. Botis watched the intense battle and thought to himself, this kid shows no fear at all. He must be planning something. I gather energy to release a giant blue sphere. The demon god's rage. Botis revealed a sinister expression and ordered, Go ahead. The giant sphere immediately rushed towards Tong An, successfully hitting its target. Morak watched for a moment, then laughed triumphantly, saying, If this continues for a few more minutes, it will definitely run out of mana. After all, demons have strong regenerative abilities. Victory will be ours. Suddenly, Tong An's voice rang out, making her face turn pale. So that's why he moved in front of Morak with overwhelming presence and immense power. Tong An calmly said things that didn't fit the current situation at all. It sounded strange, but I thank that damn boss who tormented me before. I had to write almost all the columns myself for the new world. And that's why there are so many mistakes. Looking at the sword in his hand, Tong An said, My frost sword deals 10 times more damage to the demons while you keep healing yourselves, which is seriously damaging the system. Morak, trembling with fear, asked what you just said. You smirked confidently and calmly replied, What I mean is, the total damage I've dealt with the mist sword has now exceeded 100 million. As Tong An begins to activate his skill, all the accumulated damage will be combined into a single strike. Let's see if you can withstand it. The data is delayed. The data is delayed. Morak clearly senses the imminent danger and quickly prepares to escape. She silently thinks to herself, I can't let them land that blow. I must get out of here immediately. Tong An, with a mischievous grin, said happily, Oh right, I forgot my frost sword can mark targets it has damaged. So you can't escape. She angrily turned around and shouted, Why didn't you say it earlier? You happily continued to play and tease. Another thing is that soul attack can add soul marks that deal damage to the soul and are linked to the total damage received. The system interface displays skill information soul attack. Rank S. Level edge. Effects. And after hitting, it will apply a soul mark to the target. The mark can be planted according to the skill level. And when the mark is released, the target takes damage equal to the total damage received multiplied by the number of marks, which can be upgraded to level 3. Lightning sparks gathering on the tip of the sword. Tong An asked excitedly. What about you, demons with bodies that can recover? But what about your souls? As the overwhelming pressure makes Morak retreat in fear, Tong and confidently asserts that this strike is enough to kill an entire god. A massive surge of energy erupts from General An's body as he seriously asks, can a demon like you withstand this blow? Seeing the immense power heading towards him, Morak screams in fear. Wait. No. He jumps into the air and swings his sword down from above, the light from the blade making Morak terrified as death approaches. Demon destruction skill activated. Piercing activation. Soul attack triggered. A series of skill notifications appear, completely destroying Morak. She screams in despair, her body collapsing, every cell crying out. A swarm of shadowy arms reach out, forcefully heading toward Morak. A giant skull appears, pulling her into the darkness, its deep voice echoing before fading away. Tears of fear spill out. Morak screams in agony. No. Let me go. The skull disappeared, along with her scream, vanishing into nothingness. Morak, exhausted, collapsed and began to wonder anxiously whether she could come back after that blow. I feel exhausted after this high-level battle. You pant heavily and say, maybe this is the last card I have left. Morak's soul crystal has truly disappeared. Boda stood to the side, watching the battle in shock, and exclaimed, who is this guy? How does he keep coming up with new skills? I'm furious and unleashing all my energy to take revenge. No way. Can it be that we, the demons and gods of the 8 great demon gods, were killed by a human? Botis, furious, yells out, I won't accept this. Wake up, Morak. The master won't allow you to fail like this. Wake up, Tong, and cast a sharp gaze at Ta, and spoke coldly. Now you understand the feeling of losing your comrades. You demons. The boy once again unleashed his energy, making Botis quickly sense the danger. Captain An said seriously, I have gathered all the necessary information about you. Now it's time to end this. Botis kept shouting and cursing the sky. I will remember you humans. No matter where you run, I will find you. I will turn you into my subordinate so that you live worse than dead. Teleporting. General An turned around and flew away, still giving a warning behind him. After each life you took, the one who died didn't have an easy death. Next time we meet, we'll decide whether humans or demons will prevail. Cut to a scene where, as the sky darkens, the group hurriedly rushes forward. A member of the Titan Society gasps and says, Except, we can't run anymore. Ben stopped, hands on his knees, breathing heavily, and said, don't go too fast. Except, Luda, holding Sen in his arms, looked away with a dark face. He struggled, blaming himself, unable to believe he had run away and abandoned his teammates. The members of the gang also fell silent, and one of them spoke. In that situation we had no other choice, and he said he would stay behind to hold them off. Luda gently laid Sen down on the ground, ashamed, and replied, but our actions are truly cowardly. He firmly said, I swore to protect everyone, and I won't retreat from the battle, leaving my teammates behind. Luda looked at his trembling hands with shame and said, I no longer have the face to meet Li Chi Day in Area A, and I am not worthy to be the leader of everyone. One of the team suddenly shouted, Take Sandy. I will come back to help him even if we have to die together. Then a familiar voice rang out. No one will die if you don't come back. Tong. Anne suddenly appeared out of nowhere with teleportation, surprising Luda. He smiled kindly at him and said, I've done enough. Luda, don't blame yourself anymore. He was still stunned as Tong-an returned safely. I awkwardly scratched my face and explained that if it weren't for everyone's help earlier, I wouldn't know what would have happened to me. What do you mean? Just now, you looked desperate, but now you're completely different. Luda seemed about to explode, pouring out a stream of words. Surrounded by demons and even 2 gods. How could he possibly escape from there? He was so excited that his eyes shone like stars as he, in front of his teammates, asked Tong-an to tell his story, saying it was extraordinary. Go on. Tell us. You are powerless and can only remind me. I will explain later. For now, we need to leave this area as soon as possible. Luda, now treating you like a deity, respectfully replied, whatever you say. A person who doesn't know fear. He shyly tried to excuse himself and said, don't mind him. Our boss worships strength above all. Tong-an seriously said, based on the information we gathered, The snake-shaped demon god can turn humans into loyal servants. You must issue a command for all human players to retreat to Area A. Zen suddenly sat up and started talking, startling everyone. But there is a problem. She blandly pointed out that we have no way to contact all the players. And even if we could, they might not believe us. Seeing Zen able to stand and walk, Luda couldn't help but wonder when she had woken up. She paid no attention and continued speaking. If we want to gather everyone in one place, there are many things to consider. Tong An also seriously expressed his thoughts. I know this is very difficult, but if we don't do it, we will face the risk of all humanity turning into enemies. Zen replied with a faint command. All we can do is wait to see what happens. I'm worried we don't have much time either. We will do our best to bury as many people as possible on the way to Zone A. And the rest we will leave to fate. General An opened the map and said, The city closest to us right now is... Luda quickly interrupted to give the answer. Manchester is in Zone N. And the scene shifts to where Lucifer's eye is hidden. Botis, trembling with sweat, nervously calls out Master as Lucifer soars out of the volcano in front of Ada. A deep, dark voice questions ominously. So you let him escape without chasing? Ada stammers and answers yes. I'm afraid if I chase him I will die like Morak. Lucifer angrily scolds. You idiot Botis. You disappoint me. I never thought you would be so cowardly. Botis couldn't answer calmly, only stammering each sentence. Master, I'm not cowardly. It's just that the player is too strong for my imagination. If I keep fighting then. Before Ada could finish speaking, the other person angrily struck him with a powerful blow, raising his voice to question him. Bien Ning. Seeing Botis collapsed on the ground, Lucifer's voice echoed with doubt. 8 demon gods are just killing machines created by my blessing. I granted you unique and unparalleled powers, so how can a human possibly stand against them? Ada weakly tried to explain that he was not an ordinary person, that he was stronger than me and even more powerful than the gods. And Morak's death was proof of that. The scorching lava continues to boil, and Morak's body slowly rises from the magma sea. Botis exclaims in amazement. Master, did you resurrect Morak? Seeing her soulless body, he couldn't help but wonder. I have tried to recreate Morak's body many times. But when Ada's soul was sealed and unable to awaken, Botis remembered what Tongan once said. And moreover, that attack on the soul left a mark that caused soul damage, directly linked to the total damage. At this moment, Ada realized the problem. It was itself that caused this. Lucifer interrupted Ada's thoughts with a sharp sound, indicating that Morak would need to rest for a while. Morak's body slowly sinks back into the Dungnam Sea, and he continues. We must wait for Ada's soul to awaken on its own. Lucifer's eye gathers a source of energy and says, but luckily the person has gathered enough energy for me to create a new god of worship. A shadow with 6 pairs of wings covering its body appears. Lucifer speaks. And this time, I will not let any mistakes happen again, Bo-Tit exclaimed in amazement, then calmly explained that Ada would handle the pursuit. And Bo-Tit only needed to focus on gathering life energy for me. Lucifer issues a commanding voice. Wake up, Baemund, his blazing red eyes opening. Seeing his latest creation, he orders his pair of invincible swords to eliminate all obstacles. Her sharp eyes flickered at the sound. Find the name of the human player who escaped Bo-Tit and bring me his head. Baemon, expressionless, received the order. Yes, Master. The scene shifts to Manchester Curverner City, where Hassan, Deanna, and Sasan are standing together, while Tong An's group faces them directly. Luda friendlily greeted us, saying hello. We are. Suddenly, Hassan cleared his throat. Deanna, in front of everyone's admiration, poured out words of praise. Vulgar, low class, barbaric. Tongan, with a dark face and confused, asked, What's going on? Sasan, overwhelmed by the surge of energy, shouted out, We don't care who you are or what you want. You are not allowed to set foot in Manchester City. The 2 groups at the gate just looked at each other. The members of the gang started looking at each other suspiciously. One of them stepped forward, leaned close to Luda's ear, and whispered, Why are you still standing there? Say something. After hearing the warning, he stepped forward. Luda confidently said, That's right. As the leader, now is the time for me to show what I can do. He put on a friendly face, waving to greet everyone and saying that we are. Before he could finish, Sasan angrily stepped forward and shouted to stop him. Manchester City does not welcome outsiders. This statement hits Luda like a punch to the face, causing him to collapse in pain before the harsh truth. Tong An spoke to explain. Sorry, it seems there was a misunderstanding. We only came to remind everyone of something very important related to everyone's survival. Diana calmly replied. If you're talking about the demon invasion, then don't waste words. Tong An was surprised and whispered to the side. Auntie, do they already know? Your eyes become sharp and your brows furrow as you think. Probably having heard the death toll already. Tong An asks curiously. Then why haven't people evacuated from this dangerous area yet? Diana and the surrounding villagers burst into laughter and replied, Why should we run? We have a strong and resilient force. And the city of Manchash is better than anywhere else. She smugly boasted about her army. Not to mention the powerful golden armored knights protecting them. Diana was extremely confident in her city's strength, daring to challenge. So what if demons come? She calmly said as if it were obvious. We don't want to become wanderers like you. There's no way the city of Manchash will fall. Luda looked at her with eyes full of anger and fury. He was about to rush forward in anger. But Luda shouted a warning to stop him, daring her to say it again. You witch! And his two teammates quickly stepped in to hold him back. Forget it, and step aside. Sen quietly drew her sword from her back. A cold, dark expression appearing as she asked, Do you think you have enough strength to stop the demon army? She then signaled again, and the space vanished. Faced with Sen's sudden move, Song An shouted to stop her. Don't be hasty. San quickly shouted an order. Stay calm, and protect Lady Diana, the brave soldiers. Full of momentum. Shout out their orders. And suddenly Diana feels a chill run down her spine, as a clear, cold voice sneers disdainfully. You're too slow. Sen quickly moved behind and pointed his sword at Diana's neck. Hansan. Sasan. And the soldiers stared in shock at what just happened, watching the crowd mock Sen. Is this your mighty army? She put on her beautiful face again and spoke mockingly. Only one woman like me can't even eat. What a joke. Diana suddenly made a proposal. What are you doing? If you want money, I can give it to you. Hassan pointed his sword at her and threatened. Release Lady Diana, or don't even think about leaving this desert alive. Luda angrily shouted. Go ahead. The others are ready to fight. Don't even think about touching our deputy leader. Tong An stepped forward and signaled him to lower his weapon. We are not here to fight. You are serious about warning us. We are here today only to alert you that you can't fight the demon army alone. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Sen disdainfully put away her sword and said, It's ridiculous. Diana was still scared, clutching her neck as she watched her leave. And Hassan also simultaneously sheathed his sword. He calmly placed his hand in front and replied politely, We accept your warning. But there's no way we're leaving Manchester City. At least not yet. Before Hassan could finish speaking, he looked at Tong An for a moment and suddenly shouted, I remember you. You sold me the A-grade gear from the A market. He asked suspiciously. Tong, and thought for a moment, and then remembered, exclaiming, Oh yeah, wait. Sasan, what did you just say? All the gear you brought back for us was bought from him, Han replied casually. Yes, that's right, Sasan said. An ordinary person could not possibly have so many A-grade equipment. I can lead the people out of the city as you suggested. But, seeing Han's hesitation, General An asked impatiently, Is there something more important than the lives of the people? The atmosphere immediately fell into silence after this question, and Hassan avoided his gaze. Diana initially kept quiet, then saw San Sihid and waved his hand, saying fine. At this point, I might as well tell the truth. Han, appearing mysterious, explained that the reason why the people of Manchash City are like this is because when the game started, a meteorite fell and landed here. This answer even surprised someone as calm as Sen. Luda was surprised. Tong An was stunned and exclaimed. A meteorite. Sasan began to recount. A 7-colored meteorite fell onto the island. Initially no one paid attention. Han talked about the time when the miracle was discovered. But then the crater where the meteorite fell started to produce special crystals. That's why we discovered that these crystals are extremely valuable, because all the materials needed to upgrade equipment come from here. Sasan reluctantly said that to keep this secret, we don't allow outsiders into the city, and of course no one is allowed to reveal information about the meteorite. Hassan crossed his arms and continued seriously. To prevent outsiders from entering, we formed a team of Golden Knight armor. Tong, and thought to himself, no wonder this guy has enough money to buy all my stuff. Tong An responded, indeed a gift from heaven. Sasan looked extremely serious and said, not only that, but those special crystals also contain extremely rare and precious items. He remembered the expensive thornball and said that cosmic spirit stones are essential materials for crafting S-rank equipment. And this information deeply affected Tong An's mindset. Sasan sighed after explaining and asking, now you understand why we can't leave. You seriously analyze in silence. Owning a meteorite mine is truly like holding an endless treasure. Who wouldn't be tempted? General An hesitated, willing to reveal the secret of the meteor crater now. So, does that mean he's also ready to give it up? Everyone was once again stunned by the question. Tong and kindly reminds him, you have to understand this. What's the point of holding the land if you lose everyone? Once the demons take over the city, not only will lives be lost but assets will be gone, and the meteorite mine will fall into their hands. You are making a request, for safety reasons before leaving this place. We must destroy it. Diana was the first to shout in protest. Auntie, destroy the mine. No way. That's our lifeline. I won't allow it. She seems about to rush forward and hit the adult who is trying to stop her. You can't do this. Hassan reached out to hold her back and advise her. That's enough. Miss Diana, hesitating from afar, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. You're right. No matter how painful it is. We have to give up the meteorite mine. Luda exclaimed in surprise. Are you serious, Tong An? This is the source of all upgrade materials. If we mix it, then our weapons will never be upgraded again. Sen remained silent before finally speaking. I don't think destruction is the best option either. Maybe we should discuss it further. Tong, and weakly reminded, you all are blinded by greed. This is a battle for the survival of humanity. You look nervously at Luda shouting. You all fought them, and know how powerful they are. If the demons take the mine, the weapons they make will turn back and kill us. After a moment of thought, he replied, you're right, Tong An. If we can't use it, then we definitely can't let the demons get it. Sen spoke seriously. The value of the crystals no longer mattered if I didn't survive. Everything depended on humanity's victory over the demons. The scene shifts to a large crater filled with meteorites and various gemstones, each crystal beautiful and shimmering. Cao Ra leads Tong An's team to the location, pointing and saying this is the meteorite area. You kneel down, pick up a piece of stone, and stare in amazement, saying I can't believe such rare materials are so abundant. The members of the guild almost lost control when they saw the crystal mine, with the excited side saying, look over there. That's the A-grade material you need. Luda, furious and with a dark face, shouted and stepped back. Don't touch those crystals. Sen, usually calm, was also captivated by the crystals. He firmly pulled her away and said, you too. Don't let yourself be mesmerized by those shiny things. She protested. Let go. Just let me take a quick look. So you look at the crystal mine and ask if we will really destroy everything or at least give us a little more time to mine. Even just one more day is precious. Tong An smiled gently and said, what's the point of holding on if no one is left alive there? As long as we are alive, everything can start over, somewhere in the sky. Feathers fluttering as frightened villagers flee. Tong An continues. We can't take all the crystals with us and time is running out. We must evacuate immediately, or the demon army will catch up to us. Bai floats like a god in the sunlight below, with hundreds of frightened ants fleeing. Droplets fall onto the calm lake, and a gentle voice calls out, Luna, Luna, wake up. Her crimson eyes gradually opened. Blurry memories. Luna sat up and rubbed her eyes. In front of her, Sunny was waving and calling out Luna. Are you unconscious? He grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Sunny happily took her hand and ran off saying, You've been asleep for several days. Let's go to Japan now. Luna still looked confused and asked, Who is he? The sound of the engine echoed through the space as a spaceship landed on this land. The two of them approached together, Sunny excitedly pointing at the ship and saying, Look, that's the mothership. Two small hands clasped tightly together. He cheerfully said, Mom is coming to pick us up. Luna, Sunny happily said, We will leave soon, remembering that radiant face. She wondered to herself why I couldn't forget that moment. Memories flooded my mind, the excitement in his eyes, it made me feel the same. The celebration song lies in the sea of sleeping lava. A deep call echoes. Wake up. Celebration song. General Anne sits by the fire lost in thought. A can of water is handed to him. Here, Luna chuckled and asked, "Look at his face. What is he thinking about?" Tong, and calmly replied, "Nothing much. Just some old memories drifting back." He was drinking water and wondering what Captain Hassan was doing. It must be exhausting to move so many people in such a short time. You snap your fingers happily and reply. Half a day seems short, but it's apparently enough for your people to get what they need. From afar, Ben excitedly shouts as he grabs a crystal shard. "Look, I found another one." Luna angrily crushes the water bottle in her hand and shouts, "What are you doing? I told you not to touch the crystal." He gently holds it in his hand and explains with a smile, "But we will destroy it soon. There's no way we're going to let it go to waste." Another member of the team suddenly shouted, "Captain, I have collected the A-grade materials you requested." Luna blushed deeply and could only deny. "What materials? I didn't have any." "Don't lie." Sasan stepped forward to report that the warriors, "We are almost done with the preparations. There are 36, 0, 5, 2 people in the entire city, and 32, 000 of them will follow us out." Tong An wondered aloud about the remaining 4, 000 people. Sighing helplessly. Not everyone is willing to believe in the demon invasion, nor are they willing to give up their own lives. Tong An stood up and said, "Then I will go talk to them, if they still refuse to move." Luna grabbed his shoulder and asked, "Are you really willing to save everyone? Are you asking us to abandon the remaining 4, 000 people?" She closed her eyes and explained that if Sasan and I couldn't persuade them to leave, then you wouldn't be able to either. Tong An hesitated but said reluctantly, "But that's 4, 000 lives." Luna pats your shoulder to comfort you, but you have to say it yourself. This is a battle for humanity's survival. We have no choice but to focus on the bigger picture. The Sirius vehicle reports that I am also done here. The grenades have been placed around the crystal worms. She announced that 246 grenades had been placed. General An closed his eyes tightly, trying to steady his emotions. Then he shouted, "Good everyone. Let's get out of here." After everyone evacuated, the grenades were detonated, and an explosion wiped out the crystal swarm. The explosion, accompanied by blazing red flames illuminating a difficult future, makes Luna frown in admiration. General An is truly ruthless, destroying such a large asset without hesitation. "Everyone, hurry up." Hearing the explosion, he guessed it's all over there. A dark shadow suddenly streaked across the night sky, catching Hassan's attention. He lifts his head in shock, eyes wide open. As Hassan's pupils dilate with the horror he feels, a strike pierces through Hassan's body, causing him to cry out in pain, and then he is knocked back and falls to the ground. The surrounding soldiers fearfully watch Bai Meng shout loudly, "Oh no!" An ambush. Hassan tries to sit up, struggling to support his weak body and draw his sword. A sword strike is delivered. Bai Meng acts coldly and swiftly, cutting down her target. Hassan collapses motionless, trying to lift his head to observe. As she steps forward toward him, Bai Meng's cold face issues a verdict. Let the slaughter begin. Monsters fill the sky. A terrified citizen screams, "Demons! Demons are really here." A demon has grabbed a civilian by the neck, and he can only weakly beg for help. The soldiers panic and shout to run away. "Run. You won." Bai Meng silently uses her twin swords to finish everyone off, and Sen's hidden space appears. Bai Meng immediately realizes she is trying to ambush from behind. As she escapes, Luda immediately appears and attacks. "Take this." Bai Meng frowns in annoyance, then quickly turns and flies straight up, causing Luda to punch at empty air. He asked, "Sen, are you okay?" Sen calmly replied, "I'm fine. But it seems we are already too late." She looked at Hassan motionless and said, "The captain is dead, and his knights have fallen." Sen said seriously, "I didn't expect the demon legion to appear so soon." A villager was caught by a monster, crying out for help. "I don't want to die." Luda, annoyed, snapped, "Listen up. The Order of the Holy. Protect as many people as possible. The members of the Holy Order are ready to respond." "Yes. Line up. Let them know what's coming." The priestess looked at the 2 people in front of her and said calmly, "You girls back down." She sneered and spoke, "Struggling is useless. This will be his final resting place." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Meng gathered energy and swung a powerful strike. Luda uses her skill to block this attack. He struggled to hold it back with all his strength and couldn't help but marvel at how powerful it was, even with the support of her magic. He still couldn't fight against it. Suddenly Sen shouted, "Watch out, Luda, she's behind you." When Luda turned around, the attack was already ready for the next strike. Sen urgently shouted, "Watch out, Luda, she's behind you." And by the time Luda reacted, the enemy was ready for the next attack. At this moment, Tong An jumps down from the sky to face her directly. He moves to Luda's side, grabbing his shoulder and saying, "Let's go." The two move out of the attack range of the celebration, and Tong An speaks, "Sorry, I will make it up to you. Her sharp red eyes are obscured by a fog caused by your skill, and you have been blinded." Tongs. And seriously wondered what special ability this new demon god might have. Xe hurried over, grabbing Luda's arm and asking if he was okay. He replied, "I'm fine." Luda nervously warned, "Be careful. Tong An. Her sword has a problem. Even my divine power can't defend against it." Tong An pointed her sword and said seriously, "I've defeated a demon god before. Another one is nothing. Even though I can't see your face, I can sense that there's something special about you." Inside her heart, her face begins to ripple like water, and the greeting softly expresses her sincere thoughts. Tong and channels energy into his legs to increase his speed. You appearing behind her so suddenly makes her nervous and turns around in surprise. "I don't feel anything like that towards someone like her." Tong An's sword strikes powerfully, creating intense pressure as 12 petals of divine energy fall. Despite the obstruction to her view, she still managed to counter his attack precisely, putting Tong An on the back foot. He was knocked back and struggled to stand firm. Tong An still collapses in pain, clutching his chest and spitting out blood as flames and sparks burst into the air. Tong An, are you okay? Struggling to hold on. He couldn't help but wonder what that attack was, feeling like 1,000 cuts in a frenzy. The celebrant raised the Thon sword high and declared fiercely, "No matter how much you resist, you won't leave here today." She leapt up and used her skill, Divine Power, unleashing 16 thunder strikes. Tong An couldn't dodge in time and could only watch as sharp swords streaked toward him. He was mentally prepared to take the hit, when suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Luda stood in front of him, protecting him. He concentrates all his energy into the counterattack. Awakening. Herculex move, increasing his strength by 960, delivering 2 punches that collide and create a loud explosion. Zen watches anxiously and calls out to Luda. Luda is determined to unlock all of his energy. His eyes lit up as he shouted. Power increased to 1,920. The 2 energy streams clashed, and Luda roared fiercely, then retreated. An energy explosion occurs, creating immense pressure. Luda, exhausted, stands still, panting heavily. After a while, he couldn't hold on and knelt down. Immediately, his whole body collapsed, and Tongan shouted in panic, "Luda!" The only response from him was silence. He rushed to help Luda up and desperately called out, "Luda, Luda, wake up, are you still conscious?" Tongs, and used teleportation to stand in front of them. "You think if that attack had hit us, we would be done for?" Seeing Luda motionless, Tong and quietly feels tense, wondering if he's exhausted too. This came too soon. You observe Baiman carefully. Every move she makes is an attack based on mental strength. Her gaze gradually returned to normal as her skills lost their effect. The darkness faded away, and her vision was restored. Tong An's nerves are tense as he thinks I can only defeat the other Kwai god by using soul attacks. Your sword hand is trembling, Tong. Unworries, but if the enemy has techniques with similar effects? Suddenly Baiman disappears from the sky, leaving you stunned. She looked down coldly and said, "Finally, I can see you clearly. Human." You still manage a sneering laugh and reply, "What do you think? Are you enchanted or not?" Baiman sighed and spoke softly, not bothering to hide it. "You're not the man from my memories." As she spoke, she gathered her power. "You only have a similar aura." Baiman cast a dark gaze at Tong An as a massive source of power, divine energy, and 3,000 sparks radiated around her. Tong An stood frozen in fear and shock, then calmly chuckled and said, "Death." The direct attack hit Tong An, and in his mind he almost gave up. Honestly, I had already given up resisting at that moment. Tong An closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "We are facing someone with the power to wipe everything out. Maybe she's right. Maybe we won't make it out of here alive." The attack ended, revealing that Song An had been caught off guard. And at this moment he still wondered whether humans could fall before the devil after all. After falling to the ground, Tong An was still wondering if there was any hope left in this world. Suddenly, urgent voices echoed in his mind, Tong An. Tong An. Wake up. Wake up. And he suddenly opened his eyes in terror. Luda wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed in relief. Finally, Tong An lay on the white cloth in a daze and asked where he was, tiredly replying that we had successfully escaped from Manchash City. Seeing the scene of the members of the cult all covered in injuries, Luda continued, even though it cost us a lot, Luda checked your condition and reminded you. By the way, you've been unconscious for 2 days. Tong An was surprised and asked, really that long? You look at your intact body and think maybe it was the eternal crown that blocked that deadly attack, but the psychological attack still made me faint. Tong An wondered again, how can we escape the demons and gods? Luda replied thoughtfully, it's Captain Hassan. He remembered 2 days ago when Hassan, still gravely injured, said he had sacrificed himself to save the others. At that moment, his face turned pale and clammy, blood still flowing from Hassan's wound as he was surrounded by countless monsters. Bimon coldly glanced at him and spoke, as if he's given up on you now. Human. Hassan still endured the pain and raised his sword. He sneered and replied fiercely, it's worth keeping you demons here for a long time. Bimon stared in confusion and asked why you were willing to endure this. You could be freed. I could have made Botiz turn you into one of its soldiers. He shouted in anger. Take him. Demon. As long as my ability is active, you won't be able to move. As long as I am still breathing, you won't touch me. Hassan seriously issues a warning. I am Hassan, captain of the Golden Round Armor Knights. My abilities were born for confrontation. The system menu appears. Duel. Rank B. Skill level 3. Effect. You can choose one. Skill level. Select one target for the duel. During this time, only the target can deal damage to you against each opponent. Your basic stats increase by 10%, the more enemies you fight. The higher your stats grow. In the arena. B rank. Skill level 3. Effect. You can set the diameter of the confrontation area to 100, during which you and your opponent cannot leave the designated zone. Note that if the players in the arena have a level difference of more than 10, the arena will automatically trigger a deadlock, forcing both sides to be immobilized until the confrontation ability expires. Byman glanced back and said faintly, after all, you're just a human. How long can you endure without food? And with those wounds, I can already feel the seal weakening gradually. Sweat poured down from the prolonged pain, but Hassan still smiled contentedly and replied, it's enough. As long as my people can escape. I have fulfilled my goal as the team leader. He let go of everything and said, I will leave the rest to them. I still believe they will find a way to defeat you. Humans will definitely win against the demons. The plains of Dai Bangza are in Area A, where the members of the Reinforcement Guild and the group are heading to the safe zone, with injured people still trying to walk so as not to delay the progress. Everyone is truly exhausted now. Songan wipes his sweat and takes a deep breath. Luda, looking tired, speaks up. We've been moving non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone is drained. Sen also suggested, should we stop to rest? Tong An turned around seriously warning. No. The demons could attack at any moment. We can't stop until we reach Kamong City. Sen sighed and asked if that was where the temple was, and how much longer until we get there. Tong An looked at the towering mountains and replied, we're almost there. It's just beyond the Sunset Mountain range. Let's move to Sahoa Palace. Bak Mook pushed the door open loudly, making a big noise, holding 2 cans of soda and smiling happily. What are you doing, Taihu? Do you want something to drink? This reckless action made Feng angry. He slammed the table and stood up to question. Don't you know you're supposed to knock before entering a girl's room? Hui smiled gently and said, everything's fine. Bak Mook smiled dangerously and asked, what are you 3 beautiful girls doing? Why wasn't I invited? She friendly replied, of course, we're just chatting. But Feng looked displeased and sneered. It's none of your business. Hearing that, he immediately brightened up, grabbing a soda can and leaning in curiously. Oh, what are you talking about? About what and about whom? I want to know. Say it. Please. Suddenly, a hand patted Bai Mu's shoulder. Feng Huo angrily gritted his teeth and said, go away. Before she could act, Nana roughly threw Baimu out of the window, not forgetting to say, "Get lost." At the system, holding his cup, he helplessly said, "Oh my god. Nana, if you like Baimu, just say it out loud. I've already sensed something between you two since we were still at the company." She blushed shyly and explained, "Who said I like him? I already said it. I just happen to like his white hair." He seriously advises her that if you like someone, you should be brave and tell them. Unrequited love is the most useless form of love. Suddenly, Nana asks back, confusing her, "And what about you?" He, seeing the shy expression of the young girl after hearing Nana's question, shook her head and sat down. "I've noticed from the beginning that you pay special attention to Tong An. Do you dare to say you don't have feelings for him?" Nana smiled mischievously and said, "I think you and Song An are completely in love with each other. Clearly he likes you and you really do." Don't let her finish talking. I quickly shook my head and denied it. "Stop. I just feel sorry for him being so lonely." "That's not how it is at all." She put on a sinister face and replied, "Oh, really? But there are many lonely people in the club. I don't see you paying special attention to the others." After being thrown out, Bai Mu reappears again in a frantic hurry, shouting bad news. Nana angrily questions him. "Why did you come back again? Don't try to listen in anymore." He immediately shouted seriously, "No. I have something very important to tell you all. It's about Song An." Hearing this, the expression of the villainous group suddenly looked surprised. Heading towards the city gate, a long line of people, Bai Yi quickly said. He brought a whole group back with him. Tong An looked up at the city gate and said, "It's me, and I brought back 30,000 people. Hurry up and open the gate." The guard beside him turned to say, "That's really him." "Look." Her eyes flashed with a cunning glint and interrupted, "Don't open the gate. Tong An can go in by himself." "And the others then?" Luda, standing behind him, asked curiously. "What's going on? Why aren't they letting us in?" Liu Tuo folded his arms arrogantly and looked down, reminding Tong An that his task was to investigate the demon invasion in the CA area, not to be a hero and save a bunch of people. Tong and angrily shouted, "Lu Tu, things are more complicated than we thought. The demons could come at any moment. Hurry up and let us in." She still stubbornly dismisses the group and responds, "I am now responsible for protecting another city. I hope. I will decide whether or not you can enter." At this moment, Hugh happily ran over and exclaimed, "Tong An. Is that really him?" I heard his voice. Her group quickly arrived on the city wall, and Hugh excitedly exclaimed, "Thank heaven he's back." Tong An. Nana also asked happily, "Did you get any news about the demon invasion?" She wondered again. "Why don't we let them in, Liu?" Tu often looked at them and then ordered, "As I said, that's my decision. Don't interfere." "You three," Fong angrily scolded. "Are you trying to cause trouble?" Nana calmly warned her, "Don't think that just because Dewey doesn't have here, you can do whatever you want." Liu Tu. Tong An is not only the leader of the Zero Gang, but also an ally of the Zeders Gang. Tong An happily calls out, "Wei. Fong. Are you there?" Luda suspiciously asked where Dewey. "Why isn't he here?" Nana sighed and explained that Du had swallowed himself up. Since Tong An left, he has isolated himself inside the electric pole. The upgrade of the sword should have been completed by now, so we're not sure what he's doing. Tot Du confidently said, "And when Chiek Du is absent, I am the only one worthy of leading." Tong, and exclaimed in disbelief. What? Fong snapped angrily. "What are you doing? Why aren't you letting the people in?" She sneered dismissively and replied, "To see. That's why I said, you're still naive. We are in the middle of a battle between humans and demons. And the worst part is we don't know how long this fight will last." Looking at the seriously injured people under the Willow Gate, Tu said, "Every additional mouth to feed means less time for us. Other cities only hope to grow that much, and we are limited in resources." Hearing her unbelievable words, Fong and Tai Hai's faces darkened. "Do I really need to explain to you why we should allocate resources to players rather than farmers? Does to still hold that belief and say such terrifying words? That useless people are only a burden to us. So what if we abandon them? I told you. In the end, I will be the one to win." Sen, losing patience, turned to look at Tong An as he prepared to draw his sword and said, "Who is this woman? She makes me uncomfortable." We should stop wasting time. I will go up there. You immediately raise your hand to stop. No. Tong An's determined gaze replies. I will go. Then you jump up and vanish before her eyes. Do you think you and the Koi's gang can stop me from doing anything? Her bodyguards quickly stepped forward and shouted. Stay away from the boss. Protect her. Tong An looked serious and confident. Only the strongest can lead here. And besides authority, I am the strongest here. You turn to call out to he. Fong. Nina. And Bachmak. Let's go. They happily respond and run over. Yes. Boss. Liu quickly asks, what are you planning to do? Tong An, I'm just drawing a clear line between my people and cowards like you. You won't abandon us here. So we will find another place to fight the demons. Bai Mu responded seriously. That's right. There will always be a place for us. Let's leave together. Liu frowned suspiciously. Wait a minute, you can't leave. Who will fight against the demons if you go? Tong Anlen replied coldly. That's why I said you're not the one responsible here. We don't need you. But you need us. Reluctantly, she still had to give the order and open the gate. The members of the guild and the villagers cheered excitedly, saying we are safe. Thank heaven we made it here. Liu Tuo quietly said, 1 month. She reluctantly had to remind everyone of the current situation. With this many people, our resources will only last for a month. If we can't end the battle then, this city will collapse on its own. Song An replied seriously. I know better than you how urgent this battle is. He loudly announced that everyone should gather at the palace because I have extremely important information about the demons. The door opens. A figure gradually appears. Tun Ya greets warmly. Tong An. You're back. Everyone happily waves and calls out. Hey boss. Xiao Bao still looked indifferent and asked. Are you okay? Lam Nam beside him cheerfully inquired. How did the survey go? Tong An stood in the middle of the room, looking at everyone and asking helplessly. Hey. Everyone. Cat suddenly ran up and hugged him tightly, saying, I missed you so much. Boss. Lam Nam quickly grabbed your shirt and pulled you back, reminding you not to stain the boss's clothes. Fong forced a smile and said, All right. Cat. Enough. Let him go. Hugh beside him happily watched the scene. It's been a while. 2 nods. Are you still angry with me? She quickly brushes off her hands to break up this awkward atmosphere. Come on everyone. Stop fighting. As long as we stand united, there's nothing we can't overcome. Tun Nhac shyly blushes and explains, I don't dare be angry with you. I'm just glad you came back safe, but don't run off alone like that anymore. Tong An relaxes, closes his eyes, and calls out Hugh. Tun Nats. Everyone. Secretly determined in his heart that as long as we stay united, we can overcome this invasion. I will protect everyone. He slams his hand on the table to signal. All right. Since we are all here, let's start the meeting. Tong An turns to ask. Nana. Where is the device? Bach, one sitting nearby, raised his hand to speak, saying that he needed to be alone and that he had told us not to disturb him. You get angry and slam your hand on the table saying, we don't have time for him to isolate and train anymore. I'll go see what he's doing. Scene transition. The main hall. A figure stands at the noble central position. Tong An, annoyed, pushes the door open forcefully and questions, explaining. What are you still doing inside here? Suddenly his eyes lit up with a golden glow, a powerful energy spreading everywhere, and Tong An stared in shock at the sword pointed directly at him. The sword calmly approaches you and says, That's so rude. Tong An. You scowl and look at the sharp sword before replying. Is this how you welcome me back? He lowered his hand. The sword returned to its sheath, and he spoke. I know you have many questions, but I'm sorry. I have more important matters to attend to. Please allow me to explain later. Does anything matter more than fighting against the Kwai invasion? Don't forget. You are the chosen leader. Do you want me to lead everyone to fight the Kwai in your absence? The serious demon responds. You have fought the divine Kwai yourself. So you should know best that right now we have no chance to defeat the divine Kwai and their armies. You yell in anger. How can you know when we haven't even tried yet? If you give up now, all our efforts will be in vain. In response to Tong An's question, he calmly withdrew his sword and said, I won't give up. I am trying to say that I have a solution. Tong An still sounded annoyed. What is that? Is that what you did when you hid here? Dia shook his head in denial and said, It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is whether you are willing to trust me or not. Even if it's just for one last time. Tong and expressed his curiosity, saying, I've only been back for half an hour, so I haven't had a chance to mention the 8 gods. How do you know about them? He sighed deeply and asked if I was willing to trust him. Kiekdu extended his hand sincerely and proposed. Let's work together once more. Tong on. That is humanity's only hope. Tong. And coldly pushed his hand away and said clearly, Sorry, but I can't rely on someone so difficult to understand. The Dune just silently stared, then waved and turned to leave, saying, I won't be able to trust you until you tell me everything. I believe Hugh, Tone Notch, and everyone else outside are willing to fight against the Kwai. Tong An turned around coldly and reminded him, And you, the trap. Decide for yourself whether you want to join us or not. At the meeting room. Tong An opened the door and stepped in. Nana nervously sat up and asked what he said, while Bai Mu also slammed the table, asking what had happened. Tong An shook his head tiredly and replied, We can no longer rely on the vehicle. I won't leave our fate in his hands. How could this happen? Hu Kin Nak asked again. What exactly happened? Tong An. Do you think the traitor smashing the table and shouting can be stopped? Even you can't make him reveal himself. What kind of leader is he? What should we do now? Xiao Bao shook his head and suggested that the leader is the one who gathered us all here. If he leaves, who will lead us? Tong An suddenly raised his voice to reassure everyone. It's okay. We are still united whether he's here or not. As long as we stand together, we can still defeat the Kwai army. Lin Nam regained his composure and led the charge, saying that nothing was impossible for us to accomplish together. Her words immediately lifted the atmosphere, and Feng quickly agreed. That's right. At this moment, Tong, and suddenly called out, Do you think so? Even though we have had disagreements, I can't deny that you are the best person to lead the human army. The woman was surprised and asked, What do you mean? Dong En, calmly, explain. That's right. I would not want to keep your command in any other situation, but now we are all on the same boat, and you are the most qualified captain. Right. Tong An pointed at her and declared that if no one else was nominated, then the leader of the Starkoi's faction would be the one to lead the human uprising. To seem surprised and speechless at this decision. He leans on the table and begins. All right. Now I can share what I've learned on this journey. Tong, and seriously warned that we need to prepare for battle immediately because at this moment, more than 1,000 demons and 8 demon gods leading them are on their way to the city of Thirst. As night falls, the sky is clear, the moon shines brightly, and the campfire flickers in the darkness. Everyone gathers together, laughing and chatting happily, saying, Let's enjoy tonight and drink to the fullest. Bach Mook appeared and asked, Is there really something going on? Nana then added, Hey Zero Gang, can we join in too? Luda frowned as she looked at the two people assessing. That's righter. Fong enthusiastically raised his hand to greet. You guys are staying up late too. Huh. Everyone cheerfully responded. Welcome. The more the merrier, Nana smiled in response. How could we sleep after everything that happened today? Tong, and scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sorry. I didn't expect to be the cause of everyone's insomnia. Her posture straightened slightly, almost bowing her head as she replied, We are the ones who should apologize. The Zadar's gang is the top faction in the game, and our original goal was to lead all players to victory. But our guild leader, Bach, at this moment, drunkenly raises the bottle of wine in excitement and interrupts. Forget it. Let's drink together as if there's no tomorrow. Everyone cheers with their bottles and shouts together. All of them, keep going, humans. Defeat the demons, for the alliance of mankind, and our victory. Tong, and outwardly joined in, but in his mind he made a decision. Yes, no matter how dangerous the road ahead may be, there is nothing to fear as long as we stay together. I will do everything I can to protect these people in front of me. I am no longer alone. In this joyful atmosphere, the dragon appeared. He stood behind and called out, I need to talk to you. Tong Un. Bak Mook was so surprised he spat out his drink. Boss. And Luda also looked surprised, calling him the Dewey. The two Zadar's gang members happily stood up, and Bak Mook exclaimed with joy, Finally you're going out. Boss. The tiger humbly bowed its head, apologized. Everyone. I regret not being able to stay by your side during these final moments before the war. He spoke seriously about his intentions. But I didn't come to drink with everyone. I have something to discuss with Song An. He glanced suspiciously and asked, What's going on? Time passes. The next day, the boys are covered in dirt. Fong is sleeping soundly on the grass when suddenly a loud call. Wake up. Fong, wake up. She sat in the rain with misty eyes, trying to stay alert, and said, Huh. That was Tai Hu's voice. Fong yawned loudly and said, Good morning, Hui. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? I'm still struggling. Seeing the scene before her, she was startled and turned pale after Hu's scream. Wake up. In front of Fong, a giant monster swarm is hovering in the sky, and she urgently reminds him that the demon invasion has already begun. Lam Nam and Vuongdich, guarding on the city wall, quickly noticed something unusual. He nervously pointed to the sky and said, Look, what is that Lam Nam? After seeing clearly, was so scared that his eyes widened in horror. The two of them hurriedly shouted, The demons are coming. He quickly ordered Vuongdich to inform the others. Lam Nam nervously shouted to Ngien Gyang that the demon invasion had begun. The alarm siren blared throughout the vast fortress. The people are panicking and running everywhere. It's Tavarun. The demons are coming. Find a place to hide. Fong, seeing this for the first time, couldn't help but tremble with fear and asked, What should we do? Nana and Bok Mok's group just woke up from sleep. She yawned and wondered why they were complaining about being so early. Fong turned around and loudly reminded them to get up. The demons are coming. The two immediately woke up. Nana panicked and asked, Aunt, is it too early? What should we do? And Bok Mok asked anxiously, Where are they? And Tongan, Liu Tuo signaled with his hand and loudly reminded everyone to stay calm. Remember what we discussed and our positions, and set up defenses at all entrances. Tai Hui looks at her commanding and says, What are you all still standing there for? You are the strongest among all human players. Get ready to fight. Is too angry and shouting. Where is Tong An? What the hell is he doing? Hugh hesitantly replied. Tong An is transitioning to the Dragon's Breath volcano. The towering volcanoes still rumble with flowing lava. Tong An and Chiet Du moved here. And he said, Here we are. Tong, and calmly analyzes. Based on the information I have gathered, what created the demons hiding within these mountains? Chiet Du seriously asks, Do you understand why we are here? You glance at him, raise an eyebrow, and reply, I've told you already. This is the last time I'll trust you. Chiet Due turned back, and, 6 hours earlier, when he found Tong An on guard, he said, I need to talk to you. Tong An responded coldly, What is it? Chiet Du calmly states that his purpose is to reveal the truth behind the demon invasion and how we can overcome it. Tong An looks at Chiet Dui in shock, and he continues to ask, Will you listen to me? You impatiently stomp your foot on the ground. Tong An speaks up. Is this place safe enough now? Tell me your plan. Chiet Dui was the first to ask. Have you ever wondered why the demons seem to have infinite healing abilities? Tong An calmly replied, I'm not sure why. But based on my information, they are created from the spiritual energy of this land. He said seriously. That is important information. Demons and demon lords are not created from nothing. In other words, since the game became reality, a sinister darkness has been unfolding. Tong and exclaimed in shock. What the purpose of the game is always to destroy living creatures. As the game continued, more players died and more demons were created. And so our battle against the demons was actually pushing the game toward its end. He asked urgently in a loud voice. So what do we do? Just keep playing. Hide and seek with the demons. He muttered that if this was the beginning of everything, we might have escaped. But now it's too late. Tong and angrily shouted, What do you mean? Chiet Du confidently replied that whether this game becomes reality or is created by the demons, there is an unknown force behind it all. So the only way to get through it is to find and destroy it. Back at the volcano, two figures are standing and complaining. Bored of guarding here. Siloyos, standing beside him, asked curiously, Why do you keep the disgusting form if you can transform into anything? Siloyos, one of the 8 demon gods. Jealously, the eye on that muddy body begins to open, laughter accompanied by a hand appearing. Seed steps out of the shell saying, Beauty takes many forms. Zeloyos, Seed, one of the 8 demon gods, desires to fight. Han looked at me impatiently and said, I have no energy to argue with you about that. I am already annoyed that we are assigned this mission here. Seed still happily said, That doesn't mean our master trusts us the most, or that we are the strongest demon lords. Seleucus calmly denied. No seed. Have you forgotten? There is a very special one among the 8 demon lords. My eyes immediately turned cold and replied, not this time. Seleucus smiled and replied, that's right. Unlike you and me. Baimon was not created directly by the master, but is an ancestral entity. Just then, a huge explosion occurred. Seed and Seleucus both turned around in surprise. And Ata asked, what is that? Is someone trying to break in? He quickly lowered his spear and jumped down to the explosion site, shouting, come out here, no matter who you are. 2 figures emerge from the foggy village. One of them says, it seems we've found the right place. Seed angrily says, how dare you trample on the master's sleep? Tong, and quickly orders the others to split up and immediately teleports in front of Seed to strike at him. Seed looked at the sword close to his neck, struggling to dodge and exclaiming, too fast. But unfortunately, Ata still got a scratch on his face. Immediately, a series of Tong An's skills are activated, causing Seed to suffer intense pain. Feeling overwhelmed by the heat, the ghostly body is summoned, piercing through, with the target marked. Oh. I immediately stepped back thinking I need to keep my distance. Seed quickly transformed into a jaguar. Tong An was surprised by what just happened, and couldn't help but wonder if she could change her form at will. He quickly regained his composure and used the mythic killing skill, confidently asserting, so what? Seed was amazed by his skills and silently admired how attacks could track him from afar. Once again, he transformed, but Tong An's swords remained powerful, slicing Ata's worm-like forms into pieces, causing Seed to scream in agony. Even when I get cut, I can still angrily say, damn it. He forced me to use survival tactics. Seed quickly reverts to his original form, Tong, and muttered irritably, it can split its skin like a worm anyway. I am furious and say, I might have been careless before, but that will no longer happen. Tong, and quickly rushed over and replied, I heard that from a demon before and guessed what had happened to her. Seed flies through the air, sneering as he speaks. I was just annoyed about this place a moment ago. What use are demons and spirits if you can't slaughter humans on the battlefield? I didn't expect you to appear by yourself. Calmly releasing energy. Death, you says. The existence of a person is inherently meaningless. I will send you back to where you came from. He secretly pulls out his sword and his skills. A golden tear awakening. The power of Odin. The power of Odin. Absorb Odin's strength. Can use Odin Bool 20 times. After which it enters Odin Rest and cannot use any abilities for 10 minutes. Odin Bool can instantly multiply any stat exponentially within 3 seconds. He excitedly looks at him and exclaims, oh, a gold-level awakening technique. So you are also one of the chosen ones. Celius excitedly wiped his face and said, you deserve to be destroyed by me. He released his energy and charged straight at him, shouting wildly, because like you, I was once one of the chosen ones. The demon creation process is complete, with 30,000 out of 30,000 modifications successfully applied. Raphael happily announces that the final creation has finally been completed. Master. The system display board. Woosher. 000 artifacts have been successfully upgraded. Dragon excitedly sat watching his creation. It took a lot of time, but it was all worth it. Raphael flew nearby, quickly praising him. The plan to destroy the world has finally begun. Those poor people have nowhere left to run now. I hope they will be torn apart by the demon army. Right now. Display system. Dear, do you want to close the creation program or not? The dragon sneered and said, it's not over yet. Then he pressed the no button. Raphael asked curiously, are you creating more demons? Master, Dragon calmly asked, have you forgotten? There is still a very important character that hasn't been assigned yet. It exclaimed in surprise. You mean? His eyes flashed with a sinister smile as he coldly replied. The last representative of the demons. The Demon King, Lucifer. His appearance signaled that this game was officially over. The scene shifts to the castle. Annie flying in the sky, observing the ancient Russian fortress. Then she happily says, looks like I hit the jackpot. I laugh excitedly. Look at what I've found, a whole city full of people. Suddenly, a strange object falls from the sky and destroys the ground. A stone turtle appears, accompanied by a satisfied laugh. Frost, sitting cross-legged on its shell, scoffs and says, You're not the first to find this place. Annie, hey, I said angrily. Oh my God. Frost. You idiot. How can I be happy if you keep taking over this place so quickly? He smugly replied, I don't care about that. All I want to do is destroy everything. Frost commanded the stone turtle to strike and shatter the walls into madness. The members of the guild were quickly knocked back, screaming in fear. Han Fan Keech clenched his fists and said, This is amazing. Die at my feet. Inhumans. The explosion drew the attention of the troops, and she asked curiously, What's happening in the northwest? Someone report. From the moment fear spoke out, it was the demons they've broken through. There's too many. She was furious and demanded answers. No way. I had stationed soldiers in every area. I even reinforced the walls. How could they have broken through so easily? A guard running to report the attack said, I don't know. Everything happened too fast. We didn't even have time to react. Before he could finish speaking, Annie appeared behind the battalion, creating a terrifying threat. I unleash my power to declare that Frost has taken all the glory. So I have no choice but to be satisfied with killing their leader. Annie's dark arm swiftly lunged toward her, and at that moment, a voice rang out. Together. Freedom. Fire. A single arrow successfully deflects Ta. And Annie, annoyed, wonders. Huh. Is it a tie? Xiao Bao stands far away, preparing the next attack with an arrow. He quickly fires a missile arrow at Annie. Ta confidently faces the arrow head-on, judging that it's as easy as eating cake, slaughtering everyone without any effort. Annie's claws strike at the arrow, and I say humans are truly useless. At this moment, Xiao Bao roars and orders. Cut through the space. Activate. The arrow immediately disappeared, causing Annie to react quickly. It shifted through space and moved behind Ta. Then it pierced straight through Annie's head, surprising Ta. What? Bak Mook in wolf form rushes to bite Annie. Quickly signals. Now is her chance. Athui. She firmly wielded the scythe and then slashed at Annie, angrily shouting, Don't look down on people too much. You arrogant little brat. Then she quickly retreated away from the thick fog, which began to dissipate as Annie stubbornly kept healing herself. Feeling no pain at all, I am furious. My arm extends to punch at Hue, loudly declaring that I can easily destroy and kill all of you. This punch of mine drives her straight into the wall. Tai Hue vomited blood and thought, Oh no. I didn't expect her to reach out like that. Bai Mook appeared and stood in front of her, worriedly asking, Tai, Hugh, are you okay? Nana quickly used her healing skill and said, I am still here at Hue, was immediately healed. The remaining members also received the skill and said we are the same. At Hue nervously said, Luckily we gained the fate-binding ability from the living forest earlier. As long as we stay together, we can share the healing ability. She stood up firmly and declared that we would hold our ground even against a demon lord. The group charged forward fiercely. Bakmuk ordered, Keep going. Don't give her a chance to catch her breath. Annie, furious, shouted, I will grant your death wish. At this moment, at the city gate, every strike knocked everyone back, and the combat troops were quickly defeated. Someone else shouted, His destructive power is too great. We can't stop him. Go find help. Frost laughed maniacally and ordered, Let's go. Crush them. Luda with a grim face appears in front of him. Frost is surprised by his presence. Luda asked coldly, Are you enjoying yourself? And before he finished speaking, he leapt into the air to say, Then I will. Luda unleashes his angry energy to attack, bringing more joy to the person. With his power increasing by 2048, a golden energy radiates out, and he easily destroys his opponent's defenses. Frost exclaimed in shock. What? He broke through Frost's defense with just one punch. On the turtle shell behind him, Luda landed steadily, and he was stunned with his mouth agape in amazement. He once again unleashes his power, increasing it by 2048, as a serious warning appears on Luda's face. The next attack will be the consequence of the Demon Lord's actions. As he finished speaking, a punch from him directly hit Frost's face, leaving Frost stunned and wondering how this guy was so strong. After knocking him down with a punch, Luda was surprised and exclaimed, Even with 2,048 times the strength, I still can't kill him with a single blow. He saw Frost still able to hold his ground against his punch and felt annoyed. Damn demons. Why are they so strong? Now Frost wipes the blood from his mouth and grudgingly acknowledges Luta's strength. A human who is truly formidable. At this point, one of his hands suddenly changed, and his deep voice confidently declared, "But unfortunately, the person fighting me, one of the 8 demon lords." Frost. As he finished speaking, he lunged forward, charging at Luta. Faced with this attack, Luta was not afraid but ready to fight back if you want a direct confrontation. Just try. So the 2 powerful fists collided, neither giving way to the other. Luta gritted his teeth, his strength increasing by 4. Lingzhou, and Frost roared back, unleashing his fury. At this moment, Luta seemed unable to match Frost, so he was punched back, causing him to exclaim in disbelief. "What?" And Frost smugly looked down on him, as if you weren't strong enough to break through my defenses. So he gave up, abandoning his words. To let others know that my strength and fury allow me to reinforce anything I touch, including this. At this moment, he roared as several sharp stones floated up from the ground and approached Luta, including myself. In the end, Luta was struck and sent flying into the sky, beaten to a pulp by him. Luta couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "I just destroyed that stone turtle with a punch earlier. So why can't I do it now?" Seeing him struggle, Frost proudly said, "Why are you confused? You already managed to destroy my stone turtle because it was too massive." As if I concentrated all my strength on a small area, he spoke casually while creating something. Objects that are harder than diamonds. He held it in his hand and then threw it forward mercilessly. Luta was so shocked by this scene that her eyes widened as Frost threw that thing straight into his arm, causing him to suffer pain and drop to his knees. At the very moment, Frost happily prepares to send Luta to his doom. "It's over. Humans." Elsewhere, a voice loudly orders to capture her again. Don't give her any chance to fight back. The person you ordered to capture is Annie, which makes her scream in rage. Damn it. Then she swung her sword several times, hitting everyone surrounding her. Seeing that, Nana quickly stepped forward to treat everyone's wounds and asked Han, "Are you guys okay?" Lam Nam, recovering quickly, said, "I'm fine. That demon is too fast for us to approach." Now Tunyak is shouting and charging. "I'll distract her. You guys find an opening." His reckless charge made Annie unhappy. "So who is he? Han is really annoying me." Immediately, the system displayed information about Tun Ya, including his record as a traitorous demon slayer who succeeded with a final blow on a demon. Your potential plan: rewarding the resentment of elite soldiers. Will make higher-level monsters and bosses see you as the main target forever. After reading Tun Nak's information, I became even angrier and shouted out loud, "I am the next target." As she rushed to attack Tun Nach, he quickly raised his shield to block. Seeing the opportunity, he shouted a signal. The boss has been provoked. Now it's her chance. Hearing the signal, Tai, he raised the weapon in her hand and leapt into the air. Then she struck Annie directly in the back and explained that my attacks can absorb HP, which will help us in prolonged battles. After taking this hit, Annie becomes even angrier. "You bugs. I will crush you all." Instead of attacking the system, she suddenly turned to attack Tun Nhat, dying, which left Tun Nhat helpless and lamenting why he was always the one getting hurt. He knows he can't endure any longer. He can't hold on anymore. Tong An. Cheat day. You two better finish your mission quickly. Meanwhile, Siloas is thrusting his sword towards Cheat Day. Without any panic, he unleashes Odin's power and easily deflects Siluos' attack. Not stopping there, he continues with Odin's speed. One of his swords is about to strike Siluos, but he quickly dodges. Using his darkness, he unleashes a move, the Blue Horse. Suddenly, a blue horse appeared as commanded by his owner and charged at the enemy. In this situation, the enemy shouted and fired. A sphere of power he created devoured that blue horse, illuminated by divine light. In the end, the blue horse was consumed by his strength. Faced with this power, Siluos casually remarks, "So you've used all your tricks early. It seems your gold level isn't that impressive." Ignoring that condescension, Chet Dai calmly asked back, "As a demon, why do you know so much about the gold level?" Siluos confidently states, "I told you, I was also one of the chosen ones." Of course, Chiet Day doesn't believe a word he's saying. "You're telling me that you used to be a human player, and that you also have a gold-level star." His words made him feel ridiculous. So he replied, "Player, that's such a silly title. No, I am not a player in any game, but I have existed much longer than you, and you're gold level." At this moment, he suddenly unleashed his power and boldly declared, "I am the true Odin now." At that very moment, his crows swooped down, and just then, Song and anxiously shouted, "Everything okay over there? Chit day." Before I could get an answer from my friend, a shadow suddenly lunged out and shouted loudly, "Worry about yourself, kid. Now get into my belly." A battlefield scene appears along with a voiceover I remember. "I used to be an honorable warrior." In the stands, the crowd shouts loudly, "Silos. Sileos." The girls shower Celius with admiring words. "I love you, my dear warrior." Meanwhile, Celius casually steps into the arena, facing a tall, muscular opponent, yet he still casually waved his hand to greet the fans, which made the big guy angry and attack him. But he didn't even flinch. Back then, my spear brought me everything I desired. I can say that at that time. He was brimming with confidence. Unmatched by anyone, he simply swung his spear lightly at the big guy. But it was just slaughter. At that moment in the past, I had wealth, status, power, women. I had everything. However, as time went on, he realized that after living over 20 years of emptiness, he understood one truth: no warrior can remain undefeated forever, just as no one can stop the flow of time. Thank you for your words. Enfys. I love you. Enfys. In the end, he was driven away. You're old now. Sileos. Don't come here anymore. This is your consolation prize. From that moment on, Celius realized that once a warrior loses his honor, he loses everything. Just as he was rushing down the road, someone suddenly called out to him, "Hello, dear Celius. Do you want to hear what awaits you?" "Someone called my name," he exclaimed happily. "That's good. There are still people who remember my name." Still, he didn't stop at the fortune-telling booth but left, muttering to himself, "No, fortune-telling is just a trick." Not letting Celius leave, that mysterious woman whispered, "If I speak, I can help you achieve your dream of eternal life." This statement moved Celius deeply, and I couldn't resist the temptation of eternal life. In the end, he decided. So I made a deal with the devil. He got what he wanted, but with a condition. The ancestral beings will grant Celius eternal life, in exchange for a small sacrifice. At that moment, he confidently declared that I had gained new powers, and there was no battle I couldn't win. Back in the present, Celius confidently states that he didn't even think about the small sacrifice at that moment. After saying that, he laughed smugly and declared, "Now you will face Celius." He raised his weapon confidently, asserting his identity as Odin, the king of the legendary gods. Faced with that immense power, the spear hesitated slightly before using Odin's speed and strength. He immediately stepped back to avoid Celius's attack. Then he charged at him and shouted, "Always 1,000 years. Are you chasing me?" He attacked him and loudly affirmed, "You're just making it up." Seeing that he didn't believe him, Celius pushed him away and said, "Just making things up." He laughed mockingly, looking down on him. "And in my eyes, all you players are just pawns." After saying that, he jabbed the dagger into the puppet, causing it to bleed. At this moment, Celius roared wildly. "We are all just performers in an arena, with the audience truly watching from above, enjoying the show." After saying that, he forcefully threw the dagger away from the smoke and dust. The dagger gradually reassembled and finally spoke. "Do you think I don't know who the audience he's talking about is?" He stood up and firmly declared each word. "And when I fulfilled the requirements to upgrade my divine sword and complete the main quest chain," he responded. He said that no one else is the creator of the demons, the master of the demon gods. That day, the thing inside the sword spoke. "So you are the chosen one. Eli." This makes the dude feel cautious and ask who you are and what you are doing here. Dragon in shorts and a floral shirt greets. "Hello, leader of the bandit gang. Nice to meet you." The Dewey did not know who he was, so he asked casually, "Who are you?" He replied calmly, "I believe you already have your answer, but you can either be certain or refuse to believe it." As he predicted, the Duyen truly knew who he was. The demon king Lucifer. His master calls him the Devil King. And the dragon sighs a bit. "That name is too harsh. I should have made better design choices." Realizing the hidden meaning in his words, the dragon roared. This is all a trick. The one who designed this game, the demons, the players, and everything else, was the creator. Faced with this fury, he calmly admitted to the matter. Yes, I heard that you were supposed to be responsible for the script of this game. I just thought that was too boring. So I added a few of my own elements. Angrily, the fury shouted in question. Shut up. What is your motive? And who are you? Why do you have that power? In response to his anger, the dragon calmly replied, It doesn't matter who I am or what my motives are. It's quite simple, with a tone that everything should be that way. He declared straightforwardly, I only want 9,999% of unnecessary people in this world to die. His words made the drone slightly shaken and ask again, Do you want to destroy the world? This question makes the dragon wonder. Destroying humanity doesn't mean destroying the earth. I'm just clearing the way and welcoming the original owners of the earth back. And you, Doili, he cheerfully welcomes you, congratulating you for being one of the 100,001% survivors. We can face the new world together. Then he continued, When the time comes, you will become an endangered species. So everyone will be curious. Doili heard this and asked in horror, Do you want me to join you? Dragon openly replied yes. From the beginning, the game was designed to choose only one lucky survivor. You should seize this opportunity. Chiek Dui. His words made the dragon gasp and seize the opportunity, demanding betrayal. He almost shouted each word. Betraying all my allies and all of humanity. Dragon paid no attention to his condition and calmly said, The choice is yours. Either perish with all of humanity or switch sides and join the game with a new character class. Before disappearing, he also left a message once you've made your decision. You can contact me through your divine sword. Moreover, he added a suggestion. Don't worry. I've created a new character layer just for you. It will be unlike anything anyone has seen before. I guarantee you'll like it. Back in the present, after punishing the dummy, Sulius exclaimed, You're no match for me. But it's not your fault. I've been approaching this power long before you. Then he lunged to finish off the do and shouted loudly. But instead, you can only die in pain and regret. Without any fear, the Dewey calmly said, It was truly a difficult decision, which is why I had to come here in person. He has now regained his fighting spirit and said that he wanted to meet him again and asked him to face him. With that obsession, he never stopped fighting. Why me? Why do I have to bear this responsibility? And the power within him surged with those words. Are you sure the custom character class you created for me is appropriate? As for Luda, he's a bit battered right now. Frost smugly walks up to him and declares, It's over. Defumans. He arrogantly asks mockingly, It's not your fault. How long have you had this power? A few days. A few months. As he was speaking, he suddenly shouted and prepared to strike Luda again. Unlike a normal person, I am a seasoned expert. You should feel honored to die at my hands. At that very moment, Zen suddenly rushed out to attack Len Frost but was caught off guard by a surprise attack. With quick reflexes, he swiftly moved away and dodged Zen's attack. However, he fell into a trap of collective assault. Does anyone think they can attack our leader? How dare you, Luda? Seeing everyone come to save her, was moved and called out Zen. Everyone, not letting him finish speaking. Zen quickly asked Han if everyone was okay and explained that we are busy fighting other monsters in the city. Her words surprised Luda, who asked, I thought you were sent to the south. What are you doing here, Zen? Blushing, stammered, There's someone I'm worried about. Suddenly Luda got angry, thinking that's why I became a burden. Seeing him like that, Zen quickly advised and said, Don't be upset anymore. We left some people in the south. That's enough to stop the invasion there. She looked at Frost being restrained by the council and asserted that now is the time to focus on killing this kneeling god. Now Luda has stood up and explained that Frost can reinforce anything he touches, and the smaller the area, the stronger it becomes. So, does it counter your Hercules strength? Then an attack that fights against the toughest defense who will win. Luda gritted his teeth and replied, Right now it seems he's got the advantage, but he will unleash more of his strength and assert that Hercules' power will grow stronger over time. If we can hold out, I will eventually break through his defenses. The group attacking Frost has stopped and turned to attack him with their snouts. What kind of monster is this? You're just a young man. Why have you become such a big threat? You're just a teenager. You should go to school or do something else. Your mother will be very disappointed in you. Having been beaten, he should accept it. But Frost was also insulted. So he was furious and growled, "Damn those annoying bastards." He then recovered, and the stone stream quickly attacked everyone, making them scream out loud. Oh damn, seeing them all shouting like that, Frost taunts them. Go ahead and keep talking nonsense. All that talk earlier is gone. Just then, suddenly, a fist from someone directly hits his face. Luda punched him far away and shouted loudly, "Take this punch as a lesson in discipline." This punch made Frost stumble back a bit. Now he speaks up, saying that you didn't boast about being a love brother earlier. After taking this punch from him, Frost grits his teeth in anger and says, "You." Luda didn't stop there and charged again to punch him, looking more unruly than a child in my eyes. In this situation, he realizes with concern that he's become even stronger and needs to focus on a smaller area. However, before he can do anything, Sen strikes him with a slash, and then he had no choice but to take a punch from Luda. Luda's 5 punches shattered the protective scales on Frost's hand, and a splash of blood splattered out. Frost was knocked to the ground, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Now Sen sheathed his sword and proudly said, "I am just supporting. I am the main character." Suddenly, Luda rushed towards her, excited and triumphant. And when she saw him charging at her, she screamed in panic, her hands covered in blood. "Go now." He quickly stopped and smiled, saying, "It's just a small wound. I'm still me and not some demon or anything." Feeling helpless before Luda, Sen took out something and asked her to hand over her hand, revealing that she had taken a roll of tape. Then, while tending to Luda's wounds and scolding her, "I had to tell you many times not to push yourself too hard. If we hadn't arrived in time, you might have already." Before she could finish, he firmly said, "I don't want that either, but I can't just stand by and watch them kill someone." Annoyed that he's still rambling at this hour, she angrily scolds him. "This is a matter of life and death. You can't risk exceeding your limits. Don't forget. You promised us that after the game ends, the gang will live together and no one will be left behind." Facing this reproach, Luda was about to say 2 words. "I know." Then he declared, "I promise to protect all of you." At this moment, Frost had woken up and, furious, almost shouted each word. "The one who surprised me. Humans, after all these years and countless battles, you are the first to threaten my ultimate defense." His master has woken up. Luda still calmly turned to look at him and teased, "Oh, then you shouldn't be here. You should stay inside your shell like a turtle." Suddenly he went berserk and roared, "You misunderstood. I am truly excited about this. You have no idea how excited I am." His words confused Luda a bit, so she turned to ask Sen softly, as someone who has forgotten what pain feels like, "Is this guy the type of person who enjoys suffering? I really don't want to fight him anymore." Suddenly Frost howled like a beast. "I enjoy punishing opponents until they can no longer resist." Now, Luda casually admits that my Hercules strength can only last 12 minutes. He confidently challenged, "So I didn't have much time to train with him. 8 minutes have already passed." After saying that, he charged forward and then shouted loudly. His power increased by 5. By Arsher. At the same time, on the Dragon Breath Mountain, Sith, in her snake form, roars proudly, "I can kill you inside me, without any fear." Song-An kneels down, takes a punch, and says, "I've been waiting for you to appear." Then he charged at Sith, and she didn't hold back, biting right through his attack. This made him exclaim, "What?" I was a bit surprised by this move. She swallowed it. How could she? Now Sith has turned back into a human and says, "Thank you for your gift." Humans. This scene leaves Tong-An confused again. Really? She absorbed the power of the magic gun. Now Sith is showing off her abilities. "You must have underestimated me. You think I can only change my form. Let me tell you. The greatest power of desire is imitation and reproduction." Which means she suddenly attacked Song-An and shouted, "I have learned all the techniques you previously demonstrated." Then Sith launched a powerful strike at the spot where Song-An was standing, and he quickly jumped away to dodge the attack. However, her power can bend and adapt to his movements. Tong, and silently thought, "What? Can she even imitate the targeting ability of the Frost Blade?" Sith, seeing Tong-An's awkwardness, smiled smugly and said, "This is your own medicine. Prepare to die by your own technique." Faced with a barrage of attacks, Tong An lost the initiative and was hit, but he quickly activated his defenses, and the Eternal Crown effect was triggered, nullifying a critical strike. Tong An landed safely. Looking at the weakened power map, he silently thought, "Damn it. My chance of survival is gone. There's no room for mistakes anymore." Suddenly, Song An realized something and started to calm down. Something's not right. The Eternal Crown canceled the critical attack from the magic gun, and I didn't take any damage earlier. Looking at the data chart, Tong An became even more certain of his guesses. Based on that, he should have returned to his pre-attack state. With full HP, 300 HP remaining out of 2,700, and 500 MP out of 800. But Tong An begins to remember the fight with Sid, noticing that her surrounding power feels unusual. And from the moment he started fighting her, he had a strange sensation of a fake reality. Could it be that her strength isn't just shape-shifting or mimicking? Sid, with an extremely arrogant tone, laughed as she stepped closer to you, wielding a glowing sword in her hand. "If you don't attack, I can kill you right now." Then she quickly moved forward. But Tong An still didn't react. His earlier suspicions remained vague. He thought, "I'm not sure, but I have to try." Tong An remained resolute, refusing to respond. He knew he had to take this hit. Sid, thinking he had forced him to surrender, was thoroughly amused. She sneered and taunted Tong An. "So you've given up." Tong An crouched on the ground, clutching his wound. The status display reappeared, showing 100 HP out of 2,000, 700 and 500 MP out of 800. You smile knowingly, thinking to yourself, "So it's true now. I'm almost certain this isn't shape-shifting or cloning." Then Tong An stands up, turns around, and smiles at Sid. It's an illusion. Tong An stands confidently and exposes her tricks. Her true power is similar to that of a mesmer, and I have been under her illusion since I first saw her. Sid, if you've figured it out and you're trapped here, the illusion won't disappear without outside intervention. Then she frantically charges at you with her spear. Or are you really placing your hope in your friends, who by now may have already been killed by Celius, ready to die? Tong, and calmly raises his sword and whispers, "If I can't rely on external forces, then what about the influence from within?" Saying that, Tong An used all his strength to drive the dagger into the ground. This move Sid never expected. She gasped. "What?" From Tong An's pain, many demonic souls are continuously being freed. Souls. Tong An pulls the dagger out of the ground, revealing a water-like, glassy surface. Then, shards of illusion shattered and flew everywhere, surprising her. Tong An smiled confidently. "I knew it. Even though my soul was slightly injured, it was worth breaking her illusion." Sid was furious. "So what? I have now learned all of your abilities." Suddenly, Sid released a suspicious aura of power, and in just a second, she transformed into a different form. A tiger. And now the real battle begins. She frantically charges forward, and when she can't attack, Sid begins to transform again, turning into an eagle. Song and marvels. Thinking, "Too fast." Tong An smirked mockingly and said, "Don't worry. Use your strength. Move." Black. Fog. They form a whirlwind surrounding you and Sid. However, she can easily dodge just like a normal person. Tong An was amazed. She managed to dodge. Sid, while taunting and circling around, said, "The most important thing in the battle is information, and I already know all your abilities and rules." Tong An smiled at her. "Oh, have you seen this yet?" Tong and smirks mockingly. "Don't worry, it's not over yet." Then he continued to use a different word for awaken, causing hundreds of vines to rush straight at Sid. She was trapped inside a cage made of vines. Sid was furious. "Damn it. I need to run." She then transformed again into a dragon and used fire from her mouth to burn all the surrounding vines. But of course Tong An wouldn't let her escape that easily. You start activating the weapon in your hand. Then Sid gets hit again, furious and screaming, "Damn it. You're driving me crazy." Sid is now extremely angry. She rages wildly towards Tong An. "I am a demon with infinite regenerative power, so you're just wasting your time." OD. Tongs. And quickly moved above Sid's head, shifting position. At this moment, she no longer had time to think much. Damn it. After saying that, Sid quickly transformed into a deep form, but just as Tong An swung his sword down, she was cut into many small pieces. Tong An land heavily, then quickly reacts as the surrounding remains of Sid are revealed. Now back to her original form. Sid sees him use his move again, and she panics loudly. There's more to come. Under the ground, sprouting buds rise. Responding. Dines. Bloodsuckers. Sid instinctively steps back in defense. After a moment of nothing happening, she burst into loud laughter, realizing this was your final attack. I guess I overestimated you. How pathetic. Tong An looked at Sid with a sly smile. Just as expected. Within seconds, the vines had grown into a dense forest that tightly ensnared her. A forest. Still, Sid kept bravely saying, "What are these fake fireballs? You can't trap me with just a few ordinary vines." But when she finally used all her strength to break free, she was panic-stricken. I can't move." Tong An jumps down, panting, and explains with a smile that these are not just ordinary vines, they are bloodthirsty. And these plants are very difficult to cultivate, so if it weren't for the blessing of the forest, they would never have grown this big. They would never be able to stop you, even when you're at your best. He sighed in relief and smiled triumphantly. That's why I kept attacking you earlier, to force you to constantly change form and drain your energy. Sid still loudly threatened Tong An. Furious. Don't forget that I have infinite healing ability. As soon as I regain my energy, I will. Before Sid could finish speaking, Tong An shook his head in helplessness and said you won't have that chance anymore. The blood-sucking vines need a large amount of energy to grow. Seeing the vines wither, he continued explaining. I used the forest's blessing with all my energy, and they only grew this much. But from now on, they will continuously absorb energy from your body. The more you recover, the stronger the vines will become. Then, Tong An mocked his miserable state, saying if you couldn't escape from the beginning, you'll never get out now. Just stay here and think about your mistakes. Zip only now realizes what courtesy is like. Screaming wildly, "No." Tong An breathes a sigh of relief and stands up, then asks beside him, "So I've finally finished here. What about you?" Chiek Dewey. Things on Dewey's side are also extremely tense. With Saluos frantically stabbing his spear towards him, Kiek Due calmly held his sword and smiled. Whom? I have chosen to accept my new character. Which means, he then swung his sword fiercely at Saluos, his eyes full of menace. You are no longer useful. Seloyos. He saw himself being treated like a mere object, and he swung his sword at the Dew. Don't be arrogant. I've had this strength much longer than you. Dew smiles contemptuously and speaks. But you are still not the chosen one. You are just a one-time replacement. After speaking, he swung his sword toward him, creating a swift flash of light that quickly dispersed and vanished into the dark fate of the fallen. Seluos was suddenly attacked but didn't fall. When he looked up, he only saw the shadow of a demon. He struggled to get up, coughing and muttering that this guy had completely transformed into a different person. As he finished speaking, the demon slowly approached, smirking at Seluos with a deadly grin. Weapon in hand, ready to strike a fatal blow, he sat clutching his wound, wondering why he was still injured when he should be recovering. Seeing the sword's edge about to hit him, Seluos transformed into a blue-green aura, causing the Duyen to be pushed back. He said seriously. This was the final confrontation. Then the Dway quickly slammed on the brakes, preparing to unleash its power. A second later, a giant illusion appeared, gripping the horse's head tightly. Then that hand clenched even tighter before he coldly threw him dozens of meters away. Zeloyos. No matter what. Can't defeat the Dew. And in anger, he screams, curses. Damn it. I will drag you to hell with me if I have to. Then he clenches his sword and charges fiercely at him. Seloyos froze in shock when he saw the dagger not dodge. While the other side, the dagger with a pained expression tightly holding the spear stuck into himself. Then he forcefully pulls it out. The wound smokes and slowly cools down. He mockingly throws his spear to the ground. What a pity. Then he confidently smiled at Seluos. Today only those going to hell will survive. As he finished speaking, the dagger was suddenly replaced by a spear, and he struck Seloyos with Sieben. 749 blows. Leaving him in shock, Seluos couldn't dodge in time and was left to accept all the essence that the dagger bestowed upon him. A second later, he was dissolved into a cloud of smoke and dust. The dagger looked at its hand happily and exclaimed, "This power is truly incredible." Just then, Tongan appeared and moved forward, asking him seriously if he was done here. Dagger, suddenly, the sword in his hand, radiating a mysterious aura, turned to look at him with a fierce gaze. Tong-an, seeing this, asked nervously, "What happened to your divine sword?" And gawked. Chiek Dui smiled and raised his sword in front of Tong-an. "Oh, this. It's nothing. It just got upgraded." Tong-an stared blankly at the sword in front of him. Muttering upgrade, the Du began to approach and explain. "Also quite impressed that you, Tong-an, were able to defeat a divine Kwai with your own strength." Tong-an looked around and then asked him again. "The essence of that divine Kwai has disappeared. Did you kill Han?" The Du lightly chuckled to reassure you. Don't worry. Even with Han's incredible healing power, he won't return to the human world." Hearing that, Song-an happily said to him, "All right, then let's go take care of the matter." However, he sensed that something was different about the Du, that something was off for some reason. They arrive at a place where molten lava is bubbling fiercely, with a terrifying kneeling eye in the center. "The entrance to hell, where King Lucifer resides," Tong-an said to him as he walked. "Once we get through this, we might be able to face the one behind all of this." The Miu Master. "You didn't notice that from behind." The sword was already drawn with a mischievous look. He spoke. "There's one more thing we need to do before we go." Tong-an, hearing that, innocently turned around and asked what was going on. Just as Dewey stabbed his sword through Tong-an's stomach in shock, Tong-an looked at Dew with a pained expression. Dewey calmly replied, "Sorry, Tong-an. I was talking about killing you, Tong." And painfully clutching his wound, questioning why you did this, he begins to lose consciousness, but keeps speaking. "I don't understand." Then he collapsed to the ground unconscious, while the drone stood there smugly, savoring the moment, my friend. "When you wake up, you'll see a whole new world." At the castle, two blazing red birds with eyes radiating suspiciously powerful energy fly past, looking up at the sky in confusion. "What are those things?" Annie, serious. She flies over to explain that they are hellbirds, signaling that one of our Kwai gods has been killed by a human. Hearing that, she remained calm. Killing a divine servant doesn't necessarily mean they can do it. The night team, Ton Nuts, was overjoyed. They had done it. A person nearby excitedly added, "It must be the owner. They have eliminated the immortality of the gods of death." Suddenly, Annie shouted, "Everyone attack. We have a chance to destroy the gods of death." So I put my hand on myself and feel it. Am I losing the ability to recover? Is the person chasing me? Annie's eyes flashed with deadly anger. "I was just mourning the loss of my ally, and I promise to make your deaths 10 times more brutal in his honor." The hellbirds continue to circle around the castle. Frost looked at them in confusion. Suddenly, a figure rushed from afar. It was Luda, charging back with full force. Huffing, his power increased by 10. Liambai Sisher. Sini couldn't sit still and spoke up. "It's been over 9 minutes. Luda has never fought this hard before. As time passes, his strength will increase, but the cost will be even greater." Suddenly Luda gathered his internal energy and leapt up, then punched a powerful blow to Frost's face, followed by a loud explosion that sent Frost flying tens of meters away. Luda stopped to catch his breath, panting heavily, then wondered if he had lost focus. Devil Lord. From within the pile of dirt and rocks, Frost slowly emerged, sitting up from between the stones, his face covered in dirt, grinding his teeth in anger. "I just lost an ally." Luda was stunned and asked again. "An ally?" Sini still happily runs over and responds. He's probably referring to another demon lord. And he also looks at her with a smile. Then he clenched his fist with a look of trust, looking towards Death and Tong-an. "I know those two will succeed." Then Luda quickly wiped the dust off her face, excited but regretful. "So I should also complete my mission to end this battle honorably." Suddenly, a streak of blue glass shot towards him, and Luda hurriedly caught it. Just in time, Sen suddenly looked confused and asked with suspicion, "What is going on?" If the seal of success has been achieved, the demon lords should be losing their power. Frost still stood there, scratching his head and laughing loudly. "You must have been mistaken. I've never felt better." She immediately moved to attack after hearing that. "Be careful." Luda, seeing that, he immediately raised his hand to stop her. Step back. Sen. Luda then silently crushes the power stone in his hand and continues, leading everyone out of here. You won't be able to join the upcoming battle. Having said that, he turned to look at Cinny and said, I suppose you all know what I am about to do next. Luda expressed his thoughts, saying, I am the leader of the gang, and my duty is to protect its members. Which moved Cinny deeply to look at him. Many around him are choked up and speechless. Some admire and speak out. Will he face the god alone kneeling? But others mock him. Acting like a hero doesn't suit him. Cinny said little, wiping away her tears as she walked away. Come on, guys. We can't do anything if our leader is so impulsive. Cinny still didn't forget to turn back and cheer for Luda. Don't forget our gang's promise. Luda, we all must survive and get through this game. Hearing that, he responded with fierce determination. Of course. I keep my word. He begins to gather his strength. Rocks and dirt flying everywhere. I only have 3 minutes with Hercules. Let's settle this now. Demon Lord. Phos also started to attack. Then the two crazed individuals charged at each other as if there had never been a truce. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the demon was steadily climbing the stairs. This is a mysterious place, and in his hands he holds a body wrapped carefully. As he enters, he speaks out. I am here. Lucifer, the Demon King. Alaris immediately turned back to look at the demon. Puzzled. Lucifer, the Demon King. I didn't even know a Demon King existed. The demon listened, then hesitated. And the man respectfully placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. I am Alaris, one of the 8 divine demons. With the power of retreat, the demon lord looked at him seriously and asked, So you are the last one. Why is he here and not outside? Alaris replied. Violence is not my style. I prefer reading books here alone. Then he raised a finger to the sky and began to preach. Remember, young man, wisdom is greater than strength. Knowledge is power. The storyteller, annoyed by his rambling, said I didn't come here to study. Where's the person I am looking for? Suddenly Baiman appeared out of nowhere, and the storyteller just silently watched her. Baiman looked at him seriously and said, The humans are very annoying. The Duyen smiled slyly. I am truly honored that you still consider me human at this moment. Alaris saw Baimanthi happily waiting. He's back. Baiman. How is it outside? She calmly replied. I just took care of a few harmful creatures. As she walked away, Baiman looked annoyed. I'm bored because it's too easy. She spoke as she walked up to the dragon. Now his face was covered in sweat. Most of the humans on Earth have been subdued by Bo Titch. Only a few areas are still resisting. Alaris agreed. That's right. It would be a waste for someone to clean up humanity. After all, you are the princess of the ancestral beings. After speaking, he turned to the dragon and loudly said, Hey kid, you want to meet the Demon King? Right, follow me. Baiman stared intently at the object the dragon was holding. The cloth was pulled back to reveal the handsome face of Song An. Seeing his face, she gasped loudly. Wait a moment. The demon saw this and cautiously looked at her. Your Highness, how can I assist you? Oh. To him. He was once an ally of mine among humans. But now he is just a corpse. Alaris, hearing the demon reveal this, turned serious and asked, What a corpse! How could you bring a human body into the spirit soul palace? He angrily shouted at him that worms should be buried in the sand to rot. This is the resting place of the ancestral beings. This is an insult. The demon saw the two people blocking the way and sternly threatened. I have my reasons for bringing him here. I don't need you to tell me what is what. Baiman, feeling uncomfortable, ordered him to release him. The Duyen frowned and replied, I'm afraid I can't do that. I only follow the orders of the Demon King. Seeing Song An in his hand, Baiman's face darkened, and he said firmly, Let the man go. The Duyen lifted the body in his hand and looked directly at the two with determination. I do not mean to offend your highness, but Tong An is a good friend of mine. I brought him here because I think he deserves to become a new person. Baiman's irritation rose as she threatened. I won't say it a third time. Put him down, and then you can leave. Seeing that words had no effect, the demon immediately activated his power and calmly replied, Oh, and what if I refuse? Baiman also didn't hold back. She immediately went into combat mode. So the only thing waiting for you is death. The Duyen said, I do not mean to offend, your highness, but Song An is the only thing I cannot give you. Baiman replied, Then the only thing waiting for you is death. Then she unleashes her ultimate move, the Eternal Slash. The demon swiftly counters. Odin's power. Speed. As they leap into the air for a final showdown, Alarest panicked and warned. Your Highness, be careful. This is the soul of ancestor Anengi's lineage. Baimon ignored Alarest's words and flew behind Kiek with incredible speed. A loud clang of metal and a clash rang out. The Duyen managed to block Baimon's attack, and he marveled. So fast, almost as fast as Song'an's teleportation ability. Baimon's eyes turn cold as she says, Supreme, and a sinister skull immediately appears. The demon thought, what? Was that a direct attack on my spirit? He struggled to step back. Baiman said, I don't care who you are or what your master wants from you. If you don't get him out of here, I will kill you without hesitation. The demon looked at her with confusion. I didn't expect someone to be so obsessed with a human. Is there a reason behind this? A figure flickered through Baiman's mind, and she shook her head, replying, I only feel a sense of familiarity with him. The mysterious creature is curious. Familiar. Could a demon lord have feelings for a human? I thought humans were just parasitic weapons to all of you. Baiman often said, I owe you no explanation. No one can stop me from getting what I want. The demon smiled challengingly. Stubbornness comes at a price. Your Highness, Alarest, furious and restless, is too big. Enough already. If you want to fight, go outside and do it. A vortex suddenly appeared in midair, and Alarest turned around in shock. Oh, it's Raphael and Dragon stepping out. Dragon lifting his glasses and saying, Stop fighting. The game continues. Alarest was delighted to see them and said thank God Dragon arrived before they destroyed this place. The creature looked surprised as the two approached. Dragon. So that's your real name? Dragon replies. Dragon. The master of demons. The ancestral being. The creator of the game. You can call me whatever you like. Baiman spoke up just in time, asking why you allowed a human into Valhalla. Dragon smiled and held up 3 fingers, 3 reasons. First, the story is the first to complete the main quest chain, so he deserves a reward. Second, despite the external situation, the demons might have the advantage. Baiman turned away and ignored him, clearly stating, I don't care what plan you're making, but I need the badge he's holding. The dragon touches his chin, swings, and places his hand, and he can run out of the area, and places his hand, for heaven's sake. His life is like that of a lookout, and he can run away from the area. This is his life as a watcher, and he can escape the area. You make it clear, I don't care what plan you have, but I need the thing he's holding. Dragon touches his chin and swings. Dead serious. I never said you could bring others along. Death Day respectfully bowed and said, Honorable Master of the Demons, Tong An is my friend and one of the strongest players. So I think, Dragon interrupted him. What you think doesn't matter. I already told you. Only one person is qualified to become a new human, Chet shouted in protest. But Dragon stopped him with a wave of his hand. Enough said. I won't explain why. Death D awkwardly said, even if that were the case, I wouldn't hand Tong An over to her. Dragon calmly asked, Oh, and why do you, Your Highness, care about this person so much? The indifferent reply was, That's not your business, and I don't need to explain anything to you. Dragon slowly stepped forward, removed the bandage from Tong An's face, and said, Let me see what makes him special. Raphael was startled and shouted, It's him, he's that islander. Dragon frowned and thought again. I think I remember him. He is the one who received my gift, the Tamarack stag, but it was just a corpse. So if His Highness really wants it, then it is yours. Death Deer spoke up. I refuse. Even if all of you disagree, I will not hand over Tong An. Dragon asked, Have you thought this through? Death Deer, Raphael was furious. I knew he wouldn't give up easily. This is definitely a trick. Tong San might not really be dead. They are definitely plotting something. Dragon stylishly pushes up his glasses and says, If you decide to oppose us now, you will have to face His Highness Baiman, Aladis, and me. You don't stand a chance. Suddenly, a yellow vortex appeared, startling everyone. A voice came from within it. Really? Alares asked in surprise. Who is there? Tong An jumps out and says, What if I'm here too? Deathguard, eyes wide in surprise. Dragon, furious and veins bulging. Is that corpse just a decoy? I can't believe we were fooled. Chet D asks, "What are you doing here?" Tong An smiled and said, "I will settle with you later. Death to right now, more important to take down this bastard." 3 hours later, Ji De stabbed Tong An in the back, and Tong An looked at him in shock. Ji De Wai, Death Day smiled cunningly and said, "Sorry, Tong An. The last thing I have to do is kill you." Tong An collapses in pain. But what hurts him more is the betrayal from his friends. He questions, "But why? Why did you do this? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Did you betray me? Betray humanity?" Then he suddenly collapsed, face down in fury. And Tong An suddenly woke up in a panic, gasping for breath. Tong An, clutching his wound in panic. "What is this? I remember being stabbed by death. But why? The Eternal Crown didn't activate. So that wasn't a fatal blow. I was only temporarily knocked out." Then he clenched his fists in anger. "Why did you do this? Death D. What are you planning? The time dragon returns to reality." Furious and tense wait. "Was that just a scent to lure us? I can't believe we were fooled," Death D asked. Tong An, "What are you doing here, Tong?" An smiled and said, "I'll settle with you later." Death D, "Right now. The most important thing is to take down this bastard." So he jumps up and presses his gun against the dragon's body. Alarest shouted, "Be careful." And Bimon charged like a gust of wind, standing in front of the gunfire. Tong An smiled calmly. "I knew you would come to save him. This shot was meant for all of you from the start. You didn't hesitate and fired immediately." Bimon was hit and thrown far away. Tong An shifts his target to Dragon, and this shot is for him. Raphael, worried for Dragon, shouts loudly, "Watch out, Master." Dragon just smiled triumphantly and ordered, "Stop time." He snapped his fingers, and suddenly all time froze. Tong An's face paled as he struggled to speak. "What?" Dragon slowly explained. "I am the creator of this game. A game master. The one who truly believes they can hurt me with the abilities you have gained throughout the game." He simultaneously activated all commands invincibility, unlimited HP and MP, Jia Sure, 000 strength, and plus 10, 000 speed. At his command, he let go and continued with the timeline. Tong An's sword had broken without him noticing, and he could only watch helplessly. He was terrified. "How could this be possible?" Dragon continued. "It's not just the game process. All abilities, forms, and equipment are under my control. I can even adjust the durability of your weapons as I wish. So how will you fight me, Tong?" And gritted his teeth and looked at him, knowing that his chances of winning were very slim. Tong and suddenly threw away his broken sword and shouted, "I have the craftsmanship skills of a merchant, nails and all." Dragon relaxes like strolling through a glacier as he has activated the invincible, impervious state that prevents damage. Tong An stomps to gain momentum and shifts position. This isn't over yet. He immediately appeared behind Dragon and used the fog skill. Seeing his effort, Dragon was even a bit pleased, and not afraid at all because he had activated invincibility. Status effect failed. He says, "Fine. Let me see what else you have." Weapon failed. Tong An grits his teeth and opens the system, switching to use the gun. Dragon sneers dismissively. Tong's An's system immediately displayed a message, "Cannot lock target." Tongs, and threw away the gun and shouted loudly, "Damn it. I can't believe it. I can't accept this." Then suddenly he remembered, "Oh, I still have the Tamzak stuck. Exploiting game loopholes is my specialty. If I can find the right one, I can turn everything around." Thinking quickly, he pulled out the Tamzak stuck. But the system kept alerting that this item cannot be used and that he was not qualified to use it. Dragon laughed loudly. "I gave you that, Song Un, so I have the right to take it back." Song and comforted himself helplessly. "You muttered to yourself, I also can't use Tamzak stuck. Am I going to go back to being an ordinary person in front of him again?" Chet D advises to give up. Tong An, "We players are no match for a god." Tong An asked with clenched teeth. "Cheta, if you know resisting is useless, why did you bring me here?" Cheta replied. "I am here to swear loyalty to them. Sorry for dragging you into this." Tong An was so angry he swore loyalty. "Are you really throwing in with those cowards?" Chet furrows his brow and, looking troubled, replies, "I have no other choice. We cannot stop the destruction of humanity. I must think of my own future. Tong An couldn't listen anymore and decisively handed Chet De the divine spear. He loudly asked, "What about Kon Tai He, Tubao, Nana, Bach Mok, and everyone else who fought alongside us? Are you going to betray them?" Death Guard nonchalantly said. "I am just an opportunist." Tong An, angry, wanted to punch you again, Raphael. Annoyed watching you fight, shouted loudly. "Swearing loyalty, wasn't that what you just said? Damn it. What are you asking for? Damn it." He tries to force a smile and says, "Does it really matter? Now that I have seen the strength of the Lord of the Kneeling, I believe completely." Dragon happily laughed. "You're right. It doesn't matter. You made the right decision. And what about you, Tong Zan? What will you choose? Do you want to be destroyed along with the rest of humanity? Join us to welcome a new era," he said, raising his hand to invite Tong An to cooperate. Tong An paused for a moment and finally said, "You're right. Didu, you've always been the smart one. No one can blame your decision in this situation. But unlike you, since the company started, I've been a fool that everyone mocked. I don't want to hear any more," he shouted. Song Un. Tong An placed his hand on his chest and said, "I would rather die with those I care about than kneel before you," Tong An slowly recounted. "I used to be very useless. I carry the burden of a huge debt. Notification to our valued customer. Your card ending in 7,452 has a payment due. The total balance is 1. Ling Wu Lo. Jiubai Wushisen. 89 dong. The minimum payment due is 8. Is Senkor dollars. After 30 days, the overdue amount will be added to your current balance. Please make the payment promptly. You keep telling yourself that I eat alone, sleep alone, and walk alone. But when loneliness torments a person, there is no room for dreams. The words of self-doubt are eating away at you more and more. You're useless. Song Un. Someone who can't even complete such an easy task. Look at how pathetic he is. He probably has no friends, let alone a girlfriend. He definitely has no girlfriend. Even with a little light in my life, I still remain in a dark place. And colleagues from my memories appear. Do you want to go eat together now? Song An. Don't always shut yourself off. You can talk to us. Those are a few bright moments in your life. Keep talking. But everything changed on that fateful day. I was just an insignificant speck before. But suddenly, I was granted great power, along with something I never even dared to dream of before. But there are certain things I will never give up, no matter what happens. Are you trying to make me abandon my friends and become some kind of new person? Sorry. I can't do that. I would rather die alongside the people I care about than kneel before your minions. Hearing your moving speech, the crowd suddenly fell silent, and the celebration turned into reflection. As for Dragon, his emotions were unclear, and he suddenly spoke. That's a pity. Tong Un, you made the right choice as a human, but the cost will be very high. So, abandon your dignity and die. Tong An closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "I'm sorry. I can't go back to you as I promised. I always..." Just as Dragon's attack was about to hit Tong An, a loud sound rang out. Bai Meng blocked that attack for Song An. Song An was stunned. Why? Annoyed by the interruption, Dragon angrily asked what was going on. Bai Meng, are you protecting this man? Bai Meng replied. Killing him like this is truly a pity. Dragon said. Pity, he's just a human. What's so great about that? Bai Meng, with tears in her eyes, replied. He is different. I have a very familiar feeling from him. Alarist, hearing this, was very cautious. Your Highness, don't forget who woke you from your long sleep. He turned to speak to Dragon, saying that Dragon might not be an ancient creature, but he has made great contributions to this cause. Let me take him away. Or else. After saying that, she stabbed her sword into Dragon, determined to take him away at all costs. Raphael angrily said, How dare you threaten the master? I don't care if you're a princess or not. Bai Meng coldly said, You just said that you created everything in this game. So I want to see if you are capable of nullifying my power. Dragon smiled and said, Your Highness, your strength was granted at birth. And although I can bestow power on demon lords, your strength is not under my control. Bai Meng immediately wiped his face in response. But Dragon easily pinched the sword with 2 fingers. Bai Meng gritted his teeth and used force, but couldn't move it. Alares exclaimed in panic. Your Highness. Have you gone mad? Why are you opposing Dragon? Dragon said. I think your Highness is just using this man as a tool. You never intended to follow my plan from the beginning, Bai Meng honestly admitted. Yes. Those so-called ancient creatures of yours can go to hell. They don't deserve to return to this planet. Raphael Cowking said. Aren't you the princess of the ancient creatures? How can you say that Bai Meng stepped back in response? She said. Princess. All I remember is how they kept me like an animal on an island. And they took away the most important person to me. She led Lao to attack Dragon. He gently dodged the attack and said, You should have lost that memory. Bai Meng replied, That's right. I don't remember all the details. After all, I slept for 6 years. But when the call that woke me up sounded, the first thought that came to my mind was to kill her, she said. Then she went on to attack Dragon. Tong An watched the scene unfold with amazement. Feeling the intense bloodlust, what is happening? Why is a demon lord fighting against the demon master? Wait a minute. That also means I can regain my strength during this time. I have to seize this opportunity. If I can kill that guy, I can turn the whole situation around. Before you could strike, a sword shot towards you, making you jump. Chiek Dui said, I know what you're thinking. Tong Un. I'm sorry, but I have to stop you. Tong An asked confusedly. What do you mean by that? Chiek Dui. I thought you were just acting all along. Are you really betraying humanity? Are you acting? If I intended to let someone live, it was simply out of pity at the last moment. I had planned this from the start and swore loyalty. Tong An still hopes everything is a lie and asks again if it's all real. The black demon responds confidently. 100%. Tong An gritted his teeth and said, Fine. That means I no longer have to treat you like a human. Du responds with a smile. I am now a member of the demon clan. The moment I break the seal on my holy sword, I know I will receive the reward for completing the main quest. The reward for becoming a demon lord. Player information. Demon Lord Odin. 2 level. Noon wind. Tong An shouted. Chiek Du. The traitor. Chiek Du wiped his face. You provoke me. Come on. Song An. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Chiek Dui said. This is a battle we are destined to have. Come on. Song An drew his weapon, ready to fight, and replied, I never wanted us to become enemies. Dui. He launched a powerful attack. The duelist also matches Odin's speed activation, moving with a terrifyingly fast pace as his name suggests. Tong. And attacks with the stone pillar skill. Sharp columns of stone appear, blocking the path of the Dui. He shouts, Not over yet. A series of water jets rise, forming a tidal wave. The waves surged, and the boat used Odin's speed to leap away. From behind, a shadow appeared, and Tong An seized the opportunity to use the mist. The boat was hit, and your system appeared. You have been stunned. The boat closed its eyes and said, I know all your moves. Tong Un, including your next attack. Tong An paid no attention, thinking to himself, the frost sword has been destroyed. I must use this weapon. The Hell Sword. Grade A. Attack power 200. With a 5% bonus. Suddenly, a dark energy appeared, and Song An was amazed that you could also use such a stepping technique. Kiek Due laughed loudly. I told you already. I know all your movements. Tong Un. And right now, Tong Un. You think you can't move. With the second awakening of the Divine Sword, I also gained new power. And you don't even have a weapon. How could you fight against me? Now that Kiek Dui's vision has recovered. Tong An replied. That's not how I survived all this time after. Kiek Dui curiously listened as you continued. Tong An closed his eyes, reminiscing, and said, I've always faced overwhelming beast enemies and been backed into a corner. I think I've gotten used to it. The Du points his sword directly at you and says goodbye. My old friend Tong An. Then he rushes forward, swift as the wind, and the blade touches Tong An's containment circle. Surprisingly, he was pushed out, and the Dui was stunned in shock. What? Tong An laughed and said, No ability or weapon can save me. A system window appeared, saying player versus player is prohibited in this area. Injuries are denied. The dagger clenched its teeth tightly. Could it be? Tong An pulled out the trash stack and said, Do you still remember? Those were game bugs. I've come this far thanks to all the different bugs in the game. A person's new abilities are still limited by certain parameters, such as the enemy's water in the area, so I used that and turned it into a safe room where players can't fight each other. And with that, the prison was broken. The ship screams. Surely the game bugs have led you this far. But so what? In the face of absolute power, these tricks are useless. Odin's strength and speed, only one of us will leave this place alive today. Tong, unsoftly said, creating a barrier of ice. Do you still remember the tsunami you dodged earlier? The Dew hesitated. What? Tong, Anne proudly said loudly. That was a fake attack. And now, the main course. The Dewey lifts its head and observes. Then says, you paid too high a price just to create this advantageous battlefield. I guess I overestimated you. Tong-an sneered. A battlefield? Huh. What are you talking about? This is the fog mushroom I prepared for you. As he finished speaking, thousands of sharp ice shards fell, attacking the position of the Dew. Driven by Odin's fury and speed, the Dew turns around and mocks. It's useless, Tong-an. You can't even drain my strength with these petty tricks. Tong-an laughed and replied, it doesn't matter. You will fall before I freeze you. The ice barriers appeared simultaneously, and the Dew retreated cautiously. The entire space now seems to be covered by blocks of ice. The Dewey gritted his teeth and said, you're like a stubborn wild beast. Tong-an didn't care at all and said, by the way, I have specially treated the ice layer on the ground. Be careful of frostbite. When the dwyer looked back, his feet were firmly held on the floor. He was stunned. What is this? What kind of attack is this? His soul was suddenly tormented by some force. Tong-an looked at him and said, everything I cause to damage will also harm the soul. The ice beneath your feet is at -273, 15 degrees Celsius, or absolute zero. The creature sensed that anything in contact would start to wither. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a blinding ring of light appeared, enveloping him. The sword leaps into the air, far from the ground. He shouts, you must know that my divine light can neutralize fatal damage. Tong-an smiled and said, yes. I expected you to use it to escape this attack. The creature was puzzled by Tong-an's still calm attitude. He asks, so what will you do now, Tong? And replies, I don't need to do anything. I just need to wait for you to fall into your own trap. At this moment, the battle between Beemon and Dragon is also fierce. With Beemon unleashing divine power and causing 60 explosions, Dragon was not to be outdone. He shouted, activating the level 100 monster summoning command, and a swirling green cloud of smoke appeared. From within, a tall, stocky, brown monster with a sturdy axe in hand appears and quickly charges at Beemon. Beemon tightly grips his banana sword as he slices the creature in half. Dragon looks on in surprise as 2 pieces of flesh fall to the ground. Beemon also descended smoothly, and Dragon snapped his fingers to cancel the inviolability. Raphael looked at him confused, wondering why the master, would remove the inviolability. Alaris explains that the prince's timely strike is a cutting ability that pierces through the future and cannot be avoided. Not even inviolability can block it, only to see Dragon switch to a new command. Compress space, causing Beemon's sword to be pulled in. Beemon hurriedly reached out, watching her sword get sucked away. My space compression can cause delays in space and time. Your timely strike is not invincible. Your Highness. Beemon furrowed her brow and said, so what? You still can't block all my attacks. Then she used divine power. 1,000 illusions. Raphael curiously flew over and asked Alares, what now? Alares also hesitated. This is bad. Dragon can block the immediate attack by compressing space, but stopping the strike from the future seems impossible. It looks like the prince intends to kill. Beemon said, this is your punishment for imprisoning me for 6 years. Be prepared to face your fate. Dragon was sweating profusely. So elegant. But it seems there's no way to block the future strikes. Raphael was so worried. Master, be careful. Beemon gently pierced through Dragon's body, causing him to squint and spit out a mouthful of blood. Raphael panicked and shouted, Master, wake up. Please, say something. You're scaring me. Beemon turned his head and declared, it's over now. You got what you deserved. Dragon. Raphael bitterly cursed. You betrayed us. You're the one who should die. Beemon's face turned cold because he loved him that much. Then you can go to hell with him. Suddenly, Dragon's fingers began to move. Bimon was stunned. How? Raphael happily called out. Master, you're awake now. Dragon smiled. Thank you. Raphael. Han gently pats Raphael's head, making it blush with happiness. Bimon asked in disbelief. No way. Your body is human. How could you be resurrected after such serious injuries? Is that possible? Dragon replies. That's right. Unlike the mighty princess of ancient creatures, I am still just an ordinary human. When that sword pierced my heart, I couldn't help but think about the past. I am just a child, but I have been through hell on Earth. I learned how far humans can go for the sake of war. Dragon's memories flood back. A man grabbing Han by the throat and saying that after killing him, the total number of people he has killed will be 100. That man pinned Dragon down, pointed a gun at Han's head, and laughed loudly. A gunshot rang out, and everything faded into darkness. When I opened my eyes again, white clouds were gently drifting overhead. Han did not die. He said, maybe fate caused the bullet to miss my body by just a few millimeters. It was on that nameless island that I met the person. And, Han, I didn't know who you were at first, and I never thought about the consequences of interacting with you. But everything that happened afterward completely changed my understanding of the world. Have you ever considered this question? Dragon, does a creative path exist in this world? Dragon asked. Are you referring to the Lord? She replied. Not God. Let me find a better way to phrase it. Oh, right. I'm talking about a GM, a game master in a game who can change all the rules and limits. Since humans were born, rules and limits have been written into their DNA. For example, inbreeding increases the risk of genetic disorders. Another example is cannibalism leading to Kuru disease. Even with thousands of years of technological progress, humans are still plagued by unpredictable disasters like floods, storms, earthquakes, and viruses. Dragon asked directly, What are you trying to say? Shiva spread his arms and replied, I am saying that humans are limited by certain rules. They are like players in a video game, unable to change what is beyond their control. And I am the GM enforcing these rules. Or rather, we, the ancient creatures. Dragon was stunned. The ancient creatures? Who are they? She began to explain the origins, stating that before humans appeared, ancient creatures had already lived on Earth. Not only that, we even broke the Earth's code and completely controlled this blue planet. Then, for reasons that cannot be explained, Earth was no longer suitable for ancient creatures to live on. So many of us fell into eternal sleep. We have no choice but to temporarily leave and find other suitable environments. But we never gave up on returning here. Which is why we created and nurtured this group called humanity. Within our rules, humans began to develop rapidly and started changing the conditions of the world. During this time, we did not just stand by. We also carried out some challenges. The dragon was so furious that the battle that killed my parents was also one of the so-called challenges of the future. Shiva nodded in agreement. Yes, the growth rate is too high. So we must eliminate the excess parts to allow for better progress. We also rewarded some highly valued individuals, giving them the chance to become ancient creatures. Dragon, I am now giving you this chance as well. Will you abandon your humanity and join us? Dragon is crying and repeating angrily. Join you guys. Han suddenly shouted, No way. I will never agree to this. She looked at the dragon in surprise and said, Well, that's a surprise, so you should know that. Now you've heard the truth. I can't let you leave here alive. Dragon clenched his teeth and said, I can help you. Shiva asked curiously, Help me. You are just a teenager. I have existed for centuries. What can you do to help me? Dragon replied, If you are truly omnipotent, then why do you have to stay away from humans and hide on this island? Ancient creatures don't return to Earth not because they don't want to, but because they can't. Seeing the sharp reasoning of the dragon, Shiva laughed loudly. You are an interesting child, but you are right. In some cases, we ancient creatures must return to Earth now, but humanity's development has somehow exceeded our rules. So coming back now would be very difficult. Dragon confidently said, I can help you help the ancient creatures readjust, even if it means destroying all of humanity. Shiva asked softly, Why did you do this? Why should I trust you? Dragon shook his head and said, You have no other choice, because if not, someone else will do it. And similarly, I have no other choice because I have escaped from the depths of hell. The only reason I live now is to seek revenge. On the beach, the two children are playing happily. Sunny asked how long he thought their mother would stay this time, and why she wanted to talk privately with Dragon. Luna replied, I'm not sure. I just want our mother to take us back to our real home. Sunny excitedly said, Do you think Mom will take Dragon along? He's our friend now. Right? Luna hesitated and replied, But he's just a human. At this moment, Shiva took Dragon's hand and stepped forward, waving to Sunny and Luna, saying it's been a while and guessing what gifts their mother has bought for them this time. Sunny happily ran over, hugging her and saying, I miss you, Mom. She replied, I miss you too, Sunny. Luna just stood quietly nearby, and Shiva asked, Luna, what's wrong? Are you unhappy to see Mom? Luna shyly replied, No. Mom, I'm really happy to see you. She stroked Luna's head and said, You are my little angels. I am happy as long as you are with me. Then she took out an item and said, This is a gift for you. Sunny, this is Tamzakstak. It is what ancient creatures use to collect the flaws of this world. You've always envied the games that children outside play, haven't you? With this, you can create your own game. Sunny cheerfully smiled. This is amazing. Thank you, Mom. Then Shiva turned to Luna and said, Luna, I know it's very hard for you on this island. It's time for you to finish early, and you will be home soon. Luna obediently accepts the gift and thanks him. Sunny shouts, Look. Luna, isn't it beautiful? Dragon asked curiously. Who are they? Shiva replied. Luna is the daughter of ancient creatures. She is one of the main reasons why we want to return to Earth. Dragon asked further, What happened to the ancient creatures out there? Even your most precious person had to come to Earth to find a hiding place, she said with a sly smile. You are a clever child. Dragon, even my return to Earth is an absolute secret. If anyone else had encountered you, they might have already been killed. Dragon looked at Sunny and asked, And what about his son? How is he doing? Shiva, showing a hateful expression, said, A tiger, like you. He's just a wandering, abandoned soul. Then she suddenly smiled slyly and said, Dragon, your first task after gaining the authority to issue orders to Earth is to erase his existence. The end of the memory. Dragon said, Thank you. Raphael, I am still alive among the living. Bimon was stunned. Impossible how your body is human. How could you have been resurrected after such severe injuries? Dragon replied, Yes. Unlike the mighty princess of ancient creatures, I am still just an ordinary human. So the only reason I am alive is thanks to Raphael. Bimon shook her head in denial. Raphael, could she really be more than just a simple NPC you created? Dragon laughed loudly. Do you really think I would steal your memories? Make you sleep for 6 years, and wake you up without taking the necessary precautions? Bimon replied, I see now. So Raphael is a copy of me. Dragon corrected. She is part of a person. Your Highness, since your mother granted me the power to command the Earth, one question has puzzled me. What exactly did ancient creatures do to control the planet? I realized then that this so-called key was simply the DNA of primitive life on Earth. By changing it, one can alter the environment, create new life, and control the sun and moon. Basically, if I can control the Earth with such tactics, then using similar methods, I can also control ancient creatures. Right. Raphael not only has human DNA but is also equipped with all the DNA of ancient creatures I collected from Valhalla. In other words, she is the key to controlling ancient beings. Aladis, Baiman, and even Raphael were stunned when they heard this truth. Dragon continued, With her, I can control your people just like I control the Earth. Baiman irritably said, I underestimated you. Dragon, you are an extremely dangerous individual. I must eliminate you right here, right now. And with that, she charged at Dragon, but her attack couldn't reach the dragon. Baiman was stunned to realize that. Dragon involuntarily smirked and said to Raphael beside him, I can rewrite your attributes as I wish. I can make all your attacks useless. I can even make you end yourself. As he finished speaking, Baiman drew her sword and self-destructed. She collapsed in pain, glaring in anger. How could this be? She was just a human. Dragon stepped closer to Baiman and replied, That's right. How could ancient mighty creatures be controlled by a human? He tightened his grip on Baiman's neck, making her unable to breathe. Dragon laughed and said, You and your mother are both wrong. From the beginning, my hatred was not only for humans. Baiman angrily questioned, What is your fate? Dragon, he replied, Destroy everything, and then create a new world. Alaris asked in surprise. Are you serious? Dragon. You want to destroy everything. Does that include? Dragon laughs and replies. Of course not. Alaris. I am sure there is a place for gods and demons in my new world. Alaris smiled confidently, kneeling as a sign of respect, and said, Oh. Very well. I am ready to obey all your commands. Please allow me to accompany you to the new world. Dragon turned to ask Byman if he had any last words. Your Highness, you won't succeed. Dragon. He will stop you. Dragon looks fierce. Who is he? Byman says, I don't know what happened in the past 6 years, but one thing I am sure of is he didn't die, he has returned. Chithui says, You'd better use all your tricks now. Tong An smiled and replied, I don't need to do anything anymore. I just need to wait for you to destroy and kill yourself. Chithu is too powerful. So arrogant. You're not my opponent. You're still just a player. And now I have the demon attribute. Suddenly a net was thrown out. Chithu was stunned. What? He didn't even do anything. Why? Tong An explains that it is because of the person's demon attribute, which is why I have a chance to defeat them. Look around. Chithui. This is not just ordinary ice. It is S-grade rock. Before we destroyed the meteorite mines in Manshash City, I kept a piece of rare demon material. Although the bone sword net has been broken, I can take the remaining part and merge it with the rare stone to create a one-of-a-kind sword net. The special attributes of the bone sword net will also be inherited, combining the sense of evil and destruction. This place is hell for all demons. Tong An's system repeatedly displayed notifications, demon slaying activated. Sure. 000 damage dealt. Target marked. A series of sharp sword webs appeared from the center. Tong An says that once someone is marked by the bone sword net, they will never escape this deadly trap. Goodbye. Treat de. I will tell the band of thieves that you died fighting like a hero. At this moment, thousands of sword webs are piercing into Jet de. He's too strong. I didn't expect him to be like this. Song, and calmly closes his eyes. Goodbye. Zet de. I will tell the band of thieves that you sacrificed yourself like a hero. Jet D did not give up, and continued to unleash his skills. Odin's domain. Protected by space. Immediately, the swords passing through the barrier were shattered. Tongan calmly uses his skill, activating the enemy machine. Triet-de immediately feels an invisible pressure. He clenched his teeth in pain, as Triet-de played with him and grabbed his neck. What is this? I can't breathe. Tong An kindly explains. I told you already. Odin's domain is like a separate space. My triangular prism allows me to change its properties at will. I have turned it into a vacuum, so even air can't get in. How will you escape this? Treat. De. If you remove Odin's domain, the blades will cut you to pieces. But if not, you'll be suffocating inside. Even the hollow needs oxygen. Right. Tong An smiled and said, This is a checkmate. Inside the near space. Zet Day is correct. Any ordinary creature would be defeated by this. However, that man promised me that he would take me to the new world he created. He raised 2 fingers. So without hesitation, Jet D self-harmed his 2 eyes. I cannot die here. Bright colors burst out in a terrifying display. Song An was also surprised by such recklessness. Did he really destroy his own eyes? Je da. Holding his injured eye, said Odin, the great sacrificed his eye and received the gift of wisdom. And in this game, wisdom means changing the rules. He jumps up, shouting to cancel Odin's domain. The system keeps notifying Triet D, sensing that the demon has been activated. Demon destruction has been activated. He monitors the calculation process, analyzes data, computes the route, deduces the results, observes, analyzes, and deciphers. The route has been successfully plotted with a 99.999% success rate. Jet Day smiles contentedly as the 100 swords are aimed at him. He rushed past Tong An right in front of him. You thought he was struggling to escape, but it was all in vain. Trita. The bone swords have already locked onto the target. Jumping into the freezing water will kill him too. He dives into the water and smiles. Really? I trust the system's feedback more than my own reasoning. The system continues to notify that HP is decreasing. The sealed area prevents equipment use, and the 100 swords following Triate D also plunge into the water. Triate D turned back to calculate. And finally, I understand why you told me to jump into the water. According to the rules of the game, everything has a limit to its range, especially in an extremely cold environment where energy depletes even faster. That means if I can escape the attack range, I can get away from the bone swords. Tong An stands on the shore, lost in thought. It's been 5 minutes, and the mark of the bone sword has disappeared. Has Triet D died down there? But suddenly, the ice surface is shattered and rises again. Triet D rushed towards him, and Tong Un, wounded, gritted his teeth and asked how it was possible. Triet D laughed loudly, revealing that the path the system had planned for him showed that he would be too shocked to dodge this attack. Tong An quickly uses the Black Mist skill, but Triet D seems to have anticipated it, and then he will use the Black Mist to make a trap. But his real intention is to use teleportation to create distance and analyze the situation. As expected, Tong An's actions truly pleased him. See, Triet D immediately appeared behind you. But unfortunately, the system had predicted all of this. According to the rules, a human cannot defeat a demon because a demon's stats are much higher than those of a human. Triet D sharply swings his sword down, and Tong An, wide-eyed, watches the approaching blade in disbelief. A sharp gust of wind suddenly rushes past, and Tong An finds himself looking at the sky over the beach from his childhood. You gently reached out and caught a feather, and Tong An stared at it in amazement. A white-haired girl approached and asked, "What is it, Tong?" and quietly explained, "I had a strange dream. A man with a dog's head, holding a golden staff and claiming to be the god Anubis." Luna asked curiously, "What happened?" He calmly replied that he had taken my heart, placing it on a scale and weighing it against a feather. He said if my heart was heavier than a feather, I would be eaten by demons. Luna exclaimed in amazement. What a strange god. How can a heart be lighter than a feather? Does that mean everyone will be eaten by demons? General Anne replied quietly. Maybe he said I am the only person in this world with a heart lighter than a feather. He said, my destiny is to break all the unjust rules in this world. That god then reached out his hand towards you. Anubis appears on top of Tong An, knocking away the spear. He desperately tries to hold on. Is he also unleashing divine-level power like the Golden Kim? Tong An gasped for breath and looked up. Anubis, the god who appeared when he defeated the Headless King. The Day nodded and softly said, I didn't think I would meet you again in a situation like this. The illusion was supposed to deceive. So who was the real target? Tong Un. Everything was supposed to go according to that man's plan. So why did you ruin our scheme? But it's okay. Nothing will change. The Demon King will still win. System. Calculate the attack route. The system immediately calculated, simulated, plotted the route, and assessed the probability but couldn't provide an answer. Warning. 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 Route plotting failed. Success rate 0%. The spear trembled in anger. How could this be? At that moment, General Anne raised his hand, and the god behind him also raised his hand. The spear was stunned, hearing a golden sound in his ear. What was that sound? Tong An clenched his fist, signifying that the person was about to be judged. Then a golden scale fell, embodying the divine power and judgment of Anubis. The giant scale appears before the duel, awakening the golden level, divine power, and judgment of Anubis. Based on soul attacks, the outcome of the judgment depends on the number of soul marks accumulated on the target. The target's HP instantly drops to 0. Their buffs are removed. Their level resets to 0. And all of their skills are sealed. General Anne asked coldly, do you accept your punishment for betraying humanity? Duele. He is still too furious. What do you mean Odin is the king of gods? Who can judge him? He once again submits to Odin's sanctuary. The Dubé risked everything and charged at you. But General Anne only smiled softly, blinking with his left eye inside his heart. The Dubé's fate was already in Anubis's hands. He painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. The duel collapsed backward. Impossible to continue. Tong An persuades him to give up. The creature's power is not like Odin's divine strength. My judgment of Anubis attacks directly at the soul. But he cannot accept the questioning, ultimately asking who the sacrificer is. General Anne. Every time I think I can defeat you, you change the game. You softly reply. Perhaps you were right. Duella. We were destined to face each other from the moment this game began. He looked blankly and asked again. What do you mean? Tong An explains that from the beginning, you followed the rules, played your role, completed the final task, received the reward. And I have used every loophole in the game to constantly break the rules. You and I are destined to be enemies. The Furious Trap doesn't understand what was wrong with following the rules. Only one person can win this game. And I, the Trap, am the chosen one. Tong An brushed aside that thought. You're wrong. You think you got here on your own. But without the allies and the raiders, you're nothing. I met a group of people unfamiliar with this world, so they have to make money by becoming drivers. The thing I remember most is that one of them asked me if our existence here is completely meaningless. The fool has lost patience. What are you trying to say? General An, Tong, and softly looked at him and said that each and every one of us, including those drivers, has dedicated our lives to this game, and the existence of all of us is meaningful. There are no chosen ones. It's all just a lie. If any of them had the initial rank, like a person, they could also reach the end and become the winner. I will not let anyone deny that their life has meaning and call them a traitor. Now I declare that the only judgment fitting for you is that of a lion. As those words were spoken, the beast also sensed the change and found itself unable to move. God Anubis decreed that the person would go to hell. He screamed in despair. No. Stop. I don't want to die here. But Anubis's hand struck him, and suddenly a sword flashed. Anubis sensed something unusual and immediately blocked the attack. General An looked on in shock as Baimon was thrown to the ground. The one coming is Dragon. I thought it was strange because I felt he was very familiar. Anubis. Tamzak. Stag. The players who break all the rules. All of this cannot be coincidence. I have to accept this possibility. I finally understand. So the person who didn't die, Sunny, somehow is still alive and beginning to take revenge. Bimon, even with his strength, has shed tears. Was it you? Sunny, I know they can't kill you. The flashes of pain in Tong An's head. You sit down in pain. What's happening? My head hurts so much. It feels like something is about to explode out of my brain. Once on a beautiful resort island, the young girl waved goodbye to the plane. Mom. Luna looked at Sunny with concern. Every time she left, he would cry. Sunny wiped her tears and turned to ask what he was going to do now. Dragon. We don't know when our mother will return. Will you live on this island with us? Dragon's face darkened again. I'm sorry, Sunny. Suddenly he pointed the gun at you. A bullet was fired decisively, the barrel billowing hot gun smoke. And Sunny couldn't react. Falling down, Dragon smiled contentedly and said, Sorry, Sunny. This is my mother's final order before she left. Luna only now reacted in shock. Sunny. She rushed to embrace his body. Luna painfully turned back to question him. Why? Why did you do that? We saved your life. Is this how you thank us? But he was squeezing her neck. He gently lifts Luna up and whispers, Time to rest now. Your Highness. She still screams in anger. I hate you. You deserve to die. One day, I will kill you. I will avenge Sunny. Dragon calmly reassures you not to worry. The new world will come as soon as you wake up. I will ensure that everything from the past disappears when I create a new world. There will be no more hatred. No more abandonment. No more pain. Only endless happiness. Just as heaven was meant to be. Back in the present, Dragon couldn't believe it. No way. I must have killed that person back then. I personally buried the body on that island. So why? Why are you still here? Tong, and painfully holds his head. I don't know. There's a voice echoing in my mind, but I can't remember anything. What's happening to me? Who am I? Then a child appeared before you. Who is Tong An? Who is also me? Then many others appeared in front of you. And they are also them. Tong An asked in surprise. What? The child smiled and reached out his hand. Dragon was right. Yes. He did kill me back then, but my mother lied to him. She also lied to me. I am not one of the ancient entities. I have always been a human from Earth. When ancient entities seized Earth's DNA, they thought they could control the planet. However, the consciousness born from Earth itself refused to let them destroy what nature had created, and I am the embodiment of that consciousness. Tong An was still very confused. I don't understand what that means. Sunny shows you the soul-containing orb. Remember, Tong An, have you ever experienced an inexplicable situation among the difficulties you've faced? Tong An held his head, trying to recall his memories. He clearly remembered who his parents were, where he was born, his elementary school, and his grandmother. But what about the people close to me? Where did they go? And why do I have so many debts? Sunny smiled and spread his arms because those weren't really his memories. Simply put, they are the result of all our memories combined. One of the boys pointed at me, and the image of my parents came from my memories. Another girl spoke up, saying, "Your childhood comes from me." An awkward uncle with a girl from elementary school. "Your childhood memories are my memories." The drunk uncle raises his hand to join in. "And your debts are my memories." Sunny told Song-an that we used to be hosts of Earth's consciousness, and that he, Song-an, is the current host, inheriting all of our memories. One of the earliest hosts of this consciousness was the god Anubis standing behind you. And because of that, he can only measure and maintain a simple balance. Things that exist according to Earth's natural order will continue to develop, while those that don't will be eliminated. Then, consciousness will take on more types and forms, creating more and more gods. After ancient entities arrived on Earth, they altered the original timeline and disrupted the natural development of the planet. But the power of the gods has never been under their control, just as it has never been lost. It only exists in some creatures on Earth, passed down from generation to generation, and finally awakened within you. Song-an, too much information makes Song-an dizzy. I don't understand. I thought the power of the gods was just a skill in the game, and because Dragon created this game, he is the manager, the all-powerful being. So even if everyone is telling the truth, what does it matter? Earth is now overrun by demons, and their master, Dragon, has the power to destroy us at any moment. How can I fight against the creator of this game? Sunny smiled again and said, "But Dragon was never the one who truly created this game. It was you." Tong-an, and thought he had misheard. "Oh." Sunny said nothing more as the spirits gradually vanished. He will find out. After all, he is the embodiment of Earth's consciousness, and everything is actually unfolding according to his plan. Wait. Hold on. I still don't understand. Come back. In the end, only Luna's voice echoes. But by the way, Tong-an, maybe I am a little selfish, but this is my final success. That child Luna has lost so much already, so please take good care of her, no matter what. In the end, Tong-an opened his eyes wide, whispering hoarsely, "Is this just an illusion? But if what he said is true, then maybe I can still turn the tide. Right now, Dragon is questioning you. Why are you still here?" "Sunny." Tang-an gradually stood up because I have risen from the depths of hell, and my only purpose in this world is to seek revenge. Tong-an calmly stood up, preserving everyone's memories. "The only thing I can do is seek revenge," he said with a frown, then suddenly jumped away. Dragon watched the attack in disbelief, unable to believe it. It should have been him who died. God Anubis roared in fury, striking fiercely at Dragon. Dragon calmly extends his hand. System command, disable all injuries. System command, distort time and space. Absorb the attack. That allowed Dragon to easily escape the injuries. Dragon laughed loudly in satisfaction. Even Anubis himself is no match for me. Tong-an frowns and uses teleportation, decisively aiming the gun at Dragon, with each shot forcing Dragon to retreat repeatedly. Dragon started to feel worried. Someone made me lose my vigilance. But as long as I am still in the game, I am invincible. Then he took a direct punch from you. Dragon was punched in the face and still couldn't understand. He staggered back, unable to believe it. How could you? Why every attack should have been disabled? How could he hit us? I understand now. The magic gun's attack temporarily caused a system malfunction, so the disable trauma command is no longer effective. You truly are a genius warrior. Only someone like you could find such a loophole. However, I don't care whether you're Sunny or not. You won't be so lucky anymore. I will end you here. Right now. Dragon unhesitatingly used his privilege. System command, creating a level 100 monster. Immediately, the level 100 conqueror appeared, and Tong-an was shocked by this cheating. What is this? His presence was suffocating, in the blink of an eye. The subordinate had vanished, moving so fast that he disappeared right before his eyes. He delivered a powerful blow. But fortunately, Song-an had already shifted. He's too strong. So I used the Black Mist skill. After the system notification, it was ineffective, as my special ability is immune to all negative status effects. Looking at this picture, Tong An grits his teeth. Damn it. At this moment, the main conqueror rushes toward him again. Tong An recovers, skilled in trading, crafting, and ice blades. This ice blade quickly blocks the enemy's attack, but the conqueror is too powerful. That attack could still knock Tong An away, causing him to bleed in pain, and the conqueror is determined to finish him off. It lunged forward recklessly, and Song An also saw the spear about to hit him. After a large hand blocked the spear, Anubis easily took control of it, even with just one hand. He shattered the spear tip. Tong An tense up, realizing this is a super boss at the conqueror level, and the longer the fight lasts, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him. Dragon calmly stands aside and says, "Those who can find an opening in close combat, but these summoned monsters can hold you back while I seize the opportunity." At this moment, Chet D, wounded, approaches. Great Demon King. Dragon glances at him, and I realize I forgot that person is Chet Day. Deathguard bowed his head in shame, feeling ashamed of being defeated by Song An and asking for another chance to take revenge. "My lord." Dragon looked back at Deathguard with suspicion. Han pondered thoughtfully, suspecting this guy. Chet De half kneeled, placing his hand on his back. "I only lost to Tong An because I underestimated him. Please give me one more chance to prove my worth." Dragon laughed loudly and unusually. "Fine. If you insist on this, I will give you another chance." Han places his hand on his forehead, unlocks the permission system. Demon Lord's power at 100%. Permission to control enabled. Map permission enabled. Creativity permission enabled. Dragon explains, "I have granted you most of the control rights of the game. Death Deer. If you still cannot defeat Tong An with this." Death D immediately laughed and said, "Don't worry, Master. I will bring his head back today. I am still your final enemy." Tong and Death De coldly issued the order self-destruct. The monster clinging to Tong and suddenly disintegrates before your eyes. And Tong An grits his teeth in anger, demanding, "Is there anyone on your side?" Chedda, he, with a breath full of dark hatred, said, "Don't misunderstand. Song An, I didn't come to save anyone. I just want to kill him myself. I will defeat you fairly and squarely." Song An, you jump high and look down with a broad smile. "I never thought I truly understood you, Death Demon." Death Demon immediately unleashes his skill, Odin's Domain Imprisoning. His power surges to 100%, and Tong An's body freezes in silent panic, unable to move as Chet D rushes forward, sword raised to strike him. Both of them land at the same time, and Tong An's body seems to collapse. Upon closer inspection, it was only a wooden decoy. Tong An appeared behind him, intending to ambush, but Chet D just smirked and looked at him. Chet D turned around disdainfully and said, "The one who always plays these little tricks. With hints from the Game Master. I know every move you make." He spun around and caught Tong An's sword arm precisely. Immediately after, Chet Day summoned his spirit to attack you, and Tong An thought desperately, "Damn it. The healing potion is still recovering. I can't avoid this attack." The giant punches drew closer and closer, tension rising, and Tong An closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, accepting his fate. Suddenly, the attack stopped, and he called out, "Death Guard." He often looked at you and said, "I already told you. Now I am the Game Master. You won't be able to defeat the Lord of the Throne unless you surpass me." Seizing the opportunity, Song and immediately stepped back and asked why you stopped just now. Death D's one dark eye responded with a sinister pleasure. "There's no reason. I just enjoy playing with you." He charges again using his skill, Odin's Domain. Black Hole. Tong An continues to step back and dodge, saying, "Why don't you tell me the truth?" Death Guard, he shouts, using his item, the Triangle Stack, to modify space and retract the black hole. The two swords clash, producing a deafening sound. Tong An seriously warned, "As I said, as long as I still have the Triangle Stack, Odin's Domain won't work." Death D just smiled calmly and replied, "Oh, really?" Suddenly, a hand appeared behind him, quickly grabbing Tong An's neck in suspicion. Could he use the black hole to travel through space? Chet, with his empty arm, smiled and said, "If I could control Odin's territory as easily as controlling my own body, how would you oppose that?" Recreate the command. A mechanical hand appears on that arm, Death, De calmly explains. Now my body is just a pile of code. I no longer feel anything. Like a machine. He controls the other hand to press Tong An's body to the ground, and proudly says, "This is the final form of a player." Tong An, how could you have a chance? You lie on the ground with a fierce smile as Death Guard looks down in confusion. Tong An sneered and said, "You're right. Bastard. You're the luckiest player in the game. You always get what others can only dream of. The highest level. The best equipment. The strongest guild." He doesn't patiently remind you. You haven't answered my question. Tong An. You just keep giving vague answers. That's right. Because I can't, Tong, and calmly replied without resistance. Maybe from the start, there was no way to beat this game. I'm tired. I can't keep fighting you all. And I don't want to anymore. The hand around your neck loosens and speaks. That's not the right answer. Tong An. Tong An lifts his head and shouts. Then tell me what is correct. Once again, desperate. I collapse. The sword turns its back and replies. I don't know. That's why I push you to find it. He begins to use his skills. Odin's domain. Space splitting. Opposition mode commands. Map request. Arena. Time modification XDS. An arena immediately appears within the space. Tong An sat up in confusion and asked what was happening. The sword pointed at him ordered. I have adjusted the time in Odin's domain, but you only have 10 minutes to find the correct answer. Tong An. He coldly glanced at Tong An and said, Now I will show you all the power that the Demon Lord has given me. If you still can't find a way to kill me in 10 minutes, I will kill without hesitation. Outside, the black hole in space. Raphael and Dragon wait anxiously, and he nervously speaks. Master, I feel the device is untrustworthy. He smiled and replied, If you can see that. Do you think I wouldn't care? Dragon confidently said. This is a test. Raphael, if my only kind cannot agree with my ideals in the world I have created, then it truly is a lonely place. He put on an excited expression and shared his thoughts. Showing me what you have. The Dewey. Will you choose me or what? Dragon raises his hand to unleash his power. The illusion and Tong An are restored from space. Odin's domain is disabled, and the command to create the demon cannon is issued. He was so excited that at this moment, Dragon threw an energy orb at Tong An's position. The Anubis shield blocked the attack. He calmly questions, I know you're not dead. It was the puppet that disappointed me. Or is it Tong? And falls from above and speaks slowly. Thank you. Puppet. Looking at the dummy lying motionless beside you. I just found the biggest flaw in the game. The Dragon King exclaimed in suspicion. Flaw. The biggest one. Tong An slowly stands up and explains. That's right. If this game was truly created by only you as you claimed. He questions fiercely. Then where does my golden rank come from? Tong An recalls the painful times before. I remember clearly. At first I kept killing myself, and finally received the gold level at the very end. You frowned and asked. That is a mistake. Only I know because I designed the original code for this game. Dragon lowered his glasses dismissively and said, If that's true. So what? Tong, and angrily asserts that the true creator of this game is not you, but me. Tong An. You perform the action on the 3 trash, and the command code stack has been unlocked. Tong An remembers Sunny waving goodbye and reminding him that he will find out. After all, he is the collective consciousness of the Earth, and everything is actually progressing according to his plan. You calmly continue. I didn't understand what Sunny meant at first, but now I do. The black walls quickly appear and surround Dragon, who panics and shouts, What is this? Seeing Dragon terrified and looking around. Tong An questioned him. You are just a disgusting thief. Dragon, all you did was steal my game frame and make a few changes. I solemnly declare that I am the true creator, just a minute ago. Inside Odin's domain. On the arena, the demon looked at Tong, and struggling and said, Now I will show you all the power given to me by the Demon Lord. If you still cannot find a way to kill me within 10 minutes, then, he unleashes his spirit and charges at you, ready to kill without hesitation. The powerful attack from the demon knocks Tong An away, and you cough up a mouthful of blood in pain. Master Tong An was knocked away to the edge of the arena. The Du looked puzzled and asked, Why didn't you fight back? Tong An. Get up. I don't know the answer. Zui. I did my best, but I don't know how to get out of this. He angrily grabs your collar and shouts, So are you willing to die at the hands of the Demon Lord along with Tai Hui and the others? Tong An closed his eyes, struggling internally, and said, We. Everyone. No. I can't lose them. Dewey suddenly lost his temper and yelled, You can always create miracles. Right, I don't care what you believe in. But I've always wanted to kill people. He let go of his hand and said disappointedly, You keep giving me hope again and again. Tong An asked anxiously. Hope. Kiek Due solemnly replies, hoping to destroy the game master. Don't forget. You only have 10 minutes. He raises his sword and uses a skill, commanding the Demon Lord's shadow to be created. The Du released a legion of monsters to fight against you. Tong An was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes as the Du leapt off the arena. He steps back and commands the monsters to kill them and himself too. This is the only way for you to defeat the dragon. Tong An responded seriously with determination. If you say so. I will try one last time. The triangle lights up. The system notification displays that DNA data has been accepted, and user Tong N has been verified as the matching programmer Tong N. Welcome to the back door. Game creator. Tong An looked at the screen in front of him with suspicion. What is this? The system appeared and issued an order to eliminate all monsters. Suddenly, the surrounding monsters exploded like fireworks. The dummy exclaimed in shock. What? Player named Du. Dewey's body collapses weakly to the ground. He looks at you and says, My power is gone. I have lost all my stats. Tong. And thought to himself, The back door. Why do I have the right to enter it? Isn't it the dragon who created the game? Could that be possible? The dragon roared in fury, even after my attributes were taken. I still possess the power of the Demon Lord. He stubbornly tried to resist. But you can't defeat the dragon with just that. Tong, and calmly explains. Yes. The back door can only modify all the player's attributes, Tong An said grimly. But it didn't affect the dragon at all. Only when he looked down at his hands and guessed that the entire game was built on his own code. Tong An clenched his fist with determination. As the space began to shatter, the terrified dragon realized the truth. Could it be that the one who neutralized Odin's domain is the true creator? Tong An spoke up. Do you remember what kind of character you were when you started the game? Dragon. Especially when I discovered a major flaw in the game. Han, the rebellious creature, declared absurdly. I am the true creator of this game. I hold the key to the Earth's original DNA. That is a right bestowed upon me by ancient creatures. With it, I can transform life on Earth into any form I desire. Tong An asked again. So why do you need a game like New World to achieve your goal? You could have many other ways to wipe out life on Earth, but you didn't do that. Han froze for a second. That's because, Tong An continued, because the ancient creatures didn't tell you the truth. Just like when they didn't explain why they fled Earth in the first place. Dragon acknowledged and Han admitted. Yes. When I received the key, the ancient creatures didn't teach me how to use it properly. I killed Sunny and locked Luna up. I thought that was the way to take revenge. Command. Create monsters. I won. Cause a flood. Command. Wipe out all of humanity. No matter how many times I try. It never works on me. 9 years later, I suddenly felt something. The key had a certain reaction. At that moment, Dragon ordered, create a secret tunnel here and hide some rewards inside. The system appears, creates a secret door, and at this moment, Zongan outside is smiling happily. After all, it costs nothing. I will just add some rewards. Then he pressed the enter key and the system appeared, creating rewards. Over the next month, commands from the keyboard generated the entire game design. Dragon said, At that moment I thought only the final lock had been activated for me, that it had accepted me as its owner. Zhong-an shook his head in response. No, you're wrong. It doesn't react because of your creations. It's all because of, I am the pinnacle of Earth's primordial memories. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, I created this game. Dragon trembled, unable to stand up. No way. No how. Ancient people would not make mistakes. I am the creator of this game. Then, Tong An extended his arm to summon the system. A system panel appeared showing player ID 000001. Player name, Dragon. He was startled to realize that, as Tong An said, a good game master would input the player's ID into the system. Dragon argued. So what? I still have full control. The system displays a notification disable command. Increase power by 2000%. Create weapon. Dragon sensed something was wrong and stepped forward to attack with his weapon. Once I defeat you, everything will be over. Tong. And gently snaps his fingers, issuing a command to ban the player account, ID 000001, causing Dragon's weapon to suddenly shatter. He is stunned. How could this be possible? Tong, and calmly declared that it was finally over. And as he said, destroying him would be the beginning of the game's end. Then I will destroy the game and the Earth will return to its original form. At the system. To nuts. Death to. Everyone will be saved. Saying that, a shining gem slowly floated towards Dragon. A voice suddenly interrupts between Tong An and Dragon. Don't hurt the master. Master. I am here to help. Dragon is mistaken. Alares is not a player in the game but a demon monster I created. So he cannot modify or interfere with you in any way. I am still close to escaping here. If the demon gods can eliminate all the players, I can turn the situation around. Alares spoke. I don't think I introduced myself. I am Alares, one of the 8 surviving demon gods. Tong An frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, yes, the demon gods are not players in this game. In fact, they are not creatures bound by the rules of the game. So he guesses he must eliminate all the demon gods for everything to return to normal. Then Tong An raised his gun and aimed forward, shooting a beam straight at Alares. He raised the net to block the attack that Tong An had fired, and it shot so forcefully that the net became difficult to tear and bit back. The scene shifts to Area D in Rousseau City, where a person is trapped under the rubble and unable to move. No. Save them. Bodic's tail appears, wrapping around that man, then killing the last remaining person in the city instantly. Bodic said, the cleanup in Zone D is complete. Only Zone A and some small towns remain with debris. Victory will be ours. Kneel down. Change scene inside the statue. Lutz is panting. Keep going. Keep going. Force happily looked at him. 11 minutes have passed. I believe you said Hercules' power lasts only 12 minutes. So your time is almost up. Lutz tiredly says, honestly. You're right. Since I gained Hercules' strength, I have never used it for more than 10 minutes. Force replied. So you mean I am the strongest opponent you've ever faced? Lutz closed his eyes and said, Hercules' power is immense, but the side effects are quite terrifying. An Dung clenched his fist tightly. This power damages my body greatly. The more I use it, the worse my condition becomes. It looks like fire. The bigger it burns, the shorter its duration. Force observed that and said, You are a formidable opponent. Lutz, my heart even aches for you, but the best thing I can do is to kill you in the glory of this battle. He raises his weapon and says his final farewell to Lutz. Goodbye. As Force launches his attack at Lutz, he startles and looks at it, while Lutz begins to stomp the ground to gain momentum. This power exceeds Lutz's body's endurance, but he can't give up. Perhaps this is Lutz's final journey. He advances with his power, forging bonds, while at the same time his mind is filled with thoughts about what has kept his absolute will and determination to keep fighting. The scene shifts to Lutz, reminiscing about peaceful times, wondering what they had for lunch. Tran Dong replies, I don't remember either, but bring some back to the dormitory for me later. Lutz felt annoyed and refused again. I'm not your father. But Tran Dong kept begging. Come on. Dad. Just bring me some food, and I'll call you Dad. At this moment, Lutz was walking and accidentally bumped into them from the opposite side. He turned to look at her and said, Oh, I'm sorry, Sen replied. It's okay. Just be more careful next time. Then she annoyedly brushed past and walked away. Lutz was so captivated by her that he froze for 5 seconds before Tran Dong hurriedly called out to him. Hey, are you still there? He eagerly asked. Who is she? She's so beautiful. Tran Dong replied. Forget about that. She is the most famous girl at Tang University. The student council president. Sen Mo. Lutz excitedly said, Oh really? I will join the student council. The scene shifts inside the library. Sen places a pile of books on Lutz's table and reminds him, I told you to come study. But you're lazy. This is not a place for a nap. Lutz replied, This is not a place for you to hit others. Sen shook her head and said, It's your fault. Luda idiot. I don't believe anything you say anymore, Lutz cheerfully said. Alright, alright. It's my fault. Or should I buy you a cup of bubble tea, Sen requested. I want 2 more toppings. And Lutz happily agreed. Sure, the scene shifts to the darkness. A punch to Lutz's face, and a swarm of demons surrounds him enough. Luda, how dare you ruin everything we have? Kudi Lutz's eyes filled with rage as he braced for the blow. He tremblingly looked into her eyes. Then Lutz took her hand, pulled her along and said, "Let's go." And then he ran away with Sen. She trembles and cries as she asks Lutz, "Why did you do this to yourself?" Lutz replies, "I don't know. I only thought about protecting you. I want to keep you safe." Sen. The scene shifts. And after recalling that moment, he gathers his strength and says, "My power does not come from Hercules. It comes from you." The 12 tasks are challenges given to Hercules by the Greek gods. After overcoming all the challenges, Hercules became a legendary hero with strength and courage. The 12 labors. Like Hercules' 12 minutes of power, Luda is now repeatedly punching Frost's mine. His power at 480%, Hercules can ignite. Frost is almost shattered to pieces, but Luda did not stop. He kept attacking him. Thick smoke obscuring the view. But Frost was still alive, laughing happily. His strength still not enough to break through my fail's defense. You're at your limit now. Luda, in this final moment, with your greatest strength. Come on, Luda. Let your life burn for 1 more minute, and then, turning into a pile of ashes and regret. But Luda refused to accept defeat. He jumped up and struck Frost, who blocked it. A circle appeared around the area, and an explosion erupted. Because of its strong destructive power, it affected Sen's side. That sound came from the other side. Is it from our leader? Sen worries about Luda. I am the leader of the Tang gang. My duty is to ensure everyone survives until the game ends. She begins to cry bitter tears, gritting her teeth and blaming herself, calling herself a fool. That tear fell into the flow of time, rewinding to when Luda was lying on the grass. And he saw Sen healing his wounds and crying. He raised his arm to wipe her tears and asked why she was crying. Sydney. She blamed Luda, calling him a fool, asking why he was always reckless, why he was always getting hurt like this. Do you know how scared I am? Luda just scratched his head and smiled to reassure her. Yes, I have to protect you. And besides, I'd rather risk my life than see you cry. Thinking of those sweet words, Luda gained even more strength and responsibility. Continuing to surge forward with increased power, Hercules can burn for 12 minutes. Frost also revealed a secret plan, focusing the crystallization process on the main body, making it unstoppable compared to immovable objects. Luda refuses to give up, his face now tense with veins bulging. Frost speaks. Watch who will be the last to laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Luda charged to attack him. Luda struck the extremely tough layer of Frost's armor. He is bleeding, coughing in pain. Oh no. I can't stop this. Luda keeps attacking, shattering, and he has broken Frost's spear armor. After the shards of the spear shattered, they flew away from the side, and a thick cloud of dust appeared, obscuring the view. Luda now seemed exhausted. Just like the dispersing spear fragments, it gradually rises to merge with it, covering Frost's body. He sighed in satisfaction and retreated. Unfortunately, it seems that the power of a demon is still greater. Just 1 breath from us is enough for rebirth. But you, my human friend, how long can your pitiful body last? As soon as he finished speaking, Frost stopped his attack and looked at Luda, gazing into that vacant stare and wondering, have you died? It's unfortunate. You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. But you are still just a human. Don't worry, Luda. I will soon send the remaining people to you, including those you call friends. After turning away, Frost suddenly turns back in surprise. What? Luda didn't give up, his fierce willpower rushing forward to attack Frost. Frost stopped his evil look, unable to dodge this blow, and only frowned, wondering how you could still attack when you had already stopped breathing. Luda let out a deafening roar. Frost was stunned beyond belief. No way. You should be dead already. Without waiting for him to gape, Luda moved at the speed of light. A punch infused with immense internal energy appears. The power of the divine has broken its limits, increasing strength by 920%. The power of the High Queen has increased, At the 13th minute, Frost looked at his armor and was terrified, damn it. I'm not fast enough. No. Even if I were fast enough, it wouldn't be strong enough to withstand this attack. I should run away. But I can't move anymore. If I keep doing this, I'll be blown away to dust. Overcome with fear and confusion, Frost was punched halfway across his body. He was knocked back and thrown far away. The ground around him shattered with a loud explosion in front of his eyes. The smoke gradually dispersed, and Luda appeared stunned. Weakly standing up, he gazed blankly at Frost, who had been defeated by him. Luda spoke. Now. Finally. He collapsed to the ground, smiling contentedly. And it was over. Sorry, Zen and everyone else. I can't keep my promise anymore. I don't think I can come back. After collapsing, everyone rushed to surround him. You should rest if you're tired. Idiot. XE looked at Luda's exhausted face and said, You've done enough, she cried. And he kept his promise. You fool. The others are no exception. Leader. Club president, wake up. Leader. Stop joking around. You said we would finish this game together. So wake up now. Suddenly, a strong beat emanated from the heart, and then it was enveloped by a shining crystal. A cruel smile appeared. You can destroy me by passing the 12-minute limit. Luda, when you reach out your hand to me, you focus all your defensive power into your crystal heart. When the surface area is smaller, its resilience increases 1,000-fold. Any other opponent would be destroyed by my attack. But I am a demon, and I have the ability to regenerate. Over time, I will be reborn once more. Sen is crying but still slowly getting up. She slowly approached and drew her sword. Her eyes filled with anger. She thrust it into the crystal, but everything was in vain, and the sword shattered into pieces. Foss laughed loudly. My crystal is even harder than diamond. There's nothing you can do. But Sen is not convinced. Han continued speaking. I told you, I am a demon. All I need is time, and I can regenerate endlessly. But right now it's not what Foss expected. Why? Why is my demonic barrier ineffective? Sen immediately seized the opportunity. Han's strength was weakening. Now is our chance. Han stared in disbelief. I am a demon. As long as I live, I can do this. But now, Sen's ultimate move has shattered the diamonds surrounding Han's heart. She quickly destroys the enemy in front of her. Her heart falls to the ground, black blood gradually flowing out. She kept crying and saying, See, Luda, we did it. Cut to another scene. A scythe is attacking Annie. I was so surprised. Why can't I be reborn? Annie guessed it might be because the owner of the demon seal, the one who failed 10 minutes ago. Annie in a black dress with blazing red wings flapped them fiercely in midair. When I usually look at these tiny humans, arrogantly say, How long will you keep struggling? You are no match for a demon god like me. Seeing that the demon was healing itself, Taihyu had to admit that it was true. Even with the lifelink spreading the power of this demon, it was still too strong. Compared to Ta's recovery speed, there is no doubt that we will. While Taihui is still lost in thought, Ton Nak's endurance has reached its limit, and he collapses to his knees, struggling to speak. I can't hold on much longer. Taihu, when Song'an returns, please tell him that I protected everyone until the very end. Taihu tries to reassure everyone, encouraging. Come on, Nana. Makmuk shook his head in helplessness. Let him rest. He's already carried too much. Nana, performing a healing spell, nodded and said, That's right. My healing power is also reaching its limit. Little Bao looked confused at the scene in front of him and asked, What should we do now? Our remaining warriors are not strong enough. Taihui closed his eyes and replied slowly, I know he's still fighting for all of us right now. Then she opened her eyes, full of determination. So we must also fight until our last breath. With a shout, she swung her sickle at Annie, who smiled excitedly and shouted, You weakling. Then reached out her sharp-clawed hand toward Taihu. Bakmuk shouted anxiously, Careful, Taihu. But Annie's speed was too fast, and Taihui was hit, causing his blood to turn red. Annie, with a fierce expression, continued to reach out to Taihui, falling down and said, It's time to die. At that moment, a figure rushed forward, and Bakmuk used his body to block a deadly blow for Taihu. Nana anxiously shouted, Taihu. Bakmuk. Bakmuk weakly replied, I'm fine. Quickly heal Tai Hu. Nana quickly ran to Tai Hui and cast a healing spell on her. While healing Tai Hu, Nana was also trying to stay calm, telling Bokmook I will be there soon. Seeing Bokmook turn back into a human after being struck, she panicked Tai Hu. Bokmook he's okay. He will be fine. My soul link is still active. Nana tearfully asked again. Is that true? Tai Hui took back the sickle, stood up, and declared, but that blow just now made me realize this creature's fatal weakness. Nana asked nervously. What is that? Tai Hui smiled confidently and replied. You'll see soon enough. Nana. She swings the sickle toward Annie and shouts loudly. Follow my lead. Xiaobao. You will be responsible for taking her down. Xiaobao responds. Understood. That arrogance often gets knocked on the head and messes things up. Saying that, she rushes down along a jagged trajectory. At that moment, Hugh shouted, Little Bao. Now. Following the command, the little Bao King shot an arrow, shouting loudly. It flew away. With free wings, the arrow flew straight into a black hole in the air. This is the space/technique. A moment later, the arrow reappeared behind Annie, catching her off guard. In surprise, she said, Ch. It's that strange space technique again. Annie dodged the attack while blaming. I knew you were the most troublesome one. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Annie's leg. I couldn't dodge in time. Rook Min shouted. You. Tai Hui clenched Annie's leg, smiling triumphantly. A demon's eye, rare and in the form of a necklace, was hanging around Tai Hui's neck. The ability is to absorb the power of a demon to create a super strong fire shield, with a defense stat of 150 times the user's strength. Tai Hui told Annie, I told you, I have found the demon's weakness. Go to hell, she said as she forcefully slammed Annie down. Oh, I just learned a trick, Qin Hai said in shock. What? Did she really discover something? Tai Hui confidently stands in front of Annie and asks, You have two combat forms, right? When you stretch your body, that's the ranged attack form. Tai Hui begins to recall and hypothesize that in this form, the person sacrifices strength and agility to extend their attack range. When Bokmook blocks the attack for me, it's Yuan's second strike, so the damage is greatly reduced. The true awakening of a person requires switching to close combat mode. And since you haven't used that form from the beginning until now, I think that is your real weakness. Tai Hui asks if he has two combat forms, as if confirming her suspicion, while Annie appears in a terrifying form with blazing red eyes and large wings spreading out. Tai Hui continues speaking, and the true weakness lies in close combat form. Annie's eyes blaze with fury as she grits her teeth and says, You're right. Girl, you should feel honored to see me in this form. But she was wrong about one thing. As she quickly wiped towards Tai Hu, Tua Bao and Nana shouted together, Be careful. Tai Hui remains calm and defensive, using a fire shield while Annie wildly punches the shield. Tai Hui is still weakened from too many battles and can no longer hold her ground, so she must brace for Annie's punch. Tai Hui painfully faces the pain. So weak she cannot speak. The wicked demoness smiles smugly. The one who is wrong. Demons have no weaknesses. Tua Bao is now behind Annie, drawing his bow with a free arrow. Elemental 1, advancing, and has successfully created a wooden cage to trap Annie. Just as he was about to rejoice, he saw that Atta was not panicked at all, but easily destroying the wooden cage. Tua Bao was stunned and terrified, sweat pouring down like a stream. How could she have become so strong? Nana quickly ran over to check on Tai Hu. Are you okay, Tai Hui? Tai Hui, while receiving treatment, responded that she had increased her attack power in this form, but must have sacrificed something. Probably an attribute, Nana loudly warns. Now is not the time to guess. We have combined our powers. Tua Bao hesitates while looking at the 3 bombs in his hand. I only have 3 bombs left. I owe Tong'an my life, so I must protect the people he cares about. Thinking that, he rushed forward to shield Nana and Tai Hui. He warned everyone to step back. I will hold her off. And Wai saw the guard and sneered. Trying to be a hero. What a fool. Sharp thorns shoot out from its biceps, attacking Xiao Bao and others. Xiao Bao once again draws his bow and fires freely, defending with earth element. Hugh and Nana stared in amazement at the shield formed around them. knowing that Xiaobao created the shield to protect them, not himself. Hugh became increasingly worried. A series of sharp thorns rushing towards Xiaobao at incredible speed. The sound of them piercing the air echoes as Xiaobao's eyes slowly open. He was amazed as all the thorns shattered upon impact, luckily avoiding being pierced. Nana was also stunned. Did she miss her shot? A piercing scream echoes out. I've found it. And Yi locates the target and quickly flies to Tubao's side. Xiaobao quickly dodged instinctively. Nana was extremely worried. I'm coming to save you. Xiaobao responds. Don't waste your energy anymore. I don't have many crystals left. Run while you still can. Tai Hui inside the shield seems to realize something. No. Something's wrong. And Wei smiles maliciously as she slowly approaches Xiaobao. Just then, Tai Hu excitedly says, I understand. Finally, I realize the attribute she traded for. And then she took out the watch. While the three of them were still stunned and confused, Tai Hui threw it at An. The clock rings loudly. This weapon is called an alarm clock, with a rarity level C, emitting a 100 decibel sound effect within a 100-meter radius, capable of repelling small creatures. But be careful, using it at the wrong time may attract monsters. Nana screams loudly. What are you doing, Tai Hu? It's okay. Xiaobao is just as confused. My head is about to explode. As expected, Anne is also being cut off. Then the leaves fall. What is that? Turn it off. Tai Hui calmly explains that when someone transforms into this form, they have sacrificed their sight, which is why they rely on long-range attacks to find targets and use sound to locate enemies. Just like a blind person has super sensitive hearing, now this person is hundreds of times more sensitive to sound. That is their weakness. Kneel down and hold your words, or I will cut your throat. And Wei immediately turned her head and glared at Tai Hui. Tai Hui was stunned, thinking has she regained her sight. Tai Hui didn't hesitate and threw a punch at Tai Hui. Tai Hui was panic-stricken and thought, damn it, it's really like that. At this moment, Xiaobao also comes to help, along with Zio and the metal element, shooting a sunbeam. And Yi covers her eyes and screams, what is that? I can't take it anymore and fly somewhere else. Tai Hui safely lands and says thank you. Then she voiced her reasoning again. But I thought she had sacrificed her sight. So why is she still? Xiaobao continued. Not exactly. She hasn't given up her sight. She's just switching between her senses. All three of them felt their spirits surge. Tai Hui confidently said, we have a chance to defeat this demon. Recalling the previous chapter, Little Bao told Tai Hui that your reasoning wasn't entirely correct. She hasn't given up her sight. She's just shifting between her senses. But maybe we've already found her fatal weakness. In another place, Song-An is facing Alaris and Dragon. Dragon laughs and says, Alaris's ability is convergence. He compresses his energy to die out and absorb the attack. In other words, the more you attack him, the more power you give him. Sure enough, Tong-An's attack was blocked by Alaris's convergence net. Alaris arrogantly said, as a demon god, I am not easily affected by your system tricks. Dragon shouted, we can still turn this around. Alaris, I will unleash the full potential of the demon god within me this year. So destroy him now. He launched a powerful attack at Tong-An. Surprisingly, the spot where the attack pierced through gradually healed back to its original state. Dragon and Alaris were stunned, mouths agape. This guy, did he just survive that attack? Tong-An smirked disdainfully. So being a GM is like this. Huh. It's actually a bit boring. Dragon roared in fury. Kill him, Alaris. Tong-An raised his weapon towards Alaris and asked, is your power a convergence? So I really want to see how much this person can absorb. As the weapon keeps increasing its power by 9% each time. Alaris stared in shock, as if he'd just eaten a bug. How could I possibly gather that tongue? Anne smiled, handsome, and softly said, it's time to turn into dust. Your energy quickly grew into a giant sphere. Alaris, terrified, burst into tears and desperately begged for help. Save my master. Tong-An's power quickly devoured Alaris. A month passed, and Alaris disappeared, blending into the sky and earth. Dragon watched this scene unfold and roared like a thunderclap. He knelt down, his face full of disbelief. Tong-An slowly walks over to Han, looks down at that defeated guy, and declares, it's over. Just then, Raphael appeared and loudly blocked him. No. Don't hurt the owner, Dragon called out in shock. Raphael. All he could hear was the sound of water rushing from something. What? Raphael looked back at Dragon with tears in her eyes. Master. Even though I am just an NPC. A copy of that girl. I am very happy to have been with you for the past 6 years, Dragon painfully said. Raphael. You are... Raphael refocused on the main matter. Began reciting the spell. She is the princess of our ancient gods. I command you, come to your senses. Ancient heroes. As the corpses rise from their coffins, one after another, Raphael weakly collapses, and Dragon quickly catches him. Han asked nervously. What's wrong? Raphael whispered. Master. I lied to you. I knew the truth from the moment I was created. Dragon weeps sadly. Han says, What are you talking about? You can't leave me. I am a genetic archive of all the souls in Valhalla. So I inherited all their memories. I know the real reason why the ancient gods left Earth thousands of years ago. It was because of fear. Dragon is shocked. You're afraid. The ones with the primitive genes of Earth are afraid, Raphael slowly explains. Before creating humans, they conducted countless experiments on their own people. Their arrogance is the cause of their destruction. They created a monster they could not control. Its name is Kronos. The scene of devastation is in front of her, with broken vials and dead bodies all around. A calm, black-haired woman watches the scene. Her name is Shiva. She speaks to the creature sitting in the corner, who just woke up and has already started a massacre. You truly are the ultimate weapon, Kronos. At this moment, a source of energy is condensed. Shiva recoils in surprise as the energy sphere explodes right in front of her. Shiva struggled within the barrier Kronos created, panicking and shouting, I am not your enemy. Kronos. Kronos smiled deeply and asked then, Who are you? Shiva grits her teeth and says, Just think of me as your mother. He stammers and asks, Mother. What is that? Shiva has been released, hurriedly saying, Don't worry, just knowing I need you. Your birth carries a mission, that is, to destroy the gods. Then she and Kronos shook hands to form a partnership. Returning to Dragon, he is holding Raphael, who is in a dying state. Raphael tries to comfort him. I am the vessel that carries the memories of all the souls in Valhalla, so I inherited all their memories. I know the real reason why the gods left Earth thousands of years ago. They created the monster Kronos but couldn't control it. All they could do was create more monsters to fight against him. However, those buried beneath Valhalla are the ones Kronos killed back then, and all their memories stop at the moment of their death. Hearing this, Dragon was struck with terror, as if struck by lightning in a clear sky. It's not because of the truth Raphael just revealed, but because his hand has fallen powerless. Dragon screams in despair. Raphael, please hold on. Tell me what is happening. Raphael simply smiled brightly and replied, Master, to protect you. I had no choice but to awaken those monster heroes. But in return, the parts that make up Raphael will have to return to their origin. And as it finished speaking, a key appeared along with its disintegrating body. Elsewhere, the coffins continue to stir, eager to open. From within them, thousands of corpses rise and head toward the light. Raphael struggled to speak. The one who can control them with this key. Having his owner by his side for 6 years has been a blessing for me. Remember that you are not alone. After saying that, Raphael's body also completely disappeared. The dragon holding the key tightly, embracing an empty space, tears streaming down his cheeks. He gritted his teeth and said, The hero spirits just awakened from a 1,000-year sleep. Obey my command and kill Tong An. He roared in fury. Kill all humans. Tong An has now safely landed in the deep pit below the cracked ice. He looked up in confusion. What just happened? I have a bad feeling. Suddenly something flew past behind you. Tong, and cautiously turned around with his gun. Someone, a horned skull appeared, rushing quickly towards Song An. He was terrified. What is this? Where did it come from? The warning that the demon didn't detect him means the dragon didn't create this monster. The fact that there's no information about him in even a single monster means he doesn't belong to the game world. Master Song An jumps to dodge the attack. And the monster also takes a step forward. It leaps powerfully and then charges towards Song An. Tong, and panically presses the system command to set his level to 100. Increase all stats by 999%. Activate immortality, and create a divine sword of mist. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, my weapon of choice is still the sword. Then he swung the sword toward the forest demon. It was not panicking at all, but biting down hard on the sword with its teeth. Tong An was also stunned by this scene. How could his full-force maximum level attack be blocked? A monkey suddenly appeared from nowhere, holding a wooden stick and leaping to attack Tong An from behind. The wooden stick pierced through Tong An's body. And seeing this, his thoughts became even more panicked. He was pierced through his invincible state with just a broken piece of wood. Tong An lands safely and quickly activates the 999% recovery spell. His body is regenerating at a visibly rapid pace. Tong An thought, as long as the commands are still active, then my family must be immortal. It can only be that his attacks are so fast that the system can't keep up. Moreover, his stats far surpass mine, even though I am at the maximum level. What should I do? I'm facing deception again. Can I survive this time? Tong An couldn't help but wonder. Am I in danger once more? Lost in negative emotions. He didn't notice that hundreds of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness behind him. It turns out they are strange four-legged creatures. Dog-like bodies, but with horns like a bull. Tong An could only resolutely say, then it's time to turn the tide once again. He shouted loudly, using the merchant's crafting skill illusionary vines. And suddenly, a small vine sprouted from the ground, which gradually revealed itself as a giant vine like a towering tree. Tong An stands proudly on the vine. Looking down, he continues to strike, commanding the mist to create the scythe-harvesting monster. Just then, the dragon also jumped down to join the fun. But that level of monster was no match for the ancient hero spirits. He roared and tore them apart. Tong An's stance is to wield the sickle, a special skill driven by bloodlust. Once it locks onto a target, it will charge like a storm. Thousands of small worms rush out to suck the blood of the dragon-faced demons in retreat. Tong An watched the bloody scene with a satisfied smile. This is exactly what I was hoping for. The swarm of butterflies with insatiable thirst. They won't even spare their fallen comrades. And the more blood it drinks, the more likely a king will be born. The blood-drinking king. The four-horned demon roared wildly and charged to attack the blood-sucking king, only to see the king calmly stab through the demon's corpse with one hand. Immediately, the four-horned demon withered as if drained of all vitality. The Blood King threw the corpse aside. Its next target seems to be the dragon, and it screamed in fear. How could this be? Their stats are completely overwhelming. The dragon sneered. Stats. They're just meaningless data in the game. Wherever there is data, there is always a chance that a bug exists. So, the blood-draining king bug isn't the monster I knew from the game. You created it by exploiting the step. And it's a super monster, Dragon replied softly. The stats of a single Blood King are nothing. But if tens of thousands combine, the result is a monster beyond the system's limits. Dragon clenched his teeth and said that even the heroic spirits couldn't handle that kind of monster. Suddenly, he turned around and saw a series of deadly eyes glaring at him. The demons from the darkness rush out at lightning speed, biting into the flesh of the Blood King, who screams in pain. Tong An is stunned. Diko. Are they mimicking the Blood King's skills? Dragon was just as surprised, as the ancient hero spirits were awakened at the cost of Raphael's life. Honestly, I don't really know what they can do, but they are definitely stronger than any monster humans can imagine. Otherwise, the ancient beings wouldn't have had to flee from Earth in fear. Tong An felt a bit frightened when he saw that the blood-spitting king had been defeated, and he silently wondered, after all that effort, was he only able to eliminate two of them? It seems they also possess very high intelligence, gradually adapting and learning. I need to think of other methods or tools I might have. Tong An was slightly startled when he saw an item, a special S-rank tool with a unique effect that creates a time maze, where time inside flows 20 times faster than outside. I also can't escape. Only the user from outside can get to it. Note that this item was once used by an ancient god to seal a mighty enemy. It's unclear how much time has passed inside, so do not use it casually. Tong An recalls that he almost used it to seal the demon Bodek, but Morik stopped him. Maybe now is the right time to use it. Over there, Kronos is lamenting. Huh. Too strong. So boring. It turns around, wondering when I will see the sunlight again. Tong An raises the hourglass in his hand, his head large. The flow of time sand. Dragon and the monsters he had revived are pushed back by the pressure of the hourglass, struggling to stand firm. Golden energy flows out from the hourglass, growing thicker to form a shimmering golden net that sparkles like pure gold. When General Ann speaks again and activates it, the hourglass works even more efficiently. Dragon struggles to stand firm. But what is that strange thing murmuring inside the hourglass? I don't remember creating something like that. Dragon stared in amazement. Even the ancient heroes are scared what's inside it. In another place, suddenly a streak of light flashed in the darkness. And Kronos curiously looked at it, a streak of star-like light. He suddenly smiled happily. This familiar feeling. It's the outside world. Back at Dragon's location. He is shouting orders to stop him. We must prevent him from destroying the seal with the jaw. A monster immediately rushes forward to attack Tong An. Tong An is not a fool to sit still waiting for the box. He quickly strikes with instant movement. At this moment, the system pops up a notification saying movement is not possible while activating an object. Tongan was panicked. What is that thing? Is it blocking the use of your power? The monster now charged right in front of Tongan, less than a meter away from him. At this critical moment, a sharp sound rang out. The monster in front of Tong An was cut in half. Tong An looked at the person in front of him in surprise, clearly not expecting Baiman to be the one who came. And after a long moment, he could only say one word. Thanks for watching. Baiman didn't have time to chat and hurriedly urged. Finish it quickly. Sonny, Tongan shook his head, not wanting to seem familiar. I'm sorry. I'm not the person you're referring to. My name is Tongan, not Sonny. Baiman looked at him and replied, I know, since I've been watching you, I know you are just a shadow of the person I used to know. Tongan couldn't help but wonder, then why do you still help me? Baiman replied calmly. All of this was caused by ancient entities from thousands of years ago. So ending it depends on us. The ancient entities. Suddenly, Tong and shouted loudly. Careful. From behind Baiman, a series of monsters jumped up to attack her. At this moment, a notification window appeared, showing that the timers had been successfully activated. That black hole emitted hundreds of thousands of silk-like threads, pulling the monsters into it. Screams echoed until the black hole completely closed. Tong An looked back at the black hole, thinking that something was slaughtering all the ancient heroes inside. Baiman weakly responded, That's Kronos. And then she lost all her strength and fell straight down. Tong An quickly rushed to catch Baiman, glancing at her wounds and silently thinking, Strange. I thought the demon goddess would heal herself. You tell Baiman not to worry. I promised Sunny I would take care of her. And then you shout out to heal Baiman. GM command. Restore. Only a notification window appeared. System error. The target is not part of the game and cannot be restored. Tong An was a bit panicked but still tried to comfort Baiman. Keep going. I will find a way to save you. Suddenly, the black hole from earlier closed and then expanded again. And Tong An, stunned, turned around in fear. A strange blue hand emerged from within, revealing the true nature of the ancient entity. Kronos appears with a sinister smile. An ancient living entity, untainted and delicious. He leisurely stretches, delighting in the fresh air and the real world I've been longing for. Tong An looked at the strange creature that just appeared in shock. He wondered, what is that monster? Kronos politely extends his hand forward like a true gentleman. He politely asked, Oh, young girl in love, will you marry me? And let's build a future here with the strongest and most beautiful children. Tong An looked at Kronos in confusion. What is he doing? Proposing marriage. The weak-minded one said, Kronos is the ultimate monster created by ancient beings. Kronos with glowing red eyes. He roared and charged at Tong An, using dark fog to attack him. But Tong An reacted quickly and narrowly escaped. Tong An considers, I don't know what its agreement is, but if I can impair its vision, seeing it appear before me like lightning. Tong An is stunned. What is that? He quickly defended himself, protected Chuan, and activated it. A series of data started moving, and Chuan's shield was activated. Tong An hugs her injured card inside the hidden room and begins to calculate how long she can hide until she heals her wound. Suddenly, a hand punches through the hidden room. Kronos rushes forward at an incredible speed. Tong An can't believe his eyes. What the hell? You can only quickly continue defending. Activate the polyhedron. Turn the hidden room into a void. And silently assess. This is exactly like when I fought the doppelganger, and he used Odin's power on me. If I can turn a designated area into empty space. Kronos looked in surprise at the watermark appearing behind him. He was quickly trapped inside a cube. Tong An thought that all living beings need air to survive. Kronos' eyes widened. His cheeks puffed like a pufferfish, as he covered his mouth with his hand to reduce the amount of air escaping. A month ago, he appeared behind Tong An and sighed. Interesting. Indeed, a fascinating creature. Tong An looked at him in horror. How could it be? How could it escape from a completely sealed space? Kronos said, I am not interested in humans. All of you are defective products created by ancient beings just to imitate me. He looked at Bai and continued. I am only interested in her. I can smell her elegance. She is not an ordinary person. The more he talks, the more his face becomes distorted. My DNA is reacting to her essence, wanting to merge with it and create the most perfect and powerful offspring. Tong An was so shocked. You're crazy. Kronos didn't care and just pointed to Bai, saying, give her to me, and I promise I won't hurt anyone. I can also forgive all living creatures on Earth if you wish. Tong An looked at Bai, who was weakly lying in her arms, and replied, if I give her to you, will you let everyone else live? Kronos smiled and said, of course. To me, humans and animals are no different from dirt on the ground. I am simply the most perfect and adorable creature in the world. I will leave Earth with her to find a more suitable planet where we can have children. Tong An couldn't bear to listen any longer, and shouted out, you are truly disgusting. Not only did you insult her, but you also insult all living creatures on Earth. Kronos' face started to change color as he asked, are you still refusing to cooperate? Tong An shouted, I promise to protect her. And even without that promise, do you really think I would surrender someone who saved my life to a disgusting creature like you? Kronos laughed maniacally and said, I can't believe how arrogant humans have become since I was sealed. And then he struck a powerful blow at Tong An. The system keeps flashing warnings, alerting to the player's dangerous condition. While Kronos has successfully captured the beauty, Tong An, injured, spat out blood, thought to himself, the invincible should still be functioning. How is this possible? Even more terrifying is that I didn't even have time to react to his attack, and I collapsed in pain on the floor. Looking at my injuries, I don't understand what just happened. How did I get hurt even though he hadn't moved? And my body is still healing itself, at 999% recovery. Kronos also looked at Tong An with some surprise. Strange indeed. Based on my understanding of humans, you should be dead by now. Tong An shouted loudly, I don't care where you want to go, but she will stay here. He smiled with satisfaction. What a fascinating human. Then he struck again with a powerful blow at Tong An. He winced in pain, his eyes wide as his blood was severely damaged. Dragon was stunned. What kind of power is that? What just happened? The black tiger appeared. Kronos carried himself inside. He said that standing at the top of all creatures is the result of combining the instincts and abilities of all life forms based on carbon, breaking all logic and limits. I have escaped from the current fog and evolved into an unknown realm. Only now does the dragon realize the situation turns out he is Kronos, the ultimate being who has been continuously evolving for thousands of years. Tong An begins to recover his body, healing, repairing, recognizing life forms, and inputting data. He struggles to stand up. The system's power has saved him, but I never want to experience it again. Kronos looked at you and thought, oh, humans have also uncovered the secrets of evolution while I was imprisoned. He eagerly rushes forward, and you instinctively draw your sword to defend yourself. Kronos looks at you with a sinister smile. He said, I take back what I said. I am beginning to take an interest in you. Humanity. Tong An didn't bother to waste words with him and started fighting back, creating an opening. Kronos looked at him maliciously, and Tong An clenched his fists, charging at Kronos. The system now appears, indicating the target has been eliminated with no signs of life. Seeing this, you breathe a sigh of relief. Within less than 3 seconds, a hand suddenly pierces through Tong An. Kronos glanced at you gracefully, and Tong An simply collapsed to the ground. You thought to yourself, now I understand why the ancient gods sealed him away instead of helping him. Kronos smiled brightly and charged forward, clearly eager to play with this new toy. He asked, are you ready to die again? Humanity. Tong An replied. When the shards of the broken blade attacked him, I left a soul mark on his body. An ancient demon creature suddenly appeared, holding Kronos tightly. He was stunned. What is this? Tong An shouted, as the bell ringing in the mind signaled that the person was about to be judged. Flames began to appear in the eyes of the ancient demon, and its muscles were trembling. It used all its strength to crush Kronos, causing his body to shatter under the pressure, blood spraying everywhere. The power of a god. The judgment of Anubis. The target has been eliminated, with no signs of life remaining. Tong An considers that Anubis attacks the soul, not the body. But if he can't find a way to stop his resurrection ability, a black shadow suddenly spreads beneath General An's feet. Cutting off his train of thought, Kronos grabs his leg, pulling him down in terror. What kind of attack is this? Is the soul strike ineffective against him? A series of jeers and mockery suddenly echo. Look at this child. He doesn't resemble anyone from this planet at all. I heard Shiva created it. Is it a living thing, monster? It's a monster. Stay away from us. Get out of here. Tong An vaguely opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked around, confused as a stone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Tong An picked it up and examined it. A precious stone. Kronos' voice echoed in the air. That is my property. Tong An shouted. Who's there? Come out now. Kronos appeared and said, Put the stone down. You can't threaten me. I told you. That stone belongs to me. I am only taking back what is mine. Kronos, surprised, said, Oh, you know me. But I don't know you. You're not from this time and space. Right. Because I remember everyone's face I meet. Hearing that, Tong An was amazed. It's strange. He must be Kronos. But there's something very different. Kronos pointed and explained. It must be my future self who sent you here, sending you back to my past. Tong An opened his eyes in surprise. What? An incredible vision unfolds before your eyes with modern skyscrapers and advanced machinery. Kronos took Tong An's hand and pulled him up, smiling as he said, Welcome to the world of the ancient gods. This is the city they live in. The city of spirits. Tong An asked curiously, Why did you bring me here? Kronos replied, I told you already. My future self brought you here. He must have a reason for revealing my memories from this time. This building is where the ancient gods conduct their experiments. I am their ultimate creation, and we must start from the day I was born. Tong An was startled as the rapidly changing data appeared before his eyes. Is this space transforming? Kronos' memories began to surface, and a woman appeared, saying, I am not your enemy. Kronos asked softly, So who are you, Tong? And also realized that this is not the real world, but someone's memory. I recognize this woman. She also appears in Sunny's memories. She smiles and says, I guess I can call myself your mother. Kronos approached and said simply, Then I started calling this ancient god Shiva my mother. In the memories, Kronos asked, Would as an ancient god, why would mother be so determined to destroy her own kind? Shiva turns away and says thinking is forbidden. Kronos, a perfect god like you doesn't need to think or have feelings. Overall, I thought she was just using people to rule the world. Kronos replied, Yeah, I thought so too at first. But what happened afterward showed me that wasn't the case. Ruling the world was just a pretext Shiva made up. He started crying, tears streaming down his cheeks. Kronos was told that love doesn't exist, that thinking is unnecessary. So, my existence is meaningless. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Kronos. Kronos was stunned. Opening his eyes, who is calling my name? A girl rushes to hug Kronos around the neck. He looks at her and says, I need your help. I have met you before. Ma'am. The scene shifts to Kronos, destroying a group of people. The surviving ones glare angrily, calling him a monster. Kronos smiled knowingly. Yes. I am the monster your ancient gods created. My mission is to destroy you. A loud explosion echoes as Shiva cheers happily. You are my greatest creation. Kronos. Now that I've handled the Nauten formula, no one within the ancient gods dares oppose me anymore. This world belongs to us. Kronos looked at the person claiming to be his mother and asked, I am very curious. Mother, as an ancient god, why are you so determined to destroy your own kind? Shiva replied, You'll understand when you meet her. Kronos looked puzzled. Who is she? In the next memory, Kronos was following Shiva into a palace. Atlas, the king of the ancient gods, is resting with his head propped up on a throne. Shiva bows respectfully. Shiva, commander of the imperial army, offers to surrender the head of the traitor Nauten to King Biha. Kronos is surprised. He is the king of the ancient gods. May I add a few lines? Kronos in the past was always clueless, with wide eyes, adorable in a world of his own. Back to the story. Atlas looked at Kronos and said, "So this is what you call your greatest creation." Shiva. Truly impressive. Kronos stared at him intently and said, "I sense that you are not a living being. I cannot perceive any life force from you." Shiva nervously apologizes. Biha. Kronos is confused and doesn't know what he's saying. She turns to Kronos and reminds him. Apologize. Kronos. Kronos stubbornly said no. Mother, I can sense the life force of all living beings. That's one of my abilities. And he has no life force. Don't you see that? Mother. The more Shiva listened, the more his face darkened, while Kronos couldn't understand why his mother didn't respond. Atlas chuckled happily, saying, "You're right. Kronos, from your perspective, perhaps I am already dead, but in their eyes, I, Atlas Nelke, have always been growing stronger, as if the throne of my family has been passed down through generations for thousands of years." Tong An watched Kronos' memories so far with confusion. So what does that mean? Does the king of the ancient gods have a way to extend his lifespan? Kronos irritably said, "Keep watching. Even in my memories, I still can't like him." And at this moment, someone else stepped forward. He said, "Dad will continue to live. Dad. Just like our family's rule over the ancient gods." Atlas introduced him to Kronos, saying, "This is the person Shiva brought you here to meet." He also introduced the person who just arrived to Kronos. "He is K, the next king of the ancient gods, and the one you will serve for the rest of your life." They patted Kronos on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I am very pleased to meet you. Kronos, I believe that with your support, our great dynasty will last long and prosper." Kronos stopped and asked Shiva in confusion, "Mother, I don't understand. This isn't what you told me." She smiled and said, "Just watch. Kronos, one day you will understand." After meeting someone, the scene shifts to a hill where a girl in a dreamy white dress is picking flowers. Kronos asked curiously, "Who is she?" Shiva stepped forward and said, "Let me introduce you to the youngest daughter of King Atlas, sister of Crown Prince Cass. She is the one you will serve for the rest of your life. And she is also the true future of the ancient gods." The girl with a bright smile turns back to look at the two of them. Lillian politely smiled and said hello to Kronos. "My mother has told me a lot about you." Shiva introduced. "This is Princess Lillian. I brought you here to meet her." Kronos was still stunned and said, "You are not like them. I can feel the life force flowing within your body." At this point, his face also flushed, looking very much like a schoolboy in love. He continued, a warm and comforting surge of life force. Just like. Lillian suddenly hugged Kronos and said, "We are one and the same." Kronos. Shiva smiled and said, "Your feelings are right. Kronos. Unlike Atlas and the unworthy ones, you and Lillian are the symbols of the future of the ancient race." She pointed to her third eye and said, "Look, this is called the divine eye. In our world, only those who possess the divine eye are the chosen ones, and each eye possesses a unique special power. Some control time, some control space, and some govern the flow of life itself." Kronos was amazed. What is the true meaning of the third eye for the chosen one? Shiva explained that it is an ancient method of the serpent race to pass down memories and power to the next generation. When the father is about to sacrifice one of his children, the third eye will open and inherit all the memories and power of the ancestors. Through many generations, those who inherit all the memories and powers of their ancestors will become stronger and more perfect than anyone else. On the contrary, those who cannot open their celestial eye will give up everything they have, even their lives, to pass down the ancestors' memories and powers to the worthy. Kronos asked, "So they sacrifice themselves, but that is completely illogical according to the theory of evolution. The strong should be chosen by nature, but the ancient race forces selection just because of one eye." Shiva replied, "That's why I say Atlas and the others must be eliminated, because when future generations inherit the memories and powers, they also inherit flaws including jealousy, and the royal family has resorted to incest to keep the bloodline pure. By the time Atlas was born, he was already like a corpse, unable to breathe. Fortunately, the ancient race possessed medical technology advanced enough to preserve the royal bloodline. As expected, descendants born from corpses are just other corpses. That's why no one feels any vitality from Atlas or Kak, who openly say that their pale skin makes them monsters chosen by the divine eye." Kronos then asked, So why is she not like that? Shiva explained that it's because her mother is a human. Kronos, stunned, asked again. So you mean humans are a second-class species created by the ancient race from Earth's original DNA? Shiva continued. They were made to serve as slaves for the ancient race. That is why I say the heavy one is the chosen one. The current king mated randomly with a human and gave birth to Princess Lillian. The god of death holds the key to the future of the ancient race. And it is Kronos himself. Kronos stared in awe at the surging energy within his body and asked, "What am I?" Shiva smiled and said, "So if an ancient race combined with humans can create someone like Lillian, what would happen if I combined the DNA of all living creatures on Earth?" Seeing this, General Anne suddenly realized, "I understand now, you are a combination of all living creatures." Kronos replied, "Exactly. The perfect creation that Mother often calls the synthesis, born from the envy of all living beings. But there is still a critical problem for creatures like this." Tong An asked cautiously, "What is it?" Kronos will tell you that life, like a flame, will eventually wither and fade, gradually moving toward death. Your mother's ultimate goal is to resolve that. In the memory, Shiva said to Kronos that her wish was for Kronos and Lillian to overthrow the current throne and lead all creatures on Earth to a new future. Kronos asked, "And what about Mother?" Shiva responds, "Me. I am just an ancient god destined to be eliminated. I only want to see that day come. I have no other intentions of my own." At that moment I believed her, or rather I had no one else to trust, but she lied to me. Love does not exist, thinking is pointless, and moreover my existence is meaningless. Kronos continued to recall, "I fought through countless battles for my mother, destroying every enemy in my way, but never once did I think the end was waiting for me." Tong An anxiously asked what happened then. Kronos replied, "It was all just a trick. Mother deceived everyone. After eliminating all the evidence, I thought we would finally be happy. But I never expected this." In Kronos' memory, after Shiva presented the crown to Lillian, they saluted together. "Long live Queen Lillian, the ancient race of the 5 kings." At that moment, Shiva secretly smirked as Lillian suddenly coughed up blood. She collapsed from the pain, and Kronos anxiously called out, "Queen Lillian." Han rushed over to help Lillian, worriedly asking what happened and what's wrong. Shiva sighed disappointedly. "What a pity. The product of inferior bloodline is still too fragile. Queen Lillian's life is just a flickering candle in the wind." Kronos asked confusedly, "What do you mean? Do you know that Lillian is dying?" Shiva smiled and replied, "Of course, the human blood runs in her veins. She has always been frail and weak since she was young. I didn't think she could survive this winter." Kronos shouted in anger, "No, I won't accept that. I won't let her die," Han begged. "Can your mother save her, right?" Shiva replied, "Of course. That is one of the reasons I created you." Kronos, "You are the key to eternal life." Kronos asked in amazement, "What do you mean?" Shiva says, "You don't want Queen Lillian to live. She needs my heart. Implant it into her body, and she will." Kronos begins to recite a plea. "Queen Lillian, in my short life, you are the only one who has given me warmth. You are the only one who does not see me as a monster. So please live for both of us. I am ready to give her my heart." The scene shifts to an operating room where Kronos lies on the bed as Shiva orders, "Do it." Each drill slowly approaches Kronos' toned abdomen, the sound of tools and skin contact echoing as Kronos screams in pain. The doctor successfully removed Kronos' heart. Shiva shouted with joy. "Yes. Only one final step remains." She laughed maniacally. "Everything is going according to plan." Kronos weakly said, "Just implant the heart into Lillian, and everything will be complete." Shiva suddenly laughed mischievously. "Giving her the heart? Are you kidding me? The one chasing stars. Do you really think I did all this just to bring about a so-called better future for Earth?" Kronos was terrified. "Mother, why?" She sneered and said, "You fool. Are you familiar with me? I am also an ancient god who has obtained the celestial eye." Shiva admits, "I have never cared about Earth. Everything I do is for myself. I said I inherited the memories of the ancient insect race through many generations." Kronos struggled, saying, "You lied to me." Shiva couldn't care less. She said, "The one created from the genes of all living beings. While Lillian carries the royal bloodline of the ancient insect race. When I absorb the hearts of both of you, I will become the ultimate being. An immortal, perfect creation." Kronos grits his teeth in anger. "You lied and you murdered Queen Lillian." He leapt up and shouted loudly, unable to forgive. Kronos' heart wound was healing on its own. Shiva hurriedly stepped back in panic. Sister, how can you still move after losing your heart? Kronos was truly furious. With eyes full of rage, he said everything was just an act. Now I will kill you, he shouted passionately. I will kill all of you and destroy everything. At that moment, an explosive blast shook the entire base. Kronos continued walking, tears mixing with the rain as he hoped it could wash away all his sins. Kronos recalled that day when he had to chase Shiva to the very edge of the universe. I have killed many enemies, almost eradicating the remnants of the ancient race. But I still haven't fulfilled my vow of revenge. General Anne guesses that they sealed you away and retreated into outer space. Right. Kronos closed his eyes and said, I'm not sure my memories have been stuck forever in the moment I lost Tong. And still immersed in Kronos' tragedy, it's hard to believe that the very monster they created became the cause of their destruction. Suddenly, the space began to shift again. Kronos appeared and said, Now that you've seen my memories, you must understand, I will never be destroyed. Do you still want to face me? Tong An said. If you still intend to take her away, I have no other choice. Kronos Sihil. It's a pity, Shiva never understood why I can still live after my heart was pierced. I have thought about that for thousands of years in the darkness, but still have no answer. Perhaps you will find it. Then he swiftly dodges the weapon to attack Tong An. You quickly dodged aside. And Tong An asked, Do you want me to kill you? You just want everything to end. Kronos replied, That's right. After Lillian's death, I lost the will to live. How unfortunate. No matter how fierce the attack, nothing can hurt me. After losing my heart, I no longer feel pain. Living in numbness like this is no different from torture. Kronos smiled and said, I will give you one more chance. Human, if your next attack still can't kill me, then I will be the one to do it. Tong, and readily agreed. Fine, you start activating the system to the maximum level, boosting the power system to the highest setting, and activating the speed system to the extreme limit. Just by looking, you can see the overwhelming aura. General Anne said, This is the strongest attack in the entire game. Kronos Sihil. Oh, what an incredible source of energy. Even I feel worried. Come on. Humans. Elsewhere, a spaceship slowly descends. The door opens, and two figures appear, walking down side by side. The ones stepping out are Kassadin and Shiva. So, this is your hometown. Shiva. She respectfully replied. Yes. Colonel Kassadin, he said. I was suspicious when you promised there would be a green planet for us when we woke up. Shiva asked in surprise. Oh. Why did you say that? Kassadin replied. Because your ancient race has never been good at keeping promises. Like when you discovered Earth thousands of years ago, you didn't bother to inform us. The Hylian race. So how can we trust you? Shiva responds. That won't happen again. Colonel. In the end, not only the ancient race, but also the Hylian tribe now have no other choice. Right. Earth is the key to our survival. Go back to where Tong An is. He's buried under rocks and debris. Miserable, like the imprisoned Sun Wukong in the Five Elements Mountain, Kronos said with a hint of regret. It seems I really cannot be killed. Tong An glared and said, No. The one who will destroy you has finally appeared. From behind, two people approached, and a familiar voice said, I didn't expect us to meet again. Kronos angrily looked in that direction, daring enough to come back. Shiva. She didn't seem panicked at all, but instead greeted them warmly, like old friends they haven't seen in a long time. Tong An stared intently at her and said, Just as I thought. It turns out you've been behind everything from the beginning. Shiva crossed his arms confidently and said, You're truly clever. Unlike the Sunny, I remember. I guess you haven't been him for a long time. Right, this is the heir who inherited the will of the earth. We have sacrificed your memories to make you help us free Kronos. From the beginning, my only goal was to use Kronos' power to achieve immortality. She said that, then opened the box containing what she considered the key. Kronos roared in anger. Give it back to me. Immediately. A blazing stream of energy tore through the wind, shooting straight at Kronos to block his attack. He grimaced in pain, unable to see what was right in front of him as if 100 miles away. Kassadin asked, Is this the key you mentioned after Shiva? She replied, Yes. As long as you catch him, you will be able to absorb the entire life force of this planet. Kassadin smiled happily and said softly, Is that so? Then let me see. and he reached out to absorb Kronos' energy. Shiva advises Kassadin not to waste his efforts because Kronos cannot be killed since he is connected to all life on Earth. Through him, you can access the planet's endless life force and achieve immortality. Kassadin was now absorbing energy from Kronos, his body sparking with power as it surged through him. A satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. I can feel the planet's vitality enough to sustain the Helian clan for thousands of years, Shiva added. Don't forget our agreement. Colonel, when you extend your life, I will also receive my fair share of the reward. Kassadin, hearing this, transmits some of his vitality to Shiva. He generously said that those who are truly loyal to us will also share in immortality. Shiva, with a calculating smile, thanked Colonel Kassadin and pledged his loyalty to you. Seeing Kassadin continuously absorb energy from Kronos, General Anne was stunned and exclaimed, "What is happening? The energy in this area is disappearing." Kassadin happily laughed out loud. "Great. It's been a long time since I saw such a powerful energy source." Shiva said, "Everything is, as you wished. This green planet now belongs to the Helion clan. Tong An won't let them continue to wreak havoc," he declared with his sword. "It won't happen as long as I am alive." Kassadin looked at him in surprise. Someone who had never mentioned such a thorn before. Shiva replied, "Every planet has its own will." "Colonel," Kassadin laughed smugly. This was no surprise for someone who had lived as long as he had. "My method remains the same. Wipe out everything." Tong An adjusts his posture and looks at him. He realizes it's the same attack that was used against Kronos earlier. "I have to get out of here now." So I quickly dodge the attack while looking for an escape route. Kassadin laughs loudly like he's watching a clown dance. Tong An suddenly froze in place. Panic in his eyes. What his body suddenly felt 100 times heavier. And he just collapsed heavily onto the floor. Kassadin chuckled happily. "It's over." A powerful beam of light pierced through Tong An's body. Shiva kindly educates that atoms can destroy everything in their path. And your body won't be able to withstand it. Even Kronos can only regenerate continuously in pain. General Anne shouted loudly, cutting her off. "Unfortunately for you, you are completely mistaken. As for us," just as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly pierced up from the ground beneath Kassadin. Tong An seized the opportunity to rush forward and stab Kassadin. Kronos also silently appeared behind Shiva. She turned around in shock. "What? How did you escape?" General Anne shouted. "It's simple because we are living beings on Earth. We will never fight against a horde of aliens." Kronos clenched his fist and said, "This strike is for Queen Lillian." Shiva's face was distorted by this punch and was thrown to the ground. Kronos angrily looked at Shiva, getting up, and now demanded his heart back. Tong An here is raising his sword to attack Kassadin. Han Tong Yin Zhang says, "Gravity wave." And immediately he feels his whole body grow heavy. You struggle to lift the sword, shouting loudly, "Go to hell." The sword quickly plunges down. And General Anne, exhausted and panting, wonders if it's over. Suddenly a loud voice echoed, creating a terrifying scene for Kassadin. General Anne hurriedly turned around to find the owner of the voice. Han continues, "I can't believe this is the first thing we see after waking up." General Anne stepped back in surprise, eyes scrutinizing, muttering softly, "The Highlands. No one knows where they come from or when they were created. They live by absorbing energy from planets, and they are a threat to all life. Wherever they go, planets are destroyed and worlds are annihilated. Therefore, they are also called the cancer of the universe. And at Shiva's invitation, they came to Earth. The only one standing in their way is Commander Anne." Kassadin suddenly burst out, laughing happily. "I have been waiting for a battle like this for a long time." Tong An had no time to think. He started attacking Black Mist and teleported at the same time. In the next moment, Tong An appeared behind Highlands and launched a series of slashes at them. Retard disdainfully said, "Whew, a physical attack. Do you think we are who?" After saying that, he gently crushes General Anne's sword. General Anne remains calm and transforms into a new divine blade. You shout, "Not yet. Level up." Mystic Slash, a powerful strike reserved for Retar. He is trapped within a ring of energy. Retar's lips curl into a slight smile. Quite interesting. He only fought Kassadin once and already learned his move. Kassadin is now furious, shouting, "How dare you use my gravity beam? You just made up that name right now." Didn't you? Tong-en replied. Yes. The mysterious assassin will judge you all in hell. At this moment, a wave of energy spiraled around Ritar, as if echoing the sound of the apocalypse. General An painfully shouted, as if his eardrums were being torn apart. What kind of attack is this? Ritar smiled proudly and said, Light is made from atomic particles, and it is also a wave. You've seen Cassidon's energy particles. So how do you feel about my energy wave? Tong-an kept trembling in pain, seemingly not hearing Ritar's words at all. Ritar waved his hand to stop the attack wave and said, As long as you understand the principle. All physical attacks are useless against our Helios race, and I can kill you without even moving a finger. Following his words, he clenched his hand, and although he hadn't touched him, Tong-an's whole body was like a ripe orange, easily crushed. Looking at the pile of blood of Tong-an, Ritar chuckled bitterly. So boring. The will of the planet can't give us a soul duel. Then he turned to declare, It's time to get to work. Drain this planet completely. Suddenly, a tall shadow appeared behind Ritar, startling him as he turned around. What Anubis roared fiercely and then clenched Ritar in the palm of his hand. Ritar was terrified. No way. My attack should have shattered you into atomic particles. How can you recover? General An didn't know when he appeared intact. He said, An atom. So what if all the pieces can form a human body? Then recreating a new one is no difficult task. Once the maximum level is set and the soul remains intact, I can use the merchant's ability to recreate as many bodies as I want. Then you sigh and give the order. Anubis's judgment. Activate. Ritar stared in amazement. What kind of strange power is that? This time, the situation has turned around, and Tong-an confidently said, Get ready to face Fanset. They returned to Hui's group, where Tu Bao was being beaten badly by Ani. He was once again amazed by Ani's ability, as she had changed her sensory powers again, blocking her hearing to make her other abilities stronger. Bach Mok, after recovering a bit, no longer sat still. He charged fiercely, aiming to bite Ani to pieces. I sneered mockingly. Come on. Let's see how long you can hold out. And then I clenched Bach Mok's neck with one hand. Even though I was kneeling, I can fight forever. Nana pointed ahead anxiously and said, We have to do something. With this group, Bach Mok and Tu Bao will be doomed. Taihu calmly replied, The key to victory lies in my weapon. Nana asked confusedly, Wasn't that the gift from Tong-an when the game first started? Taiho clenched her necklace and replied, Yes. The only reason I've survived until now is because of this A-grade item. Nana asked confusedly, So why is it the key to victory? Taihu explained slowly. When we defeated the first demon leader we encountered, a strange NPC appeared. At that time, the NPC named Thuka opened the safe room and protected everyone. But then, when we tried to heal her, something very strange happened, and the system announced that the recovery process was interrupted. Nana also didn't know what had happened and asked why. Hugh then showed the bracelet and said, At that time we didn't know the reason, but now I understand. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared, and Thuka materialized in human form. Nana was speechless with shock. What Thuka smiled and greeted, Hello Taihui. It's a pleasure to see you again. Taihui asked, You're not just an ordinary NPC in the game. Right Thuka? The girl smiled and replied, Yes. You could say this game has no NPCs. We are all real people. Taihui asked, What do you mean? Thuka then explained that we are humans like you. Only different in that we have lived on this planet long before you arrived. Before the girl finished speaking, Taihui already knew the answer. Just like the 8 demon gods. Nana was startled and asked again, Wait, what are you talking about? Thuka laughed and said, Yes. All 8 demon gods are beings transformed by ancient ancestors, carrying part of their power. As for me, I am one of those ancient ancestors. Taihui began to be cautious. Should I call her by a different name? Who is she and what does she want? The girl suddenly lowered her tone. Let me think. My real name is Shiva, and what I want, it's immortality. Of course. And then she started laughing maniacally. Nana looked at Thuka in panic. But wait, is she joking with me? What kind of creature are you? Thuka replied, I am the Shiva left on Earth. I have been gathering data for her because I have to leave now. The original body is calling me, and it seems she is experiencing hallucinations. Tai Hui grabbed Thuka by the collar and pulled her up. Do you want to find the original body? Thuka responds softly. Yes, she is calling me. Tai Hui grits her teeth and says, Fine, I will take you to her. But on one condition. Sophie pointed at Annie and shouted, You have to kill her. Thuka smiled faintly. Too easy. The girl's words begin with an ancient being who created her ordering you to kill Annie. The demon. Annie responds, hypnotized. Master's command. Self-destruct. Activated. A large explosion quickly occurs. Thuka smiles and says, It's over now. So can you take me to my real body? On Tongan's side, he is fighting against the Hellions, judging them in the name of Anubis. Do you understand your sins, Hellions? Greta is shocked. What kind of power is this? I have a bad feeling. Hun, terrified, ordered an attack. Kill him. Cut Sa-din and the others who hurriedly joined in, breaking the element. Tong-an, shaking his head. It seems like he has no intention of repenting at all. Then he clenched his fist. A graph of seismic wave activity suddenly spiked and then quickly flattened out. Greta grimaced in pain, clutching his chest as a stream of fresh blood flowed from his mouth. His whole body became weak and lifeless. The remaining Hellions are panicked. We drain the energy of the planet. We should be invincible. How could Greta be hurt? Even Kat Sa-din was just as shocked. No way. No way that a lowly Earth parasite could threaten the Supreme Hellions. Tong-an calmly said, Over. From my perspective, you are nothing but parasites. Get ready for judgment. The terrified Hellions screamed. No, Tong-an didn't hesitate to strike. Passing judgment. And they all immediately attacked. Collapsing one after another. Tong-an also isn't much harder to examine. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Has his energy been completely drained? Anubis looked down at him with concern. Tong-an smiled and said, Are you betraying me? Even a god born from the will of the earth can have feelings. Anubis gradually disappears. General An also. Exhausted. Collapses, and finally, it's over. Not far away. Someone is approaching you. He silently looks at you lying on the ground, his face full of anger, and says, Tong-an. Tong-an. Exhausted. Shrugged her shoulders. And the girl beside her was accidentally hit. Tong-an nervously said, Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl was so angry. You bastard. You pretended to Vuong Vai just to tease me. Didn't you? I'll report you for sexual harassment. Duye dien dong luk buok vao. Lamtot lam doi ngin ku va fat trien. Hum ne la signat. Toi non de toi, de moi moi mocho. Everyone in the office started gossiping. That's him. Chiek Duyen. Why does he still have time to stop by our place? He's so handsome. I heard that Kiek Duyen is one of the founders of the company and owns a share. Young, handsome, and wealthy, truly every girl's dream. Tong-an quietly thought to himself, We all work here, but why am I being treated unfairly like this? At that moment, Kiek Duyen also noticed that Tong-an was still working. He said cheerfully, Hey Tong-an, are you joining us? Tong-an replied, Seriously? No, I'll just ruin the mood for everyone. I prefer to be alone. The spaceship pats your shoulder. Don't be like that. You're a valuable member of the company. I truly hope we can be friends. Tong-an was stunned. Friends, the spaceship, and me. Am I dreaming? Suddenly the scene changed. And Tong-an was floating in space. Maybe it was really just a dream. Tired. Tong-an spoke. I never imagined it would be just me and Chiek Duyen like this. He replied, Is that so? I always thought it would turn out like this. After all, I once said I would be the one to kill you. Tong-an struggled to sit up and asked, Can I ask you for one last favor? The giant creature gazed intently at Tong-an and said, You have sacrificed your life to gain the power to judge the demons. You no longer have much strength left. Tong-an did not object and said, Yes. Activating Anubis's judgment must come at a price. The storyteller asked loudly, Is it worth it? And Tong-an calmly replied, I have no other choice. He suddenly lost his temper. But honestly, I've always been jealous of you. Tong-an. Since the game started, I was sure I would be the main character. I should be the one to defeat the final boss and save the world. I am the one who should sacrifice and become the hero. The more I speak, the angrier he gets. Yet you appeared out of nowhere, took all my glory, and did everything I was supposed to do. Tong-an replied softly, I was also jealous of you, the universe, You have everything I once dreamed of before the world turned upside down. I was jealous. I even hated you at times, but you still have a chance to become a hero. You can gain all the glory and praise. My body is about to vanish, but the world out there is still not at peace. My friend, I have one last request. In another place, Shiva is furious, destroying everything. Her third eye glows, and rings of energy appear around her one after another. Shiva wondered, where is my main body? Why hasn't it come back to me? Kronos, seeing this scene for the first time, was stunned and asked, what is this? Just then, the group from the system hurried over. The system was startled to see Shiva floating above the central stage. She asks, is that her main body? Thuka replies, I think we arrived too late. She has already activated the Tandava dance. At Hothong. What is that? Thuka explains. It is said that ancient priests could use this power to leave mountain ranges and oceans. They can control clouds, lightning, and even pull back meteorites. Her original goal was to achieve immortality, but it seems she has given up on it. Shiva suddenly opened his eyes and told everyone, if I can't live forever, then all of you will be buried with me. At the same time, outside the Earth, a series of meteorites appeared, rushing down to the planet at terrifying speeds. They quickly descend and hit the surface of the Earth. One of them falls straight onto the place where he and Thuka are standing. On the system, can't we stop this somehow? Thuka stood up and said, Tandava dance. Witness the destruction of the Earth. Kronos suddenly charged forward, shouting, this is my homeland. If it's to be destroyed, it must be by my own hand. Shiva didn't care at all. She continued to curse and call on her ancestors to witness the final moments. If she couldn't live forever, then they would perish together. In the midst of danger, a determined voice rings out. Odin's will accelerates. Shiva stops in surprise, only to see the scythe wielding a sword fiercely rushing forward. She quickly creates a shield to defend herself. The powerful energy pushes back the scythe, and he lands safely on the ground. Shiva scoffs mockingly. You who have underestimated my vitality. I won't die until the Tandava dance is complete. The Ruyi responds. Is that so? He didn't have time to wait for Shiva's response and shouted loudly for Anubis to respond. So what about a strike to the soul? A soul attack? Shiva gasped in horror. She screamed. What kind of attack is this? A chunk of energy suddenly flew toward her, piercing straight through her body. He is painfully wounded. And Tai-He rushes over worriedly. Are you okay? Kiak Rui. Where is Tong An? Wasn't he with you? Rui turned his head and replied. Song An has already left. He's gone. What do you mean by that? Shiva angrily looked at the two, talking. I already said I won't die until the dance is over. Your attacks are useless against me. I promised I would return after the drunken fall. Tong An. Why the Ruyi steadied himself. It's still too early to give up. Kronos continued. Yes. There is still a way to stop the Tandava dance. Kiak Rui asked. Do you understand what that means? Kronos replied. Of course. If humans can still have such determination, then the ultimate being, cannot be defeated by you. He pointed at Thuka, the young girl. Thuka was stunned. Calling me Kronos threw his heart to her. He said, I know what you are, and I know Shiva's ultimate goal. Take it. Eat it. And let Shiva attain immortality. Thuka asked curiously. Why in Shiva's plan? We can only achieve immortality by killing people. Kronos explains that after living in darkness for so many lifetimes, he's tired now. He quietly sheds 2 tears and wishes Queen Lillian well. Shiva excitedly said, What is this? I can feel endless vitality flowing through my body. It's amazing after thousands of years of searching. Everything will be complete today. A boy suddenly appeared behind Shiva and said congratulations. Shiva was startled and asked, Who are you? So that boy was Sunny. Sunny then said, Congratulations on your rebirth. Mother, now that you are alive, you will no longer be burdened by judgment. Shiva shouted in horror. I have been deceived. Anubis suddenly appears, then quickly rushes forward. Shiva, on behalf of Anubis, I pass judgment on you, lion. A sudden whirlwind of power appeared. Shiva shouted hoarsely, I have been deceived. Soon she vanished into the dust. At the sad lake, tears finally fell. But Tongan will never come back. A tiny tear that can stir the calm surface of the water. The gun fires. No, The game isn't over yet. There's still one last challenge to defeat. I will wait for you to come find me. Tong En.